You're listening to a modern retelling of The Age of Innocence by New Life Audiobooks. In this easy-to-read modern edition, we've carefully revised The Age of Innocence, chapter by chapter, keeping Edith Wharton's original masterpiece intact, while refreshing the language to appeal to modern readers. We hope you enjoy this refreshed modern edition of The Age of Innocence. Book 1, Chapter 1. It was a January evening in the early 1870s, and Christine Nielsen was singing the lead in Faust at the Academy of Music in New York. People were already talking about building a new opera house, somewhere far uptown, maybe above the 40s. They dreamed it would rival the grand opera houses of Europe in expense and glamour. But for now, the fashionable world still gathered each winter in the familiar, slightly worn, red and gold boxes of the old Academy. Traditionalists liked it precisely because it was small and a bit outdated. It helped keep out the new people that old New York was starting to both fear and find fascinating. Those with a sentimental streak loved its history, and music lovers praised its acoustics, a rare quality in concert halls. This was Madame Nielsen's first performance of the winter. The newspapers were already calling the audience exceptionally brilliant. They had arrived through snowy, slippery streets in private carriages, large family coaches, or the less showy but more practical brown coupes. Using a brown coupe was almost as respectable as arriving in your own carriage. Plus, leaving in one meant you could jump into the first available hired carriage, rather than shivering while waiting for your own coachman's red nose to appear under the Academy's entrance. One clever livery owner had figured out that Americans were even more eager to leave their amusements than they were to get to them. When Newland Archer opened the door to the club box, the curtain had just risen on the garden scene. He could have arrived earlier. He'd finished dinner by 7, eating alone with his mother and sister. Afterward, he'd lingered over a cigar in the library, a Gothic room with dark, glazed walnut bookcases and ornate chairs. It was the only room where his mother permitted smoking. But New York considered itself a metropolis, and in a metropolis, arriving fashionably late to the opera was crucial. For Newland Archer, knowing what was or wasn't the thing was as vital as the ancient tribal rules that governed his ancestors. There was another, more personal reason for his delay. He had savored his cigar because, deep down, he enjoyed anticipation. Thinking about an upcoming pleasure often gave him more subtle satisfaction than the actual event. This was especially true for refined pleasures, like the one he anticipated tonight. The moment he looked forward to was so rare, so exquisite, that he couldn't have timed his entrance better if he'd coordinated with the opera singer's stage manager. He walked in just as she sang, "He loves me. He loves me not, he loves me," showering the stage with daisy petals and notes as clear as dew. Of course, she sang, "Mama," not, "He loves me." An unquestioned rule dictated that German texts of French operas, sung by Swedish artists, should be translated into Italian for English-speaking audiences. This seemed perfectly normal to Newland Archer, just like all the other conventions shaping his life. Using 2 silverback brushes with his blue enamel monogram to part his hair, or always wearing a flower, preferably a gardenia, in his buttonhole when out in society. "Mama, non mama," the singer trilled, culminating in a triumphant "mama." She pressed the crumpled daisy to her lips and gazed up at the sophisticated face of Faust, played by the singer Capoul. He stood there in a tight purple velvet outfit and plumed hat, trying hard to look as innocent as the girl he was deceiving. Newland Archer leaned against the back wall of the box, his eyes drifting from the stage to scan the boxes on the opposite side of the auditorium. Directly across from him was the box belonging to old Mrs. Manson Mingott. Her extreme obesity had long prevented her from attending the opera herself, but on important nights, younger family members always represented her. Tonight, her daughter-in-law, Mrs. Lovell Mingott, and her daughter, Mrs. Welland, occupied the front seats. Slightly behind these elegantly dressed older women sat a young girl in white, her eyes glued rapturously to the lovers on stage. As Madame Nielsen's final "Mama" echoed through the quiet house, even the boxes stopped chattering during the daisy song. A warm blush rose on the girl's cheek. It spread up her forehead to her braided hair and down her neck, visible just above the modest tulle neckline, fastened with a single gardenia. She lowered her eyes to the huge bouquet of lilies of the valley on her lap, and Newland Archer saw her white-gloved fingertips gently touch the flowers. He took a satisfied breath, flattered, and turned his gaze back to the stage. No expense had been spared on the set design, which was widely acknowledged as beautiful, even by those, Like Archer, familiar with the opera houses of Paris and Vienna, the front of the stage was covered in emerald green cloth. Further back, neat mounds of fuzzy green moss, outlined by croquet hoops, served as bases for shrubs shaped like orange trees, but dotted with large pink and red roses. Giant pansies, much larger than the roses, and resembling the floral pen wipers made by church ladies for fashionable clergymen, sprouted from the moss. Here and there, daisies seemed grafted onto rose branches, blooming with a lushness that hinted at future botanical marvels. In the center of this whimsical garden, Madame Nilsson stood, dressed in white cashmere accented with pale blue satin. A small purse dangled from a blue sash at her waist, and thick yellow braids lay neatly on either side of her ruffled blouse. She listened with downcast eyes as Monsieur Capul passionately declared his love. She feigned innocence whenever his words or glances suggested the ground-floor window of the tidy brick house angled at the side of the stage. "The darling," Newland Archer thought, his eyes flicking back to the young girl holding the lilies of the valley. "She doesn't even have a clue what this is really about." He gazed at her absorbed young face with a sense of ownership, mixing pride in his own worldly knowledge with a tender respect for her profound innocence. "We'll read Faust together, by the Italian lakes," he mused, vaguely blending his planned honeymoon location with the literary masterpieces he, as her husband, would introduce her to. Only that afternoon had May Welland hinted that she cared, the accepted New York phrase for a young woman's confession of affection. Already his imagination raced past the engagement ring, the first kiss, the wedding march, picturing her beside him in some enchanting old European setting. He didn't want the future Mrs. Newland Archer to be naive. He intended for her, guided by his sophisticated companionship, to develop the social grace and quick wit needed to hold her own among the popular young married women. These women were known for attracting male attention while playfully deflecting it. If Archer had truly examined his own vanity, he would have found a desire for his wife to be as worldly and eager to please as the married woman who had captured his interest for 2 mildly turbulent years. But, of course, his wife should show no hint of the moral weakness that had nearly ruined that other woman's life and had disrupted his own plans for an entire winter. He hadn't really thought through how this miraculous blend of passion and purity could be created or sustained in the real world. He was content with the idea itself without needing to analyze it. He knew it was the same view held by all the well-groomed, white-vested, boutonniere-wearing gentlemen who frequented the club box. They exchanged pleasantries with him and critically aimed their opera glasses at the circle of ladies produced by this very system. Intellectually and artistically, Newland Archer felt superior to these men, the supposed cream of old New York society. He had likely read more, thought more, and seen more of the world than any of them. Individually, their limitations were clear, but together they represented New York, and the habit of male solidarity made him accept their views on all moral issues. He instinctively felt it would be difficult, and simply bad form, to forge his own path in that respect. "Well, upon my soul," exclaimed Lawrence Lefferts, abruptly turning his opera glass away from the stage. Lawrence Lefferts was widely considered the top authority on form in New York. He had likely spent more time studying this complex subject than anyone else, but his effortless expertise seemed innate. Just looking at him, from his slanted bald forehead and perfectly curved blonde mustache down to his long patent leather shoes, suggested that understanding form was instinctual for someone who wore such fine clothes so casually and carried his height with such relaxed grace. As a young admirer once put it, "If anyone knows when to wear a black tie with evening clothes, it's Larry Lefferts." His judgment on pumps versus patent leather Oxfords was undisputed. "My God!" he repeated, silently passing his opera glass to old Sillerton Jackson. Newland Archer followed Lefferts's gaze and saw, with surprise, that the outburst was caused by a new arrival in old Mrs. Mingott's box. A slim young woman, slightly shorter than May Welland, stood there. She had brown hair and tight curls around her temples, held back by a thin diamond band. This hairstyle, giving her what was then called a Josephine look, matched the cut of her dark blue velvet dress, which was gathered dramatically under her bust with a large, old-fashioned clasp. The woman seemed completely unaware of the attention she was drawing. She stood for a moment in the center of the box, discussing with Mrs. Welland whether she should take the front right-hand corner seat. Then, with a slight smile, she conceded and sat down next to Mrs. Welland's sister-in-law, Mrs. Lovell Mingott, who occupied the opposite corner. Mr. Sillerton Jackson handed the opera glass back to Lawrence Lefferts. Everyone in the club box instinctively turned, eager to hear the old man's opinion. Mr. Jackson was as much an authority on family as Lefferts was on form. He knew the intricate web of New York cousinships. He could unravel complex connections, like how the Mingotts were related, through the Thorleys, to the Dallases of South Carolina, or how the Philadelphia Thorleys connected to the Albany Chiverses, distinct from the University Place Manson Chiverses. He could also list the defining traits of each family, the legendary stinginess of the Long Island Leffertses, the Rushworths' tendency toward disastrous marriages, or the recurring insanity in the Albany Chivers line, which their New York cousins avoided marrying, except for poor Medora Manson, whose mother, after all, was a Rushworth. Beyond this dense forest of family trees, Mr. Sillerton Jackson held a mental registry of nearly every scandal and mystery that had simmered beneath the smooth surface of New York society for the past 50 years. His knowledge was so extensive and his memory so sharp that people believed he was the only one who knew the true origins of Julius Beaufort, the banker, or what happened to handsome Bob Spicer, old Mrs. Manson Mingott's father, who vanished mysteriously, along with a large sum of trust money, less than a year after his wedding, on the very day a beautiful Spanish dancer sailed for Cuba after captivating audiences at the old Battery Opera House. But these secrets, and many others, remained locked away. Mr. Jackson's strong sense of honor prevented him from repeating private information, and he knew his reputation for discretion only increased his access to the secrets he sought. The men in the club box waited in palpable suspense as Mr. Sillerton Jackson returned the opera glass. For a moment he silently observed the attentive group, with his pale blue eyes under heavy veined lids. Then he gave his mustache a thoughtful twist and said simply, "I didn't think the Mingotts would have tried it on." Chapter 2. During this brief exchange, Newland Archer felt a strange wave of embarrassment. It was irritating that the box, drawing all the male attention in New York, happened to be the one where his fiancée sat between her mother and aunt. For a moment, he couldn't place the woman in the striking Empire-style dress or understand why her arrival caused such a stir among the men who knew the social codes. Then, realization dawned, followed by a quick surge of indignation. No, indeed. No one would have thought the Mingotts would dare attempt this. But they clearly had. The hushed comments behind him confirmed that the young woman was May Welland's cousin, always referred to within the family as poor Ellen Olenska. Archer knew she had unexpectedly arrived from Europe just a day or two before. He'd even heard from May, without disapproval, that she had visited Ellen, who was staying with old Mrs. Mingott. Archer fully supported family loyalty. One of the Mingotts' traits he admired most was their unwavering defense of the few black sheep their otherwise respectable family had produced. Archer wasn't mean-spirited or uncharitable, and he was glad his future wife wasn't held back by false modesty from being kind, privately, to her unfortunate cousin. However, welcoming Countess Olenska into the family circle was one thing, presenting her in public, especially at the opera, and in the very box with the young woman whose engagement to him, Newland Archer, was about to be announced in a few weeks, was entirely different. No, he agreed with old Sillerton Jackson. He didn't think the Mingotts would have dared. He knew, of course, that if anyone dared push the boundaries of Fifth Avenue society, it would be old Mrs. Manson Mingott, the family matriarch. He had always admired the formidable old lady. Despite being merely Catherine Spicer from Staten Island, with a mysteriously disgraced father and lacking the money or status to erase that past, she had married into the wealthy Mingott family. She married off 2 daughters to foreigners, an Italian marquis and an English banker, and she capped off her audacious acts by building a large house of pale cream-colored stone, when brown sandstone was the expected norm, like wearing a formal coat in the afternoon, in a remote area near Central Park. Old Mrs. Mingott's daughters living abroad had become legendary figures. They never returned to visit their mother. Mrs. Mingott herself, like many people with active minds and strong wills who become sedentary and overweight, had simply stayed home. But the cream-colored house, supposedly modeled after Parisian aristocratic mansions, stood as visible proof of her courage. She reigned there, surrounded by pre-revolutionary furniture and mementos from Louis Napoleon's court, where she had shone in her middle age. As calmly as if living above 34th Street or having French windows that opened like doors, instead of sliding sashes, were perfectly ordinary. Everyone, including Mr. Sillerton Jackson, agreed that old Catherine had never possessed beauty, a quality that, in New York's eyes, excused almost any success and many failings. Unkind critics said that, like her imperial namesake, Catherine the Great, she achieved success through sheer willpower, hardness of heart, and a kind of proud audacity, somehow justified by her extremely proper and dignified private life. Mr. Manson Mingott died when she was only 28, tying up his fortune with extra caution due to the general distrust of the Spicer family. But his bold young widow fearlessly went her own way. She mixed freely in foreign society, married her daughters into dubious but fashionable circles, mingled with dukes and ambassadors, associated openly with Catholics, entertained opera singers, and was a close friend of the famous dancer Madame Taglioni. Throughout all this, as Sillerton Jackson always pointed out, her reputation remained spotless. The only way, he'd add, she differed from the original Catherine. Mrs. Manson Mingott had long ago managed to untangle her husband's fortune and had lived comfortably for half a century. However, memories of her early financial struggles had made her extremely frugal. Although she always bought the best quality dresses or furniture, she couldn't bring herself to spend much on fleeting culinary pleasures. Consequently, for entirely different reasons than Mrs. Archer, her food was famously mediocre, and the wines didn't help. Her relatives felt her meager table discredited the Mingott name, traditionally associated with fine dining. But people continued to visit despite the uninspired dishes and flat champagne. When her son Lovell, who tried to restore the family's culinary reputation by hiring the best chef in New York, complained, she would laugh and say, "What's the point of two good cooks in one family, now that I've married off the girls and can't eat rich sauces anyway?" As Newland Archer pondered these things, his eyes returned to the Mingott box. He saw Mrs. Welland and her sister-in-law facing the circle of critics with the characteristic Mingott confidence instilled by old Catherine. Only May Welland showed any sign of the situation's gravity, her cheeks slightly flushed, perhaps because she knew he was watching her. As for the center of the commotion, Countess Olenska sat gracefully in her corner, eyes fixed on the stage. As she leaned forward, she revealed slightly more shoulder and bosom than New York society was accustomed to seeing, particularly on ladies who might wish to remain inconspicuous. Few things seemed more dreadful to Newland Archer than a violation of taste, that distant ideal represented by the more visible rules of form. Madame Olenska's pale, serious face appealed to him as fitting for the occasion and her unfortunate situation. But the cut of her dress, lacking the customary modest inset, sloped away from her thin shoulders in a way that shocked and troubled him. He hated the thought of May Welland being exposed to the influence of a young woman so indifferent to the dictates of taste. "So," he heard one of the younger men behind him begin. Everyone chatted during the less critical opera scenes. "What exactly happened, anyway?" "Well, she left him. Nobody denies that." "He's a terrible brute, isn't he?" continued the young questioner, a naive Thorley cousin, clearly ready to defend the lady. "The absolute worst. I knew him in Nice," Lawrence Lefferts stated with authority. "A half-paralyzed, sneering white fellow, rather handsome face, but eyes with too many lashes. Let me tell you the type. When he wasn't chasing women, he was collecting china. Paid exorbitant prices for both, I hear." A general chuckle went through the group, and the young defender asked, "Well then?" "Well then, she ran off with his secretary." "Oh, I see." The young man's face fell. "It didn't last long, though. I heard she was living alone in Venice a few months later. I think Lovell Mingott went over to get her. He said she was desperately unhappy. That's understandable. But parading her at the opera like this is something else entirely. Perhaps," young Thorley ventured, "she's too unhappy to be left alone at home." This was met with mocking laughter. The young man blushed deeply, trying to look as though he'd intended a clever double meaning. "Well, it's strange to bring Miss Welland, anyway," someone murmured, glancing sideways at Archer. "Oh, that's just part of the strategy." "Granny Mingott's orders, no doubt," Lefferts laughed. "When the old lady decides to do something, she does it completely." The act was ending, and a general rustle went through the box. Suddenly, Newland Archer felt compelled to act decisively. The urge to be the first man to enter Mrs. Mingott's box, to declare his engagement to May Welland to the waiting world, and to support her through any difficulties her cousin's awkward situation might cause. This impulse abruptly swept away all his doubts and hesitations. He hurried through the red corridors to the other side of the house. As he entered the box, His eyes met May Welland's. He saw she instantly understood his reason for coming, though the family dignity they both valued so highly wouldn't allow her to say so. Their social circle operated in an atmosphere of subtle hints and unspoken understandings. The fact that they understood each other without words seemed to bring them closer than any explanation could have. Her eyes conveyed, "You see why Mama brought me," and his replied, "I wouldn't have wanted you to stay away for anything." "You know my niece, Countess Olenska?" Mrs. Welland asked as she shook hands with her future son-in-law. Archer bowed without offering his hand, as was customary when introduced to a lady. Ellen Olenska inclined her head slightly, keeping her pale-gloved hands clasped on her enormous eagle-feather fan. After greeting Mrs. Lovell Mingott, a large blonde woman in rustling satin, he sat beside May and said quietly, "I hope you've told Madame Olenska that we're engaged. I want everyone to know. I want you to let me announce it tonight at the ball." May Welland's face flushed pink like the dawn, and she looked at him with shining eyes. "If you can convince Mama," she said, "but why should we change what we already decided?" He didn't answer except with his eyes, and she added, smiling more confidently, "Tell my cousin yourself. I give you permission. She says she used to play with you when you were children." She shifted her chair back slightly to make room for him. Promptly, and perhaps a bit dramatically, wanting the whole house to see, Archer moved to sit beside Countess Olenska. "We did used to play together, didn't we?" she asked, turning her serious eyes towards him. "You were a horrible boy and kissed me once behind a door. But it was your cousin Vandy Newland who never even looked at me, that I had a crush on." Her gaze swept across the horseshoe curve of boxes. "Ah, how this brings it all back. I can almost see everyone here in short trousers and little girls' pantalettes," she said, her voice carrying a faint, trailing foreign accent as her eyes returned to his face. Though her expression was pleasant, the young man was shocked that her thoughts painted such an inappropriate picture of the dignified audience before which, at that very moment, her social fate was being judged. Nothing seemed in worse taste than misplaced light-heartedness. He answered somewhat stiffly, "Yes, you have been away for a very long time. Oh, centuries and centuries." "So long," she replied, "that I feel like I must be dead and buried, and this dear old place is heaven." For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, this struck Newland Archer as an even more disrespectful way to describe New York society. Chapter 3. It always happened the same way. On the night of her annual ball, Mrs. Julius Beaufort invariably made an appearance at the opera. In fact, she deliberately scheduled her ball on an opera night to highlight her complete detachment from household duties and her command over a staff capable of organizing every detail in her absence. The Beaufort's house was one of the few in New York with a dedicated ballroom, predating even Mrs. Manson Mingott's and the Headley Chiverses. At a time when covering the drawing room floor with canvas and moving furniture upstairs was starting to seem outdated or provincial, owning a ballroom used solely for that purpose, remaining shuttered and dark for 364 days a year, with gilt chairs stacked and the chandelier bagged, was a mark of undeniable superiority. This distinction helped compensate for any regrettable aspects of the Beauforts' past. Mrs. Archer, who liked turning her social observations into neat sayings, once declared, "We all have our pet common people." Though bold, the statement's truth was quietly acknowledged in many exclusive circles. But the Beauforts weren't exactly common. Some whispered they were worse. Mrs. Beaufort herself came from one of America's most respected families. She was the beautiful Regina Dallas, from the South Carolina branch, a penniless beauty introduced to New York society by her cousin, the impulsive Medora Manson, who constantly made mistakes despite having good intentions. Being related to the Mansons and Rushworths granted one a certain social standing in New York, a right of citizenship, as Mr. Sillerton Jackson, familiar with French court terms, called it. But didn't marrying Julius Beaufort forfeit that right? The main question was, who exactly was Beaufort? He presented himself as an Englishman, charming, handsome, but also ill-tempered, known for his hospitality and wit. He had arrived in America with recommendations from old Mrs. Manson Mingott's English son-in-law, the banker, and quickly established himself in the business world. However, his lifestyle was considered fast, his comments often sharp, and his origins remained unclear. When Medora Manson announced her cousin Regina's engagement to him, it was seen as yet another foolish decision in Medora's long history of impulsive acts. But foolishness sometimes yields better results than wisdom. 2 years after young Mrs. Beaufort's marriage, It was universally acknowledged that she presided over the most distinguished house in New York. No one knew precisely how this transformation occurred. She herself was rather passive, even quiet. Some critics called her dull. Yet, dressed like a fashion plate, adorned with pearls, seemingly growing younger and more beautiful each year, she reigned supreme in Mr. Beaufort's grand brownstone mansion. She drew the entire fashionable world to her without lifting a jeweled finger. Those in the know claimed it was Beaufort himself who managed everything behind the scenes, training the servants, teaching the chef new recipes, instructing the gardeners on which hothouse flowers to cultivate, selecting the guest lists, mixing the after-dinner drinks, and even dictating the brief notes his wife sent to friends. If he did engage in these domestic tasks, he did so privately. Publicly, he appeared as a nonchalant, hospitable millionaire, strolling into his own drawing room, like an invited guest, casually remarking, "My wife's gloxinias are marvelous, aren't they? I believe she imports them from Kew Gardens." Mr. Beaufort's secret, everyone agreed, was his ability to carry things off effortlessly. People might whisper that he'd been encouraged to leave England by the International Bank, where he once worked, but he dismissed such rumors as easily as anything else. Even though New York's business ethics were as sensitive as its moral standards, he swept everything, and everyone before him, right into his drawing rooms. For over 20 years, people had spoken of going to the Beauforts with the same assurance as going to Mrs. Manson Mingott's, but with the added pleasure of anticipating hot canvasback duck and vintage wines, instead of lukewarm champagne and reheated hors d'oeuvre. So, as usual, Mrs. Beaufort appeared in her box just before the famous Jewel Song aria. And when, also as usual, she rose at the end of the third act, draped her opera cloak around her lovely shoulders, and vanished, New York society understood. The ball would begin in half an hour. The Beaufort house was a point of pride for New Yorkers, something they enjoyed showing off to foreigners, especially during the annual ball. The Beauforts were among the first in New York to own their own red carpet, rolled down the steps by their own uniformed footmen under their own awning, instead of renting it along with the catering and extra chairs. They also introduced the custom of letting ladies remove their cloaks in the hallway, rather than trekking upstairs to the hostess's bedroom to fix their hair by the gaslight. Beaufort reportedly felt that all his wife's friends surely had maids to ensure they were properly styled before leaving home. Furthermore, the house had been daringly designed with a ballroom. Instead of squeezing through a narrow passage, like at the Chiverses, guests processed grandly down a series of interconnected drawing rooms, sea green, crimson, and golden yellow. From a distance, they could see the reflection of numerous candle-lit chandeliers on the polished floors, and beyond that, a conservatory where expensive camellias and tree ferns arched over black and gold bamboo seats. Newland Archer, befitting his social standing, arrived somewhat late. He left his overcoat with the footman in silk stockings, one of Beaufort's few eccentricities, and lingered for a while in the library. The library, paneled in Spanish leather and furnished with ornate buhl and malachite pieces, hosted a few men chatting and pulling on their dancing gloves. Finally, he joined the line of guests being greeted by Mrs. Beaufort at the entrance to the crimson drawing room. Archer felt distinctly nervous. He hadn't stopped by his club after the opera, as young men often did. Instead, enjoying the fine night, he had walked quite a distance up Fifth Avenue before turning back toward the Beaufort's house. He was genuinely worried that the Mingotts might be pushing things too far, that they might, under Granny Mingott's orders, actually bring Countess Olenska to the ball. From the conversations in the club box earlier, he understood what a serious mistake that would be. Although he was more determined than ever to "fey the thing through," his eagerness to champion his fiancée's cousin felt less chivalrous than it had before their brief talk at the opera. Wandering into the golden yellow drawing room, where Beaufort had audaciously hung Bouguereau's controversial nude painting, Love Victorious, Archer found Mrs. Welland and May standing near the ballroom entrance. Couples were already gliding across the floor. The candlelight illuminated swirling tulle skirts, young women's heads adorned with simple flowers, the elaborate hair ornaments of young married women, and the gleam of starched shirt fronts and fresh white gloves. May Welland, clearly about to dance, lingered at the threshold, holding her lilies of the valley, her only bouquet. Her face was slightly pale, her eyes shining with open excitement. A group of young men and women surrounded her, exchanging handshakes, laughter, and pleasantries. Mrs. Welland stood slightly apart, observing with a look of carefully measured approval. It was obvious that May was announcing her engagement, while her mother maintained the traditionally reluctant parental air appropriate for the occasion. Archer paused for a moment. He had specifically requested that the announcement be made tonight, yet this wasn't how he'd envisioned sharing his happiness. Proclaiming it amidst the heat and noise of a crowded ballroom seemed to diminish the delicate privacy that should surround matters close to the heart. His joy ran too deep for this surface disruption to truly affect its core, but he wished the surface could have remained pristine as well. It was some comfort to see that May Welland shared this sentiment. Her eyes met his pleadingly, seeming to say, "Remember, we're doing this because it's the right thing to do." No appeal could have resonated more strongly with Archer. However, he wished the necessity for their actions stemmed from some nobler reason, not simply from the awkward situation involving poor Olenska. The group around May made way for him, with knowing smiles. After accepting his share of congratulations, he drew his fiancée onto the middle of the ballroom floor and placed his arm around her waist. "Now we won't have to talk," he said, smiling into her honest eyes as they floated away to the gentle rhythm of the Blue Danube Waltz. She didn't reply. Her lips curved into a smile, but her eyes remained distant and serious, as if focused on some indescribable vision. "Dear," Archer whispered, holding her closer. It struck him that the first hours of being engaged, even spent in a ballroom, held a certain gravity, almost a sacred quality. What a new life it promised to be, with this embodiment of purity, radiance, and goodness beside him. When the dance ended, the newly engaged couple, as expected, wandered into the conservatory. Sitting behind a tall screen of tree ferns and camellias, Newland pressed her gloved hand to his lips. "You see, I did as you asked," she said. "Yes, I couldn't wait," he answered with a smile. After a moment, he added, "I only wish it didn't have to be at a ball." "Yes, I know." She met his gaze with understanding. "But still, even here, we're alone together, aren't we?" "Oh, dearest, always!" Archer cried. Clearly, she would always understand. She would always say the right thing. This realization filled his cup of happiness to overflowing. He continued cheerfully, "The worst part is, I want to kiss you, and I can't." As he spoke, he quickly glanced around the conservatory, confirmed their brief privacy, pulled her close, and placed a fleeting kiss on her lips. To balance this bold move, he led her to a bamboo sofa in a slightly more public area of the conservatory. Sitting beside her, he broke a lily-of-the-valley stem from her bouquet. She sat silently, the world seemingly spread out like a sunlit valley before them. "Did you tell my cousin Ellen?" she asked presently, her voice sounding distant, almost dreamlike. He pulled himself back to the present and remembered he hadn't. An unconquerable reluctance to discuss such personal matters with that strange, foreign woman had stopped the words on his lips. "No, I didn't get the chance after all," he lied quickly. "Ah." She looked disappointed, but remained gently determined. "You must, then, because I didn't either. And I wouldn't want her to think." "Of course not. But aren't you really the one who should tell her?" She considered this. "If I had done it at the right time, yes. But now that there's been a delay, I think you should explain that I asked you to tell her at the opera, before we told everyone here. Otherwise, she might think I forgot about her. You see, she's family, and she's been away so long that she's rather sensitive." Archer looked at her with adoration. "Dear, wonderful angel, of course I'll tell her." He glanced slightly nervously toward the crowded ballroom. "But I haven't seen her yet. Did she come?" "No. At the last minute, she decided not to." "At the last minute?" he echoed, unable to hide his surprise that she had ever considered coming at all. "Yes. She loves dancing," the young girl answered simply. "But suddenly she decided her dress wasn't fancy enough for a ball, even though we thought it was lovely. So my aunt had to take her home." "Oh well," Archer said with happy indifference. Nothing pleased him more about his fiancée than her firm commitment to upholding the ritual of ignoring anything unpleasant, a practice they had both been raised with. "She knows the real reason her cousin stayed away just as well as I do," he thought. "But I will never, by the slightest hint, let her know that I am aware of even the faintest shadow on poor Olenska's reputation." Chapter 4. The following day, the customary exchange of betrothal visits began. New York's social rituals were precise and unwavering in these matters. Following protocol, Newland Archer first accompanied his mother and sister to call on Mrs. Welland. Afterward, he, Mrs. Welland, and May drove out to old Mrs. Manson Mingott's residence to receive the venerable matriarch's blessing. A visit to Mrs. Manson Mingott was always an entertaining event for the young man. Her house itself was already a piece of history, though not quite as old as some other family homes in University Place and Lower Fifth Avenue. Those houses represented pure 1830s style, with a stern harmony of cabbage rose carpets, rosewood tables, arched fireplaces with black marble mantels, and massive mahogany bookcases with glass doors. In contrast, old Mrs. Mingott, having built her house later, had completely discarded the heavy furniture of her youth. She mixed Mingott family heirlooms with the lighter, more frivolous styles of the Second Empire. She habitually sat by a window in her ground-floor sitting room, seemingly watching calmly for life and fashion to inevitably flow northward to her isolated doorstep. She appeared in no rush, her patience matched only by her confidence. She was certain that eventually the construction sites, quarries, single-story bars, dilapidated greenhouses and messy gardens, and rocky outcrops where goats surveyed the scene would disappear. They would be replaced by residences as grand as her own, perhaps even grander, she admitted impartially. She also believed the cobblestones, over which the old, noisy omnibuses bumped, would yield to smooth asphalt like the kind reported from Paris. In the meantime, since everyone she cared to see came to her, she could fill her rooms as easily as the Beauforts without adding a single extra dish to her supper menu. She didn't feel inconvenienced by her geographic isolation. The immense weight gain that had overtaken her in middle age, like lava engulfing a doomed city, had transformed her from a plump, active little woman with neat feet and ankles into something vast and imposing, almost like a force of nature. She had accepted this change as philosophically as all her other life challenges. Now, in her extreme old age, she was rewarded by seeing in her mirror an almost unwrinkled expanse of firm pink and white skin. In the center, traces of a small face remained, as if waiting to be rediscovered. A series of smooth double chins descended to the impressive depths of her still white bosom, veiled in snowy fabrics held by a miniature portrait of the late Mr. Mingott. Around and below her, waves of black silk flowed over the edges of a large armchair, with two tiny white hands resting on the surface like seagulls on ocean swells. The burden of Mrs. Manson Mingott's size had long made climbing stairs impossible. With characteristic independence, she had moved her reception rooms upstairs and established herself, in blatant disregard of all New York propriety, on the ground floor. So, as you sat with her by the sitting-room window, you caught an unexpected glimpse, through an always-open door draped with a looped-back yellow damask curtain, of a bedroom. It featured a huge, low bed upholstered like a sofa, and a dressing table adorned with frivolous lace ruffles, and a gilt-framed mirror. Her visitors were often startled and fascinated by this unconventional arrangement. It evoked scenes from French novels and suggested architectural designs promoting immorality, things the simple American mind had never conceived. This, they imagined, was how women with lovers lived in decadent old European societies, in apartments with all rooms on one floor, fostering the indecent proximity described in novels. Newland Archer found it amusing to picture her entirely respectable life unfolding against this backdrop suggestive of adultery. He secretly imagined the love scenes from Monsieur de Camors taking place in Mrs. Mingott's bedroom. Yet he admired her greatly, thinking that if a lover had been what she desired, the fearless woman would undoubtedly have had one. To everyone's relief, Countess Olenska was not in her grandmother's drawing room during the engaged couple's visit. Mrs. Mingott explained she had gone out. On such a bright sunny day and during the prime shopping hour, this itself seemed rather inappropriate for a woman in a compromised position. But, at least, it spared them the awkwardness of her presence and the faint shadow her unhappy past might cast on their bright future. The visit proceeded smoothly, as expected. Old Mrs. Mingott was delighted with the engagement. Having been long anticipated by watchful relatives, it had been carefully approved in family discussions. The engagement ring, a large, thick sapphire held by invisible prongs, received her wholehearted admiration. "It's the new setting. Of course, it shows the stone beautifully, but it looks a little plain to old-fashioned eyes," Mrs. Welland explained, glancing conciliatorily at her future son-in-law. "Old-fashioned eyes? I hope you don't mean mine, my dear. I adore all the latest things," said the matriarch, lifting the ring closer to her small, bright eyes, which had never needed glasses. "Very handsome," she added, returning the jewel. "Very generous. In my day, a cameo set in pearls was considered enough. But it's the hand that enhances the ring, isn't it, my dear Mr. Archer?" She waved one of her tiny hands with small pointed nails and rolls of aged flesh around the wrist like ivory bracelets. "Mine was sculpted in Rome by the great Ferrigiani. You should have May's done. No doubt he'll arrange it, my child. Her hand is large. It's these modern sports that spread the joints, but the skin is white. And when is the wedding to be?" She broke off, fixing her eyes on Archer's face. "Oh," Mrs. Welland murmured, while the young man, smiling at his fiancée, replied, "As soon as possible, if only you'll support me, Mrs. Mingott. We must give them time to get to know each other a little better, Mama," Mrs. Welland interjected with the proper show of hesitation. To which the matriarch retorted, "Know each other? Nonsense. Everyone in New York has always known everybody. Let the young man have his way, my dear. Don't wait until the excitement fades. Marry them before Lent. I could catch pneumonia any winter now, and I want to host the wedding breakfast." These pronouncements were met with the appropriate expressions of amusement, disbelief, and gratitude. The visit was concluding on a light, pleasant note when the door opened to admit Countess Olenska. She entered wearing a bonnet and cloak, unexpectedly followed by Julius Beaufort. A polite murmur of cousinly pleasure passed between the ladies, and Mrs. Mingott extended Ferrigiani's sculpted hand toward the banker. "Ha! Beaufort, this is a rare treat." She had an unusual foreign habit of addressing men by their last names. "Thanks. I wish it could happen more often," said the visitor in his easy, arrogant manner. "I'm usually so busy. But I ran into Countess Ellen in Madison Square, and she kindly allowed me to walk home with her." "Ah, I hope the house will be livelier now that Ellen's here," cried Mrs. Mingott, with magnificent boldness. Sit down, Beaufort. Pull up the yellow armchair. Now that I have you here, I want a good gossip. I hear your ball was splendid. And I understand you invited Mrs. Lemuel Struthers? Well, I'm curious to see the woman myself." She had forgotten her relatives, who were drifting out into the hall under Ellen Olenska's guidance. Old Mrs. Mingott had always expressed great admiration for Julius Beaufort. They shared a certain cool, domineering style and a tendency to bypass social conventions. Now she was intensely curious about why the Beauforts had decided to invite, for the first time, Mrs. Lemuel Struthers. Mrs. Struthers was the widow of the shoe-polish magnate recently returned from a long introductory stay in Europe, ready to conquer New York's tightly knit society. "Of course, if you and Regina invite her, the matter is settled. Well, we need new blood and new money, and I hear she's still quite good-looking," the sharp-witted old lady declared. In the hall, while Mrs. Welland and May put on their furs, Archer noticed Countess Olenska looking at him with a faintly questioning smile. "Of course you already know about May and me," he said, answering her look with a shy laugh. "She scolded me for not telling you last night at the opera. I had her orders to let you know we were engaged, but I couldn't in that crowd." The smile moved from Countess Olenska's eyes to her lips. She looked younger, more like the bold, brown-haired Ellen Mingott he remembered from childhood. "Of course I know, yes, and I'm so glad. But one doesn't share news like that first in a crowd." The other ladies were already at the doorway, and she held out her hand. "Goodbye. Come and see me sometime," she said, still looking at Archer. In the carriage, heading down Fifth Avenue, they deliberately discussed Mrs. Mingott, her age, her spirit, all her remarkable qualities. No one mentioned Ellen Olenska. But Archer knew Mrs. Welland was thinking, "It's a mistake for Ellen to be seen parading up Fifth Avenue during the busiest hour with Julius Beaufort, the very day after she arrives." And the young man mentally added, "And she should know that a newly engaged man doesn't spend his time visiting married women. But I suppose in the circle she's used to, they do. They never do anything else." Despite priding himself on his cosmopolitan views, he thanked heaven he was a New Yorker, about to marry one of his own kind. Chapter 5. The next evening, old Mr. Sillerton Jackson came to dine with the Archers. Mrs. Archer was a shy woman who generally avoided society, but she liked staying informed about its activities. Her old friend Mr. Sillerton Jackson pursued details about his friends' lives with the patience of a collector and the precision of a scientist. His sister, Miss Sophie Jackson, who lived with him, was frequently invited out by people who couldn't secure her more sought-after brother. She would bring back minor pieces of gossip, that usefully filled the gaps in his overall picture. Therefore, whenever something occurred that Mrs. Archer wanted to know more about, she invited Mr. Jackson for dinner. Since she rarely extended invitations, and because she and her daughter Janie were such attentive listeners, Mr. Jackson usually came himself rather than sending his sister. If he could have controlled all the conditions, he would have preferred evenings when Newland was out. This wasn't because he disliked the young man. They got along perfectly well at their club, but because the old storyteller sometimes sensed in Newland a tendency to critically evaluate his anecdotes, something the Archer ladies never did. Mr. Jackson, if perfection were possible, might also have wished for slightly better food at Mrs. Archer's. But New York, for as long as anyone could remember, had been divided into two main groups, the Mingotts and Mansons and their relatives who cared about food, clothes, and money, and the Archer-Newland-Van der Luyden group, devoted to travel, gardening, and quality fiction, looking down on more basic forms of pleasure. You couldn't have everything after all. Dining with the Lovell Mingotts meant canvasback duck, terrapin soup, and vintage wines. At Adeline Archer's, you could discuss alpine scenery and Hawthorne's The Marble Faun. Luckily, the Archer family's Madeira wine was excellent. So when a friendly invitation arrived from Mrs. Archer, Mr. Jackson, a true connoisseur of experiences, would usually tell his sister, "I've been feeling a bit gouty since my last dinner at the Lovell Mingotts. A simpler meal at Adeline's will do me good." Mrs. Archer, long widowed, lived with her son and daughter on West 28th Street. Newland occupied the upper floor, while the two women shared smaller quarters below. Sharing harmonious tastes and interests, they grew ferns in glass cases, practiced macrame lace-making and wool embroidery, collected American Revolutionary pottery, subscribed to Good Words magazine, and read novels by Ouida primarily for the Italian settings. They preferred her stories about peasant life for the scenic descriptions and gentler themes, though generally favored novels about high society, whose motivations were more understandable. They spoke critically of Dickens, claiming he had never accurately portrayed a gentleman, and felt Thackeray was less comfortable depicting the upper classes than Bulwer, though Bulwer was starting to seem old-fashioned. Both Mrs. Archer and Miss Archer adored scenery. It was the main thing they saw and admired on their occasional trips abroad, considering architecture and painting subjects better suited for men, especially learned men who read Ruskin. Mrs. Archer was born in Newland, and mother and daughter, resembling sisters, were both considered true Newlands. Tall, pale, slightly round-shouldered, with long noses, sweet smiles, and a sort of faded elegance reminiscent of certain Reynolds portraits. Their physical similarity would have been perfect if Mrs. Archer's figure hadn't filled out her black brocade dress over the years, while Miss Archer's brown and purple poplin dresses hung increasingly loosely on her slender frame as time went by. Mentally, Newland knew, the resemblance between them was less complete than their identical mannerisms suggested. Years of living together in close, dependent intimacy had given them the same vocabulary, and the habit of starting sentences with "Mother thinks" or "Janie thinks," depending on who wished to voice her own opinion. In reality, while Mrs. Archer's calm, unimaginative mind rested comfortably within accepted norms, Janie was prone to flights of fancy bubbling up from suppressed romantic inclinations. Mother and daughter adored each other and deeply respected their son and brother. Archer loved them with a tenderness tinged with guilt and made uncritical by his awareness of their exaggerated admiration, an admiration he secretly enjoyed. After all, he thought, it was good for a man's authority to be respected in his own home, even if his sense of humor sometimes made him question the basis of that authority. On this particular evening, the young man was quite sure Mr. Jackson would have preferred him to dine elsewhere, but he had his own reasons for staying home. Of course, old Jackson wanted to discuss Ellen Olenska, and, naturally, Mrs. Archer and Janie were eager to hear what he had to say. All three would feel slightly awkward with Newland present, now that his upcoming connection to the Mingott family was known. The young man waited with amused curiosity to see how they would navigate the situation. They began indirectly, talking about Mrs. Lemuel Struthers. "It's a pity the Beauforts invited her," Mrs. Archer said gently. "But Regina always does what Julius tells her, and Beaufort—" "Certain subtleties escape Beaufort," said Mr. Jackson, carefully inspecting the broiled shadfish and wondering, yet again, why Mrs. Archer's cook always burned the fish roe to a crisp. Newland, who had long shared this wonder, could always read it in the older man's expression of sad disapproval. "Oh, naturally, Beaufort is a vulgar man," said Mrs. Archer. My grandfather Newland used to always tell my mother, "Whatever you do, don't let that fellow Beaufort be introduced to the girls." But at least he's had the chance to associate with gentlemen, even in England, they say. It's all very mysterious. She glanced at Janey and paused. Both she and Janey knew the details of the Beaufort mystery. But in public, Mrs. Archer maintained the pretense that the topic wasn't suitable for unmarried young ladies. "But this Mrs. Struthers," Mrs. Archer continued, "what did you say she was, Sillerton?" "Came from a mine, or rather from the saloon near the mine entrance. Then she was with a traveling waxwork show in New England. After the police shut that down, they say she lived." Mr. Jackson, in turn, glanced at Janey, whose eyes widened beneath her prominent eyelids. There were still gaps in Mrs. Struthers' history for Janey. Then Mr. Jackson went on, and Archer saw he was wondering why no one had told the butler never to slice cucumbers with a steel knife, which discolored them. Then Lemuel Struthers appeared. "They say his advertising agent used the girl's picture for the shoe polish posters. Her hair is intensely black, you know, the Egyptian style. Anyway, he, eventually, married her." There were layers of insinuation in the way he spaced out the word, eventually, stressing each syllable. "Oh, given the state of things nowadays, it doesn't really matter," said Mrs. Archer indifferently. The ladies weren't truly interested in Mrs. Struthers at the moment. The topic of Ellen Olenska was too fresh and captivating. Indeed, Mrs. Archer had only brought up Mrs. Struthers' name so she could eventually ask, "And Newland's new cousin, Countess Olenska? Was she at the ball too?" There was a slight hint of sarcasm in the reference to her son which Archer recognized and expected. Even Mrs. Archer, rarely overly enthusiastic about events, had been genuinely pleased by her son's engagement. "Especially after that silly affair with Mrs. Rushworth," she had commented to Janey, referring to what Newland had once considered a life-altering tragedy. There was no better match in New York than May Welland, viewed from any angle. Of course, such a marriage was simply what Newland deserved. But young men could be so foolish and unpredictable, and some women so manipulative and unscrupulous, that seeing her only son safely past temptation and settled into respectable domestic life felt like nothing short of a miracle. Mrs. Archer felt all this, and her son knew it. But he also knew she had been unsettled by the early announcement of his engagement, or rather by the reason for it. It was precisely for that reason, because, overall, he was a kind and indulgent son, that he had stayed home that evening. "It's not that I disapprove of the Mingott's family loyalty, but I don't see why Newland's engagement should be tangled up with that Olenska woman's affairs," Mrs. Archer had complained to Janey, the sole witness to her occasional deviations from perfect composure. She had behaved impeccably. Her composure was unmatched during the call on Mrs. Welland. But Newland knew, and his fiancée likely guessed, that throughout the visit, she and Janey were nervously watching for Madame Olenska's potential appearance. When they left the house together, she had allowed herself to say to her son, "I'm thankful that Augusta Welland received us alone." These signs of inner turmoil affected Archer more because he, too, felt the Mingotts had perhaps gone too far. But since their social code forbade mother and son from directly addressing what was truly on their minds, he simply replied, "Oh, well, there's always a round of family gatherings when one gets engaged. The sooner it's over, the better." His mother merely pursed her lips beneath the lace veil hanging from her gray velvet bonnet adorned with frosted grapes. Her revenge, he felt, her justifiable revenge, would be to draw Mr. Jackson out about Countess Olenska tonight. Having publicly fulfilled his duty as a future member of the Mingott clan, the young man had no objection to hearing the lady discussed privately, except that the topic was already starting to bore him. Mr. Jackson had helped himself to a slice of the lukewarm filet mignon, which the somber butler offered with a look as skeptical as his own. He had declined the mushroom sauce after a barely noticeable sniff. He looked unsatisfied and hungry, and Archer suspected he would likely make a meal out of discussing Ellen Olenska. Mr. Jackson leaned back in his chair, glancing up at the candlelit portraits of Archers, Newlands, and van der Luydens hanging in dark frames on the dark walls. "Ah, how your grandfather Archer loved a good dinner, my dear Newland," he said, his eyes on the portrait of a plump, robust young man in a stock tie and blue coat, with a white-columned country house visible behind him. Well, I wonder what he would have said about all these foreign marriages." Mrs. Archer ignored the reference to ancestral dining habits. Mr. Jackson continued deliberately, "No, she was not at the ball." "Ah, Mrs. Archer murmured, her tone implying she had at least that much decency. Perhaps the Beauforts don't know her, Janey suggested with innocent spite. Mr. Jackson took a faint sip as if tasting imaginary Madeira wine. Mrs. Beaufort might not, but Beaufort certainly does. The whole of New York saw her walking up Fifth Avenue with him this afternoon. Mercy, moaned Mrs. Archer, clearly realizing the futility of expecting foreigners to act with delicacy. I wonder if she wears a round hat or a bonnet in the afternoon, Janey mused. At the opera, I know she wore dark blue velvet, perfectly plain and flat, like a nightgown. Janey, her mother admonished. Miss Archer blushed and tried to look daring. It was, at any rate, in better taste not to go to the ball, Mrs. Archer continued. The contrary spirit moved her son to reply, I don't think it was a matter of taste for her. May said she intended to go, but then decided her dress wasn't fancy enough. Mrs. Archer smiled, seeing this as confirmation of her own conclusion. Poor Ellen, she simply remarked, adding compassionately, we must always remember the eccentric upbringing Medora Manson gave her. What can you expect from a girl who was allowed to wear black satin to her debutante ball? Ah, don't I remember her in it, said Mr. Jackson, adding, poor girl, in a tone suggesting that while he enjoyed the memory, he had fully understood its implications even back then. It's odd, Janey remarked, that she kept such an ugly name as Ellen. I would have changed it to Elaine. She glanced around the table, checking the reaction. Her brother laughed. Why Elaine? I don't know. It sounds more Polish. Janey said, blushing. It sounds more conspicuous, and that can hardly be what she wants, said Mrs. Archer coolly. Why not? Broke in her son, suddenly becoming argumentative. Why shouldn't she be conspicuous if she wants to be? Why should she sneak around as if she's the one who disgraced herself? She's poor Ellen, certainly, because she had the bad luck to make a terrible marriage. But I don't see why that means she should hide her face as if she were the guilty party. That, I suppose, said Mr. Jackson thoughtfully, is the position the Mingotts intend to take. The young man flushed. I didn't need their cue, if that's what you mean, sir. Madame Olenska has had an unhappy life. That doesn't make her an outcast. There are rumors, began Mr. Jackson, glancing at Janey. Oh, I know. The secretary, the young man cut him off. Nonsense, mother. Janey's grown up. They say, don't they, he continued, that the secretary helped her escape from her brood of a husband, who practically held her prisoner? Well, what if he did? I hope there isn't a man among us who wouldn't have done the same in that situation. Mr. Jackson glanced over his shoulder to address the sad butler. Perhaps... just a little, after all. Then, having served himself, he remarked, I'm told she's looking for a house. She plans to live here. I hear she intends to get a divorce, said Janey boldly. I hope she does, Archer exclaimed. The word fell like a bombshell into the pure, calm atmosphere of the Archer dining room. Mrs. Archer raised her delicate eyebrows in a specific curve that signaled, the butler. The young man, himself aware of the poor taste of discussing such private matters publicly, quickly changed the subject, recounting his visit to old Mrs. Mingott. After dinner, following timeless tradition, Mrs. Archer and Janey trailed their long silk dresses up to the drawing room. While the gentlemen smoked downstairs, they sat beside a Carcel lamp with an engraved globe, facing each other across a rosewood work table with a green silk pouch beneath it. They stitched opposite ends of a tapestry band featuring field flowers, intended to decorate an occasional chair in the future drawing room of young Mrs. Newland Archer. While this ritual unfolded in the drawing room, Archer settled Mr. Jackson into an armchair near the fire in the Gothic library and offered him a cigar. Mr. Jackson sank into the chair with satisfaction, lit his cigar confidently, Newland bought them, stretched his thin old ankles toward the coals, and said, You say the secretary merely helped her get away, my dear fellow? Well, he was still helping her a year later then. Somebody saw them living together in Lausanne. Newland flushed. Living together? Well, why not? Who had the right to dictate her life if she didn't? I'm sick of the hypocrisy that would bury a woman her age alive just because her husband prefers prostitutes. He stopped and turned away angrily to light his own cigar. Women ought to be free, As free as we are, he declared, making a discovery whose profound consequences he was too irritated to fully grasp at that moment. Mr. Sillerton Jackson stretched his ankles closer to the coals and let out a cynical whistle. "Well," he said after a pause, "apparently Count Olenska shares your view. I never heard of him lifting a finger to get his wife back." Chapter 6. That evening, after Mr. Jackson had left and the ladies had gone up to their chintz-curtained bedroom, Newland Archer thoughtfully climbed the stairs to his own study. A careful hand had, as always, kept the fire glowing and the lamp trimmed. The room, lined with rows of books, its mantelpiece, adorned with bronze and steel statuettes of the fencers, and walls, covered with photographs of famous paintings, felt exceptionally cozy and welcoming. As he settled into his armchair near the fire, his gaze fell on a large photograph of May Welland. She had given it to him early in their relationship, and it now held the prime spot on his table, displacing all other portraits. With a newfound sense of seriousness, he looked at the open forehead, earnest eyes, and cheerful, innocent mouth of the young woman whose soul he was soon to be responsible for. This daunting product of the social system he belonged to and believed in, the young girl who knew nothing yet expected everything, looked back at him like a stranger through May Welland's familiar features. Once again, it struck him that marriage wasn't the safe harbor he'd been taught to believe, but rather a voyage into uncharted waters. The situation with Countess Olenska had shaken his long-held beliefs, setting them adrift in his mind. His own outburst, "Women should be free as we are," touched the core of a problem his social circle pretended didn't exist. Nice women, no matter how wronged, would never demand the kind of freedom he meant. Therefore, generous men like himself felt, especially in the heat of discussion, all the more chivalrously willing to grant it verbally. In reality, such verbal generosity was just a deceptive mask for the rigid conventions that held society together and forced people into old patterns. Yet here he was, committed to defending behavior in his fiancée's cousin that, if exhibited by his own wife, would justify invoking the full force of societal and religious condemnation upon her. Of course, the dilemma was purely theoretical. Since he wasn't a despicable Polish nobleman, it was absurd to speculate about his wife's rights if he were. But Newland Archer was too imaginative not to sense that, in his and May's case, the bond might become strained for reasons far less crude and obvious. What could they truly know about each other, given his duty as a decent man to hide his past from her, and her duty as a marriageable girl to have no past to hide? What if, for some subtle reason that would affect them both, they grew tired of each other, misunderstood each other, or irritated each other? He mentally reviewed his friends' marriages, even the supposedly happy ones, and saw none that remotely resembled the passionate, tender partnership he envisioned for himself and May Welland. He realized such a picture required her to possess the experience, adaptability, and independent judgment that she had been meticulously trained not to have. With a shiver of apprehension, he foresaw his marriage becoming like most others around him, a dull partnership based on shared material and social interests, held together by ignorance on one side and hypocrisy on the other. Lawrence Lefferts came to mind as the husband who most perfectly embodied this dubious ideal. As the high priest of social form, he had molded a wife so completely to his convenience that, even during his frequent and obvious affairs with other men's wives, she remained blissfully unaware, commenting that Lawrence was so terribly strict. She had even been known to blush indignantly and look away when someone mentioned in her presence that Julius Beaufort, fitting for a foreigner of questionable origins, maintained what New York discreetly called another establishment. Archer tried to comfort himself by thinking he wasn't quite as foolish as Larry Lefferts, nor May as simple-minded as poor Gertrude. But the difference ultimately was one of intelligence, not of moral standards. In truth, they all lived in a sort of symbolic world where genuine feelings were never expressed, real actions never taken, or true thoughts never even considered. Instead, everything was represented by a set of arbitrary signs. For example, Mrs. Welland knew exactly why Archer had urged her to announce her daughter's engagement at the Beaufort ball, and indeed had expected nothing less, yet felt obligated to feign reluctance, acting as though her hand had been forced, much like the savage bride in anthropological texts who was supposedly dragged screaming from her parents' tent. The result, naturally, was that the young girl at the center of this elaborate system of deception remained all the more mysterious because of her very openness and confidence. She was open, poor darling, because she had nothing to hide, confident because she knew of nothing to guard against. With no better preparation than this, she was about to be thrown overnight into what people vaguely termed the facts of life. The young man was genuinely, though calmly, in love. He admired his fiancée's radiant beauty, her health, her skill in riding, her grace and quickness in games, and the shy interest in books and ideas she was starting to develop under his guidance. She had progressed far enough to join him in mocking Tennyson's Idylls of the King, though not yet enough to appreciate the beauty of Tennyson's Ulysses and The Lotus Eaters. She was straightforward, loyal, and brave. She possessed a sense of humor, mainly demonstrated by laughing at his jokes, and he suspected, deep within her innocently gazing soul, a spark of feeling that would be a joy to ignite. But after considering all her qualities, he felt discouraged by the thought that all this openness and innocence were merely an artificial creation. Untrained human nature wasn't open and innocent. It was full of the twists and self-protective instincts of inherent cunning. He felt oppressed by this manufactured purity, so skillfully crafted by a conspiracy of mothers, aunts, grandmothers, and long-dead ancestors, simply because it was supposedly what he wanted, what he was entitled to, so that he could exercise his lordly pleasure in shattering it like an ice sculpture. There was a certain predictability to these thoughts. They were typical for young men approaching their wedding day. But usually, such reflections were accompanied by feelings of guilt and self-criticism, of which Newland Archer felt no trace. He couldn't lament, as Thackeray's heroes often did, much to his irritation, that he didn't have a blank slate to offer his bride in exchange for the flawless one she would give him. He couldn't ignore the fact that if he had been raised like her, they would be as helpless navigating the world as lost children. Nor could he, despite his anxious thoughts, see any honest reason, unrelated to his own momentary pleasure or masculine vanity, why his bride shouldn't have been allowed the same freedom of experience as himself. Such questions, at such a time, were bound to cross his mind. But he knew their uncomfortable persistence and clarity were due to the inconvenient arrival of Countess Olenska. Here he was, at the very moment of his engagement, a time meant for pure thoughts and bright hopes, thrust into a tangle of scandal that raised all the specific problems he would have preferred to ignore. "Damn Ellen Olenska," he grumbled, covering the embers in the fireplace and starting to undress. He couldn't truly see why her fate should have any bearing on his. Yet he dimly sensed that he was only just beginning to grasp the risks involved in the advocacy his engagement had forced upon him. A few days later, the expected social blow fell. The Lovell Mingotts had sent out invitations for what was known as a formal dinner, meaning 3 extra footmen, 2 options for each course, and a Roman punch served mid-meal. Following the hospitable American custom of treating visitors like royalty or their representatives, the invitations prominently stated, "To meet the Countess Olenska." The guest list had been chosen with a boldness and careful selection that insiders recognized as the firm hand of Catherine the Great, old Mrs. Mingott, along with reliable fixtures like the Selfridge Marys, invited everywhere simply because they always had been, the Beauforts, connected by family ties, and Mr. Sillerton Jackson and his sister Sophie, who attended wherever her brother directed. The list included some of the most fashionable yet impeccably respectable members of the dominant young married set, the Lawrence Leffertses, Mrs. Lefferts Rushworth, the attractive widow, the Harry Thorleys, the Reggie Chiverses, and young Morris Dagonet and his wife, a Vanderluyden. The group was perfectly matched, as all belonged to the small inner circle that socialized together daily and nightly throughout the long New York season with seemingly endless energy. 48 hours later, the unbelievable happened. Every single person had declined the Mingotts' invitation, except for the Beauforts and old Mr. Jackson and his sister. The deliberate nature of the snub was highlighted by the fact that even the Reggie Chiverses, part of the Mingott clan, were among those refusing. It was further emphasized by the identical wording in all the refusal notes, simply stating they regretted that they were unable to accept, without the polite excuse of a previous engagement that basic courtesy required. In those days, New York society was far too small, and its activities too limited for everyone, including stable owners, butlers, and cooks, not to know precisely who was free on which evenings. This allowed the recipients of Mrs. Lovell Mingott's invitations to make their refusal to meet Countess Olenska cruelly obvious. The rejection was unexpected, but the Mingotts, true to their nature, faced it bravely. Mrs. Lovell Mingott discussed the situation with Mrs. Welland, who then relayed it to Newland Archer. Furious at the insult, Archer passionately and assertively appealed to his mother. Mrs. Archer, after a painful internal struggle and outward hesitation, eventually gave in to his demands, as she always did. Immediately embracing his cause with renewed energy, fueled by her earlier reluctance, she put on her gray velvet bonnet and declared, "I'll go and see Louisa van der Luyden." The New York of Newland Archer's time was a small, slippery social pyramid, still largely intact, with few cracks or footholds gained. At its base rested a solid foundation of what Mrs. Archer termed plain people, an honorable but obscure majority of respectable families who, like the Spicers, Leffertses, or Jacksons, had risen through marriage into one of the ruling clans. People, Mrs. Archer often lamented, weren't as particular as they used to be. With old Catherine Spicer dominating one end of Fifth Avenue and Julius Beaufort the other, the old traditions couldn't be expected to last much longer. Narrowing firmly upward from this wealthy but less visible base was the compact, dominant group actively represented by the Mingotts, Newlands, Chiverses, and Mansons. Most people assumed they were the very top of the pyramid, but they themselves, at least those of Mrs. Archer's generation, knew that according to professional genealogists, only an even smaller number of families truly deserved that distinction. "Don't tell me," Mrs. Archer would instruct her children, "all this modern newspaper nonsense about a New York aristocracy. If one exists, neither the Mingotts nor the Mansons belong to it. No, nor the Newlands or the Chiverses either. Our grandfathers and great-grandfathers were just respectable English or Dutch merchants who came to the colonies to make their fortunes and stayed because they succeeded. One of your great-grandfathers signed the Declaration of Independence, and another was a general on Washington's staff who received General Burgoyne's sword after the Battle of Saratoga. These are things to be proud of, but they have nothing to do with rank or class. New York has always been a commercial city, and there are not more than 3 families in it who can claim aristocratic origins in the true sense." Mrs. Archer and her son and daughter, like everyone else in New York, knew who these privileged families were. The Dagonets of Washington Square, descended from an old English county family connected to the Pitts and Foxes, the Lannings, who had intermarried with descendants of the French Count de Grasse, and the van der Luydens, direct descendants of Manhattan's first Dutch governor, related through pre-revolutionary marriages to several members of the French and British aristocracy. The Lannings were now represented only by 2 very old but spirited Miss Lannings, who lived cheerfully among family portraits and Chippendale furniture, reminiscing about the past. The Dagonets were a sizable clan, connected to the best names in Baltimore and Philadelphia. But the van der Luydens, standing above them all, had faded into a kind of elevated obscurity, from which only 2 figures emerged impressively, Mr. and Mrs. Henry van der Luyden. Mrs. Henry van der Luyden had been Louisa Dagonet. Her mother was the granddaughter of Colonel de Lac, from an old Channel Island family, who had fought under Cornwallis and settled in Maryland after the Revolutionary War, with his bride, Lady Angelica Trevenna, the 5th daughter of the Earl of St. Austrey. The connection between the Dagonets, the de Lacs of Maryland, and their aristocratic Cornish relatives, the Trevennas, had always remained close and friendly. Mr. and Mrs. van der Luyden had made several long visits to the current head of the Trevenna family, the Duke of St. Austrey, at his estates in Cornwall and Gloucestershire. His Grace had frequently stated his intention of returning their visit someday, though without the Duchess, who feared crossing the Atlantic. Mr. and Mrs. van der Luyden split their time between Trevenna, their estate in Maryland, and Skuytercliff, the vast property on the Hudson River, granted by the Dutch government to the first governor, of which Mr. van der Luyden was still the traditional patroon or landowner. Their large, somber house on Madison Avenue was rarely opened, and when they were in town, they received only their closest friends there. "I wish you would come with me, Newland," his mother said, pausing abruptly at the door of the brown coupe they had hired. "Louisa is fond of you. And of course, I'm taking this step mainly because of dear May, and also because if we don't all stand together, there'll be no such thing as society left." Chapter 7. Mrs. Henry van der Luyden listened silently as her cousin, Mrs. Archer, explained the situation. One could tell oneself beforehand that Mrs. van der Luyden was always quiet, and that, despite being naturally reserved and trained to be non-committal, she was very kind to those she genuinely liked. Yet, even knowing this, didn't always protect visitors from the chill that permeated the high-ceilinged, white-walled Madison Avenue drawing room. The pale brocade armchairs were obviously uncovered just for the visit, and gauze still protected the ornate mantelpiece decorations and the beautiful old carved frame of Gainsborough's portrait, Lady Angelica du Lac. Mrs. van der Luyden's own portrait by Huntington, depicting her in black velvet and Venetian lace, faced her lovely ancestors. It was generally praised as being as fine as a Cabanel painting, and even though 20 years had passed since it was painted, it was still considered a perfect likeness. Indeed, the Mrs. van der Luyden sitting beneath it, listening to Mrs. Archer, could have been the twin sister of the fair, still relatively young woman leaning against a gilt armchair in the portrait. Mrs. van der Luyden still wore black velvet and Venetian lace when she appeared in society, or rather, since she never dined out, when she opened her own home to receive guests. Her fair hair, faded but not gray, was still parted flatly over her forehead. The straight nose between her pale blue eyes was only slightly more pinched at the nostrils than when the portrait was done. To Newland Archer, she always seemed rather eerily preserved in the airless atmosphere of a perfectly blameless existence, like bodies trapped in glaciers that retain a lifelike appearance for years. Like all his family, he respected and admired Mrs. van der Luyden. However, he found her gentle, yielding sweetness harder to approach than the sternness of some of his mother's old aunts, fierce unmarried women who said no on principle, before even hearing the request. Mrs. van der Luyden's demeanor conveyed neither yes nor no. She always seemed inclined toward leniency, until her thin lips, hovering on the edge of a smile, delivered the almost inevitable reply. "I shall first have to discuss this with my husband." She and Mr. van der Luyden were so remarkably similar that Archer often wondered how, after 40 years of close marriage, two such merged personalities ever managed to separate enough for something as potentially argumentative as a discussion. But since neither ever made a decision without this mysterious preliminary meeting, Mrs. Archer and her son, having presented their case, waited patiently for the familiar phrase. However, Mrs. van der Luyden, who rarely surprised anyone, now surprised them by reaching her long hand toward the bell pull. "I think," she said, "I should like Henry to hear what you have told me." A footman appeared, and she instructed him gravely. "If Mr. van der Luyden has finished reading the newspaper, please ask him to be kind enough to come." She said reading the newspaper, with the same tone a government minister's wife might use for presiding at a cabinet meeting. This wasn't due to arrogance, but because a lifetime of habit and the attitude of her friends and relatives had led her to view Mr. van der Luyden's smallest actions as having almost sacred significance. Her quick action showed she considered the matter as urgent as Mrs. Archer did, but, careful not to commit herself prematurely, she added sweetly, "Henry always enjoys seeing you, dear Adeline, and he will want to congratulate Newland." The double doors solemnly reopened, and between them appeared Mr. Henry van der Luyden. He was tall, thin, dressed in a formal frock coat, with faded fair hair and a straight nose like his wife's, and the same look of frozen gentleness in his eyes, which were pale gray instead of pale blue. Mr. van der Luyden greeted Mrs. Archer with cousinly warmth, offered Newland quiet congratulations in the same words his wife had used, and sat down in one of the brocade armchairs with the simple dignity of a monarch. "I had just finished reading the Times," he said, touching his long fingertips together. "In town, my mornings are so busy that I find it more convenient to read the newspapers after lunch." Ah, there's much to be said for that approach. Indeed, I believe my Uncle Egmont used to say he found it less stressful not to read the morning papers until after dinner, Mrs. Archer replied agreeably. "Yes, my good father disliked rushing. But now we live in a constant state of hurry," said Mr. van der Luyden in measured tones, looking with pleasant deliberation around the large, shrouded room that, to Archer, perfectly reflected its owners. "But I hope you had finished your reading, Henry?" his wife interjected. "Quite, quite," he reassured her. "Then I should like Adeline to tell you." "Oh, it's really Newland's story," his mother said, smiling, and proceeded to recount once more the outrageous tale of the insult directed at Mrs. Lovell Mingott. "Of course," she concluded, "Augusta Welland and Mary Mingott both felt that, especially considering Newland's engagement, you and Henry ought to know." "Ah," said Mr. van der Luyden, taking a deep breath. Silence fell, during which the ticking of the massive ormolu clock on the white marble mantelpiece sounded as loud as a cannon shot. Archer watched in awe the two slender, faded figures, seated side by side with a kind of regal stiffness. They were mouthpieces of some distant ancestral authority, compelled by fate to wield power they would clearly prefer to avoid, choosing instead a simple, secluded life tending invisible weeds on Skuytercliff's perfect lawns and playing solitaire together in the evenings. Mr. van der Luyden spoke first. "Do you really think this is due to some deliberate interference by Lawrence Lefferts?" he inquired, turning to Archer. "I'm certain of it, sir. Larry has been behaving rather more recklessly than usual lately, if Cousin Louisa doesn't mind my mentioning it, involved in a rather serious affair with the postmaster's wife in their village, or someone like that. Whenever poor Gertrude Leffert starts suspecting something, and he fears trouble, he stirs up this kind of fuss to demonstrate how incredibly moral he is. He talks loudly about the audacity of inviting his wife to meet people he doesn't want her associating with. He's simply using Madame Olenska as a diversion. I've seen him do it many times before." "The Leffertses," said Mrs. van der Luyden. "The Leffertses," echoed Mrs. Archer. What would Uncle Egmont have said about Lawrence Lefferts judging anyone's social standing? It just shows what society has become. "We'll hope it hasn't quite reached that point," said Mr. van der Luyden firmly. "Ah, if only you and Louisa went out more," sighed Mrs. Archer. But she instantly realized her mistake. The van der Luydens were extremely sensitive to any criticism of their secluded lifestyle. They were the ultimate arbiters of fashion, the final court of social appeal, and they knew it and accepted their role. But being shy and private individuals with no natural liking for public life, they spent as much time as possible in the quiet solitude of Skuytercliff. When they came to town, they declined all invitations, citing Mrs. van der Luyden's health. Newland Archer came to his mother's rescue. "Everyone in New York knows what you and Cousin Louisa represent. That's why Mrs. Mingott felt she shouldn't let this slight against Countess Olenska pass without consulting you." Mrs. van der Luyden glanced at her husband, who glanced back at her. "It is the principle I dislike," said Mr. van der Luyden. "As long as a member of a well-known family is supported by that family, it should be considered final." "It seems so to me," said his wife, as if presenting a novel idea. "I had no idea," Mr. van der Luyden continued, "that things had reached such a state." He paused and looked at his wife again. "It occurs to me, my dear, that Countess Olenska is already a sort of relative, through Medora Manson's first husband. In any case, she will be when Newland marries." He turned toward the young man. "Have you read this morning's Times, Newland?" "Why, yes, sir," said Archer, who typically scanned half a dozen papers with his morning coffee. Husband and wife looked at each other again. Their pale eyes met in a prolonged, serious consultation. Then a faint smile flickered across Mrs. van der Luyden's face. She had evidently understood and approved. Mr. van der Luyden turned to Mrs. Archer. "If Louisa's health permitted her to dine out, I wish you would convey to Mrs. Lovell Mingott. She and I would have been happy to, fill the places of the Lawrence Leffertses at her dinner." He paused to let the irony register. "As you know, this is impossible," Mrs. Archer murmured sympathetic agreement. "But Newland tells me he has read this morning's Times. Therefore he has likely seen that Louisa's relative, the Duke of St. Austri, arrives next week on the ship Russia. He is coming to enter his new yacht, the Guinevere, in next summer's International Cup race, and also to enjoy some canvas-back duck shooting at Trevenna." Mr. van der Luyden paused again, continuing with increasing warmth. "Before taking him down to Maryland, we are inviting a few friends to meet him here, just a small dinner, with a reception afterward. I am sure Louisa will be as glad as I am if Countess Olenska will allow us to include her among our guests." He stood up, bowed his long body with stiff friendliness toward his cousin, and added, "I believe I have Louisa's authority to say that she will personally deliver the dinner invitation when she goes for her drive shortly with our visiting cards. Of course, with our cards." Mrs. Archer, recognizing this as a hint that the prized chestnut horses, which were never kept waiting, were at the door, rose with a hurried murmur of thanks. Mrs. van der Luyden beamed at her with the smile of Queen Esther pleading with King Ahasuerus, but her husband raised a protesting hand. "There is nothing to thank me for, dear Adeline, nothing whatsoever. This kind of thing must not happen in New York. It shall not as long as I can prevent it," he pronounced with regal gentleness as he guided his cousins to the door. 2 hours later, everyone knew that the grand Sea-Spring carriage, in which Mrs. van der Luyden took her daily airings regardless of the season, had been seen stopping at old Mrs. Mingott's door. A large square envelope was delivered. That evening at the opera, Mr. Sillerton Jackson was able to report that the envelope contained an invitation for Countess Olenska to the dinner the van der Luydens were hosting the following week for their cousin, the Duke of St. Austri. Some of the younger men in the club box exchanged smiles at this news and glanced sideways at Lawrence Lefferts. He sat nonchalantly at the front of the box, stroking his long, fair mustache, and remarked authoritatively as the soprano paused, "No one but Patti should ever attempt La Sonnambula." Chapter 8. It was generally accepted in New York that Countess Olenska had lost her looks. She had first appeared there, during Newland Archer's boyhood, as a strikingly pretty little girl of 9 or 10. People said back then that she ought to be painted. Her parents had been restless travelers across Europe, and after a nomadic infancy, she lost both of them. She was then taken in by her aunt, Medora Manson, also a wanderer, who was herself returning to New York intending to, quote, settle down. Poor Medora, widowed multiple times, was always returning home to settle down, each time in a less expensive house, often bringing a new husband or an adopted child. But after a few months, she inevitably separated from her husband or argued with her ward. Having sold her house at a loss, she would set off again on her travels. Since her mother had been a Rushworth, and her last unfortunate marriage connected her to one of the unstable Chiverses, New York society viewed her eccentricities with tolerance. However, when she returned with her little orphaned niece, whose parents had been popular despite their fondness for travel, people felt it was a shame the pretty child was in such hands. Everyone was inclined to be kind to little Ellen Mingott, even though her dark, rosy cheeks and tight curls gave her a cheerful air that seemed inappropriate for a child who should still have been mourning her parents. One of misguided Medora's many oddities was her defiance of the strict rules governing American mourning customs. When she disembarked from the steamer, her family was shocked to see that the mourning veil she wore for her own brother was significantly shorter than those of her sisters-in-law. Little Ellen, meanwhile, was dressed in bright crimson wool and amber beads, looking like a gypsy foundling. But New York had long since grown accustomed to Medora. Only a few old ladies disapproved of Ellen's flashy clothes, while her other relatives were charmed by her vibrant coloring and high spirits. She was a fearless, familiar little girl who asked awkward questions, made surprisingly mature comments, and possessed unusual skills, like performing a Spanish shawl dance and singing Neapolitan love songs accompanied by a guitar. Under her aunt's guidance, whose real name was Mrs. Thorley Chivers, but who, after receiving a papal title, reverted to her first husband's name and called herself the Marchioness Manson, which conveniently sounded like Manzoni in Italy, the little girl received an expensive but disorganized education. This included drawing from a live model, something unheard of before, and playing piano in ensembles with professional musicians. Naturally, no good could come of this unconventional upbringing. When, a few years later, poor Mr. Chivers finally died in an asylum, his widow, draped in peculiar mourning clothes, once again packed up and left with Ellen, who had grown into a tall, thin girl with striking eyes. For some time, nothing more was heard of them. Then came news of Ellen's marriage to an immensely wealthy Polish nobleman of legendary status. She had met him at a ball in Paris, and he reportedly owned grand estates in Paris, Nice, and Florence, a yacht at Cowes, and vast hunting grounds in Transylvania. She vanished in a sort of dramatic, almost scandalous blaze of glory. When Medora returned to New York a few years later, subdued, impoverished, mourning a third husband, and searching for an even smaller house, people wondered why her wealthy niece hadn't helped her. Then came the news that Ellen's own marriage had ended disastrously, and she herself was returning home to seek peace and obscurity among her relatives. These thoughts ran through Newland Archer's mind a week later, as he watched Countess Olenska enter the van der Luyden drawing room on the evening of the significant dinner. The event was formal, and he wondered slightly nervously how she would handle it. She arrived rather late, one hand still ungloved as she fastened a bracelet around her wrist. Yet she entered the drawing room, where New York's most elite society was rather intimidatingly assembled, without any sign of haste or embarrassment. She paused in the middle of the room, looking around with a serious expression but smiling eyes. In that moment, Newland Archer completely rejected the common opinion about her looks. It was true her youthful radiance had faded. Her rosy cheeks were paler. She was thin, appeared worn, and looked slightly older than her actual age, which must have been close to 30. But she possessed the mysterious authority of beauty, a certainty in how she held her head, the movement of her eyes, that, without being theatrical, struck him as highly refined and consciously powerful. At the same time, her manner was simpler than most of the ladies present. Many people, as he later heard from Janie, were disappointed that her appearance wasn't more stylish, the quality New York valued most. Perhaps, Archer reflected, it was because her earlier liveliness had vanished, because she was so quiet, in her movements, her voice, and the low pitch of her speech. New York had expected something much more vibrant from a young woman with such a dramatic past. The dinner was a rather daunting affair. Dining with the van der Luydens was never a casual event, and dining there with a duke who was their cousin felt almost like a religious ceremony. Archer found it amusing that only an old New Yorker could truly appreciate the subtle difference, in New York's eyes, between being merely a duke and being the van der Luydens' duke. New York generally treated visiting noblemen calmly, sometimes even with a wary aloofness, except perhaps in Mrs. Struthers's circle. But when they came with credentials like these, they were welcomed with an old-fashioned warmth they would mistake if they attributed it solely to their rank in the British peerage directory, de Brézé. It was precisely for such subtle distinctions that the young man cherished his old New York, even while he gently mocked it. The van der Luydens had done everything possible to emphasize the occasion's importance. The Dulac Sèvres china and the Trevenna George II silver were displayed, along with the van der Luyden Lowestoft, East India Company porcelain, and the Dagonet Crown Derby china. Mrs. van der Luyden looked more than ever like a figure from a Cabanel painting. Mrs. Archer, wearing her grandmother's seed pearls and emeralds, reminded her son of an Isabey miniature portrait. All the ladies wore their finest jewelry, but characteristically for the house and the event, most pieces were set in rather heavy, old-fashioned styles. Old Miss Lanning, who had been persuaded to attend, even wore her mother's cameos and a Spanish lace shawl. Countess Olenska was the only young woman at the dinner. Yet, as Archer surveyed the smooth, plump elderly faces framed by diamond necklaces and towering ostrich feathers, they struck him as curiously immature compared to hers. It unnerved him to imagine what experiences must have shaped the look in her eyes. The Duke of St. Austrey, seated at his hostess's right, was naturally the evening's central figure. But while Countess Olenska was less flashy than anticipated, the Duke was almost unnoticeable. Being well-mannered, he hadn't shown up in a casual shooting jacket, unlike another recent ducal visitor. However, his evening suit was so shabby and ill-fitting, and he wore it with such an air of casualness that, combined with his slumped posture and vast beard spreading over his shirt front, he hardly looked formally dressed. He was short, round-shouldered, tanned, with a thick nose, small eyes, and a friendly smile. But he rarely spoke, and when he did, his voice was so low that, despite the frequent expectant silences around the table, his comments were lost on everyone except his immediate neighbors. After dinner, when the men rejoined the ladies, the Duke went straight to Countess Olenska. They sat down in a corner and immediately engaged in animated conversation. Neither seemed aware that the Duke should have first paid his respects to Mrs. Lovell Mingott and Mrs. Headley Chivers, nor that the Countess should have conversed with the amiable hypochondriac, Mr. Urban Dagonet of Washington Square. Mr. Dagonet had broken his strict rule of not dining out between January and April just for the pleasure of meeting her. The two chatted for nearly 20 minutes. Then the Countess rose, and walking alone across the spacious drawing-room, sat down beside Newland Archer. It was not customary in New York drawing-rooms for a lady to simply get up and leave one gentleman to seek out another. Etiquette demanded she wait, stationary as an idol, while the men wishing to speak with her took turns at her side. But the Countess seemed completely unaware of breaking any rule. She settled comfortably into a corner of the sofa next to Archer, and looked at him with the kindest eyes. "I want you to talk to me about May," she said. Instead of answering, he asked, "You knew the Duke before?" "Oh, yes. We used to see him every winter in Nice. He's very fond of gambling. He used to visit our house frequently." She said it simply, as if commenting, "He's fond of wildflowers." After a moment, she added candidly, "I think he's the dullest man I ever met." This pleased her companion so much that he forgot the slight shock her previous remark had caused. It was undeniably exciting to meet a lady who found the van der Luydens' Duke dull, and dared to say so. He longed to ask her more, to hear about the life her casual words hinted at, but he hesitated, fearing he might touch on painful memories. Before he could formulate a question, she returned to her original subject. "May is a darling. I haven't seen any young girl in New York as beautiful and intelligent. Are you very much in love with her?" Newland Archer blushed and laughed, as much as a man can be. She continued to study him thoughtfully, as if trying to capture every nuance of his meaning. "Do you think, then, there is a limit to being in love? If there is, I haven't found it." Her face glowed with sympathy. Ah, it's truly a romance then. The most romantic of romances. How delightful. And you discovered it all yourselves. It wasn't arranged for you at all? Archer looked at her, incredulous. Have you forgotten, he asked with a smile, that in our country, we don't allow our marriages to be arranged for us? A dark blush rose on her cheek, and he instantly regretted his words. Yes, she answered, I had forgotten. You must forgive me if I sometimes make these mistakes. I don't always remember that everything here is considered good that was considered bad where I've come from. She looked down at her Viennese fan made of eagle feathers, and he saw her lips tremble. I'm so sorry, he said impulsively. But you are among friends here, you know. Yes, I know. I feel that wherever I go. That's why I came home. I want to forget everything else, to become completely American again, like the Mingotts and Wellands, and you and your delightful mother, and all the other good people here tonight. Ah, here's May arriving, and you'll want to rush off to her, she added, but didn't move. Her eyes turned back from the door to rest on the young man's face. The drawing rooms were starting to fill with guests arriving after dinner. Following Madame Olenska's glance, Archer saw May Welland entering with her mother. In her white and silver dress, with a wreath of silver flowers in her hair, the tall girl looked like Diana, the huntress, just descended from the chase. Oh, said Archer, I have so many rivals. You see, she's already surrounded. There's the Duke being introduced. Then stay with me a little longer, Madame Olenska said in a low tone, lightly touching his knee with her feathered fan. It was the slightest touch, but it sent a thrill through him, like a caress. Yes, let me stay, he answered in the same low tone, barely aware of what he was saying. But just then, Mr. van der Luyden approached, followed by old Mr. Urban Dagonet. The Countess greeted them with her serious smile. Archer, feeling his host's subtle, warning glance, rose and gave up his seat. Madame Olenska extended her hand as if saying goodbye. Tomorrow, then, after 5, I shall expect you, she said, then turned back to make space for Mr. Dagonet. Tomorrow, Archer heard himself repeat, although they hadn't made any specific plans, and she hadn't hinted during their conversation that she wanted to see him again. As he moved away, he saw Lawrence Lifferts, tall and elegant, leading his wife up for an introduction. He heard Gertrude Lefferts say, beaming at the Countess with her large, unseeing smile, "But I think we used to attend dancing school together as children." Behind her, waiting their turn to introduce themselves, Archer noticed several of the resistant couples who had initially declined to meet her at Mrs. Lovell Mingott's dinner. As Mrs. Archer noted, when the van der Luydens chose to intervene, they certainly knew how to make a point. The only surprise was how rarely they chose to do so. The young man felt a touch on his arm and saw Mrs. van der Luyden looking down at him from the pure height of her black velvet and family diamonds. "It was good of you, dear Newland, to devote yourself so selflessly to Madame Olenska. I told your cousin Henry he really needed to come to the rescue." He realized he was smiling vaguely at her. She added, as if kindly acknowledging his natural shyness, "I've never seen May looking lovelier. The Duke thinks she's the most beautiful girl in the room." Chapter 9. The Countess Olenska had specified after 5. At half past the hour, Newland Archer rang the bell of the house with peeling stucco and a weak cast-iron balcony choked by a giant wisteria vine. She had rented this house, far down on West 23rd Street, from the nomadic Medora. It was certainly an unusual neighborhood to choose. Small dressmakers, taxidermists, and people who wrote were her closest neighbors. Further down the messy street, Archer recognized a run-down wooden house at the end of a paved path. A writer and journalist named Winsett, whom he encountered occasionally, had mentioned living there. Winsett didn't invite people over, but he had once pointed out the house to Archer during a late-night walk. Archer had shivered slightly then, wondering if intellectual pursuits were housed so poorly in other major cities. Madame Olenska's own house looked only slightly better due to a bit more paint around the window frames. As Archer surveyed its modest exterior, he thought to himself that the Polish count must have stripped her of her fortune along with her illusions. The young man had experienced an unsatisfying day. He'd had lunch with the Wellands, hoping afterward to take May for a walk in Central Park. He wanted time alone with her, to tell her how stunning she looked the previous night, how proud he was of her, and to urge her to move up their wedding date. But Mrs. Welland had firmly reminded him that their rounds of family visits were far from over. When he hinted at advancing the wedding, she raised reproachful eyebrows and sighed dramatically. 12 dozen of everything, hand-embroidered. Packed into the family carriage, they rolled from one relative's doorstep to another. When the afternoon's visits concluded, Archer parted from his fiancée feeling like he'd been exhibited like a cleverly trapped wild animal. He supposed his recent reading in anthropology made him view this simple, natural display of family solidarity so crudely, but remembering the Wellands didn't expect the wedding until next fall, and picturing his life until then dampened his spirits. "Tomorrow," Mrs. Welland called after him, "we'll visit the Chiverses and the Dallases." He realized she was systematically working through their two families alphabetically, and they were only in the early letters. He had intended to tell May about Countess Olenska's request, or rather command, for him to call on her that afternoon. But during their brief moments alone, he had more urgent things to discuss. Besides, mentioning it seemed slightly absurd. He knew May particularly wanted him to be kind to her cousin. Wasn't that desire the very reason their engagement announcement had been expedited? It felt strange to realize that, if not for the Countess's arrival, he might still be, if not a free man, at least less definitively committed. But May had wanted it this way, and he somehow felt relieved of further responsibility, and therefore free if he chose to visit her cousin without telling her. As he stood on Madame Olenska's doorstep, curiosity was his strongest emotion. He was puzzled by the tone she had used to summon him. He suspected she was less straightforward than she appeared. The door was opened by a dark-skinned, foreign-looking maid with a prominent bust beneath a colorful scarf. He vaguely guessed she might be Sicilian. She greeted him with a wide, toothy smile, but responded to his questions with incomprehensible headshakes. She led him through the narrow hall into a low-ceilinged, fire-lit drawing room. The room was empty. She left him there for a noticeable amount of time, making him wonder if she had gone to find her mistress, or if she hadn't understood his purpose and thought he was there to wind the clock. The only visible clock had stopped. He knew Southern Europeans often communicated through gestures, and felt embarrassed that her shrugs and smiles were so unintelligible. Eventually, she returned with a lamp. Archer, having pieced together a phrase from Dante and Petrarch, managed to elicit the response, "La signora è fuori, ma verrà subito," which he interpreted as, "She's out, but will be back soon." What he saw in the lamplight was a faded, shadowy charm of a room unlike any he had ever known. He knew Countess Olenska had brought some possessions with her, bits of wreckage, she called them. He assumed these were represented by a few small, slender, dark wood tables, a delicate little Greek bronze statue on the mantelpiece, and a piece of red damask fabric tacked onto the discolored wallpaper behind a couple of Italian-looking paintings in old frames. Newland Archer prided himself on his knowledge of Italian art. His youth had been filled with Ruskin's writings, and he had read all the latest books, John Addington Symonds, Vernon Lee's Euphorion, essays by P.G. Hamerton, and a marvelous new volume called The Renaissance by Walter Pater. He could talk easily about Botticelli, and spoke of Fra Angelico with slight condescension. But these pictures confused him. They were unlike anything he was used to seeing, and therefore able to recognize during his travels in Italy. Perhaps, too, his observational skills were dulled by the strangeness of being in this odd, empty house where apparently no one expected him. He regretted not telling May Welland about Countess Olenska's request and felt slightly uneasy imagining his fiancée finding him there. What would she think if she discovered him sitting alone in the dusk by a lady's fireside, implying an intimacy? But since he had come, he intended to wait. He sank into a chair and stretched his feet toward the logs burning in the fireplace. It was strange to summon him like that and then forget him, but Archer felt more curious than offended. The room's atmosphere was so different from any he'd ever experienced that his self-consciousness disappeared in a sense of adventure. He had been in drawing rooms with red damask walls and Italian school paintings before. What struck him was how Medora Manson's shabby rented house, with its dreary backdrop of pampas grass and plaster statuettes, had been transformed by a few skillful touches into something intimate, foreign, subtly evoking old romantic scenes and feelings. He tried to figure out the trick. Was it the arrangement of chairs and tables? The fact that only 2 Jacqueminot roses, when people usually bought at least a dozen, stood in the slender vase beside him? Or the faint, pervasive scent that wasn't perfume for handkerchiefs, but more like the aroma of a distant bazaar, a blend of Turkish coffee, ambergris, and dried roses? His mind drifted to wondering what May's drawing room would look like. He knew Mr. Welland, who was acting, quote, very generously, was already considering a newly built house on East 39th Street. The neighborhood was considered remote, and the house was constructed from a ghastly greenish-yellow stone that younger architects favored as a protest against the uniform brownstone coating New York like cold chocolate sauce. But the plumbing was perfect. Archer would have preferred to postpone the housing decision. However, although the Wellands approved of an extended European honeymoon, perhaps even a winter in Egypt, they insisted the returning couple needed a house immediately. The young man felt his fate was sealed. For the rest of his life, he would walk up the steps between the cast-iron railings of that greenish-yellow house every evening, pass through a Pompeian-style vestibule into a hall, paneled with varnished yellow wood. Beyond that, his imagination failed. He knew the drawing room above had a bay window, but couldn't picture how May would decorate it. She cheerfully accepted the purple satin and yellow tufted furniture of the Welland drawing room, its fake buhl tables, and glass cabinets filled with modern porcelain figures. He saw no reason to think she would want anything different in her own home. His only comfort was believing she would probably let him arrange his library as he wished, which would be, naturally, with authentic Eastlake furniture and plain new bookcases without glass doors. The full-bosomed maid came in, drew the curtains, pushed a log back in the fireplace, and said comfortingly, "Vera, Vera. She'll come, she'll come." After she left, Archer stood up and began pacing. Should he wait longer? His situation felt increasingly foolish. Perhaps he had misunderstood Madame Olenska. Maybe she hadn't invited him after all. Down the cobblestone street came the distinct sound of a horse's hooves. They stopped before the house. He heard a carriage door open. Parting the curtains, he looked out into the early evening darkness. A street lamp directly opposite illuminated the scene. He saw Julius Beaufort's compact English carriage, pulled by a large roan horse. The banker stepped out, then helped Madame Olenska descend. Beaufort stood, hat in hand, saying something his companion seemed to refuse. Then they shook hands, and he quickly got back into his carriage while she climbed the steps. When she entered the room, she showed no surprise at finding Archer there. Surprise seemed an emotion she rarely displayed. "How do you like my funny little house?" she asked. "To me, it's like heaven." As she spoke, she untied her small velvet bonnet and tossed it aside, along with her long cloak, standing to look at him with thoughtful eyes. "You've arranged it delightfully," he replied, aware of how flat the words sounded, yet trapped by convention in his intense desire to be both simple and impressive. "Oh, it's just a poor little place. My relatives despise it, but at least it's less gloomy than the Vanderloydens." Her words sent an electric shock through him. Few rebellious souls would dare call the Vanderloydens' stately home gloomy. Those privileged enough to enter usually shivered there and described it merely as handsome. But suddenly he was glad she had voiced the unspoken chill everyone felt. "It's delicious what you've done here," he repeated. "I like the little house," she admitted. "But I suppose what I truly like is the blessing of being here, in my own country and my own city, and then being alone in it." She spoke so softly he barely heard the last part, but in his awkwardness, he seized on it. "You enjoy being alone so much?" "Yes, as long as my friends prevent me from feeling lonely." She sat down near the fire, said, "Nastasia will bring tea soon," and gestured for him to return to his armchair, adding, "I see you've already chosen your favorite corner." Leaning back, she folded her arms behind her head and watched the fire under lowered eyelids. "This is the time of day I like best, don't you?" A proper sense of his own dignity made him answer, "I was afraid you'd forgotten the hour. Beaufort must have been very captivating." She looked amused. "Why, have you waited long?" "Mr. Beaufort took me to see several houses, since it seems I won't be allowed to stay in this one." She seemed to dismiss both Beaufort and himself from her thoughts, and continued, "I've never been in a city where there seems to be such prejudice against living in eccentric neighborhoods. What does it matter where one lives? I'm told this street is respectable." "It's not fashionable." "Fashionable? Do you all care so much about that? Why not create one's own fashions? But perhaps I've lived too independently. In any case, I want to do what you all do. I want to feel cared for and safe." He was touched, just as he had been the previous evening when she spoke of needing guidance. "That's what your friends want for you. New York is an incredibly safe place," he added with a touch of sarcasm. "Yes, isn't it? One feels that," she cried, missing his irony. "Being here is like being taken on a holiday after being a good little girl, and finishing all one's lessons. The comparison was well-intentioned but didn't entirely please him. He didn't mind being critical of New York himself, but disliked hearing others adopt the same tone. He wondered if she truly understood what a powerful force this society was, and how close it had come to crushing her. The Lovell Mingott's dinner, hastily assembled from social leftovers, should have shown her how narrowly she had escaped disaster. But either she had been completely unaware of the danger, or the triumph of the van der Luyden evening had erased it from her memory. Archer leaned toward the first explanation. He suspected her understanding of New York was still completely undeveloped, and this thought annoyed him. "Last night," he said, "New York put on a show for you. The van der Luydens never do things by halves." "No, how kind they are. It was such a lovely party. Everyone seems to hold them in such high esteem." Her words felt inadequate. She might have described a tea party at the dear old Miss Lanning's in the same way. "The van der Luydens," Archer said, feeling pompous as he spoke, "are the most powerful influence in New York society. Unfortunately, due to her health, they entertain very rarely." She unclasped her hands from behind her head and looked at him thoughtfully. "Isn't that perhaps the reason?" "The reason?" "For their great influence, that they make themselves so scarce." He flushed slightly, stared at her, and suddenly grasped the sharpness of her observation. With one comment, she had punctured the van der Luydens' mystique, and they deflated. He laughed, and sacrificed them willingly. Nastasia brought the tea service, featuring handleless Japanese cups and small covered dishes, placing the tray on a low table. "But you'll explain these things to me. You'll tell me everything I need to know," Madame Olenska continued, leaning forward to hand him his cup. "It's you who are telling me, opening my eyes to things I'd looked at for so long I'd stopped truly seeing them." She detached a small gold cigarette case from one of her bracelets, offered it to him, and took a cigarette herself. Long paper spills for lighting them rested on the mantelpiece. "Ah, then we can both help each other. But I need help so much more. You must tell me exactly what to do." He was about to reply, "Don't be seen driving around town with Beaufort," but he was being drawn too deeply into the room's atmosphere, which was distinctly hers. Giving that kind of advice would feel like telling someone bargaining for rare perfume in Samarkand that they should always pack snow boots for a New York winter. New York seemed much farther away than Samarkand. If they were truly going to help each other, she was perhaps providing the first mutual service by making him see his native city objectively. Viewed this way, as if through the wrong end of a telescope, it looked disturbingly small and distant, but then, from Samarkand, it naturally would. A flame shot up from the logs, and she leaned over the fire, stretching her thin hands so close that a faint glow surrounded her oval nails. The light turned the stray rings of dark hair escaping her braids to a russet color and made her pale face seem even paler. "There are plenty of people eager to tell you what to do," Archer replied, feeling vaguely envious of them. "Oh, all my aunts? And my dear old granny?" She considered the idea impartially. "They're all a little annoyed with me for setting up my own household. Poor Granny especially. She wanted me to stay with her, but I had to be free." He was impressed by this casual way of speaking about the formidable Catherine Mingot, and moved by imagining what must have driven Madame Olenska's thirst for even the loneliest kind of freedom. But the thought of Beaufort gnawed at him. "I think I understand how you feel," he said. "Still, your family can advise you, explain the differences, show you the way." She lifted her thin black eyebrows. "Is New York such a maze? I thought it was so straightforward, like Fifth Avenue, and with all the cross streets numbered." She seemed to sense his faint disapproval and added, with the rare smile that lit up her whole face, "If you only knew how I like it for exactly that. The straightforwardness and the big, honest labels on everything." He saw his opportunity. "Everything might be labeled, but not everyone is. Perhaps. I might be oversimplifying, but you'll warn me if I do." She turned from the fire to look at him. "There are only two people here who make me feel they understand what I mean and could explain things to me. You and Mr. Beaufort." Archer winced at the pairing of their names. Then, quickly adjusting his perspective, he understood, sympathized, and felt pity. She must have lived so close to corruption that she still felt more comfortable in its presence. But since she felt he understood her too, his task would be to make her see Beaufort for who he really was, with all his negative associations, and despise it. He answered gently, "I understand. But just at first, don't let go of your older friends' hands. I mean the older women, your Granny Mingot, Mrs. Welland, Mrs. van der Luyden. They like and admire you. They want to help you." She shook her head and sighed. "Oh, I know. But only if they don't hear anything unpleasant. Aunt Welland used those exact words when I tried. Does no one want to know the truth here, Mr. Archer? The real loneliness is living among all these kind people who only ask you to pretend. She lifted her hands to her face, and he saw her thin shoulders shake with a sob. Madame Olenska. Oh, don't, Ellen, he cried, jumping up and bending over her. He pulled down one of her hands, clasping and rubbing it gently like a child's, while murmuring reassuring words. But, in a moment, she pulled free and looked up at him, her lashes wet. Does no one cry here either? I suppose there's no need to, in heaven, she said, straightening her loosened braids with a laugh and bending over the tea kettle. The fact that he had called her Ellen twice burned into his consciousness, and that she hadn't seemed to notice. Far away, through the inverted telescope of his mind, he saw the faint white figure of May Welland in New York. Suddenly, Nastasia popped her head in to say something in her rich Italian. Madame Olenska, again adjusting her hair, uttered an exclamation of agreement, a quick "Gia Gia," and the Duke of St. Austria entered, escorting a formidable lady with a huge black wig, red plumes, and overflowing furs. My dear Countess, I've brought an old friend of mine to see you, Mrs. Struthers. She wasn't invited to the party last night, and she wants to meet you. The Duke beamed at the group, and Madame Olenska moved forward with a welcoming murmur toward the peculiar pair. She seemed completely unaware of how oddly matched they were, or what a social liberty the Duke had taken in bringing his companion. And, to be fair, Archer realized, the Duke seemed equally oblivious. Of course I want to meet you, my dear, cried Mrs. Struthers in a loud, rolling voice that matched her bold feathers and artificial wig. I want to meet everybody who's young and interesting and charming. And the Duke tells me you like music. Didn't you, Duke? You're a pianist yourself, I believe. Well, do you want to hear Sarasate play tomorrow evening at my house? You know I have something happening every Sunday evening. It's the day when New York doesn't know what to do with itself, so I tell it, come and be entertained. And the Duke thought you'd be tempted by Sarasate. You'll find many of your friends there. Madame Olenska's face lit up with pleasure. How kind! How thoughtful of the Duke to think of me. She pushed a chair toward the tea table, and Mrs. Struthers sank into it delightedly. Of course, I would be absolutely delighted to come. That's settled, my dear. And bring your young gentleman with you. Mrs. Struthers extended a hearty hand toward Archer. I can't recall your name, but I'm sure I've met you. I've met everyone, here or in Paris or London. Aren't you in diplomacy? All the diplomats come to my parties. You like music too? Duke, you must be sure to bring him. The Duke mumbled, rather, from the depths of his beard. Archer withdrew with a stiff, circular bow that made him feel as awkward as a self-conscious schoolboy among careless, unobservant adults. He wasn't sorry his visit ended this way. He only wished it had happened sooner and spared him some wasted emotion. As he stepped out into the wintry night, New York once again felt vast and immediate, and May Welland seemed the loveliest woman in it. He stopped at his florist to send her the daily box of lilies of the valley, realizing with embarrassment that he had forgotten that morning. As he wrote a brief note on his card and waited for an envelope, he glanced around the flower-filled shop. His eye caught a cluster of yellow roses. He had never seen any quite so golden before. His first impulse was to send them to May instead of the lilies. But they didn't seem like her. There was something too rich, too intense in their fiery beauty. In a sudden shift of mood, almost without thinking, he instructed the florist to place the roses in another long box. He slipped his card into a second envelope and wrote Countess Olenska's name on it. Then, just as he was turning away, he pulled the card back out, leaving the empty envelope on the box. "They'll go immediately?" he asked, pointing to the roses. The florist assured him they would. Chapter 10. The next day, after lunch, he convinced May to escape for a walk in Central Park. Following old-fashioned Episcopalian New York custom, she usually went with her parents to church on Sunday afternoons. However, Mrs. Welland excused her absence, having successfully persuaded her, that very morning, of the need for a long engagement to allow time for preparing a hand-embroidered trousseau with the required number of dozens of everything. The day was perfect. The bare branches of the trees along the mall formed arches against the sky the color of lapis lazuli, curving over snow that sparkled like crushed crystal. The weather brought out May's natural radiance, She glowed like a young maple tree in autumn frost. Archer felt proud of the admiring glances she received, and the simple joy of possessing her temporarily eased his underlying anxieties. "It's so wonderful, waking up every morning to the smell of lilies of the valley in my room," she said. "Yesterday they arrived late. I didn't have time in the morning, but the fact that you remember to send them each day makes me love them so much more than if you'd just placed a standing order. And they arrived precisely on time every morning, like a music teacher, as I know Gertrude Lefferts's did, for example, when she and Lawrence were engaged." "Ah, they would," Archer laughed, amused by her sharp observation. He glanced sideways at her smooth, rosy cheek, and felt wealthy and secure enough to add, "When I sent your lilies yesterday afternoon, I saw some rather stunning yellow roses and sent them off to Madame Olenska. Was that all right?" "How thoughtful of you. Anything like that delights her. It's strange she didn't mention it. She had lunch with us today and talked about Mr. Beaufort sending her wonderful orchids and Cousin Henry Vanderluyden sending a whole basket of carnations from Skuytercliff. She seems so surprised to receive flowers. Don't people send them in Europe? She thinks it's such a lovely custom." "Oh, well, no wonder mine were overshadowed by Beaufort's," Archer said irritably. Then he remembered he hadn't included a card with the roses and felt annoyed for having mentioned them. He wanted to say, "I called on your cousin yesterday," but hesitated. If Madame Olenska hadn't mentioned his visit, it might seem awkward for him to bring it up. Yet, not mentioning it gave the encounter an air of secrecy he disliked. To dismiss the thought, he started talking about their own plans, their future, and Mrs. Welland's insistence on a long engagement. "If you call it long! Isabel Chivers and Reggie were engaged for 2 years, Grace and Thorley for nearly a year and a half. Why aren't we perfectly fine as we are?" It was the traditional response of a young maiden, and he felt ashamed for finding it remarkably childish. No doubt she was simply repeating what was expected of her. But she was approaching her 22nd birthday, and he wondered at what age nice women began to express their own thoughts. "Never if we don't let them, I suppose," he mused, recalling his own impassioned outburst to Mr. Sillerton Jackson. "Women ought to be as free as we are." Soon, it would be his responsibility to remove the metaphorical blindfold from this young woman's eyes and encourage her to look at the world. But how many generations of women who contributed to her upbringing had gone to their family tombs, still blindfolded? He shivered slightly, remembering some of the new ideas in his science books, like the often-cited example of the Kentucky cavefish that stopped developing eyes because it had no use for them. What if, when he urged May Welland to open hers, they could only stare blankly at emptiness? "We could be much better off. We could be completely together. We could travel." Her face lit up. "That would be lovely," she admitted. She would love to travel. But her mother wouldn't understand their desire to do things so differently. As if simply being different wasn't reason enough, the suitor insisted. "Newland, you're so original," she exclaimed happily. His heart sank. He realized he was saying exactly what young men in his situation were expected to say, and she was giving the replies that instinct and tradition dictated, even calling him original. Original. We're all as alike as paper dolls cut from the same folded sheet. We're like patterns stenciled on a wall. Can't you and I break away, May?" He had stopped walking and faced her in the heat of their discussion. Her eyes rested on him with bright, clear admiration. "Goodness, shall we elope?" She laughed. "If you would. You do love me, Newland. I'm so happy." But then, why not be happier? "We can't behave like people in novels, though, can we?" "Why not? Why not? Why not?" She looked slightly bored by his persistence. She knew perfectly well they couldn't, but finding a reason was tiresome. "I'm not clever enough to argue with you. But that sort of thing is rather vulgar, isn't it?" she suggested, relieved to have found a word that would surely end the topic. "Are you so afraid, then, of being vulgar?" She was clearly taken aback by this. "Of course I would hate it, so would you," she retorted, a bit irritably. He stood silently, tapping his walking stick nervously against his boot. Feeling she had indeed found the right way to close the discussion, she continued lightheartedly. "Oh, did I tell you I showed Ellen my ring? She thinks it's the most beautiful setting she's ever seen. There's nothing like it on the Rue de la Paix in Paris," she said. "I do love you, Newland, for being so artistic." The following afternoon, Archer sat smoking gloomily in his study before dinner when Janie wandered in. He hadn't stopped at his club on the way home from the office, where he practiced law in the relaxed manner typical of wealthy New Yorkers of his class. He felt dispirited and slightly irritable, plagued by a haunting dread of doing the same thing every day at the same hour. Sameness, sameness, he muttered, the word repeating in his head like an annoying tune as he pictured the familiar top-hatted figures lounging behind the club's plate-glass windows. Because he usually stopped there at that hour, he had gone home instead. He knew not only what they'd be discussing, but also the opinions each man would express. The Duke, naturally, would be the main topic, although the appearance on Fifth Avenue of a golden-haired lady in a small canary-yellow carriage pulled by black horses, generally attributed to Beaufort, would also undoubtedly be thoroughly analyzed. Such women, as they were called, were rare in New York, and those driving their own carriages even rarer. Miss Fanny Ring's appearance on Fifth Avenue during the fashionable hour had deeply disturbed society. Just the day before, her carriage had passed Mrs. Lovell Mingott's, prompting the latter to immediately ring for her coachman and order him home. What if it had happened to Mrs. van der Luyden? People whispered to each other with a shudder. Archer could almost hear Lawrence Lefferts, at that very moment, lecturing on the decline of society. He looked up irritably when his sister Janey entered, then quickly bent over his book, Swinburne's newly published Chastelard, as if he hadn't seen her. She glanced at the writing table piled high with books, opened a volume of Contes Drolatiques, made a face at the old-fashioned French, and sighed. "What scholarly things you read." "Well," he asked, as she hovered ominously before him like Cassandra. "Mother's very angry." "Angry? With whom? About what?" "Miss Sophie Jackson was just here. She brought news that her brother would stop by after dinner. She couldn't say much because he forbade her to. He wants to give all the details himself. He's with Cousin Louisa van der Luyden right now. For heaven's sake, my dear girl, start over. It would take a mind reader to know what you're talking about. This isn't a time to be disrespectful, Newland. Mother feels badly enough about you not attending church." With a groan, he buried himself back in his book. "Newland, please listen. Your friend, Madame Olenska, was at Mrs. Lemuel Struthers's party last night. She went there with the Duke and Mr. Beaufort." At the final part of this announcement, senseless anger surged in the young man's chest. To suppress it, he laughed. "Well, what about it? I knew she planned to go." Janey turned pale, her eyes bulging slightly. "You knew she planned to, and you didn't try to stop her? To warn her?" "Stop her? Warn her?" He laughed again. "I'm not engaged to marry Countess Olenska." The words sounded bizarre even to him. "You're marrying into her family." "Oh, family, family," he scoffed. "Newland, don't you care about family? Not one bit. Nor about what Cousin Louisa van der Luyden will think. Not half of one, if she thinks such old-fashioned nonsense." "Mother is not an old maid," his unmarried sister said with pinched lips. He felt like shouting back, "Yes, she is, and so are the van der Luydens, and so are we all, when it comes to even being slightly touched by reality." But he saw her long, gentle face starting to crumple into tears, and felt ashamed of the needless pain he was causing. "Forget Countess Olenska. Don't be silly, Janey. I'm not responsible for her." "No, but you did ask the Wellands to announce your engagement early so we could all support her. If it hadn't been for that, Cousin Louisa would never have invited her to the dinner for the Duke." "Well, what harm was there in inviting her? She was the best-looking woman in the room. She made the dinner slightly less depressing than the usual van der Luyden gathering. You know Cousin Henry asked her to please you. He persuaded Cousin Louisa, and now they're so upset they're returning to Skuytercliff tomorrow. I think, Newland, you should come downstairs. You don't seem to grasp how Mother feels." In the drawing room, Newland found his mother. She looked up from her needlework with a troubled expression. "Has Janey told you?" "Yes." He tried to keep his tone as calm as hers. "But I can't take it very seriously. Not the fact of having offended Cousin Louisa and Cousin Henry. The fact that they can be offended by something as trivial as Countess Olenska going to the house of a woman they consider common. Consider. Well, who is common, but who has good music and entertains people on Sunday evenings when all of New York is dying of boredom? Good music? All I know is, there was a woman who climbed onto a table and sang the kind of songs performed at those places you frequent in Paris. There was smoking and champagne. Well, that sort of thing happens elsewhere, and the world continues spinning. I don't suppose, dear, you're actually defending the French way of spending Sunday? I've often heard you complain about the English Sunday when we've been in London, Mother. New York is neither Paris nor London. "Oh, no, it's not," her son groaned. "You mean, I suppose, that society here isn't as exciting? You're right, perhaps. But we belong here, and people should respect our ways when they join us. Especially Ellen Olenska. She returned to escape the kind of life people lead in those exciting societies." Newland didn't reply. After a moment, his mother ventured, "I was going to put on my bonnet and ask you to take me to see Cousin Louisa for a moment before dinner." He frowned, and she continued, "I thought you might explain to her what you just said, that society abroad is different, that people aren't as strict, and that Madame Olenska might not have realized how we feel about such things. It would be, you know, dear," she added with innocent cleverness, "in Madame Olenska's best interest if you did. Dearest mother, I really don't see how we're involved in this. The Duke took Madame Olenska to Mrs. Struthers. In fact, he brought Mrs. Struthers to call on her. I was there when they arrived. If the van der Luydens want to quarrel with someone, the real culprit is under their own roof." "Quarrel? Newland, have you ever known Cousin Henry to quarrel? Besides, the Duke is his guest, and a foreigner too. Foreigners don't understand our distinctions. How could they? Countess Olenska is a New Yorker, and should have respected New York sensibilities." "Well then, if they need a victim, you have my permission to throw Madame Olenska to them," cried her son, exasperated. "I don't see myself, or you either, sacrificing ourselves to atone for her supposed crimes." "Oh, of course you only see the Mingott perspective," his mother answered, her voice tinged with the sensitivity that was her closest approach to anger. The somber butler pulled back the drawing-room curtains and announced, "Mr. Henry van der Luyden." Mrs. Archer dropped her needlework and pushed her chair back with an agitated hand. "Another lamp," she called to the retreating servant, while Janey leaned over to adjust her mother's cap. Mr. van der Luyden's figure appeared in the doorway, and Newland Archer stepped forward to greet his cousin. "We were just talking about you, sir," he said. Mr. van der Luyden seemed taken aback by the announcement. He removed his glove to shake hands with the ladies, and smoothed his tall hat shyly. Janey pushed an armchair forward, and Archer continued, "And about Countess Olenska." Mrs. Archer turned pale. "Ah, a charming woman. I have just been to see her," said Mr. van der Luyden, his brow relaxing into complacency. He sank into the chair, placed his hat and gloves on the floor beside him in the old-fashioned manner, and went on. "She has a real talent for arranging flowers. I had sent her a few carnations from Skuytercliff, and I was astonished. Instead of grouping them in large bunches like our head gardener does, she had scattered them loosely, here and there. I can't quite describe it. The Duke had mentioned it. He said, 'Go see how cleverly she's arranged her drawing-room,' and she has. I would genuinely like to take Louisa to see her, if the neighborhood weren't so unpleasant." A dead silence followed this unusually long speech from Mr. van der Luyden. Mrs. Archer retrieved her embroidery from the basket where she had nervously tossed it. Newland, leaning against the fireplace and twisting a hummingbird feather screen, saw Janey's astonished face illuminated by the arrival of the second lamp. "The fact is," Mr. van der Luyden continued, stroking his long gray leg with a pale hand weighted by the large Bertroon family signet ring, "the fact is, I stopped by to thank her for the very nice note she wrote about my flowers. And also, but this is strictly between ourselves, of course, to give her a friendly warning about letting the Duke take her to parties with him." "I don't know if you've heard," Mrs. Archer managed an indulgent smile. "Has the Duke been taking her to parties? You know what these English aristocrats are like. They're all the same. Louisa and I are very fond of our cousin, but it's hopeless to expect people accustomed to European courts to concern themselves with our simple republican distinctions. The Duke goes where he finds amusement." Mr. van der Luyden paused, but no one spoke. "Yes. It seems he took her with him last night to Mrs. Lemuel Struthers. Sillerton Jackson just came to us with a foolish story, and Louisa was rather upset. So I thought the most direct approach was to go straight to Countess Olenska and explain, just a subtle hint, you know, how we feel in New York about certain things. I felt I could without being indelicate, because the evening she dined with us, she rather indicated that she would appreciate guidance. And she was." Mr. van der Luyden looked around the room with what would have been self-satisfaction, on features less purified of common emotions. On his face, it appeared as mild benevolence, which Mrs. Archer's expression dutifully mirrored. "How kind you both always are, dear Henry. Newland will particularly appreciate what you have done, because of dear May and his new family connections." She shot a warning glance at her son, who said, "Immensely, sir. But I was sure you'd like Madame Olenska." Mr. van der Luyden looked at him with extreme gentleness. "I never invite anyone to my house, my dear Newland," he said, "whom I do not like. And I have just told Sillerton Jackson that." Glancing at the clock, he rose and added, "But Louisa will be waiting. We are dining early to take the Duke to the opera." After the heavy curtains solemnly closed behind their visitor, silence fell upon the Archer family. "Goodness, how romantic!" Janie finally burst out explosively. No one ever knew exactly what prompted her brief comments, and her family had long given up trying to decipher them. Mrs. Archer shook her head with a sigh. "Provided it all turns out for the best," she said, in the tone of someone certain it would not. "Newland, you must stay and see Sillerton Jackson when he comes this evening. I truly won't know what to say to him." "Poor mother, but he won't come," her son laughed, stooping to kiss her worried frown away. Chapter 11. About 2 weeks later, Newland Archer was sitting idly and distractedly in his private office at Letterblair, Lamson & Lowe, attorneys at law, when he was called in by the head of the firm. Old Mr. Letterblair, the trusted legal advisor to 3 generations of New York's elite, sat enthroned behind his mahogany desk, clearly perplexed. As he stroked his neatly trimmed white sideburns and ran a hand through the messy gray hair above his prominent brow, his irreverent junior partner thought he looked much like a family doctor frustrated by a patient whose symptoms defied classification. "My dear sir," he always addressed Archer formally as sir, "I have asked you here to discuss a small matter, a matter which, for now, I prefer not to mention to either Mr. Skipworth or Mr. Redwood." The men he referred to were the other senior partners. As was common with long-established New York law firms, all the partners listed on the letterhead were long deceased. Mr. Letterblair, professionally speaking, was effectively his own grandson. He leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed. "For family reasons," he continued. Archer looked up expectantly. "The Mingott family," Mr. Letterblair clarified with an understanding smile and nod. "Mrs. Manson Mingott contacted me yesterday. Her granddaughter, Countess Olenska, wishes to sue her husband for divorce. Certain documents have been given to me." He paused, drumming his fingers on the desk. "Given your upcoming marriage into the family, I wanted to consult you, to review the case with you, before taking any further action." Archer felt the blood pound in his temples. He had seen Countess Olenska only once since his visit to her house, and that was at the opera, in the Mingott box. In the meantime, she had become a less vivid, less demanding image in his mind, fading into the background, as May Welland rightfully reclaimed her central position. He hadn't heard talk of her divorce since Janie's initial casual mention, and had dismissed it as baseless gossip. In theory, the idea of divorce was almost as unpleasant to him as it was to his mother. He was annoyed that Mr. Letterblair, likely prompted by old Catherine Mingott, was clearly trying to involve him in the affair. After all, there were plenty of Mingott men available for such tasks, and he wasn't even officially part of the family yet. He waited for the senior partner to continue. Mr. Letterblair unlocked a drawer and took out a packet of papers. "If you would just glance over these." Archer frowned. "I beg your pardon, sir, but precisely because of the upcoming relationship, I would prefer you consult Mr. Skipworth or Mr. Redwood." Mr. Letterblair looked surprised and slightly offended. It was unusual for a junior partner to refuse such an opportunity. He bowed stiffly. "I respect your hesitation, sir, but in this instance, I believe true sensitivity requires you to do as I ask. Indeed, the suggestion came not from me, but from Mrs. Manson Mingott and her son. I have spoken with Lovell Mingott and also with Mr. Welland. They all specifically named you." Archer felt his temper rising. He had been passively drifting along with events for the past couple of weeks, allowing May's fair beauty and bright nature to overshadow the rather persistent demands of the Mingott family connection. But this command from old Mrs. Mingott sharply reminded him of what the clan felt entitled to expect from a prospective son-in-law, and he bristled at the assigned role. "Her uncles should handle this," he said firmly. "They have. The matter has been discussed within the family. They oppose the Countess's plan, but she is determined and insists on getting a legal opinion." The young man remained silent, not opening the packet in his hand. "Does she want to marry again?" "That has been suggested, I believe, but she denies it." "Then, will you oblige me, Mr. Archer, by first looking through these papers? Afterward, when we have discussed the case, I will give you my opinion." Archer reluctantly retreated with the unwelcome documents. Since their last meeting, he had half-consciously cooperated with circumstances to distance himself from the burden of Madame Olenska. His hour alone with her by the fire had created a brief intimacy, which the Duke of St. Austrey's intrusion with Mrs. Lemuel Struthers and the Countess's cheerful welcome to them had somewhat conveniently disrupted. 2 days later, Archer had witnessed the spectacle of her reinstatement into the van der Luydens' good graces. He had told himself, with a touch of bitterness, that a lady who knew how to effectively thank powerful elderly gentlemen for a bouquet of flowers hardly needed the private comfort or public defense of a young man like himself. Seeing things this way simplified his own situation and surprisingly polished the appeal of quiet domestic virtues. He couldn't imagine May Welland, in any conceivable crisis, parading her private troubles and sharing her confidences with strange men. She had never seemed finer or more lovely to him than in the week that followed. He had even agreed to her wish for a long engagement, since she had offered the one irresistible response to his plea for haste. "You know, when it really matters, your parents have always let you have your way, ever since you were a little girl," he had argued. She had answered, looking at him clearly, "Yes, and that's what makes it so hard to refuse the very last thing they'll ever ask of me as their little girl." That was the authentic old New York sentiment. That was the kind of response he wanted always to be sure his wife would give. If one had habitually breathed the New York air, there were times when anything less pure felt suffocating. The papers he took back to his office didn't reveal much factual information, but they plunged him into an atmosphere that made him feel choked and disgusted. It mainly consisted of letters exchanged between Count Olenski's lawyers and a French law firm the Countess had consulted regarding her financial situation. There was also a short letter from the Count to his wife. After reading it, Newland Archer stood up, shoved the papers back into their envelope, and re-entered Mr. Letterblair's office. "Here are the letters, sir." "If you wish, I'll see Madame Olenska," he said in a strained voice. Thank you, Mr. Archer. Come and dine with me tonight if you're free, and we'll discuss the matter afterward, in case you wish to call on our client tomorrow." Newland Archer walked straight home again that afternoon. It was a winter evening of crystal clarity, with a pale young moon hanging above the rooftops. He wanted to fill his soul with that pure radiance, and avoid speaking to anyone until he and Mr. Letterblair were privately closeted together after dinner. He couldn't have decided otherwise. He had to see Madame Olenska himself rather than allow her secrets to be exposed to others. A great wave of compassion had washed away his indifference and impatience. She now appeared to him as an exposed, pitiful figure, needing to be saved at all costs from further harming herself in her desperate struggles against fate. He remembered what she had told him about Mrs. Welland's request to be spared anything unpleasant in her history. He winced, thinking perhaps this very attitude was what kept the New York air seeming so pure. Are we really just hypocrites after all? He wondered, struggling to reconcile his instinctive revulsion at human wickedness with his equally instinctive pity for human weakness. For the first time, he realized how simplistic his own principles had always been. He was known as a young man unafraid of risks, and he knew his secret affair with poor, silly Mrs. Thorley Rushworth hadn't been entirely secret, lending him a suitable air of adventure. But Mrs. Rushworth was that kind of woman, foolish, vain, naturally secretive, and far more drawn to the secrecy and danger of the affair than to any charms or qualities he possessed. When this realization dawned on him, it nearly broke his heart, but now it seemed the affair's redeeming feature. In short, it had been the kind of experience most young men his age went through, emerging with clear consciences and an unshaken belief in the vast difference between women one loved and respected and those one merely enjoyed and pitied. Their mothers, aunts, and other elderly female relatives actively supported this view. They all shared Mrs. Archer's belief that when such things happened, it was undoubtedly foolish of the man, but somehow always criminal of the woman. All the elderly ladies Archer knew saw any woman who loved unwisely as necessarily unscrupulous and manipulative, and simple-minded man as helpless in her grasp. The only solution was to persuade him, as early as possible, to marry a nice girl, and then trust her to manage him. In the complex old European societies, Archer began to suspect, love-related problems might be less simple and less easily categorized. Wealthy, idle, and ornamental societies must surely produce many more such situations. There might even be cases where a naturally sensitive and reserved woman could, due to circumstances, sheer vulnerability, and loneliness, be drawn into a relationship inexcusable by conventional standards. Upon reaching home, he wrote a brief note to Countess Olenska, asking when she could see him the next day. He sent it via messenger boy, who soon returned with a reply. She was going to Skuytercliff the next morning to stay through Sunday with the Vanderlydens, but he would find her alone that evening after dinner. The note was written on a rather messy half-sheet of paper, without date or address, but her handwriting was firm and clear. He was amused by the thought of her spending the weekend in the stately isolation of Skuytercliff, but immediately realized that there, more than anywhere else, she would feel the chill of minds rigidly turned away from anything unpleasant. He arrived at Mr. Letterblair's punctually at 7, glad for the excuse to leave soon after dinner. He had formed his own opinion based on the papers given to him, and didn't particularly want to delve into the matter further with his senior partner. Mr. Letterblair was a widower, and they dined alone slowly and plentifully in a dark, shabby room, hung with yellowed prints of The Death of Chatham and The Coronation of Napoleon. On the sideboard, between fluted Sheraton knife boxes, stood a decanter of Haut-Brion wine and another of the old Lanning port, a gift from a client. The irresponsible Tom Lanning had sold off this port a year or two before his mysterious and disreputable death in San Francisco, an event less publicly embarrassing to the family than the sale of the wine cellar itself. After a smooth oyster soup came shad fish with cucumbers, then a young broiled turkey with corn fritters, followed by canvasback duck with currant jelly and celery mayonnaise. Mr. Letterblair, who typically lunched on just a sandwich and tea, dined deliberately and heartily, insisting his guests do the same. Finally, when the lengthy meal concluded, the tablecloth was removed, cigars were lit, and Mr. Letterblair, leaning back comfortably in his chair and pushing the port decanter westward, said, warming his back pleasantly by the coal fire, "The entire family is against a divorce, and I believe they are right." Archer instantly felt himself taking the opposite side. "But why, sir? If there ever was a justifiable case, well, what's the point? She's here. He's there. The Atlantic Ocean lies between them. She'll never recover $1 more of her money than what he has voluntarily returned. Their damned foreign marriage contracts make sure of that. By European standards, Olenska has acted generously. He could have thrown her out penniless." The young man knew this was true and remained silent. "I understand, though," Mr. Letterblair continued, "that she doesn't care about the money. Therefore, as the family says, why not leave things as they are?" Archer had arrived at the house an hour earlier, fully agreeing with Mr. Letterblair's assessment. But hearing it articulated by this selfish, well-fed, and supremely indifferent old man, it suddenly sounded like the hypocritical voice of a society solely focused on protecting itself from anything unpleasant. "I think that's for her to decide. Have you considered the consequences if she decides in favor of divorce?" "You mean the threat in her husband's letter? What real weight would that carry? It's just the vague accusation of an angry scoundrel." "Yes, but it could generate some unpleasant talk if he actually contests the lawsuit." "Unpleasant!" Archer exclaimed explosively. Mr. Letterblair looked at him from under questioning eyebrows. The young man, realizing the futility of trying to explain his thoughts, bowed in agreement while his senior continued. "Divorce is always unpleasant." "You agree with me?" Mr. Letterblair asked after a moment of silence. "Naturally," Archer said. "Well then, I may count on you, the Mingotts may count on you, to use your influence against the idea?" Archer hesitated. "I can't commit myself until I've seen Countess Olenska," he finally said. "Mr. Archer, I don't understand you. Do you want to marry into a family with a scandalous divorce suit hanging over it? I don't think that has anything to do with the case." Mr. Letterblair put down his glass of port and fixed his young partner with a cautious, apprehensive look. Archer understood he risked having his task taken away, and for some unclear reason, he disliked that possibility. Now that the responsibility had been given to him, he didn't intend to give it up. To prevent that, he saw he needed to reassure the unimaginative old man who served as the Mingott family's legal conscience. "You can be sure, sir, that I won't commit to anything until I've reported back to you. What I meant was that I'd prefer not to give an opinion until I've heard what Madame Olenska has to say." Mr. Letterblair nodded approvingly at this display of caution, typical of the best New York tradition. The young man, glancing at his watch, claimed a prior engagement and took his leave. Chapter 12. Old-fashioned New York society dined at 7, and the practice of making calls after dinner, although mocked in Archer's circle, was still widely followed. As the young man strolled up Fifth Avenue from Waverly Place, the long street was mostly deserted, except for a cluster of carriages outside the Reggie Chivers's house, where a dinner party for the Duke was underway, and the occasional figure of an elderly gentleman in a heavy overcoat and muffler climbing brownstone steps and disappearing into a gas-lit entryway. Crossing Washington Square, Archer noted old Mr. Dulac calling on his cousins, the Dagonets. Turning down West 10th Street, he saw Mr. Skipworth from his own law firm, clearly heading for a visit with the Miss Lannings. A bit further up Fifth Avenue, Beaufort appeared on his doorstep, a dark silhouette against the bright light from inside. He descended to his private carriage and rolled away towards some mysterious, likely scandalous destination. It wasn't an opera night, and no major parties were happening, so Beaufort's outing was undoubtedly secret. Archer mentally linked it to a small house beyond Lexington Avenue, where ribboned window curtains and flower boxes had recently appeared. The canary-yellow carriage belonging to Miss Fanny Ring was often seen waiting before its newly painted door. Beyond the small, exclusive pyramid that defined Mrs. Archer's world lay the largely uncharted territory inhabited by artists, musicians, and people who wrote. These scattered individuals had never shown much interest in integrating into the main social structure. Despite their unconventional ways, they were generally considered respectable, but they preferred keeping to themselves. Medora Manson, during her more prosperous times, had attempted to establish a, quote, literary salon, but it quickly faded due to the reluctance of literary figures to attend. Others had tried similar ventures. There was the Blenker household, an intense, talkative mother and 3 rather untidy daughters who mimicked her, where one might encounter figures like Edwin Booth, the singer Patty, the critic William Winter, the new Shakespearean actor George Rignold, and various magazine editors and critics. Mrs. Archer and her circle felt a certain apprehension about these individuals. They were different, unpredictable. They had unknown elements in their backgrounds and thoughts. Literature and art were deeply respected in the Archer set, and Mrs. Archer often told her children how much more pleasant and cultured society had been when it included figures like Washington Irving, Fitz Greene Halleck, and the poet Joseph Rodman Drake. The famous authors of that earlier generation had been gentlemen. Perhaps the unknown figures who followed them possessed gentlemanly sentiments, but their origins, appearance, hairstyles, and connections to the stage and opera made traditional New York standards inapplicable. "When I was a girl," Mrs. Archer used to say, "we knew everyone between the Battery and Canal Street, and only the people one knew owned carriages. It was perfectly easy to place anyone then. Now one can't tell, and I prefer not to try." Only old Catherine Mingott, with her lack of moral judgments and almost nouveau riche indifference to subtle social distinctions, might have bridged the gap. But she had never opened a book or looked at a painting, and cared for music only because it reminded her of glamorous nights at the opera in Paris during her social triumphs. Possibly Beaufort, her equal in audacity, might have managed to create a blend, but his grand house and silk-stockinged footmen hindered informal socializing. Moreover, he was as uncultured as old Mrs. Mingott and viewed fellows who wrote merely as paid entertainers for the wealthy. No one rich enough to influence his opinion had ever challenged it. Newland Archer had been aware of these social divisions since childhood and had accepted them as part of his reality. He knew societies existed where painters, poets, novelists, scientists, and even great actors were as sought after as dukes. He had often imagined living intimately in drawing rooms filled with the conversation of figures like Mérimée, whose Letters to an Unknown was a favorite book, Thackeray, Browning, or William Morris. But such scenarios were inconceivable in New York and unsettling to contemplate. Archer knew most of the local writers, musicians, and painters. He met them at the Century Club, or at the small artistic and theatrical clubs starting to emerge. He enjoyed their company there but found them tedious at the Blenkers, where they mingled with overly enthusiastic, unfashionably dressed women who treated them like captured curiosities. Even after his most stimulating conversations with Ned Winsett, he always left feeling that if his own world was small, theirs was too, and the only way to broaden either was to reach a level of social sophistication where the two could naturally merge. He was reminded of this while trying to imagine the society in which Countess Olenska had lived, suffered, and perhaps also experienced mysterious pleasures. He recalled her amusement when telling him that her grandmother Mingott and the Wellands objected to her living in a bohemian neighborhood occupied by people who wrote. Her family disliked the poverty, not the potential danger, but this nuance escaped her. She assumed they found literature itself compromising. She herself had no fear of it. The books scattered around her drawing room, a part of the house where books were usually considered out of place, though mostly novels, had piqued Archer's interest with new names like Paul Bourget, Huysmans, and the Goncourt brothers. Thinking about these things as he approached her door, he was again struck by the curious way she inverted his values. He realized he needed to mentally place himself in conditions incredibly different from any he knew if he hoped to be helpful in her current situation. Nastasia opened the door, smiling mysteriously. On the hall bench lay a sable-lined overcoat, a folded opera hat of dull silk with the gold initials JB inside, and a white silk muffler. There was no mistaking that these expensive items belonged to Julius Beaufort. Archer felt angry, so angry he almost scribbled a note on his card and left. Then he remembered that when writing to Madame Olenska, his excessive discretion had prevented him from explicitly stating he wished to see her privately. He therefore had only himself to blame if she had welcomed other visitors. He entered the drawing-room, determined to make Beaufort feel unwelcome and to outstay him. The banker stood leaning against the mantelpiece, which was draped with old embroidery held by brass candelabra holding yellowish church candles. He had his chest puffed out, shoulders braced against the mantel, resting his weight on one large, shiny patent leather shoe. As Archer entered, Beaufort was smiling down at his hostess, who sat on a sofa positioned perpendicular to the fireplace. A table overflowing with flowers served as a screen behind her. Against the backdrop of orchids and azaleas, clearly tributes from the Beaufort greenhouses, Madame Olenska reclined slightly, her head propped on one hand, her wide sleeve leaving her arm bare to the elbow. It was customary for ladies receiving evening visitors to wear simple dinner dresses, tightly fitted, whalebone-stiffened silk gowns, slightly open at the neck with lace ruffles filling the gap, and tight sleeves flounced just enough to reveal an Etruscan gold bracelet or a velvet band. But Madame Olenska, ignoring tradition, wore a long robe of red velvet trimmed around the chin and down the front with glossy black fur. Archer recalled seeing a portrait in Paris by the new painter Carolus Duran, whose work was causing a sensation, depicting a lady in one of these bold, sheath-like robes, with her chin nestled in fur. There was something unconventional and provocative about wearing fur indoors in the evening, and the combination of a covered throat and bare arms. But the effect was undeniably attractive. Good heavens, 3 whole days at Skuytercliff, Beaufort was saying in his loud, sneering voice as Archer entered. You better pack all your furs in a hot water bottle. Why? Is the house so cold? She asked, extending her left hand to Archer in a way that mysteriously suggested she expected him to kiss it. No, but the mistress is, Beaufort said, nodding casually toward the young man. But I thought she was so kind. She came herself to invite me. Granny says I absolutely must go. Granny would, naturally. And I say it's a shame you're going to miss the little oyster supper I planned for you at Delmonico's next Sunday, with Campanini and Scalchi and a lot of fun people. She looked uncertainly from the banker to Archer. Ah, that does tempt me. Except for the other evening at Mrs. Struthers, I haven't met a single artist since I arrived here. What kind of artists? I know 1 or 2 painters, very decent fellows, whom I could bring to see you if you'd permit me, Archer said boldly. Painters? Are there painters in New York? Beaufort asked, his tone implying their non-existence, since he didn't purchase their work. Madame Olenska said to Archer, with her serious smile, That would be charming, but I was actually thinking of performing artists, singers, actors, musicians. My husband's house was always full of them. She uttered the words, my husband, as if they held no negative connotations, in a tone that almost seemed to sigh for the lost pleasures of her married life. Archer looked at her, perplexed, wondering if it was shallowness or deliberate pretense that allowed her to touch so easily on the past at the very moment she was risking her reputation to break free from it. I do think, she went on, addressing both men, that the unexpected adds to one's enjoyment. Perhaps it's a mistake to see the same people every day. It's terribly dull anyway. New York is dying of dullness, Beaufort grumbled, and when I try to liven it up for you, you back out. Come on, reconsider. Sunday is your last chance. Campanini leaves next week for Baltimore and Philadelphia. I have a private room, a Steinway piano, and they'll sing all night for me. How wonderful. May I think about it and write to you tomorrow morning? She spoke pleasantly, yet with the faintest hint of dismissal in her voice. Beaufort clearly sensed it. Unaccustomed to being dismissed, he stood staring at her, an obstinate line forming between his eyes. Why not decide now? It's too serious a decision to make so late. Do you consider this late? She met his gaze coolly. Yes, because I still need to discuss business with Mr. Archer for a little while. Ah, Beaufort snapped. Her tone left no room for argument. With a slight shrug, he regained his composure, took her hand, kissed it with practiced ease, and called out from the doorway, "I say, Newland, if you can persuade the Countess to stay in town, of course you're included in the supper." Then he left the room with his heavy, self-important stride. For a moment, Archer thought Mr. Letterblair must have informed her of his visit, but the irrelevance of her next comment changed his mind. "So you know painters? You move in their circles?" she asked, her eyes full of interest. "Oh, not exactly. I'm not sure the arts really have a distinct circle here. They're more like a sparsely populated suburb." "But you care about such things?" "Immensely. When I'm in Paris or London, I never miss an exhibition. I try to keep informed." She looked down at the tip of the small satin shoe peeking out from beneath her long dress. "I used to care immensely too. My life was filled with such things. But now, I want to try not to." "You want to try not to?" "Yes. I want to shed my old life completely, to become just like everyone else here." Archer flushed. "You'll never be like everyone else," he said. She raised her straight eyebrows slightly. "Ah, don't say that. If you knew how I hate being different." Her face had turned as somber as a tragic mask. She leaned forward, clasping her knee with her thin hands, gazing away from him into distant, dark spaces. "I want to escape it all," she insisted. He waited a moment, then cleared his throat. "I know. Mr. Letterblair has told me." "Ah? That's why I've come. He asked me to. You see, I'm part of the law firm." She looked slightly surprised. Then her eyes brightened. "You mean you can handle it for me? I can talk to you instead of Mr. Letterblair? Oh, that will be so much easier." Her tone touched him, and his confidence rose along with his self-satisfaction. He realized she had mentioned business to Beaufort simply to get rid of him. Routing Beaufort felt like a minor victory. "I am here to discuss it," he repeated. She sat silently, her head still supported by the arm resting on the sofa's back. Her face looked pale and lifeless, seeming dimmed by the rich red of her dress. Suddenly, she struck Archer as a pathetic, even pitiful, figure. "Now we get to the hard facts," he thought, aware of feeling the same instinctive recoil he had often criticized in his mother and her peers. How little experience he had in dealing with unusual situations. Even the vocabulary felt unfamiliar, belonging more to fiction and drama. Facing what was coming, he felt as awkward and embarrassed as a young boy. After a pause, Madame Olenska burst out with unexpected intensity. "I want to be free. I want to wipe out the entire past. I understand that." Her face warmed slightly. "Then you'll help me." "First," he hesitated, "perhaps I should know a little more." She seemed surprised. "You know about my husband, my life with him?" He nodded assent. "Well, then, what more is there? Are such things tolerated in this country? I'm a Protestant. Our church doesn't forbid divorce in cases like this." "Certainly not." They fell silent again. Archer felt the ghost of Count Olenski's letter hovering hideously between them. The letter filled only half a page, and was exactly as Archer had described it to Mr. Letterblair, the vague threat of an angry lowlife. But how much truth lay behind it? Only Count Olenski's wife could say. "I've read through the papers you gave Mr. Letterblair," he said finally. "Well, can anything be more despicable?" "No." She shifted slightly, shielding her eyes with her raised hand. "Of course you know," Archer continued, "that if your husband chooses to fight the case, as he threatens to, yes, he can say things that might be UNPL, might be disagreeable to you. Say them publicly, so they would spread and harm you even I mean, no matter how untrue they were." She paused for a long time, so long that, not wanting to stare at her shaded face, he had time to memorize the exact shape of her other hand resting on her knee, and every detail of the 3 rings on her 4th and 5th fingers. He noticed a wedding ring was not among them. What harm could such accusations, even made publicly, do to me here? He almost exclaimed, "My poor child, far more harm than anywhere else." Instead, he answered, in a voice that sounded unnervingly like Mr. Letterblair's, "New York society is a very small world compared to the one you've known. And it's governed, despite appearances, by a few people with, well, rather old-fashioned ideas." She said nothing, and he continued, "Our ideas about marriage and divorce are particularly old-fashioned. Our laws might favor divorce, but our social customs don't." "Never?" "Well, not if the woman, however wronged, however blameless, has even the slightest appearance against her, has exposed herself through any unconventional action to offensive gossip." She lowered her head a little more. He waited again, intensely hoping for a flash of anger, or at least a brief denial. None came. A small traveling clock ticked softly beside her. A log broke in the fireplace, sending up a shower of sparks. The entire hushed, heavy atmosphere of the room seemed to be waiting silently along with Archer. "Yes," she murmured finally. "That's what my family tells me." He winced slightly. "It's not surprising." "Our family," she corrected herself, and Archer blushed. "For you'll be my cousin soon," she continued gently. "I hope so." "And you agree with their view?" At this, he stood up, paced across the room, stared blankly at one of the pictures against the old red damask wall, and returned hesitantly to her side. How could he say, "Yes," if what your husband implies is true, or if you have no way to disprove it? "Honestly," she interjected, just as he was about to speak. He looked down into the fire. "Honestly, then, what would you gain that could possibly compensate for the possibility, the certainty, of a lot of nasty talk?" "But my freedom, is that worth nothing?" It struck him instantly that the accusation in the letter was true, and she hoped to marry the man involved. How could he tell her that? If she truly planned such a thing, the state laws were firmly against it. The mere suspicion made him feel harsh and impatient toward her. "But aren't you already as free as air?" he countered. "Who can control you?" "Mr. Letterblair tells me the financial issues have been resolved." "Oh, yes," she said indifferently. "Well, then, is it worth risking something infinitely disagreeable and painful? Think of the newspapers, their viciousness. It's all stupid and narrow-minded and unjust, but one cannot remake society." "No," she agreed, her tone so faint and desolate that he felt sudden remorse for his harsh thoughts. "The individual, in these cases, is nearly always sacrificed for what's considered the collective good. People cling to any convention that keeps the family intact, protects the children, if there are any," he rambled on, reciting all the standard phrases that came to mind in his intense desire to cover the ugly reality her silence seemed to expose. Since she wouldn't or couldn't say the one word that would clear the air, he wanted to avoid making her feel he was probing her secret. Better to stay on the surface in the cautious old New York manner than risk reopening a wound he couldn't heal. "It's my job, you know," he continued, "to help you see these things as the people who care most about you see them. The Mingotts, the Wellands, the Vanderleudens, all your friends and relatives. If I didn't honestly show you how they view such matters, it wouldn't be fair of me, would it?" He spoke insistently, almost pleadingly, eager to fill the gaping silence. She said slowly, "No, it wouldn't be fair." The fire had crumbled to gray ash. One of the lamps made a gurgling sound, needing attention. Madame Olenska rose, wound it up, and returned to the fireplace, but remained standing. Her staying on her feet seemed to signal that there was nothing more to say, and Archer stood up too. "Very well, I will do as you wish," she said abruptly. The blood rushed to his face. Taken aback by the suddenness of her decision, he awkwardly took both her hands in his. I do want to help you," he said. "You do help me. Good night, my cousin." He bent and pressed his lips to her hands. They felt cold and lifeless. She withdrew them, and he turned to the door. He found his coat and hat under the dim gaslight in the hall, and plunged out into the winter night, bursting with the unspoken arguments he hadn't managed to articulate. Chapter 13. It was a packed house at Wallack's Theater. The play was The Chagrin, starring Dion Boutricault himself in the title role, with Harry Montague and Ada Dias as the romantic leads. The excellent English acting company was at the peak of its popularity, and The Chagrin always drew a full crowd. In the upper galleries, the enthusiasm was unrestrained. In the orchestra seats and boxes, people might smile slightly at the familiar sentiments and predictable plot twists, but they enjoyed the play just as much as those in the cheaper seats. One scene in particular captivated the entire audience. It was the moment when Harry Montague, after a sad, quiet parting scene with Miss Dias, said goodbye and turned to leave. The actress, standing near the mantelpiece looking down into the fire, wore a simple gray cashmere dress. It lacked fashionable embellishments, molding to her tall figure and flowing in long lines around her feet. Around her neck she wore a narrow black velvet ribbon, its ends falling down her back. As her suitor turned away, she rested her arms on the mantelshelf and buried her face in her hands. On the threshold, he paused to look back at her. Then he quietly returned, lifted one end of the velvet ribbon, kissed it, and left the room without her hearing him or changing her pose. The curtain fell on this silent farewell. Newland Archer always went to see the Chagrin, specifically for that scene. He considered the farewell between Montague and Ada Diaz as masterful as anything he'd seen famous French actors like Crozet and Bresson perform in Paris, or Madge Robertson and Kendall in London. Its restraint, its silent sorrow, moved him more deeply than the most celebrated dramatic outbursts. On this particular evening, the little scene felt even more poignant because it reminded him, he couldn't quite say why, of his own departure from Madame Olenska's house after their private conversation a week or 10 days earlier. It would have been difficult to find any real similarity between the two situations or the appearances of the people involved. Newland Archer couldn't claim looks anywhere near the young English actor's romantic appeal, and Miss Dias was a tall, red-haired woman with a substantial build, whose pale, pleasantly plain face bore no resemblance to Ellen Olenska's vivid features. Nor were Archer and Madame Olenska two lovers parting in heartbroken silence. They were a client and lawyer separating after a discussion that left the lawyer with the worst possible impression of the client's case. So where did the resemblance lie that made the young man's heart beat with a kind of delayed excitement? It seemed to be in Madame Olenska's mysterious ability to suggest tragic and moving possibilities far beyond everyday life. She had rarely said anything specific to create this impression, but it was part of her, perhaps a reflection of her mysterious, foreign background, or maybe something inherently dramatic, passionate, and unusual within herself. Archer had always believed that innate tendencies shaped people's lives more than chance or circumstance. He sensed this tendency in Madame Olenska from the start. The quiet, almost passive young woman struck him as exactly the type of person to whom dramatic things were bound to happen, no matter how much she tried to shrink from them or avoid them. The intriguing part was that she had lived in an environment so saturated with drama that her own tendency to provoke it seemed to have gone unnoticed. It was precisely her strange lack of surprise about things that gave him the sense she had been pulled from a turbulent whirlpool. The things she accepted as normal revealed the intensity of what she had rebelled against. Archer had left her convinced that Count Olenski's accusation was likely true. The mysterious secretary from her past had probably been rewarded for his role in her escape. The conditions she fled were unbearable, beyond description, almost unbelievable. She was young, frightened, desperate. What could be more natural than feeling grateful to her rescuer? The tragedy was that her gratitude placed her, in the eyes of the law and society, on the same level as her despicable husband. Archer had been obligated to make her understand this. He had also made her grasp that simple-hearted, kindly New York, whose broader charity she had seemingly relied upon, was precisely the place where she could least expect tolerance. Having to explain this to her and witness her resigned acceptance had been incredibly painful for him. He felt drawn to her by complex feelings of jealousy and pity, as if her silently confessed mistake had put her at his mercy, simultaneously humbling and endearing her. He was glad she had revealed her secret to him, rather than facing the cold judgment of Mr. Letterblair or the embarrassed scrutiny of her family. He immediately assured both the lawyer and the family that she had abandoned her plan for divorce, explaining her decision was based on understanding the futility of the process. With immense relief, they all averted their eyes from the unpleasantness she had spared them. "I was sure Newland would handle it," Mrs. Welland had said proudly about her future son-in-law. Old Mrs. Mingott, who had summoned him for a private interview, congratulated him on his cleverness, adding impatiently, "Silly goose, I told her myself what nonsense it was, wanting to pass herself off as Ellen Mingott and an old maid, when she has the good fortune to be a married woman and a countess." These events had made the memory of his last conversation with Madame Olenska so vivid that as the curtain fell on the actor's silent parting, Archer's eyes filled with tears. He stood up to leave the theater. As he did, he glanced toward the side boxes behind him and saw the very lady he was thinking about, seated with the Beauforts, Lawrence Lefferts, and one or two other men. He hadn't spoken with her alone since their evening together and had tried to avoid being in her company. But now their eyes met. Since Mrs. Beaufort recognized him at the same moment and gave her languid little gesture of invitation, it was impossible not to enter their box. Beaufort and Lefferts made room for him. After exchanging a few words with Mrs. Beaufort, who always preferred looking beautiful over engaging in conversation, Archer sat down behind Madame Olenska. The only other person in the box was Mr. Sillerton Jackson, who was confidentially telling Mrs. Beaufort about Mrs. Lemuel Struthers' latest Sunday reception, where some claimed there had been dancing. Under the cover of this detailed narrative, which Mrs. Beaufort listened to with her perfect smile, her head angled just right to be seen in profile from the seats below, Madame Olenska turned and spoke quietly. "Do you think," she asked, glancing toward the stage, "he will send her a bunch of yellow roses tomorrow morning?" Archer flushed, his heart leaping in surprise. He had called on Madame Olenska only twice, and each time he had sent her yellow roses, anonymously. She had never mentioned the flowers before, and he assumed she hadn't connected them to him. Now, her sudden acknowledgement of the gift, linking it to the tender farewell on stage, filled him with agitated pleasure. "I was thinking of that too. I was about to leave the theater to keep that image with me," he said. To his surprise, a reluctant, dusky blush rose on her cheeks. She looked down at the mother-of-pearl opera glass in her gloved hands and said after a pause, "What do you do while May is away?" "I focus on my work," he answered, faintly annoyed by the question. Following a long-standing tradition, the Wellands had left the previous week for St. Augustine. Out of concern for Mr. Welland's supposedly delicate bronchial tubes, they always spent the latter part of winter there. Mr. Welland was a mild, quiet man with few opinions but many rigid habits. No one dared interfere with these habits, one of which required his wife and daughter to accompany him on his annual southern journey. Maintaining unbroken domestic routine was essential to his peace of mind. He wouldn't know where his hairbrushes were or how to get stamps for his letters if Mrs. Welland wasn't there to tell him. Since all family members adored each other, and Mr. Welland was the central focus of their devotion, it never occurred to his wife or May to let him travel to St. Augustine alone. His sons, both lawyers unable to leave New York in winter, always joined him for Easter and traveled back north with him. It was impossible for Archer to argue against May accompanying her father. The Mingott family doctor's reputation largely rested on the bout of pneumonia Mr. Welland had supposedly never suffered from, making his insistence on St. Augustine absolute. Originally, May's engagement wasn't supposed to be announced until her return from Florida. The fact that it was announced earlier couldn't change Mr. Welland's plans. Archer would have liked to join them for a few weeks of sunshine and boating with his fiancée, but he too was bound by custom and convention. Though his professional duties were light, the entire Mingott clan would have condemned him as frivolous if he suggested taking a holiday midwinter. He accepted May's departure with the resignation he realized would be a necessary component of married life. He was aware of Madame Olenska looking at him from under lowered eyelids. "I have done what you wished, what you advised," she said abruptly. "Ah, I'm glad," he replied, embarrassed she brought up the subject at that moment. "I understand that you were right," she continued, slightly breathless. "But sometimes life is difficult. Perplexing, I know. And I wanted to tell you that I do feel you were right, and that I'm grateful to you," she finished, quickly lifting her opera glass to her eyes as the box door opened and Beaufort's loud voice interrupted them. Archer stood up and left the box in the theater. Only the day before, he had received a letter from May Welland. With characteristic honesty, she had asked him to be kind to Ellen while they were away. "She likes you and admires you so much. And you know, although she doesn't show it, she's still very lonely and unhappy. I don't think Granny understands her, or Uncle Lovell Mingott either. They genuinely believe she's much more worldly and fond of society than she actually is. And I can completely see that New York must seem dull to her, even though the family won't admit it. I think she's been used to many things we don't have here. Wonderful music, art exhibitions, and celebrities, artists and authors, and all the clever people you admire. Granny can't understand her wanting anything besides lots of dinners and clothes. But I can see that you're almost the only person in New York who can talk to her about what she truly cares for." His wise May, how he had loved her for writing that letter, but he hadn't intended to act on it. He was too busy, for one thing, and as an engaged man, he didn't want to conspicuously play the role of Madame Olenska's champion. He suspected she knew how to handle herself much better than the naive May imagined. She had Beaufort devoted to her, Mr. van der Luyden hovering protectively like a guardian deity, and numerous potential admirers, including Lawrence Lefferts, waiting for their chance nearby. Yet he never saw her or exchanged a word with her without feeling that, ultimately, May's naivete bordered on a gift for deep insight. Ellen Olenska was lonely, and she was unhappy. Chapter 14. As he stepped out into the lobby, Archer bumped into his friend Ned Winsett. Winsett was the only one of the clever people, as Archer's sister Janie called them, with whom he felt comfortable exploring ideas beyond the usual surface-level banter of clubs and restaurants. Archer had spotted Winsett's familiar, slightly stooped shoulders earlier from across the theater, noticing his eyes occasionally glancing toward the Beaufort's box. The two men shook hands, and Winsett suggested grabbing a beer at a small German place nearby. Archer wasn't really in the mood for the kind of deep conversation they usually had there, so he made an excuse about having work waiting at home. Winsett just nodded, saying, "Oh, well, same here, actually. Guess I'll play the hard-working apprentice tonight, too." They walked together for a bit, and then Winsett asked, "Listen, what I really wanted to know is the name of that dark-haired lady in your fancy box. She was with the Beauforts, right? The one your friend Leffert seemed so taken with." Archer felt a flicker of annoyance, though he couldn't pinpoint why. What business did Ned Winsett have asking about Ellen Olenska, and why link her name with Lefferts? It wasn't like Winsett to be so nosy. But then again, Archer reminded himself he was a journalist. "It's not for an interview, is it?" Archer laughed lightly. "Well, not for the papers. Just for me," Winsett replied. "Truth is, she's a neighbor of mine. Strange neighborhood for such a striking woman to choose. She was incredibly kind to my little boy. He fell down near her place, chasing his kitten, and got a nasty cut. She rushed over, bareheaded, carrying him in her arms, his knee all bandaged up perfectly. She was so kind and beautiful that my wife was too stunned to even ask her name." A warm feeling spread through Archer's chest. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about the story. Any decent person would help a neighbor's child. But it sounded just like Ellen, he thought, rushing in impulsively, carrying the boy, and leaving poor Mrs. Winsett too dazzled to ask who she was. "That's Countess Olenska, old Mrs. Mingott's granddaughter." "Whoa, a countess," Winsett whistled. "Well, I didn't realize countesses were so down to earth. The Mingotts usually aren't." "They would be if you gave them a chance," Archer countered. "Ah, well." They were slipping into their usual, endless argument about why the clever people refused to mix with the fashionable crowd, and both knew it was pointless to continue. "I wonder," Winsett mused, changing the subject, "how a countess ends up living in our neck of the woods. Because she doesn't care one bit about where she lives, or about any of our petty social rules," Archer said, feeling a secret pride in his description of her. Seen grander places, I guess," Winsett commented. "Well, this is my corner." He ambled off across Broadway, and Archer watched him go, thinking about his last remark. Ned Winsett had these moments of sharp insight. They were what made him interesting and always left Archer wondering why he'd accepted failure so calmly at an age when most men were still fighting for success. Archer knew Winsett had a wife and child, though he'd never met them. The two men usually met at the Century Club or at hangouts favored by journalists and theater types, like the restaurant Winsett had just suggested. He'd let Archer understand that his wife was unwell, which might have been true, or perhaps just meant she lacked social grace, or nice clothes, or both. Winsett himself despised social conventions. Archer, who dressed up for dinner simply because he found it cleaner and more comfortable, never considering that cleanliness and comfort were luxuries for someone on a tight budget, saw Winsett's attitude as part of the tired bohemian act. It always made the fashionable people, who changed clothes without fuss and didn't constantly talk about household staff, seem simpler and less self-conscious by comparison. Still, Winsett always stimulated him, and whenever Archer saw the journalist's thin, bearded face and sad eyes, he'd pull him aside for a long conversation. Winsett wasn't a journalist by choice. He was a true literary man, born too late into a world that didn't value literature. After publishing one volume of short, brilliant literary essays, which sold 120 copies, gave away 30, and the rest eventually pulped by the publisher as per contract to make space for more popular works, He'd given up his true passion. He took a sub-editing job at a women's magazine, where fashion illustrations and sewing patterns appeared alongside sentimental stories and ads for non-alcoholic drinks. He could talk endlessly and amusingly about hearth fires, the magazine's title, but beneath the humor lay the dry bitterness of a still young man who had tried and failed. His conversations always made Archer reflect on his own life and feel how little substance it had. Yet Winsett's life had even less. Though their shared intellectual interests made their talks exciting, their discussions usually stayed within the realm of thoughtful, detached observation. Fact is, life isn't a great fit for either of us, Winsett had once declared. I'm stuck. Nothing I can do. I have only one thing to offer. And there's no demand for it here, not in my lifetime. But you're free, you're wealthy, why don't you get involved? There's only one way. Go into politics. Archer threw his head back and laughed. That remark highlighted the vast difference between men like Winsett and Archer's own kind. Everyone in high society knew that, in America, a gentleman couldn't go into politics. But since he couldn't exactly say that to Winsett, he replied evasively, "Look what happens to honest men in American politics. They don't want people like us. Who's they? Why don't you all band together and become they yourselves?" Archer's laugh turned into a slightly superior smile. It was pointless to argue. Everyone knew the unfortunate fate of the few gentlemen who had dared to get involved in New York politics. That era was over. The country was run by political bosses and immigrants, and respectable people had retreated to sports or culture. Culture? Yes, if we actually had any. There are just a few small pockets of it, dying out for lack of, well, cultivation and cross-pollination. The last traces of the old European traditions your ancestors brought over. But you're a tiny minority. You have no central hub, no competition, no audience. You're like paintings in an abandoned house, portrait of a gentleman. None of you will ever amount to anything until you roll up your sleeves and get into the thick of it. That, or leave the country. God. If I could just leave. Archer mentally shrugged and steered the conversation back to books, where Winsett, though sometimes uncertain, was always engaging. Leave the country. As if a gentleman could abandon his homeland. You might as well roll up your sleeves and dive into the muck. A gentleman simply stayed home and kept his hands clean. But you couldn't make a man like Winsett understand that. And that was why the New York of literary clubs and foreign restaurants, which initially seemed so diverse, ultimately felt smaller and more monotonous than the predictable world of Fifth Avenue. The next morning, Archer searched the city in vain for more yellow roses. Because of this quest, he arrived late at the office, realized his tardiness made absolutely no difference to anyone, and felt a sudden wave of frustration at the pointless complexity of his life. Why wasn't he on the sunny beaches of St. Augustine with May Welland right now? No one was fooled by his pretense of working. In old-fashioned law firms like Mr. Letterblair's, which mostly handled large estates and conservative investments, there were always a couple of young men, comfortably well off and lacking professional drive. They spent hours at their desks, doing trivial tasks, or just reading the newspaper. While it was considered proper for them to have an occupation, the actual act of making money was still seen as somewhat vulgar. Law, being a profession, was deemed more gentlemanly than business. But none of these young men had much hope or desire of truly advancing in their field. Many already showed signs of settling into a dull, uninspired routine. It sent a shiver down Archer's spine to think that this might be happening to him too. Sure, he had other interests. European travel during vacations, cultivating connections with the clever people May mentioned, and generally trying to keep up, as he'd wistfully told Madame Olenska. But once he was married, what would happen to that small space where his real life took place? He'd seen enough other young men who had shared his dreams, perhaps less intensely, gradually sink into the comfortable, luxurious routines of their elders. From the office, he sent a messenger with a note to Madame Olenska, asking if he could visit that afternoon and requesting a reply be left at his club. But there was nothing waiting for him at the club, nor did he receive any letter the next day. This unexpected silence bothered him more than it should have. Though he saw a beautiful bunch of yellow roses in a florist's window the following morning, he left them there. It wasn't until the third morning that a letter arrived by post from Countess Olenska. To his surprise, it was postmarked Skuytercliff, where the Vanderloydens had quickly retreated after seeing the Duke off on his ship. "I ran away," the letter began abruptly, without the usual greetings, "the day after I saw you at the play, and these kind friends took me in. I needed quiet to think things over. You were right about how kind they are. I feel so safe here. I wish you were with us." She finished with the standard, "Yours sincerely," without mentioning when she might return. The tone of the note puzzled him. What was Madame Olenska running away from, and why did she need to feel safe? His first thought was some threat from her past in Europe. Then he realized he didn't know her writing style. Maybe she tended toward dramatic exaggeration. Women often did, he thought. Besides, her English wasn't perfect. She sometimes spoke as if translating from French. "Je me suis évadée." I escaped. Put that way, the opening sentence could simply mean she wanted to get away from a dull social schedule. That seemed likely, as he thought her impulsive and easily bored by current pleasures. It amused him to imagine the van der Luydens whisking her off to Scootercliff for a second, indefinite visit. They rarely opened their home to guests, usually offering only a chilly weekend to the privileged few. But Archer recalled seeing a delightful French play in Paris, Le Voyage de Monsieur Perrichon, remembering the main character's persistent attachment to the young man he'd rescued from a glacier. The van der Luydens had rescued Madame Olenska from a fate almost as cold. Though there were many reasons to be drawn to her, Archer knew that beneath it all lay their gentle, stubborn determination to keep rescuing her. He felt distinctly disappointed to learn she was away. Almost immediately, he remembered that just the day before, he had turned down an invitation to spend the upcoming Sunday with the Reggie Chiverses at their house on the Hudson River, just a few miles south of Scuytercliff. He'd long grown tired of the loud, friendly gatherings at Highbank, sledding, ice boating, sleigh rides, long walks in the snow, and a general atmosphere of mild flirtation and even milder pranks. He had just received a shipment of new books from London and preferred the idea of a quiet Sunday at home with his literary treasures. But now he went straight to the club's writing room, dashed off a quick telegram, and told the servant to send it immediately. He knew Mrs. Reggie didn't mind guests changing their plans suddenly, and there was always extra space in her flexible household. Chapter 15. Newland Archer got to the Chiverses' house on Friday evening. On Saturday, he dutifully participated in all the usual activities expected during a weekend at Highbank. In the morning, he went ice boating with his hostess and a couple of the more adventurous guests. In the afternoon, he toured the farm with Reggie, listening to long, impressive talks about horses in the well-equipped stables. After tea, he chatted in a corner of the firelit hall with a young woman who had claimed heartbreak over his engagement, but was now eager to share her own marriage prospects. Finally, around midnight, he helped put a goldfish in one guest's bed, dressed up a fake burglar in a nervous aunt's bathroom, and stayed up late joining a pillow fight that raged from the nurseries down to the basement. But on Sunday, after lunch, he borrowed a small sleigh, called a cutter, and drove over to Scuytercliff. People often said the house at Scuytercliff looked like an Italian villa. Those who hadn't been to Italy believed it, and even some who had agreed. Mr. van der Luyden had built it in his youth after his European grand tour, anticipating his marriage to Miss Louisa Dagonet. It was a large, square wooden building, painted pale green and white, with a grand Corinthian porch and decorative columns between the windows. From its high position, a series of terraces with railings and urns descended, like something from an old engraving, to a small, irregular lake edged with asphalt and shaded by rare, weeping, evergreen trees. To the left and right, the famous weed-free lawns dotted with specimen trees, each a different kind, stretched out to grassy ridges topped with elaborate cast-iron decorations. Below, in a dip in the land, sat the small, four-room stone house built by the first Dutch landowner granted the property back in 1612. Against the stark white snow and the gray winter sky, the Italian villa looked rather forbidding. Even in summer, it maintained a certain distance. The boldest flower beds never dared come closer than 30 feet from its imposing front. Now, as Archer rang the bell, the long chime echoed as if through a tomb. The butler, who eventually answered, looked as surprised as if he'd been woken from eternal rest. Fortunately, Archer was considered family, so despite his unexpected arrival, he was entitled to be told that Countess Olenska was out. She had left for afternoon church service with Mrs. van der Luyden exactly 45 minutes earlier. "Mr. van der Luyden is in, sir," the butler went on, "but I believe he is either finishing his nap or reading yesterday's Evening Post." I heard him mention after church this morning, sir, that he planned to look through the Evening Post after lunch. If you'd like, sir, I could go to the library door and listen." But Archer thanked him and said he would walk to meet the ladies. The butler, clearly relieved, closed the door behind him with majestic finality. A groom took the cutter to the stables, and Archer cut across the park toward the main road. The village of Skydercliff was only a mile and a half away, but he knew Mrs. van der Luyden never walked, so he had to stick to the road to intercept the carriage. Soon, however, coming down a path that intersected the road, he spotted a slender figure in a red cloak, a large dog running ahead. He hurried forward, and Madame Olenska stopped, smiling in welcome. "Ah, you've come," she said, pulling her hand from her muff. The red cloak made her look bright and lively, like the Ellen Mingott he remembered from years ago. He laughed as he took her hand and replied, "I came to see what you were running away from." Her expression darkened slightly, but she answered, "Ah, well, you'll see soon enough." Her response puzzled him. "Why? Do you mean you've been caught?" She shrugged, a small movement reminiscent of her maid, Nastasia, and replied in a lighter tone, "Shall we keep walking? I'm freezing after that sermon. And what does it matter now that you're here to protect me?" Warmth rushed to his face, and he grasped a fold of her cloak. "Ellen, what is it? You have to tell me." "Oh, later. Let's race first. My feet are frozen solid," she cried. Gathering her cloak, she dashed across the snow, the dog leaping around her, barking playfully. Archer watched for a moment, captivated by the flash of red against the white landscape. Then he chased after her, and they met, breathless and laughing, at a small gate leading into the park. She looked up at him and smiled. "I knew you'd come." "That means you wanted me to," he replied, feeling an unreasonable joy in their playful exchange. The white sparkle of the snow-covered trees filled the air with a mysterious light, and the ground seemed to crunch musically under their feet as they walked on. "Where did you come from?" Madame Olenska asked. He told her about the Chiverses' party and added, "It was because I got your note." After a pause, she said, a barely noticeable coolness in her voice, "May asked you to take care of me." "I didn't need anyone to ask." "You mean I seem so obviously helpless and defenseless? You must all think I'm such a pitiful creature, but women here seem never to feel the need for help. Any more than angels in heaven." He lowered his voice. "What sort of need?" "Ah, don't ask me. I don't speak your language," she retorted irritably. Her words hit him like a slap, and he stopped in the path, looking down at her. "Why did I come, if I don't speak yours?" "Oh, my friend!" She placed her hand lightly on his arm, and he pleaded earnestly. "Ellen, why won't you tell me what's happened?" She shrugged again. "Does anything ever happen in heaven?" He remained silent, and they walked a few steps without speaking. Finally, she said, "I will tell you. But where? Where can we talk?" "One can't be alone for a minute in that huge, formal house with all the doors open, and a servant always bringing tea, or wood for the fire, or the newspaper. Isn't there anywhere in an American house where a person can be alone? You're all so reserved, yet so public. I always feel like I'm back in the convent, or on a stage, in front of a terribly polite audience that never claps." "Ah, you don't like us," Archer exclaimed. They were walking past the old patroon's house, with its low walls and small square windows clustered around a central chimney. The shutters were open wide, and through one clean window, Archer saw the flickering light of a fire. "Why? The house is open," he said. She stopped. "No, just for today, I think. I wanted to see it, and Mr. van der Luyden had the fire lit and the windows open so we could stop here on the way back from church this morning." She ran up the steps and tried the door. "It's still unlocked. What luck! Come in, and we can talk quietly. Mrs. van der Luyden drove over to see her old aunts in Rhinebeck, and they won't miss us at the main house for another hour." He followed her into the narrow passageway. His spirits, which had sunk at her previous words, lifted irrationally. The cozy little house seemed magically prepared for them, its wood panels and brass fixtures gleaming in the firelight. A large bed of embers still glowed in the kitchen fireplace, beneath an iron pot hanging from an old crane. Rush-bottomed armchairs faced each other across the tiled hearth, and shelves held rows of Delft pottery plates against the walls. Archer bent down and tossed a log onto the embers. Madame Olenska dropped her cloak and sat in one of the chairs. Archer leaned against the chimney and looked at her. "You're laughing now, but when you wrote to me you were unhappy," he said. "Yes." She paused. "But I can't feel unhappy when you're here." "I won't be here long," he replied, his lips stiff as he forced himself to say only that much. "No, I know, but I don't plan ahead. I live in the moment when I'm happy." Her words felt like a temptation, and to shut it out he moved away from the hearth, gazing out at the dark tree trunks against the snow. But it was as if she had moved too. He still saw her image between himself and the trees, leaning toward the fire with her relaxed smile. Archer's heart pounded rebelliously. What if she had been running away from him, and had waited until they were alone together in this secret room to tell him? "Ellen, if I'm really a help to you, if you really wanted me to come, tell me what's wrong. Tell me what you're running away from," he insisted. He spoke without moving, without even turning to look at her. If it was going to happen, it would happen like this, with the room's width between them, his eyes still fixed on the snow outside. She was silent for a long moment. In that silence, Archer imagined her, almost heard her, sneaking up behind him to wrap her light arms around his neck. As he waited, his body and soul vibrating with the anticipated miracle, his eyes automatically registered the image of a heavily coated man, fur collar turned up, walking along the path toward the house. The man was Julius Beaufort. "Ah!" Archer cried, bursting into laughter. Madame Olenska had jumped up and moved to his side, slipping her hand into his. But after one look through the window, her face went pale, and she pulled back. "So that was it?" Archer said scornfully. "I didn't know he was here," Madame Olenska murmured. Her hand still clung to Archer's, but he pulled away, walked into the passage, and threw open the front door. "Hello, Beaufort. This way. Madame Olenska was expecting you," he announced. During his train ride back to New York the next morning, Archer replayed his final moments at Skuytercliff with exhausting clarity. Beaufort, though obviously annoyed to find him with Madame Olenska, had handled the situation with his usual arrogance. His talent for ignoring people who inconvenienced him effectively made them feel invisible, non-existent. As the three of them walked back through the park, Archer felt this strange sense of being erased. Humiliating as it was, it gave him the ghostly advantage of observing without being noticed. Beaufort had entered the little house with his typical easy confidence, but he couldn't hide the tense line between his eyebrows. It was pretty clear Madame Olenska hadn't known he was coming, even though her words to Archer had hinted at the possibility. At any rate, she clearly hadn't told Beaufort where she was going when she left New York, and her unexplained departure had clearly infuriated him. His stated reason for showing up was the discovery, just the night before, of a perfect little house for her, not officially for sale, but exactly what she needed and sure to be snapped up immediately if she didn't act fast. He loudly, jokingly scolded her for leading him on a chase by running off just when he'd found it. "If only this newfangled telephone thing worked a bit better, I could have told you all this from the city and been warming my feet by the club fire right now, instead of chasing you through the snow," he grumbled, masking real irritation with pretend annoyance. At this, Madame Olenska cleverly shifted the conversation to the fantastical idea that they might someday actually talk to each other from street to street, or even, unbelievable dream, from one town to another. This led all three into discussing Edgar Allan Poe and Jules Verne, making the kind of obvious remarks even intelligent people resort to when killing time and discussing a new invention they're hesitant to fully believe in yet. The topic of the telephone carried them safely back to the main house. Mrs. van der Luyden hadn't returned yet. Archer said his goodbyes and walked off to get the cutter, while Beaufort followed Countess Olenska inside. Although the van der Luydens disliked unannounced visitors, Beaufort could probably count on being asked to stay for dinner and driven back to the station for the 9 o'clock train. But that would certainly be the extent of their hospitality. It would be unthinkable to his hosts that a gentleman traveling without luggage would want to spend the night, and unpleasant for them to offer it to someone they knew only slightly, like Beaufort. Beaufort knew all this and must have anticipated it. Making the long journey for such a small potential reward showed just how impatient he was. He was undeniably pursuing Countess Olenska, and Beaufort pursued pretty women with only one goal in mind. His dull, childless marriage had long bored him. Besides more lasting arrangements, he was always looking for romantic flings within his social circle. This was the man Madame Olenska claimed to be running from. The question was whether she fled because his advances bothered her, or because she didn't trust herself to resist him. Or perhaps her talk of fleeing was just a cover, her departure merely a strategic move. Archer didn't truly believe the last possibility. Although he hadn't spent much time with Madame Olenska, he was starting to think he could read her expressions. or at least her voice. Both had shown annoyance, even dismay, at Beaufort's sudden appearance. But if that were true, wasn't it worse than if she had left New York specifically to meet him? If she had done that, she would simply become uninteresting, joining the ranks of the most common schemers. A woman having an affair with Beaufort would irredeemably classify herself. No, it was 1,000 times worse if, while judging Beaufort and probably despising him, she was still drawn to him by everything that set him apart from other men. His familiarity with 2 continents and societies, his casual connections with artists, actors, and famous people, and his careless disregard for local customs. Beaufort was coarse, uneducated, and obsessed with money. But his life experiences and a certain natural cleverness made him more interesting to talk to than many men who were morally and socially superior, but whose worlds were confined between the Battery and Central Park. How could someone from a broader world not notice the difference and be attracted by it? In a moment of frustration, Madame Olenska had told Archer that they didn't speak the same language. He knew that, in some ways, this was true. But Beaufort understood every nuance of her way of speaking and spoke it fluently himself. His perspective on life, his tone, his attitude, they were just a cruder version of what Count Olenski's letter had revealed. This might seem like a disadvantage with Count Olenski's wife, but Archer was too smart to assume that a young woman like Ellen Olenska would automatically reject everything that reminded her of her past. She might think she was completely rebelling against it, but the things that had once charmed her could still charm her, even against her will. Thus, with painful fairness, the young man considered the situation from both Beaufort's and his victim's perspectives. A strong desire to enlighten her filled him. Sometimes he imagined that all she truly wanted was to be enlightened. That evening, he unpacked his books from London. The box was full of eagerly awaited items: a new volume by Herbert Spencer, another collection of brilliant stories by the prolific Alphonse Daudet, and a novel called Middlemarch, which had recently received interesting reviews. He had turned down 3 dinner invitations for this literary feast. But although he turned the pages with the sensory delight of a book lover, he absorbed nothing he was reading, and one book after another slipped from his grasp. Suddenly, among them he found a small volume of poetry he had ordered, because the title intrigued him, The House of Life. He picked it up and found himself immersed in an atmosphere unlike any he had encountered in books before, so warm, rich, and yet incredibly tender that it gave a new, haunting beauty to the most basic human emotions. All night, through those captivating pages, he pursued the vision of a woman with Ellen Olenska's face. But when he woke the next morning, looked out at the brownstone houses across the street, thought of his desk at Mr. Letterblair's office and the family pew at Grace Church, his time in the park at Skuytercliff seemed as unreal as the night's visions. "Mercy, you look pale, Newland," Janie remarked over breakfast coffee. His mother added, "Newland, dear, I've noticed you coughing lately. I do hope you're not overworking yourself." Both ladies were convinced that, under the harsh rule of his senior partners, the young man spent his life in exhausting professional labor, and he had never felt the need to correct them. The next few days dragged by. The familiar routine felt like ashes in his mouth, and at times he felt buried alive under the weight of his future. He heard nothing from Countess Olenska, nor about the perfect little house. Though he saw Beaufort at the club, they merely nodded across the card tables. It wasn't until the 4th evening that he found a note waiting for him when he got home. "Come late tomorrow, I must explain to you. Ellen." Those were the only words. The young man, who was dining out, slipped the note into his pocket, smiling slightly at the French phrasing "to you." After dinner, he went to a play. It wasn't until he returned home after midnight that he pulled out Madame Olenska's message again and reread it slowly several times. There were several ways to respond, and he spent a restless night considering each one. The decision he finally reached, as morning came, was to throw some clothes into a suitcase and get on a boat, leaving that very afternoon for St. Augustine. Chapter 16. When Archer walked down the sandy main street of St. Augustine to the house identified as Mr. Welland's, and saw May Welland standing under a magnolia tree with sunlight in her hair, he wondered why he had waited so long to come. Here was truth. Here was reality. Here was the life that was meant for him. And he, who prided himself on scorning arbitrary rules, had been afraid to leave his desk simply because of what people might think about him taking an unexpected vacation. Her first words were, "Newland, has something happened?" It struck him that it would have been more typically feminine if she had instantly understood from his eyes why he had come. But when he answered, "Yes, I realized I had to see you," her happy blush softened her surprise. He saw how easily he would be forgiven, and how quickly even Mr. Letterblair's mild disapproval would be smoothed over by a tolerant family. Even though it was early, the main street wasn't the place for anything more than formal greetings. Archer longed to be alone with May, to pour out his tenderness and impatience. It was still an hour before the Wellands' late breakfast time, so instead of inviting him in, she suggested they walk out to an old orange grove beyond the town. She had just been rowing on the river, and the sun, catching the little waves like a golden net, seemed to have caught her too. Against the warm tan of her cheek, her wind-blown hair shone like silver threads. Her eyes looked lighter too, almost pale in their youthful clarity. As she walked beside Archer with her long, swinging stride, her face held the serene emptiness of a young marble athlete. To Archer's tense nerves, the sight was as calming as the blue sky and the slow river. They sat down on a bench under the orange trees, and he put his arm around her and kissed her. It felt like drinking from a cold spring touched by the sun, but his embrace might have been stronger than he intended, because color rose in her face, and she pulled back as if startled. "What is it?" he asked, smiling. She looked at him in surprise and answered, "Nothing." A slight awkwardness fell between them, and her hand slipped from his. It was only the second time he had kissed her on the lips, the first being their brief embrace in the Beaufort's conservatory, and he saw she was flustered, shaken from her usual cool, boyish composure. "Tell me what you do all day," he said, leaning back, crossing his arms behind his head, and tilting his hat forward to block the sun. Letting her talk about familiar, simple things was the easiest way for him to follow his own thoughts. He listened as she described her routine of swimming, sailing, and riding, sometimes interrupted by a dance at the basic local inn when a Navy ship came in. A few pleasant people from Philadelphia and Baltimore were staying at the inn, and the Selfridge Marys had come down for 3 weeks because their daughter Kate had bronchitis. They were planning to set up a lawn tennis court on the sand, but only Kate and May had rackets, and most people hadn't even heard of the game. All this kept her very busy. She hadn't had time to do more than glance at the little book Archer had sent her the week before, Sonnets from the Portuguese, but she was memorizing how they brought the good news from Ghent to Aix, because it was one of the first poems he had ever read to her. She found it amusing to tell him that Kate Mary had never even heard of a poet named Robert Browning. Presently she jumped up, exclaiming they would be late for breakfast. They hurried back to the dilapidated house with its awkward porch and overgrown hedge where the Wellands were staying for the winter. Mr. Welland couldn't stand the discomforts of the messy Southern hotel. So at great expense and despite huge difficulties, Mrs. Welland had to set up a temporary household each year, partly staffed by unhappy New York servants and partly by local African-American help. "The doctors want my husband to feel like he's in his own home. Otherwise, he'd be so miserable the climate wouldn't do him any good," she explained, year after year, to sympathetic visitors from Philadelphia and Baltimore. Mr. Welland, smiling across a breakfast table miraculously stocked with various delicacies, would then tell Archer, "You see, my dear fellow, we're camping, literally camping. I tell my wife and May I want to teach them how to rough it." Mr. and Mrs. Welland were as surprised as their daughter by the young man's sudden arrival. But he had thought to explain that he felt he was coming down with a nasty cold, which seemed to Mr. Welland a perfectly good reason for abandoning any responsibility. "You can't be too careful, especially heading into spring," he said, piling his plate with pale griddle cakes and covering them in golden syrup. "If I'd only been as cautious at your age, May would be dancing at the assemblies now, instead of spending her winters in the middle of nowhere with an old invalid." "Oh, but I love it here, Papa, you know I do. If only Newland could stay, I'd like it 1,000 times better than New York." "Newland must stay until he's completely shaken off his cold," Mrs. Welland said kindly. The young man laughed and mentioned something about having a profession to return to. He managed, however, after exchanging telegrams with his law firm, to make his cold last a week. It shed an ironic light on the situation that Mr. Letterblair's leniency was partly due to the satisfactory way his brilliant young junior partner had resolved the difficult Olenska divorce matter. Mr. Letterblair had informed Mrs. Welland that Mr. Archer had rendered an invaluable service to the whole family, and that old Mrs. Manson Mingott was particularly pleased. One day, when May had gone for a drive with her father in the only carriage available, Mrs. Welland brought up a topic she always avoided in her daughter's presence. "I'm afraid Ellen's ideas are not at all like ours." She was barely 18 when Medora Manson took her back to Europe. You remember the fuss when she showed up in black at her debutante ball? Another of Medora's strange ideas, though this time it was almost prophetic. That must have been at least 12 years ago. Ellen hasn't been back to America since. No wonder she's completely Europeanized. But European society doesn't generally approve of divorce. Countess Olenska thought she was adopting American ideas by seeking her freedom. It was the first time Archer had said her name since leaving Skuytercliff, and he felt his cheeks flush. Mrs. Welland smiled sympathetically. "That's just like the extraordinary things foreigners imagine about us. They think we eat dinner at 2 o'clock and condone divorce. That's why it seems so foolish to entertain them when they come to New York. They accept our hospitality, then go home and repeat the same stupid stories." Archer didn't comment, and Mrs. Welland continued, "But we truly appreciate you persuading Ellen to give up the idea. Her grandmother and her Uncle Lovell couldn't sway her. Both wrote that her change of mind was entirely due to your influence. In fact, she told her grandmother as much. She has immense admiration for you. Poor Ellen. She was always a difficult child. I wonder what will become of her." "What we've all maneuvered it to be," he felt like replying. "If you all would rather she be Beaufort's mistress than some decent man's wife, you've certainly pushed her in that direction." He wondered what Mrs. Welland would have said if he had spoken the words aloud. He could picture the sudden breakdown of her firm, calm features, which had gained a false air of authority from a lifetime spent managing trivial matters. Traces of a youthful beauty like her daughter's still lingered on her face. He asked himself if May's face was destined to settle into the same middle-aged mask of unshakable innocence. No, he didn't want May to have that kind of innocence. The innocence that closes the mind to imagination and the heart to experience. "I truly believe," Mrs. Welland went on, "that if the horrible business had gotten into the newspapers, it would have killed my husband. I don't know any details. I specifically asked not to, as I told poor Ellen when she tried to talk to me about it. Caring for an invalid, I have to keep my mind cheerful and positive." But Mr. Welland was terribly upset. He ran a slight fever every morning while we waited to hear the decision. It was the horror of his daughter, learning such things were possible. "But of course, dear Newland, you felt that too. We all knew you were thinking of May." "I'm always thinking of May," the young man replied, standing up to end the conversation. He had intended to use this private talk with Mrs. Welland to urge her to move up the wedding date. But he couldn't think of any arguments that would convince her, and with a sense of relief, he saw Mr. Welland and May driving up to the door. His only hope was to plead with May again. The day before his departure, he walked with her to the ruined garden of the old Spanish mission. The setting invited comparisons to European scenes. May, looking lovely under a wide-brimmed hat that cast a mysterious shadow over her clear eyes, grew eager as he spoke of Granada and the Alhambra. "We could be seeing it all this spring. Even the Easter ceremonies in Seville," he urged, exaggerating his request in hopes of getting a smaller concession. "Easter in Seville? Lent starts next week," she laughed. "Why shouldn't we get married during Lent?" he countered, but her shocked look told him he'd made a mistake. "Of course I didn't mean that, dearest. But soon after Easter, so we could sail at the end of April. I know I could arrange things at the office." She smiled, daydreaming about the possibility, but he saw that dreaming was enough for her. It was like listening to him read beautiful things from his poetry books that couldn't possibly happen in real life. "Oh, do go on, Newland. I love your descriptions." "But why should they just be descriptions? Why shouldn't we make them real?" "We will, dearest, of course, next year." Her voice lingered on the word. "Don't you want them to be real sooner? Can't I persuade you to break away now?" She lowered her head, disappearing beneath the brim of her concealing hat. "Why should we waste another year dreaming? Look at me, dear. Don't you understand how much I want you as my wife?" She remained still for a moment, then raised her eyes to his. They held such despairing tenderness that he almost loosened his grip on her waist. But suddenly, her expression changed, deepening mysteriously. "I'm not sure if I do understand," she said. Is it because you're not sure you'll continue to care for me?" Archer jumped up from the bench. "My God, perhaps, I don't know," he burst out angrily. May Welland stood up too. As they faced each other, she seemed to gain in womanly height and dignity. They were both silent for a moment, as if shocked by where their words had led. Then she said in a low voice, "If that's it, is there someone else?" "Someone else? Between you and me?" He repeated her words slowly, as if they were hard to grasp and he needed time to process the question himself. She seemed to sense the uncertainty in his voice, because she continued, her tone deepening. "Let's talk frankly, Newland. Sometimes I've sensed a difference in you, especially since our engagement was announced." "Dear, what nonsense!" he exclaimed, regaining his composure. She met his denial with a faint smile. "If it is nonsense, it won't hurt us to talk about it." She paused, then lifted her head with one of her characteristically noble gestures. "Or even if it's true, why shouldn't we discuss it? You could easily have made a mistake." He lowered his head, staring at the pattern of black leaves on the sunny path at their feet. "Mistakes are always easy to make. But if I had made the kind of mistake you're suggesting, would I likely be begging you to hurry our marriage?" She looked down too, tracing the pattern with the tip of her parasol as she searched for words. "Yes," she said finally. "You might want, once and for all, to settle the question. It's one way." Her calm clarity startled him but didn't fool him into thinking she was unfeeling. Beneath her hat brim he saw the paleness of her profile and a slight trembling of her nostril above her firmly set lips. "Well?" he questioned, sitting back down on the bench and looking up at her with a frown he tried to make playful. She sank back onto her seat and continued, "You mustn't think that a girl knows as little as her parents imagine. One hears things, one notices things, one has feelings and ideas. And, of course, long before you told me you cared for me, I knew there was someone else you were interested in. Everyone was talking about it 2 years ago at Newport. And once I saw you sitting together on the veranda at a dance, and when she came back inside, her face looked sad, and I felt sorry for her. I remembered it later, after we were engaged." Her voice had dropped almost to a whisper, and she sat clasping and unclasping her hands around the handle of her parasol. The young man gently placed his hand over hers. His heart swelled with an indescribable relief. "My dear child, was that it? If you only knew the truth." She raised her head quickly. "Then there is a truth I don't know?" He kept his hand over hers. "I meant the truth about the old story you mentioned. But that's what I want to know, Newland, what I ought to know. I couldn't build my happiness on something wrong, unfair to someone else. And I want to believe you feel the same way. What kind of life could we build on such foundations?" Her face had taken on such a look of tragic bravery that he felt like kneeling at her feet. "I've wanted to say this for a long time," she went on. "I've wanted to tell you that when two people truly love each other, I understand there might be situations where it's right for them to go against public opinion. And if you feel obligated in any way, obligated to the person we've discussed, and if there's any way you can fulfill that obligation, even by her getting a divorce. Newland, don't give her up because of me." His surprise at discovering her fears centered on an event so distant and finished. His affair with Mrs. Thorley Rushworth gave way to amazement at her generosity. There was something almost superhuman in such a wildly unconventional attitude. If other problems hadn't been weighing on him, he would have been lost in wonder at the miracle of the Welland's daughter urging him to marry his former mistress. But he was still dizzy from glimpsing the edge they had skirted and filled with a new awe at the mystery of young womanhood. He couldn't speak for a moment, then said, "There is no obligation, no commitment whatsoever, of the kind you imagine. Such situations aren't always as simple as, but that doesn't matter. I love your generosity, because I feel the same way about those things. I feel that each case must be judged individually on its own merits, regardless of stupid conventions. I mean, each woman's right to her liberty." He stopped himself, startled by the direction his thoughts had taken, and continued, looking at her with a smile. "Since you understand so many things, dearest, can't you go a little further and understand how useless it is for us to submit to another form of the same foolish conventions? If there's no one and nothing between us, isn't that a reason to marry quickly, rather than delay further?" She flushed with joy and lifted her face to his. As he bent toward it, he saw her eyes were full of happy tears. But in another moment she seemed to retreat from her womanly strength back into helpless, timid girlhood. He understood that her courage and decisiveness were all for others. She had none for herself. It was clear the effort of speaking had been far greater than her composed exterior suggested, and at his first reassuring word, she had fallen back into her usual self, like an overly adventurous child seeking refuge in its mother's arms. Archer didn't have the heart to keep pleading with her. He was too disappointed by the disappearance of the new person who had looked at him so deeply from those clear eyes. May seemed aware of his disappointment but didn't know how to fix it. They stood up and walked silently back to the house. Chapter 17. Your cousin, the Countess, visited Mother while you were away, Janie Archer informed her brother on the evening he returned. The young man, dining alone with his mother and sister, looked up in surprise and noticed Mrs. Archer looking demurely down at her plate. Mrs. Archer didn't think her withdrawal from society meant society should forget her, and Newland guessed she was slightly irritated that he was surprised by Madame Olenska's visit. She wore a black velvet jacket with jet buttons and a tiny green monkey fur muff. I've never seen her dress so stylishly, Janie continued. She came alone, early on Sunday afternoon. Luckily, the fire was lit in the drawing room. She had one of those new card cases. She said she wanted to get to know us because you'd been so good to her. Newland laughed. Madame Olenska always talks about her friends that way. She's very happy to be back among her own people. Yes, so she told us, said Mrs. Archer. I must say she seems grateful to be here. I hope you liked her, Mother. Mrs. Archer pursed her lips. She certainly tries hard to please, even when just visiting an old lady. Mother doesn't think she's genuine, Janie added, her eyes fixed on her brother's face. It's just my old-fashioned way. Dear May is my ideal, said Mrs. Archer. Ah, her son replied. They're not alike. Archer had left St. Augustine with many messages for old Mrs. Mingott, and a day or two after returning to town, he went to visit her. The old lady greeted him with unusual warmth. She was thankful to him for convincing Countess Olenska to abandon the divorce idea. When he told her he had ditched the office without permission and rushed down to St. Augustine simply because he wanted to see May, she let out a soft chuckle and patted his knee with her puffy hand. So you broke the rules, did you? And I suppose Augusta and Welland looked grim and acted like the world was ending? But little May, she knew better, I bet. I hope she did. But ultimately she wouldn't agree to what I went down there to ask. Wouldn't she? And what was that? I wanted her to promise we could get married in April. What's the point of wasting another year? Mrs. Manson Mingott pursed her small mouth into a mock prudish expression and twinkled at him through narrowed, mischievous eyes. Ask Mama, I suppose. The usual story. Ah, these Mingotts. All the same. Born in a rut, and you can't pull them out. When I built this house, you'd think I was moving to California. Nobody had ever built above 40th Street. No, I said, nor above the Battery either, before Christopher Columbus discovered America. No, none of them want to be different. They're as scared of it as smallpox. Ah, my dear Mr. Archer, I thank my stars. I'm just a common Spicer, but none of my own children take after me except my little Ellen. She paused, still twinkling at him, and asked with the casual randomness of old age, Now why on earth didn't you marry my little Ellen? Archer laughed. For one thing, she wasn't available to be married. No, true enough, more's the pity, and now it's too late. Her life is over. She spoke with the cold-blooded complacency of the elderly, burying the hopes of the young. A chill went through the young man, and he quickly said, Can't I persuade you to use your influence with the Wellands, Mrs. Mingott? I wasn't cut out for long engagements. Old Catherine beamed at him, approvingly. No, I can see that. You've got a quick eye. When you were a little boy, I bet you liked being served first. She threw back her head with a laugh that made her chins ripple like small waves. Ah, here's my Ellen now, she exclaimed, as the heavy curtains behind her parted. Madame Olenska came forward with a smile. Her face looked bright and happy, and she held out her hand cheerfully to Archer while bending to receive her grandmother's kiss. I was just saying to him, my dear, now, why didn't you marry my little Ellen? Madame Olenska looked at Archer, still smiling. And what did he answer? Oh, my darling, I'll leave you to figure that out. He's been down to Florida to see his sweetheart. Yes, I know, she continued looking at him. I went to see your mother to ask where you'd gone. I sent a note you never answered, and I was afraid you were ill. He mumbled something about leaving unexpectedly, in a rush, and having meant to write to her from St. Augustine. And of course, once you were there, you never thought of me again. She kept beaming at him with a cheerfulness that might have been a carefully constructed display of indifference. If she still needs me, she's determined not to let me see it, he thought, stung by her manner. He wanted to thank her for visiting his mother, but under the grandmother's mischievous gaze he felt tongue-tied and awkward. Look at him. in such a hurry to get married that he took off without permission and rushed down to beg the silly girl on his knees. That's what I call a lover. That's how handsome Bob Spicer carried off my poor mother, then got tired of her before I was even weaned, though they only had to wait 8 months for me. But there, you're not a Spicer, young man, luckily for you and for May. It's only my poor Ellen who's kept any of their wicked blood. The rest are all perfect Mingotts," cried the old lady scornfully. Archer realized Madame Olenska, who had sat down beside her grandmother, was still studying him thoughtfully. The cheerfulness had left her eyes, and she said very gently, "Surely, Granny, between the two of us, we can persuade them to do as he wishes." Archer stood up to leave, and as his hand met Madame Olenska's, he sensed she was waiting for him to mention her unanswered letter. "When can I see you?" he asked, as she walked with him to the door of the room. "Whenever you like, but it must be soon if you want to see the little house again. I'm moving next week." A pang shot through him at the memory of his lamplit evenings in the low-ceilinged drawing-room. Though few, they were filled with memories. "Tomorrow evening?" she nodded. "Tomorrow, yes, but early. I'm going out." The next day was Sunday. If she was going out on a Sunday evening, it could only be to Mrs. Lemuel Struthers's party. He felt slightly annoyed, not so much that she was going there. He rather liked that she went where she pleased, defying the Vanderleudens, but because it was the kind of place where she was certain to encounter Beaufort. She must have known beforehand that she would meet him there, and was probably going for that very reason. "Very well, tomorrow evening," he repeated, deciding inwardly that he wouldn't go early. By arriving late, he would either prevent her from going to Mrs. Struthers or get there after she had already left, which, all things considered, was likely the simplest outcome. It was only 8:30, after all, when he rang the bell under the wisteria vine, not as late as he had planned by half an hour, but a strange restlessness had pushed him to her door. He reasoned, however, that Mrs. Struthers's Sunday evenings weren't like formal balls, and her guests usually arrived early as if to minimize their social transgression. The one thing he hadn't expected upon entering Madame Olenska's hall was to find hats and overcoats already there. Why had she asked him to come early if she was hosting a dinner party? Inspecting the garments next to which Nastasia was placing his own, his resentment turned to curiosity. The overcoats were indeed the strangest he had ever seen in a respectable house. A quick glance confirmed neither belonged to Julius Beaufort. One was a shaggy yellow coat of cheap, ready-made cut. The other was a very old, faded cloak with a cape, something the French called a McFarlane. This coat, seemingly made for a very large person, had clearly seen much hard use, and its greenish-black fabric gave off a damp, sawdust-like smell, hinting at long hours spent leaning against barroom walls. On top of it lay a ragged gray scarf and an odd felt hat with a semi-clerical shape. Archer raised his eyebrows questioningly at Nastasia, who mirrored the gesture with a fatalistic "Gia!" as she threw open the drawing-room door. The young man immediately saw that his hostess wasn't in the room. Then, surprised, he noticed another lady standing by the fire. This woman, tall, thin, and loosely assembled, wore clothing intricately looped and fringed, with plaids, stripes, and solid bands arranged in a seemingly random pattern. Her hair, which had tried to turn white but only managed to fade, was topped with a Spanish comb and black lace scarf. Visibly mended silk mittens covered her rheumatic hands. Beside her, enveloped in cigar smoke, stood the owners of the two overcoats, both still in the morning clothes they had apparently worn all day. Archer recognized one, surprisingly, as Ned Winsett. The other, older man, was unknown to him. His enormous frame identified him as the owner of the, quote, McFarlane. He had a weak-looking, lion-like head with messy gray hair, and moved his arms in large, pawing motions, as if blessing a kneeling crowd. These three stood together on the hearthrug, their eyes focused on an extraordinarily large bouquet of crimson roses, accented with purple pansies, lying on the sofa where Madame Olenska usually sat. What they must have cost this time of year, though of course it's the thought that counts, the lady was saying in a sighing, fragmented way as Archer entered. The three turned, surprised by his arrival, and the lady stepped forward, extending her hand. "Dear Mr. Archer, almost my cousin Newland," she said. "I am the Marchioness Manson." Archer bowed, and she continued, "My Ellen has taken me in for a few days. I just arrived from Cuba, where I spent the winter with Spanish friends, Such delightful, distinguished people, the highest nobility of old Castile. How I wish you could meet them. But I was called away by our dear great friend here, Dr. Carver. You don't know Dr. Agathon Carver, founder of the Valley of Love community. Dr. Carver inclined his leonine head, and the Marchioness went on, Ah, New York, New York, how little the life of the spirit has touched it. But I see you do know Mr. Winsett. Oh yes, I encountered him some time ago, but not through spiritual channels, Winsett said with his dry smile. The Marchioness shook her head disapprovingly. How do you know, Mr. Winsett? The spirit moves where it wishes. Listen. Oh, listen, interjected Dr. Carver in a booming murmur. But do sit down, Mr. Archer. We four just had a delightful little dinner together, and my child has gone upstairs to dress. She's expecting you. She'll be down shortly. We were just admiring these marvelous flowers, which will surprise her when she returns. Winsett remained standing. I'm afraid I must be going. Please tell Madame Olenska we shall all feel lost when she leaves our street. This house has been an oasis. Ah, but she won't abandon you. Poetry and art are her lifeblood. It is poetry you write, Mr. Winsett? Well, no, but I sometimes read it, said Winsett, giving the group a general nod and slipping out of the room. A sharp spirit, a bit wild, but so witty. Dr. Carver, you do think him witty? I never think of wit, said Dr. Carver sternly. Ah, you never think of wit. How merciless he is to us weak mortals, Mr. Archer. But he lives only in the spiritual realm. And tonight he is mentally preparing the lecture he will soon deliver at Mrs. Blanker's. Dr. Carver, would there be time, before you leave for the Blankers, to explain to Mr. Archer your illuminating discovery of the direct contact? But no, I see it's nearly 9 o'clock, and we have no right to keep you while so many await your message. Dr. Carver looked slightly disappointed by this conclusion. However, after comparing his heavy gold watch with Madame Olenska's small travel clock, he reluctantly gathered his large frame to leave. I shall see you later, dear friend, he suggested to the Marchioness, who replied with a smile. As soon as Ellen's carriage arrives, I will join you. I do hope the lecture hasn't started. Dr. Carver looked thoughtfully at Archer. Perhaps, if this young gentleman is interested in my experiences, Mrs. Blanker might allow you to bring him with you. Oh, dear friend, if only it were possible. I am sure she would be thrilled, but I fear my Ellen is counting on Mr. Archer herself. That, said Dr. Carver, is unfortunate, but here is my card. He handed it to Archer, who read on it in Gothic letters, Agathon Carver, the Valley of Love, Kidisquatamy. In why Dr. Carver bowed himself out. Mrs. Manson, with a sigh that could have been regret or relief, again gestured for Archer to sit. Ellen will be down in a moment. And before she comes, I'm so glad for this quiet moment with you. Archer murmured his pleasure at meeting her, and the Marchioness continued in her low, sighing tones. I know everything, dear Mr. Archer. My child has told me all you have done for her. Your wise advice, your courageous firmness. Thank heaven it wasn't too late. The young man listened with considerable embarrassment. Was there anyone, he wondered, to whom Madame Olenska hadn't broadcast his involvement in her private life? Madame Olenska exaggerates. I simply gave her a legal opinion, as she requested. Ah, but in doing so you were the unknowing instrument of... What word do we moderns use for providence, Mr. Archer? Cried the lady, tilting her head and drooping her eyelids mysteriously. Little did you know that at that very moment I was being appealed to, being approached, in fact, from the other side of the Atlantic. She glanced over her shoulder, as if afraid of being overheard. Then, drawing her chair closer, and raising a tiny ivory fan to her lips, she whispered behind it, By the Count himself, my poor, mad, foolish Olenska, who asks only to take her back on her own terms. Good God! Archer exclaimed, jumping up. You are horrified? Yes, of course, I understand. I don't defend poor Stanislas, though he has always called me his best friend. He doesn't defend himself. He throws himself at her feet, through me. She tapped her thin chest. I have his letter right here. A letter? Has Madame Olenska seen it? Archer stammered, his mind reeling from the shock. The Marchioness Manson shook her head softly. Time. I must have time. I know my Ellen. Proud, stubborn, shall I say just slightly unforgiving? But, good heavens, forgiving is one thing. Going back into that hell. Ah, yes, the Marchioness agreed. So she describes it, my sensitive child. But on the practical side, Mr. Archer, if one may stoop to consider such things, do you know what she is giving up? Those roses there on the sofa. Acres like them, under glass and outdoors, in his unparalleled terraced gardens at Nice. Jewels, historic pearls, the Sobieski emeralds, sable furs, but she cares nothing for all these. Art and beauty, those she does care for, she lives for, as I always have, and those also surrounded her. Priceless paintings, furniture, music, brilliant conversation. Ah, that, my dear young man, if you'll excuse me, is something you have no concept of here. And she had it all. And the adoration of the greatest men. She tells me she isn't considered handsome in New York. Good heavens! Her portrait has been painted 9 times. The greatest artist in Europe begged for the privilege. Are these things nothing? And the remorse of an adoring husband? As the Marchioness Manson reached her dramatic peak, her face took on an expression of ecstatic nostalgia that would have amused Archer if he hadn't been numb with amazement. He would have laughed if anyone had predicted his first encounter with poor Medora Manson would cast her as a messenger from Satan. But he was in no mood for laughter now, and she seemed to him to have emerged directly from the hell Ellen Olenska had just escaped. She knows nothing yet. Of all this? He asked abruptly. Mrs. Manson placed a purple-gloved finger on her lips. Nothing directly, but does she suspect? Who can tell? The truth is, Mr. Archer, I have been waiting to see you. From the moment I heard about the firm stance you took and your influence over her, I hoped it might be possible to count on your support to convince you. That she ought to go back? I would rather see her dead, cried the young man violently. Ah, the Marchioness murmured, without obvious anger. For a while she sat in her armchair, opening and closing the absurd ivory fan between her mittened fingers. But suddenly she lifted her head and listened. Here she comes, she said in a quick whisper, then pointing to the bouquet on the sofa. Am I to understand that you prefer that, Mr. Archer? After all, marriage is marriage, and my niece is still a wife. Chapter 18. What are you two plotting together, Aunt Medora? Madame Olenska called out as she entered the room. She was dressed as if heading to a ball. Everything about her shimmered softly, like a dress woven from candlelight. She held her head high, like a beautiful woman confidently facing a room full of rivals. We were just saying, my dear, that here was something beautiful to surprise you with, Mrs. Manson replied, rising and gesturing playfully toward the flowers. Madame Olenska stopped short and stared at the bouquet. Her color didn't change, but a sort of pale flash of anger crossed her face like summer lightning. Ah, she exclaimed, her voice sharp in a way the young man had never heard. Who is ridiculous enough to send me flowers? Why flowers? And why tonight of all nights? I'm not going to a ball. I'm not a girl about to be married. But some people are just always ridiculous. She turned back to the door, opened it, and called out, Nastasia! The ever-present maid appeared promptly. Archer heard Madame Olenska say, in Italian spoken with deliberate clarity, seemingly so he could understand, Here, throw this in the trash. Then, as Nastasia stared in protest, But no, it's not the poor flower's fault. Tell the delivery boy to take them to the house 3 doors down, Mr. Winsett's house, the dark-haired gentleman who dined here. His wife is ill. They might bring her some cheer. The boy is out, you say. Then, my dear one, run yourself. Here, put my cloak over you and go quickly. I want that thing out of the house immediately. And I swear, don't say they came from me. She threw her velvet opera cloak over the maid's shoulders and turned back into the drawing-room, shutting the door firmly. Her chest rose and fell rapidly beneath her lace bodice, and for a moment Archer thought she might cry. But she burst into laughter instead, and looking from the Marchioness to Archer, asked abruptly, And you two, have you become friends? It's for Mr. Archer to say, darling. He has waited patiently while you were dressing. Yes, I gave you enough time. My hair wouldn't cooperate, Madame Olenska said, touching the elaborate curls piled high on her head. But that reminds me. I see Dr. Carver is gone, and you'll be late for the Blankers. Mr. Archer, would you help my aunt into the carriage? She followed the Marchioness into the hall, watched her get bundled into a heap of overshoes, shawls, and wraps, and called from the doorstep, Remember, the carriage needs to be back for me at 10. Then she returned to the drawing-room, where Archer, re-entering, found her standing by the fireplace, studying herself in the mirror. It wasn't typical in New York society for a lady to call her maid, my dear one, and send her on an errand wrapped in her own expensive cloak. Through his deeper emotions, Archer felt the pleasant thrill of being in a world where actions followed emotions with such decisive speed. Madame Olenska didn't move when he came up behind her. For a second, their eyes met in the mirror. Then she turned, sank into a corner of her sofa, and sighed. "There's time for a cigarette." He offered her the box and lit a match for her. As the flame illuminated her face, she glanced at him with laughing eyes and asked, "What do you think of me when I lose my temper?" Archer paused, then answered with sudden resolve, "It makes me understand what your aunt has been saying about you." "I knew she'd been talking about me." "Well?" "She said you were used to all sorts of things, luxury, amusement, excitement, that we could never hope to offer you here." Madame Olenska smiled faintly, the smoke curling around her lips. "Medora is incurably romantic. It has compensated her for so many things." Archer hesitated again, then took another risk. "Is your aunt's romanticism always entirely accurate?" "You mean, does she tell the truth?" Her niece considered. "Well, I'll tell you. In almost everything she says, there's some truth and some falsehood." "But why do you ask?" "What has she been telling you?" He looked away into the fire, then back at her radiant presence. His heart clenched at the thought that this was their last evening by this fireplace, and that soon the carriage would arrive to take her away. "She claims that Count Olenska has asked her to persuade you to go back to him." Madame Olenska didn't answer. She sat perfectly still, holding her cigarette in her half-raised hand. Her expression hadn't changed. Archer remembered noticing before her seeming inability to be surprised. "You knew then?" he burst out. She remained silent for so long that the ash fell from her cigarette. She brushed it onto the floor. "She has hinted about a letter." "Poor darling!" "Medora's hints. Did she come here suddenly at your husband's request?" Madame Olenska seemed to consider this question too. "There again, one can't be sure. She told me she received a, quote, spiritual summons, whatever that means, from Dr. Carver. I'm afraid she's planning to marry Dr. Carver. Poor Medora, there's always someone she wants to marry. But maybe the people in Cuba just got tired of her. I think she was with them as a sort of paid companion. Really, I don't know why she came. But you do believe she has a letter from your husband?" Again, Madame Olenska pondered silently. Then she said, "After all, it was to be expected." The young man stood up and leaned against the fireplace. A sudden restlessness gripped him, and he felt tongue-tied, aware that their time was running out and he might hear the carriage wheels any moment. "You know that your aunt believes you will go back?" Madame Olenska lifted her head quickly. A deep blush spread across her face, neck, and shoulders. She blushed rarely and painfully, as if it physically hurt her. "Many cruel things have been believed about me," she said. "Oh, Ellen, forgive me. I'm a fool and a brute." She smiled slightly. "You are terribly nervous. You have your own troubles. I know you think the Wellands are unreasonable about your marriage, and of course I agree with you. In Europe, people don't understand our long American engagements. I suppose they aren't as calm as we are." She pronounced "we," with a faint emphasis that sounded ironic. Archer sensed the irony, but didn't dare address it. Perhaps she had deliberately changed the subject away from her own problems. After the pain his last words had clearly caused, he felt the best he could do was follow her lead. But the awareness of the passing time made him desperate. He couldn't stand the thought of a barrier of words falling between them again. "Yes," he said abruptly. "I went south to ask May to marry me after Easter. There's no reason we shouldn't be married then. And May adores you, yet you couldn't convince her? I thought she was too intelligent to be controlled by such absurd traditions." "She is too intelligent. She's not controlled by them." Madame Olenska looked at him. "Well then, I don't understand." Archer flushed and hurried on. "We had a frank talk. Almost the first one. She thinks my impatience is a bad sign." "Merciful heavens, a bad sign?" "She thinks it means I can't trust myself to keep caring for her. She thinks, basically, that I want to marry her immediately to get away from someone I care for more." Madame Olenska considered this curiously. "But if she thinks that, why isn't she in a hurry too?" "Because she's not like that. She's so much nobler. She insists even more strongly on the long engagement, to give me time. Time to give her up for the other woman? If I want to." Madame Olenska leaned toward the fire, gazing into it intently. Down the quiet street, Archer heard the approaching sound of her horse's hooves. "That is noble," she said, her voice breaking slightly. "Yes, but it's ridiculous. Ridiculous? Because you don't care for anyone else? Because I don't intend to marry anyone else. Ah. There was another long silence. Finally, she looked up at him and asked, "This other woman, does she love you?" "Oh, there's no other woman. I mean, the person May was thinking of was never. Then why, after all, are you in such a hurry?" "There's your carriage," said Archer. She half rose and looked around vaguely. Her fan and gloves lay on the sofa beside her, and she picked them up automatically. "Yes, I suppose I must be going." "You're going to Mrs. Struthers?" "Yes." She smiled and added, "I must go where I'm invited, or I'd be too lonely. Why not come with me?" Archer felt he had to keep her beside him at any cost, make her give him the rest of her evening. Ignoring her question, he continued leaning against the fireplace, his eyes fixed on the hand holding her gloves and fan, as if testing his power to make her drop them. "May guessed the truth," he said. "There is another woman, but not the one she thinks." Ellen Olenska didn't answer or move. After a moment, he sat down beside her, took her hand, and gently unclasped it, letting the gloves and fan fall onto the sofa between them. She jumped up, freeing herself, and moved to the other side of the hearth. "Ah, don't make love to me. Too many people have done that," she said, frowning. Archer's face changed color, and he stood up too. It was the sharpest rebuke she could have given him. "I have never made love to you," he said, "and I never shall. But you are the woman I would have married if it had been possible for either of us." "Possible for either of us?" She looked at him with genuine astonishment. "And you say that when it's you who made it impossible?" He stared at her, lost in darkness pierced by a single blinding flash of light. "I made it impossible? You, she cried, her lip trembling like a child about to cry. "Isn't it you who convinced me to give up the divorce? Give it up because you showed me how selfish and wrong it was, how one must sacrifice oneself to protect the dignity of marriage, and to spare one's family the publicity, the scandal. And because my family was going to be your family, for May's sake and yours, I did what you told me, what you proved to me I ought to do." "Ah," she broke out with a sudden laugh, "I've made no secret of doing it for you." She sank back onto the sofa, huddled amidst the festive folds of her dress like a defeated partygoer. The young man stood by the fireplace, gazing at her without moving. "Good God," he groaned, "when I thought—" "You thought? Ah, don't ask me what I thought." Still looking at her, he saw the same burning blush creep up her neck to her face. She sat upright, facing him with stiff dignity. "I do ask you. Well then, there were things in that letter you asked me to read." "My husband's letter?" "Yes. I had nothing to fear from that letter. Absolutely nothing. All I feared was bringing notoriety, scandal onto the family, onto you and May." "Good God," he groaned again, burying his face in his hands. The silence that followed felt heavy, like something final and irreversible. To Archer, it felt like being crushed under his own gravestone. In the vast future stretching before him, he saw nothing that could ever lift this weight from his heart. He didn't move, didn't lift his head from his hands. His hidden eyes stared into complete darkness. "At least I loved you," he managed to say. From the sofa corner where he assumed she still sat, huddled, he heard a faint, choked crying, like a child's. He jumped up and went to her side. "Ellen, what madness! Why are you crying? Nothing's done that can't be undone. I'm still free, and you're gonna be." He held her in his arms, her face wet like a flower against his lips, all their pointless fears dissolving like ghosts at sunrise. The only thing that surprised him now was that he had stood arguing with her across the room for 5 minutes, when simply touching her made everything so simple. She returned his kiss fully, but after a moment he felt her body stiffen in his arms. She gently pushed him away and stood up. "Ah, my poor Newland, I suppose this had to happen, but it doesn't change things in the slightest," she said, looking down at him from her position by the hearth. "It changes my whole life." No, it mustn't. It can't. You're engaged to May Welland, and I'm married." He stood up too, flushed and determined. "Nonsense. It's too late for that kind of reasoning. We have no right to lie to others or to ourselves. We won't discuss your marriage, but can you honestly see me marrying May after this?" She stood silent, resting her thin elbows on the mantelpiece, her profile reflected in the mirror behind her. A lock of hair had come loose and hung on her neck. She looked worn and almost old. "I don't see you," she said finally, asking May that question. "Do you?" He gave a reckless shrug. "It's too late to do anything else." "You say that because it's the easiest thing to say right now, not because it's true. In reality, it's too late to do anything but what we both had already decided on." "Ah, I don't understand you." She forced a pitiful smile that seemed to pinch her face rather than soften it. "You don't understand because you haven't grasped yet how much you've changed things for me. Oh, from the very beginning, long before I knew everything you'd done." "Everything I'd done?" "Yes. At first, I was completely unaware that people here were wary of me, that they thought I was some kind of dreadful person. Apparently, they had even refused to meet me for dinner. I found that out later. And how you made your mother go with you to the Vanderleudens, and how you insisted on announcing your engagement at the Beaufort ball, so I would have two families supporting me instead of just one." At that, he broke into laughter. "Just imagine," she said, "how foolish and unobservant I was. I knew none of this until Granny blurted it out one day. New York simply meant peace and freedom to me. It felt like coming home. I was so happy to be among my own people that everyone I met seemed kind and good and glad to see me. But from the very start," she continued, "I felt there was no one as kind as you. No one who gave me reasons I understood for doing what initially seemed so hard and unnecessary. The truly good people didn't convince me. I felt they'd never faced temptation. But you knew. You understood. You had felt the pull of the outside world with all its temptations, and yet you hated what it demands. You hated happiness bought with disloyalty and cruelty and indifference. That was something I'd never known before, and it's better than anything I've ever known." She spoke in a low, even voice without tears or obvious emotion. Each word dropped into his chest like molten lead. He sat hunched over, head in his hands, staring at the rug and the tip of the satin shoe visible beneath her dress. Suddenly, he knelt and kissed the shoe. She bent over him, placing her hands on his shoulders, looking at him with eyes so deep he remained motionless under her gaze. "Ah, don't let us undo what you've done," she cried. "I can't go back now to that other way of thinking. I can't love you unless I give you up." His arms reached up toward her, but she drew back. They remained facing each other, separated by the distance her words had created. Then, abruptly, his anger surged. "And Beaufort? Is he supposed to replace me?" As the words flew out, he expected an answering burst of anger, and would have welcomed it to fuel his own. But Madame Olenska only grew slightly paler. She stood with her arms hanging loosely in front of her, her head slightly bowed, as she often did when considering something. "He's waiting for you now at Mrs. Struthers. Why don't you go to him?" Archer sneered. She turned to ring the bell. "I shall not go out this evening. Tell the carriage to go and pick up the Signora Marchesa," she said when the maid arrived. After the door closed again, Archer continued to look at her with bitter eyes. "Why this sacrifice? Since you tell me you're lonely, I have no right to keep you from your friends." She smiled faintly through wet eyelashes. "I won't be lonely now. I was lonely. I was afraid. But the emptiness and darkness are gone. When I look inside myself now, I'm like a child going into a room at night where there's always a light on." Her tone and look still surrounded her with a soft remoteness, and Archer groaned again. "I don't understand you." "Yet you understand May." He flushed at the retort, but kept his eyes on her. "May is ready to give me up." "What? 3 days after you begged her on your knees to hurry your marriage?" "She refused. That gives me the right." "Ah, you've taught me what an ugly word that is," she said. He turned away, utterly weary. He felt as though he had been struggling for hours up a steep cliff, and now, just as he reached the top, his grip slipped, and he was falling headfirst into darkness. If he could have held her again, he might have swept her arguments aside, but she still kept him at a distance with something mysteriously aloof in her expression and posture, and by his own odd sense of her sincerity. Finally, he began to plead again. "If we do this now, it will be worse later, worse for everyone." "No, no, no," she almost screamed, as if he frightened her. At that moment, the doorbell chimed loudly through the house. They hadn't heard a carriage stop. Motionless, they stared at each other with startled eyes. Outside, Nastasia's footsteps crossed the hall, the outer door opened, and a moment later she came in carrying a telegram, which she handed to Countess Olenska. "The lady was very happy with the flowers," Nastasia said, smoothing her apron. "She thought her husband sent them, and she cried a little and said it was foolish. Her mistress smiled and took the yellow envelope. She tore it open and carried it to the lamp. Then, after the door closed again, she handed the telegram to Archer. It was dated from St. Augustine and addressed to Countess Olenska. He read, "Granny's telegram worked. Papa and Mama agree marriage after Easter. Am telegraphing Newland. Am too happy for words and love you dearly. Your grateful May." Half an hour later, when Archer unlocked his own front door, he found a similar envelope on the hall table, atop his pile of notes and letters. The message inside was also from May Welland and read, "Parents consent wedding Tuesday after Easter at 12, Grace Church, 8 bridesmaids. Please see rectors so happy love May." Archer crumpled the yellow sheet as if the action could destroy the news it carried. Then he pulled out a small pocket diary and flipped through the pages with trembling fingers. He didn't find what he was looking for. Cramming the telegram into his pocket, he went upstairs. A light shone through the door of the small room Janie used as a dressing room and private space. Her brother knocked impatiently. The door opened, and his sister stood before him in her timeless purple flannel dressing gown, her hair in pins. Her face looked pale and worried. "Newland! I hope there's no bad news in that telegram. I waited up on purpose, in case—" No piece of his mail was safe from Janie. He ignored her question. "Look here, what day is Easter this year?" She looked shocked at such unchristian ignorance. "Easter? Newland! Why, of course, the first week in April. Why, the first week?" He turned back to his diary pages, calculating rapidly under his breath. "The first week, you said?" He threw back his head with a long laugh. "For mercy's sake, what's the matter?" "Nothing's the matter, except that I'm going to be married in a month." Janie threw her arms around his neck and pressed him to her purple flannel chest. "Oh, Newland, how wonderful! I am so glad. But, dearest, why do you keep laughing? Do be quiet, or you'll wake Mama." Book 2, Chapter 19. The day was crisp, with a brisk spring wind kicking up dust. All the elderly ladies from both families had brought out their faded sable furs and yellowing ermine wraps. The scent of mothballs drifting from the front pews nearly overpowered the faint spring fragrance of the lilies decorating the altar. Newland Archer, signaled by the church attendant, had emerged from the side room and positioned himself with his best man at the front steps of Grace Church's chancel. The signal indicated that the carriage carrying the bride and her father was approaching. However, there was bound to be a significant pause for adjustments and final checks in the entryway, where the bridesmaids were already gathered like a bouquet of Easter flowers. During this unavoidable delay, the groom was expected to stand alone, exposed to the gaze of the assembled guests, as proof of his eagerness. Archer endured this ritual as passively as he had all the others that made a 19th-century New York wedding feel like a ceremony from the dawn of time. Everything seemed equally easy, or equally difficult, depending on perspective, on the path he was now committed to. He followed the hurried instructions of his best man, as dutifully as he had guided other grooms through the same maze in the past. So far, he felt reasonably sure he had met all his obligations. The 8 bridesmaids' bouquets of white lilacs and lilies of the valley had been sent on time, along with the gold and sapphire cufflinks for the 8 ushers and the cat's-eye tie-pin for the best man. Archer had stayed up half the night, trying to find different ways to phrase his thank-you notes for the latest wave of gifts from male friends and former flames. The fees for the bishop and the rector were safely tucked in his best man's pocket. His own luggage was already at Mrs. Manson Mingott's house, where the wedding breakfast would be held, along with the travel clothes he would change into later. A private compartment had been booked on the train that would take the young couple to their undisclosed destination, keeping the honeymoon location secret being one of the most sacred traditions of this ancient ritual. "Got the ring okay?" whispered young Vanderluyden Newland, who was new to best man duties and felt the weight of his responsibility. Archer performed the familiar gesture he had seen so many grooms make. With his bare right hand, he felt inside his dark gray vest pocket, confirming the small gold band, engraved inside, "Newland to May, April, 187, was there. Then, resuming his previous posture, holding his top hat and pearl gray gloves with black stitching in his left hand, he stared at the church door. Overhead, Handel's march swelled grandly through the imitation stone arches, carrying echoes of the many weddings where he had stood indifferently on these same steps, watching other brides float down the aisle toward other grooms. How much like an opening night at the opera, he thought, recognizing the same faces in the same boxes. No pews. He wondered if, when the final judgment came, Mrs. Selfridge Mary would be there with the same tall ostrich feathers in her hat, and Mrs. Beaufort with the same diamond earrings and the same smile, and whether prime seats were already reserved for them in the afterlife. After that, there was still time to scan, one by one, the familiar faces in the front rows, the women's expressions sharp with curiosity and excitement, the men's grumpy about having to wear formal coats before lunch, and then battle for food at the wedding breakfast. "Too bad the breakfast is at old Catherine's," the groom imagined Reggie Chivers saying. "But I hear Lovell Mingott insisted his own chef cook it, so it should be good if you can get near it." And he could picture Sillerton Jackson adding authoritatively, "My dear fellow, haven't you heard? It's being served at small tables, in the New English style." Archer's eyes rested for a moment on the left-hand pew, where his mother, who had entered leaning on Mr. Henry van der Luyden's arm, sat softly crying under her lace veil, her hands tucked into her grandmother's ermine muff. "Poor Janey," he thought, glancing at his sister. "Even craning her neck, she can only see the people in the first few pews, and they're mostly drab Newlands and Dagonets." On his side of the white ribbon marking the family section, he saw Beaufort, tall and red-faced, examining the women with his arrogant stare. Beside him sat his wife, draped in silvery chinchilla fur and violets. On the far side of the ribbon, Lawrence Lefferts's slickly brushed head seemed to stand guard over the invisible god of good form, presiding over the ceremony. Archer wondered how many imperfections Lefferts's sharp eyes would find in the proceedings. Then he suddenly remembered that he too had once considered such details important. The things that had once filled his days now seemed like childish imitations of life, or like pointless debates among medieval scholars over obscure terms no one understood. A heated argument about whether the wedding gift should be displayed had clouded the final hours before the wedding. It seemed incredible to Archer that grown adults could get so worked up over such trivialities, and that the matter had been settled against displaying them, only when Mrs. Welland declared with indignant tears, "I'd sooner let reporters loose in my house." Yet there was a time when Archer himself had held definite, even aggressive opinions on all such matters, when everything related to the manners and customs of his small social circle had seemed vitally significant. And all that time, I suppose, he thought, real people were living somewhere, and real things were happening to them. "There they come," breathed the best man excitedly. But the groom knew better. The cautious opening of the church door only meant that Mr. Brown, the livery stable owner, wearing black robes for his occasional role as church attendant, was taking a quick look before organizing his troops. The door closed softly again. Then, after another pause, it swung open majestically, and a murmur spread through the church. "The family!" Mrs. Welland entered first, on her eldest son's arm. Her large pink face was suitably solemn, and her plum-colored satin dress with pale blue side panels, paired with blue ostrich feathers on a small satin hat, earned general approval. But before she had settled with a stately rustle into the pew opposite Mrs. Archer's, the guests were craning their necks to see who followed. Wild rumors had circulated the day before that Mrs. Manson Mingott, despite her physical limitations, was determined to attend the ceremony. The idea fit so well with her adventurous spirit that bets were placed at the clubs on whether she could walk up the aisle and fit into a seat. It was known she had insisted on sending her own carpenter to see about removing the end panel of the front pew and measuring the space, but the results were discouraging. For one anxious day, her family watched her consider being wheeled up the aisle in her enormous wheelchair and sitting enthroned at the foot of the chancel. The thought of this monstrous public display was so distressing to her relatives that they would have gladly paid a fortune to the clever person who suddenly discovered the chair was too wide to fit between the metal posts supporting the awning that stretched from the church door to the curb. The idea of removing the awning, revealing the bride to the crowd of dressmakers and newspaper reporters fighting outside for a view, was too much even for old Catherine's courage, though she had briefly considered it. "Why, they might take a photograph of my child and put it in the papers," Mrs. Welland exclaimed when her mother's final plan was suggested. The entire clan recoiled from this unthinkable indecency with a collective shudder. The matriarch had to concede, but only after securing the promise that the wedding breakfast would be held at her house, even though, as the Washington Square relatives complained, with the Wellands' house so close, it was annoying to have to pay extra for carriages to drive to the far end of nowhere. Although these negotiations had been widely reported by the Jacksons, a hopeful minority still believed old Catherine would appear. There was a noticeable dip in excitement when she was found to have been replaced by her daughter-in-law. Mrs. Lovell Mingott had the high color and glazed stare common in ladies of her age attempting a new dress. But once the disappointment over her mother-in-law's absence faded, everyone agreed her black lace over lilac satin with a hat of Parma violets provided a lovely contrast to Mrs. Welland's blue and plum colors. Very different was the impression made by the gaunt, overly delicate lady who followed on Mr. Mingott's arm, a chaotic mess of stripes, fringes, and floating scarves. As this final figure glided into view, Archer's heart seized up and stopped beating. He had assumed the Marchioness Manson was still in Washington, where she had gone about 4 weeks earlier with her niece, Madame Olenska. It was generally understood their abrupt departure was due to Madame Olenska wanting to remove her aunt from the persuasive influence of Dr. Agathon Carver, who had nearly recruited her for his Valley of Love community. Under the circumstances, no one expected either lady to return for the wedding. For a moment, Archer stared at Medora's bizarre figure, trying to see who came behind her. But the small procession was over. All the minor family members had taken their seats, and the 8 tall ushers, gathering like birds preparing to migrate, were already slipping through the side doors into the lobby. "Newland! Hey, she's here!" the best man whispered. Archer jolted back to reality. A long time seemed to have passed since his heart stopped, because the white and rosy procession was actually halfway up the aisle. The bishop, the rector, and 2 white-robed assistants hovered near the flower-laden altar, and the first notes of the Spohr Symphony scattered like petals before the bride. Archer opened his eyes. Could they really have been closed as he imagined? And felt his heart slowly resume its normal rhythm. The music, the scent of lilies, the vision of the cloud of tulle and orange blossoms floating closer, the sight of Mrs. Archer's face suddenly crumpled with happy sobs, the low blessing murmur of the rector's voice, the precise movements of the 8 pink bridesmaids and 8 black ushers, all these familiar sights, sounds, and sensations felt utterly strange and meaningless in his new connection to them, mingling confusedly in his mind. "My God," he thought, "do I have the ring?" And once more he made the groom's convulsive checking gesture. Then, suddenly, May was beside him, radiating such brightness that it sent a faint warmth through his numbness. He straightened up and smiled into her eyes. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here," the rector began. The ring was on her finger, the bishop's blessing given, the bridesmaids poised to rejoin the procession, and the organ was showing early signs of bursting into the Mendelssohn March, essential for any newly married couple's exit in New York. "Your arm, I say, give her your arm," young Newland hissed nervously. Once again, Archer realized he had been drifting far away. What had sent him there, he wondered? Perhaps the glimpse, among the anonymous faces in the side section, of dark, coiled hair under a hat, which, a moment later, turned out to belong to an unknown woman with a long nose, so laughably unlike the person whose image it had conjured that he questioned if he was hallucinating. And now he and his wife were pacing slowly down the aisle, carried along by the light waves of Mendelssohn, the spring day beckoning through wide-open doors. Mrs. Welland's horses, with large white ribbons on their bridles, pranced and showed off at the far end of the canvas tunnel. The footman, sporting an even larger white ribbon on his coat, wrapped May's white cloak around her, and Archer jumped into the carriage beside her. She turned to him with a triumphant smile, and their hands clasped under her veil. "Darling!" Archer said, and suddenly the same black void opened before him. He felt himself sinking deeper and deeper, while his voice continued smoothly and cheerfully. "Yes, of course, I thought I'd lost the ring. No wedding is complete without the poor groom going through that. But you did keep me waiting, you know. I had time to imagine every possible horror." She surprised him by turning, right there on Fifth Avenue, and throwing her arms around his neck. "But nothing horrible can ever happen now, can it, Newland, as long as we're together?" Every detail of the day had been meticulously planned. After the wedding breakfast, the young couple had plenty of time to change into their travel clothes, descend the wide Mingott staircase between laughing bridesmaids and tearful parents, and get into the carriage under the traditional shower of rice and satin slippers. There was still half an hour left to drive to the station, buy the latest magazines at the bookstall like seasoned travelers, and settle into the reserved train compartment where May's maid had already placed her dove-gray traveling cloak and shiny new dressing bag from London. The old Delac aunts and Rhinebeck had offered their house to the newlyweds, eager for the chance to spend a week in New York with Mrs. Archer. Archer, glad to avoid the typical bridal suite in a Philadelphia or Baltimore hotel, accepted just as readily. May was thrilled at the idea of going to the country, and childishly amused by the bridesmaids' futile attempts to discover their secret destination. Having a country house loaned to one was considered very English, adding a final touch of sophistication to what was widely acknowledged as the year's most brilliant wedding. But no one was allowed to know the house's location, except the parents of the bride and groom. When asked, they simply pursed their lips and said mysteriously, "Ah, they didn't tell us," which was technically true, since there was no need to. Once settled in their compartment, as the train left the endless wooden suburbs behind and entered the pale spring landscape, conversation flowed more easily than Archer had expected. May still looked and sounded like the simple girl from yesterday, eager to compare notes about the wedding details, discussing them as impartially as a bridesmaid chatting with an usher. At first, Archer thought this detachment masked an inner nervousness, but her clear eyes showed only calm unawareness. She was alone with her husband for the first time, but her husband was just the charming companion of yesterday. There was no one she liked as much, no one she trusted more completely. The peak excitement of the whole delightful adventure of engagement and marriage was being off with him alone on a journey, like a grown-up, like a married woman. It was astonishing, as he had realized in the mission garden in St. Augustine, that such deep feeling could exist alongside such a lack of imagination. But he remembered how, even then, she had surprised him by reverting to inexpressive girlishness once her conscience was clear. He saw she would likely go through life dealing with each experience as it came, to the best of her ability, but never anticipating anything, not even with a stolen glance ahead. Perhaps this lack of awareness gave her eyes their transparency, and her face the look of representing an ideal type rather than an individual, as if she could have posed for a statue of civic virtue or a Greek goddess. The blood so close to her fair skin seemed more like a preserving fluid than a destructive force. Yet her look of indestructible youthfulness didn't make her seem hard or dull, just pure and elemental. In the midst of this thought, Archer suddenly felt like he was looking at her as a stranger would, and quickly launched into a memory of the wedding breakfast and Granny Mingott's immense, triumphant presence there. May settled in to frankly enjoy the topic. "I was surprised, though, weren't you, that Aunt Medora came after all? Ellen wrote that neither of them was well enough to travel." "I do wish it had been Ellen who recovered. Did you see the exquisite old lace she sent me?" He had known this moment would come, sooner or later, but he had somehow imagined he could delay it just by willing it away. Yes, it was beautiful," he said, looking at her blankly, wondering if hearing those two syllables would always make his carefully constructed world collapse like a house of cards. "Aren't you tired? It will be nice to have some tea when we arrive. I'm sure the aunts have everything beautifully ready," he rambled on, taking her hand. Her mind instantly jumped to the magnificent Baltimore silver tea and coffee set the Beauforts had sent, which matched Uncle Lovell Mingott's trays and side dishes perfectly. In the spring twilight, the train stopped at the Rhinebeck station. They walked along the platform to the waiting carriage. "Ah, how awfully kind of the Vanderluytens. They've sent their man over from Skuytercliff to meet us," Archer exclaimed, as a serious-looking man, not in uniform, approached and took the maid's bags. "I'm extremely sorry, sir," this messenger said, "that a little accident occurred at the Miss de Lac's place, a leak in the water tank. It happened yesterday, and Mr. Vanderluyden, hearing about it this morning, sent a housemaid up on the early train to get the patroon's house ready. It will be quite comfortable, I think you'll find, sir. And the Miss Dulocks have sent their cook over, so it will be exactly the same as if you'd been at Rhinebeck." Archer stared at the speaker so blankly that the man repeated, even more apologetically, "It'll be exactly the same, sir, I assure you." May's eager voice broke the awkward silence. "The same as Rhinebeck? The patroon's house? But it will be 100,000 times better, won't it, Newland? It's too dear and kind of Mr. Vanderluyden to have thought of it." And as they drove off, with the maid beside the driver and their shiny new bridal luggage on the seat opposite them, she continued excitedly, "Just imagine, I've never been inside it, have you? The Vanderluydens show it to so few people. But they opened it for Ellen, apparently, and she told me what a darling little place it was. She says it's the only house she's seen in America that she could imagine being perfectly happy in." "Well, that's what we're going to be, isn't it?" cried her husband cheerfully. She answered with her boyish smile, "Ah, it's just our luck beginning, the wonderful luck we're always going to have together." Chapter 20. "Of course we must have dinner with Mrs. Carfry, dearest," Archer said. His wife looked at him with an anxious frown across the imposing silver-plated breakfast set of their London boarding house. In the entire rainy expanse of autumn London, the Newland Archers knew only two people. And these two they had carefully avoided, following the old New York tradition, that it wasn't dignified to impose oneself on acquaintances in foreign countries. Mrs. Archer and Janie, during their European trips, had adhered so strictly to this rule, meeting friendly gestures from fellow travelers with such impenetrable reserve, that they had almost set a record for never speaking to a foreigner outside of hotel and train station staff. They treated their own countrymen, unless previously known or properly introduced, with even greater disdain. So unless they encountered a Chivers, a Dagonet, or a Mingott, their months abroad were spent in uninterrupted solitude together. But even the best precautions sometimes failed. One night in Boston, one of the two English ladies in the room across the hall, whose names, style, and social standing Janie already knew intimately, had knocked and asked if Mrs. Archer had any liniment. The other lady, the intruder's sister, Mrs. Carfry, had suffered a sudden bronchitis attack. Mrs. Archer, who always traveled with a full pharmacy, fortunately had the required remedy. Mrs. Carfry was very ill. Since she and her sister, Miss Harrell, were traveling alone, they were deeply grateful to the Archer ladies, who provided ingenious comforts and whose efficient maid helped nurse the invalid back to health. When the Archers left Botzen, they never expected to see Mrs. Carfry and Miss Harrell again. Nothing, in Mrs. Archer's view, would have been more undignified than forcing oneself on a foreigner to whom one had accidentally provided a service. But Mrs. Carfry and her sister, unaware of this perspective and likely finding it incomprehensible, felt eternally indebted to the delightful Americans who had been so kind. With touching loyalty, they seized every opportunity to meet Mrs. Archer and Janie during their European travels, showing an almost supernatural ability to find out when they would be passing through London. The connection became unbreakable. Whenever Mrs. Archer and Janie checked into Brown's Hotel, they found two affectionate friends waiting, who, like themselves, grew ferns in glass cases, made macrame lace, read memoirs of Baroness Bunsen, and held opinions about London's prominent clergymen. As Mrs. Archer said, knowing Mrs. Carfry and Miss Harrell made London a different experience. By the time Newland got engaged, the bond between the families was so strong that it was considered only right to send a wedding invitation to the two English ladies, who responded with a lovely bouquet of pressed alpine flowers under glass. And on the dock, as Newland and his wife sailed for England, Mrs. Archer's final instruction had been, "You must take May to see Mrs. Carfry." Newland and May had no intention of following this instruction, but Mrs. Carfry, with her usual sharpness, had tracked them down and sent a dinner invitation. It was over this invitation that May Archer was furrowing her brow across the tea and muffins. "It's easy for you, Newland. You know them. But I'll feel so shy among people I've never met. And what should I wear?" Newland leaned back and smiled at her. She looked more handsome and statuesque than ever. The damp English air seemed to have enhanced her complexion and softened the slight severity of her youthful features. Or perhaps it was simply the inner glow of happiness, shining through like light under ice. "Where, dearest? I thought a trunk full of clothes arrived from Paris last week." "Yes, of course. I meant I won't know which one to wear," she pouted slightly. "I've never dined out in London, and I don't want to look ridiculous." He tried to understand her dilemma. "But don't English women dress just like everyone else in the evening?" "Newland, how can you ask such funny questions? When they go to the theater in old ball gowns and with bare heads." "Well, maybe they wear new ball gowns at home. But Mrs. Carfry and Miss Harrell won't. They'll wear caps like my mother's and shawls, very soft shawls." "Yes, but how will the other women be dressed?" "Not as well as you, dear," he replied, wondering why she had suddenly developed Janie's obsessive interest in clothes. She pushed her chair back with a sigh. "That's sweet of you, Newland, but it doesn't help much." He had an idea. "Why not wear your wedding dress? That can't be wrong, can it?" "Oh, dearest, if only I had it here. But it's gone to Paris to be altered for next winter, and Worth hasn't sent it back." "Oh, well," Archer said, standing up. "Look here, the fog is lifting. If we hurry to the National Gallery, we might manage to catch a glimpse of the paintings." The Newland Archers were on their way home after a 3-month wedding trip, which May vaguely described in letters to her friends as blissful. They hadn't gone to the Italian lakes. Upon reflection, Archer couldn't picture his wife in that specific setting. Her preference, after a month with Parisian dressmakers, was for mountain climbing in July and swimming in August. They followed this plan precisely, spending July in Interlaken and Grindelwald, and August in a small place called Etretat on the Normandy coast, recommended as quaint and quiet. Once or twice in the mountains, Archer had pointed south and said, "There's Italy." May, standing in a field of gentians, had smiled cheerfully and replied, "It would be lovely to go there next winter, if only you didn't have to be in New York." But, in reality, traveling interested her even less than he had expected. Once her clothes were ordered, she saw it merely as an extended opportunity for walking, riding, swimming, and trying the fascinating new game of lawn tennis. When they finally returned to London, where they planned to spend 2 weeks while he ordered his clothes, she openly expressed her eagerness to sail home. In London, only theaters and shops interested her. She found the theaters less exciting than the Parisian outdoor cafes where, under the blooming chestnut trees of the Champs-Élysées, she'd had the novel experience of looking down from a restaurant terrace at an audience of courtesans, while her husband interpreted as much of the suggestive songs as he deemed suitable for a bride. Archer had reverted to all his old, inherited ideas about marriage. It was less effort to follow tradition and treat May exactly as his friends treated their wives than to try implementing the theories he had toyed with during his carefree bachelor days. There was no point trying to liberate a wife who had no clue she wasn't already free. He had long discovered that May's only use for the freedom she believed she had would be to offer it up in wifely devotion. Her natural dignity would always prevent her from doing so grovelingly. A day might even come, as it once had, when she would find the strength to take it back entirely if she thought it was for his own good. But with her uncomplicated and unquestioning view of marriage, such a crisis could only arise from visibly outrageous behavior on his part. The depth of her feelings for him made that unthinkable. Whatever happened, he knew she would always be loyal, brave, and forgiving, which obligated him to practice the same virtues. All this pulled him back toward his old ways of thinking. If her simplicity had been petty, he would have resented it and rebelled. But since the lines of her character, though few, were as finely molded as her face, she became the guardian spirit of all his old traditions and values. Such qualities hardly made foreign travel exciting, though they made her an easy and pleasant companion. He saw immediately how well they would fit into their proper environment back home. He wasn't afraid of being smothered by them, because his artistic and intellectual life would continue, as always, outside the domestic sphere. Within it, there would be nothing small or suffocating. Coming home to his wife would never feel like entering a stuffy room after a walk outdoors. And when they had children, the empty spaces in both their lives would be filled. All these thoughts ran through his mind during their long, slow drive from Mayfair to South Kensington, where Mrs. Carfry and her sister lived. Archer, too, would have preferred to avoid their friends' hospitality. Following family tradition, he had always traveled as an observer, affecting a proud unawareness of fellow humans. Only once, just after college, had he spent a few lively weeks in Florence with a group of eccentric Europeanized Americans, dancing all night with titled ladies in palaces and gambling half the day with fashionable rakes. But it had all seemed, though incredibly fun, as unreal as a carnival. These strange cosmopolitan women, absorbed in complex love affairs they seemed compelled to share with everyone, and the magnificent young officers and witty older men involved, were too different from the people Archer grew up with, too much like expensive, slightly off-putting hothouse flowers to hold his imagination for long. Introducing his wife into such a society was unthinkable, and during his travels, no other social group had shown much interest in his company. Not long after arriving in London, he had run into the Duke of St. Austrey. The Duke, recognizing him instantly and warmly, had said, "Look me up, won't you?" But no self-respecting American would have considered that a genuine invitation to act upon, and the encounter had no follow-up. They had even managed to avoid May's English aunt, the banker's wife, who was still in Yorkshire. In fact, they had deliberately delayed going to London until autumn so their arrival during the social season wouldn't seem pushy to these unknown relatives. "Probably there'll be nobody at Mrs. Carfry's. London's deserted this time of year, and you've made yourself much too beautiful," Archer said to May. She sat beside him in the hired carriage, looking so spotlessly splendid in her sky-blue cloak trimmed with swansdown that it seemed wrong to expose her to the London grime. "I don't want them to think we dress like savages," she replied, with a scorn Pocahontas might have found offensive. He was struck again by the almost religious reverence, even the most unworldly American women held for the social power of clothing. It's their armor, he thought, their defense against the unknown, and their defiance of it. And he understood for the first time the seriousness with which May, who couldn't tie a ribbon in her hair just to please him, had undertaken the solemn task of selecting and ordering her extensive wardrobe. He had been right. The party at Mrs. Carfry's was small. Besides their hostess and her sister, they found only another shawled lady, a friendly vicar who was her husband, a quiet young man introduced as Mrs. Carfry's nephew, and a small, dark gentleman with lively eyes, whom she introduced as his tutor, mentioning a French name as she did so. Into this dimly lit, muted group, May Archer entered like a swan catching the sunset. She seemed larger, fairer, more voluminously rustling than her husband had ever seen her. He realized the rosiness and rustling were signs of extreme, childlike shyness. What on earth will they expect me to talk about? Her helpless eyes pleaded with him, just as her dazzling appearance provoked the same anxiety in them. But beauty, even when unsure of itself, inspires confidence in men. The vicar and the French tutor soon showed May their desire to put her at ease. Despite their best efforts, however, the dinner was rather dull. Archer noticed his wife's way of appearing comfortable with foreigners was to become even more stubbornly local in her conversation topics. So while her loveliness invited admiration, her talk stifled witty responses. The vicar soon gave up trying. But the tutor, who spoke flawless English, gallantly kept talking to her until the ladies, to everyone's obvious relief, went upstairs to the drawing-room. The vicar, after a glass of port wine, had to rush off to a meeting, and the shy nephew, apparently unwell, was sent to bed. But Archer and the tutor continued sitting over their wine. Suddenly, Archer found himself talking freely, as he hadn't since his last deep discussion with Ned Winsett. The Carfry nephew, it turned out, had shown signs of tuberculosis and had left his boarding school, Harrow, for Switzerland. He had spent 2 years in the milder climate by Lake Geneva. Being a bookish young man, he had been placed under the care of Monsieur Riviere, who had brought him back to England and would stay with him until he started at Oxford the following spring. M. Riviere simply added that he would then need to find another job. It seemed impossible, Archer thought, that he would be jobless for long, given his varied interests and many talents. He was a man of about 30, with a thin, plain face. May would certainly have called him common-looking, that became intensely expressive through the play of his ideas. There was nothing shallow or cheap in his animation. His father, who died young, had held a minor diplomatic position, and the son was intended for the same career. But an overwhelming love for literature had led the young man into journalism, then into writing, apparently without success, and finally, after other ventures and struggles he didn't detail, into tutoring English youths in Switzerland. Before that, however, he had lived extensively in Paris, frequented the literary circle of the Goncourt brothers, been advised by Maupassant not to pursue writing, even that seemed a dazzling honor to Archer, and had often spoken with the famous writer Mérimée in his mother's home. He had obviously always been desperately poor and worried, having a mother and unmarried sister to support, and it was clear his literary dreams had failed. His financial situation, in fact, seemed no better than Ned Winsett's. But he had lived in a world where, as he said, no one who loved ideas needed to starve intellectually. Since poor Winsett was dying precisely from a lack of that intellectual nourishment, Archer felt a kind of second-hand envy for this eager, poor young man who had experienced so much richness despite his poverty. You see, monsieur, it's worth everything, isn't it, to keep one's intellectual freedom, not to compromise one's ability to appreciate things, one's critical independence? That's why I left journalism and took on much duller work, tutoring and private secretary jobs. There's a lot of tedious work, of course, but one maintains one's moral freedom, what we call in French, one's quant à soi, one's sense of self. And when you hear good conversation, you can join in without compromising any opinions but your own. Or you can listen and respond inwardly. Ah, good conversation. There's nothing like it, is there? The atmosphere of ideas is the only air worth breathing. So I've never regretted giving up either diplomacy or journalism. 2 different ways of sacrificing oneself. He fixed his intense eyes on Archer as he lit another cigarette. You see, monsieur, to be able to look life straight in the face, that's worth living in an attic for, isn't it? But after all, one must earn enough to pay for the attic. And I admit that growing old as a private tutor, or a private anything, is almost as bleak to imagine as being a second secretary in Bucharest. Sometimes I feel I must take a leap, an enormous leap. Do you suppose, for instance, there would be any opportunity for me in America, in New York? Archer looked at him, startled. New York for a young man who had known the Goncourt and Flaubert, and who believed the life of ideas was the only one worth living. He continued to stare at M. Riviere, puzzled, wondering how to tell him that his very strengths and advantages would be the biggest obstacles to success. New York, New York. But does it have to be New York specifically? He stammered, completely unable to imagine what kind of paying job his native city could offer a young man for whom good conversation seemed the only necessity. A sudden flush appeared under M. Riviere's pale skin. I thought it was your main city. Isn't the intellectual life more active there? He replied. Then, perhaps fearing he had seemed to ask a favor, he added quickly, one just throws out random thoughts, more to oneself than others. In reality, I see no immediate prospects. Standing up, he added without any awkwardness, but Mrs. Carfry will think I should be taking you upstairs. During the drive home, Archer thought deeply about this conversation. His hour with M. Riviere had felt like breathing fresh air, and his first impulse had been to invite him to dinner the next day. But he was starting to understand why married men didn't always act on their first impulses. That young tutor is an interesting fellow. We had some awfully good talk after dinner about books and things, he remarked tentatively in the carriage. May roused herself from one of the dreamy silences he had once interpreted so many ways, before 6 months of marriage revealed their simpler meaning. The little Frenchman? Wasn't he dreadfully common? She asked coolly. He guessed she felt secretly disappointed at being invited out in London only to meet a clergyman and a French tutor. Her disappointment wasn't snobbery in the usual sense, but stemmed from old New York's idea of what it deserved when risking its dignity abroad. If May's parents had hosted the Carfrys on Fifth Avenue, they would have offered more impressive company than a vicar and a schoolmaster. But Archer was on edge and challenged her. "Common where?" he asked. She replied with unusual quickness. "Why, I should say anywhere but in his classroom. Those kinds of people are always awkward in social settings. But then," she added sweetly, "I suppose I wouldn't have known if he was clever." Archer disliked her use of the word clever, almost as much as her use of common. But he was starting to fear his habit of focusing on the things he disliked about her. After all, her perspective had always been the same. It was the perspective of everyone he had grown up with, which he had always considered necessary but unimportant. Until a few months ago, he had never known a nice woman who saw life differently, and if a man married, it necessarily had to be among the nice women. "Ah, then I won't ask him to dinner," he concluded with a laugh. May echoed, bewildered, "Goodness, ask the Carfrys' tutor." "Well, not on the same day as the Carfrys, if you'd prefer. But I did rather want another talk with him. He's looking for a job in New York." Her surprise grew along with her indifference. He almost thought she suspected him of being tainted by foreignness. "A job in New York? What sort of job? People don't hire French tutors. What does he want to do?" "Chiefly to enjoy good conversation, from what I understand," her husband retorted stubbornly. She broke into an appreciative laugh. "Oh, Newland, how funny! Isn't that just like the French?" On the whole, he was glad she had settled the matter by refusing to take his wish to invite M. Riviere seriously. Another after-dinner conversation would have made it hard to avoid the New York question. The more Archer considered it, the less he could fit Monsieur Riviere into any conceivable picture of New York as he knew it. He realized with a chilling flash of insight that, in the future, many problems would be resolved for him in this negative way. But as he paid the carriage driver and followed his wife's long dress train into the house, he took refuge in the comforting cliché that the first 6 months of marriage were always the hardest. "After that, I suppose we'll have pretty much finished smoothing out each other's rough edges," he reflected. But the worst part was that May's influence was already pressing on the very edges he most wanted to keep sharp. Chapter 21. The small, bright lawn sloped smoothly down to the big, bright sea. The grass was bordered by an edge of scarlet geraniums and coleus plants. Cast-iron vases, painted chocolate brown, stood at intervals along the winding gravel path to the sea, displaying loops of petunias and ivy geraniums above the neatly raked surface. Halfway between a cliff edge and the square wooden house, also chocolate-colored, but with the porch roof's tin painted in yellow and brown stripes to mimic an awning, 2 large archery targets were set against a backdrop of shrubs. On the other side of the lawn, facing the targets, stood a real tent surrounded by benches and garden seats. A number of ladies in summer dresses and gentlemen in gray formal coats and tall hats stood on the lawn or sat on the benches. Every so often, a slender girl in a starched white dress would step from the tent, bow in hand, and shoot an arrow at one of the targets, while the spectators paused their conversations to watch. Newland Archer, standing on the house's porch, looked down curiously at this scene. On each side of the shiny painted steps sat a large blue china flower pot on a bright yellow china stand. A spiky green plant filled each pot. Below the porch ran a wide border of blue hydrangeas, edged with more red geraniums. Behind him, the French doors of the drawing rooms he had just walked through offered glimpses, between swaying lace curtains, of glossy wooden floors dotted with floral fabric ottomans, small armchairs, and velvet tables covered with silver trinkets. The Newport Archery Club always held its August meeting at the Beauforts' home. The sport, once rivaled only by croquet, was starting to lose favor to lawn tennis. However, tennis was still considered too rough and unrefined for social events. As an opportunity to display pretty dresses and graceful poses, archery still held its ground. Archer looked down with wonder at the familiar sight. It surprised him that life continued in the same old way when his own feelings about it had changed so completely. Newport had been the first place to really bring home the extent of this change. Back in New York the previous winter, after he and May settled into the new greenish-yellow house with the bay window and Pompeian-style entryway, he had gratefully slipped back into the old office routine. This daily activity had served as a connection to his former self. Then there had been the enjoyable excitement of choosing a flashy gray horse for May's carriage, a gift from the Wellands, and the ongoing project of arranging his new library. Despite family doubts, it had been done just as he dreamed, with dark embossed wallpaper, Eastlake-style bookcases, and sincere, plainly designed, armchairs and tables. At the Century Club, he reconnected with Winsett, and at the Knickerbocker Club, the fashionable young men of his own circle. Between hours spent on law, dining out or entertaining at home, and occasional evenings at the opera or theater, the life he was living still felt fairly real and unavoidable. But Newport represented an escape from duty into an atmosphere of pure leisure. Archer had tried to convince May to spend the summer on a remote island off the Maine coast, aptly named Mount Desert. A few hardy Bostonians and Philadelphians were roughing it there in basic cottages, and reports described enchanting scenery and a wild, almost frontier-like existence. But the Wellands always went to Newport, where they owned one of the square houses on the cliffs. Their son-in-law couldn't offer a good reason why he and May shouldn't join them. As Mrs. Welland pointed out rather sharply, it was hardly worth May exhausting herself trying on summer clothes in Paris if she wasn't allowed to wear them. This argument was one Archer hadn't yet found a counter for. May herself couldn't understand his vague reluctance to embrace such a reasonable and pleasant way to spend the summer. She reminded him he had always liked Newport as a bachelor. Since this was undeniable, he could only claim he was sure he'd like it even better, now that they would be there together. But as he stood on the Beaufort porch, looking out at the brightly dressed crowd, it hit him with a shiver that he wasn't going to like it at all. It wasn't May's fault, poor dear. If they had occasionally fallen slightly out of sync during their travels, harmony was restored upon returning to the conditions she was accustomed to. He had always expected she wouldn't disappoint him, and he had been right. He had married, like most young men, because he met a perfectly charming girl, just as a series of rather pointless romantic adventures were ending in early disillusionment. She represented peace, stability, companionship, and the grounding sense of unavoidable duty. He couldn't say he regretted his choice, for she had fulfilled all his expectations. It was certainly satisfying to be the husband of one of New York's most handsome and popular young married women, especially when she was also one of the sweetest-tempered and most reasonable wives. Archer had never been immune to such advantages. As for the temporary madness that had overcome him just before his marriage, he had trained himself to view it as the last of his discarded experiments. The idea that he could ever, in his right mind, have dreamed of marrying Countess Olenska had become almost unthinkable. She remained in his memory merely as the most sorrowful and touching of a line of ghosts. But all these mental deletions and dismissals left his mind feeling rather empty and hollow. He supposed that was one reason why the busy, animated people on the Beaufort lawn shocked him, as if they were children playing in a cemetery. He heard the rustle of skirts beside him, and the Marchioness Manson fluttered out through the drawing-room window. As usual, she was extraordinarily adorned, with a floppy straw hat secured by numerous windings of faded gauze ribbon, and a small black velvet parasol on a carved ivory handle balanced absurdly over her much larger hat brim. "My dear Newland, I had no idea you and May had arrived. You only came yesterday, you say? Ah, business. Professional duties. I understand. Many husbands, I know, find it impossible to join their wives here, except for the weekend." She tilted her head and looked at him languidly through narrowed eyes. "But marriage is one long sacrifice, as I often used to remind my Ellen." Archer's heart stopped with the strange jolt it had given once before, seemingly slamming a door between him and the outside world. But this interruption must have been brief, because he soon heard Medora answering a question he had apparently managed to ask. "No, I'm not staying here, but with the Blenkers, in their delightful seclusion at Portsmouth. Beaufort was kind enough to send his famous fast horses for me this morning, so I might catch at least a glimpse of one of Regina's garden parties. But this evening I return to rural life. The Blenkers, dear original souls, have rented a primitive old farmhouse in Portsmouth where they gather representative people around them." She drooped slightly under her hat brim and added with a faint blush, "This week Dr. Agathon Carver is holding a series of inner thought meetings there. Quite a contrast to this lively scene of worldly pleasure, but then I have always thrived on contrasts. To me, the only death is monotony. I always tell Ellen, beware of monotony. It's the mother of all deadly sins. But my poor child is going through a phase of heightened sensitivity, of withdrawal from the world. You know, I suppose, that she has declined all invitations to stay in Newport, even with her grandmother Mingott. I could hardly persuade her to come with me to the Blenkers. Believe it or not, the life she leads is morbid, unnatural. If only she had listened to me when it was still possible, when the door was still open. But shall we go down and watch this fascinating match? I hear your May is one of the competitors." Strolling toward them from the tent, Beaufort crossed the lawn, tall, heavy, buttoned too tightly into a London formal coat, one of his own orchids in the buttonhole. Archer, not having seen him for a few months, was struck by the change in his appearance. In the bright summer light, his complexion seemed heavy and puffy. If not for his upright, square-shouldered posture, he might have looked like an overfed, overdressed old man. All sorts of rumors were circulating about Beaufort. In the spring, he had taken a long cruise to the West Indies on his new steam yacht. It was reported that at various stops, a woman resembling Miss Fanny Ring, a known courtesan, had been seen with him. The yacht, built in Scotland and equipped with tiled bathrooms and other unheard-of luxuries, supposedly cost him $500,000. The pearl necklace he gave his wife upon returning was as magnificent as such gilt offerings tend to be. Beaufort's fortune was large enough to handle the expense, yet unsettling rumors persisted, not just on Fifth Avenue, but also on Wall Street. Some said he had made bad investments in railways. Others claimed he was being drained financially by one of the most demanding women in her profession. Beaufort responded to every rumor of impending bankruptcy with fresh extravagance, building new orchid greenhouses, buying more racehorses, or adding another painting by Meissonier or Cabanel to his collection. He approached the Marchioness and Newland with his usual half-mocking smile. "Hello, Medora. Did the trotters perform well? 40 minutes, E.H. Well, that's not bad, considering your nerves had to be spared." He shook hands with Archer, then turned back with them, stood on Mrs. Manson's other side, and spoke a few quiet words their companion couldn't hear. The Marchioness replied with one of her strange foreign gestures and a "What can you do?" which deepened Beaufort's frown. But he managed a semblance of a congratulatory smile as he glanced at Archer and said, "You know May's going to win first prize." "Ah, then it stays in the family," Medora chirped. Just then they reached the tent, and Mrs. Beaufort greeted them, appearing like a girlish cloud of pale purple muslin and floating veils. May Welland was just emerging from the tent. In her white dress, with a pale green ribbon at her waist and an ivy wreath on her hat, she possessed the same cool, Diana-like detachment as when she had entered the Beaufort ballroom on her engagement night. In the time since, not a single thought seemed to have crossed her mind, or a feeling touched her heart. Although her husband knew she was capable of both, he marveled again at how experiences simply slid off her. She held her bow and arrow. Positioning herself on the chalk line drawn on the grass, she lifted the bow to her shoulder and took aim. Her posture was so classically graceful that a murmur of appreciation followed her appearance. Archer felt the pride of ownership that often tricked him into brief moments of contentment. Her rivals, Mrs. Reggie Chivers, the Merry Girls, and various Rosie Thorleys, Dagonets, and Mingotts stood behind her in a lovely, anxious group. Brown and golden heads bent over the scorecards. Pale dresses and flower-adorned hats blended in a soft rainbow. All were young and pretty, glowing with summer health. But none had his wife's nymph-like ease as she focused intently, muscles tense and brow furrowed happily, on some feat of strength. "Gad," Archer heard Lawrence Lefferts say, "not one of them holds the bow like she does." Beaufort retorted, "Yes, but that's the only kind of target she'll ever hit." Archer felt irrationally angry. His host's dismissive compliment to May's niceness was exactly what a husband should want to hear about his wife. The fact that a coarse man found her unattractive simply confirmed her quality. Yet the words sent a faint chill through his heart. What if niceness, carried to such an extreme, was merely a void, a curtain dropped before emptiness? As he looked at May returning, flushed and calm after her final bullseye, he felt he had never truly lifted that curtain. She accepted the congratulations from rivals and guests with the simplicity that was her ultimate charm. No one could ever be jealous of her victories, because she somehow conveyed that she would have been just as serene if she had failed. But when her eyes met her husband's, her face lit up with the pleasure she saw reflected in his. Mrs. Welland's wicker pony carriage was waiting. They drove off amidst the departing carriages, May holding the reins and Archer beside her. The afternoon sunlight still lingered on the bright lawns and shrubs. Up and down Bellevue Avenue rolled a double line of carriages, Victorias, dog carts, landaus, and vis-a-vis, carrying well-dressed ladies and gentlemen away from the Beaufort garden party, or home from their daily afternoon drive along Ocean Drive. "Shall we go see Granny?" May suddenly suggested. "I'd like to tell her myself that I won the prize. There's plenty of time before dinner." Archer agreed. She turned the ponies down Narragansett Avenue, crossed Spring Street, and drove out toward the rocky moorland beyond. In this unfashionable area, Catherine the Great, always indifferent to trends and careful with money, had built herself a quirky, multi-peaked cottage in her youth, on cheap land overlooking the bay. Here, amidst stunted oaks, her porches overlooked the island's scattered waters. A winding drive led up between iron stags and blue glass balls, set in mounds of geraniums, to a highly varnished walnut front door under a striped porch roof. Behind it ran a narrow hall with a black and yellow star-patterned wood floor, off which opened 4 small square rooms with heavy textured wallpaper beneath ceilings lavishly painted by an Italian artist with all the gods of Olympus. Mrs. Mingott had turned one of these rooms into a bedroom when her size became burdensome. She spent her days in the adjoining room, enthroned in a large armchair between the open door and window, perpetually waving a palm-leaf fan. The immense projection of her bosom kept the fan so far from the rest of her body that the air it moved stirred only the fringe on the chair's arm covers. Since helping to speed up his marriage, old Catherine had shown Archer the warmth one feels towards someone they've helped. She was convinced that uncontrollable passion drove his impatience. Being an admirer of impulsiveness, when it didn't involve spending money, she always greeted him with a knowing twinkle and playful hints that May fortunately seemed oblivious to. She examined the diamond-tipped arrow pinned to May's dress with great interest, remarking that in her day a simple filigree brooch would have sufficed, but acknowledging that Beaufort certainly did things lavishly. "Quite an heirloom, in fact, my dear," the old lady chuckled. "You must pass it down to your eldest daughter." She pinched May's white arm and watched the color flood her face. "Well, well, what did I say to make you blush like that? Aren't there going to be any daughters? Only boys, E.H.? Good gracious, look at her blushing again. What? Can't I say that either? Mercy me. When my children beg me to have all those gods and goddesses painted over, I always say I'm too thankful to have someone around me that nothing can shock." Archer burst into laughter, and May echoed it, crimson to her eyes. "Well, now tell me all about the party, please, my dears, for I'll never get a straight story out of that silly Medora," the matriarch continued, as May exclaimed, "Cousin Medora? But I thought she was going back to Portsmouth," she answered calmly. "So she is. But she has to come here first to pick up Ellen." "Ah, you didn't know Ellen came to spend the day with me? Such nonsense, her not coming for the summer. But I gave up arguing with young people about 50 years ago." "Ellen, Ellen," she cried in her shrill old voice, trying to lean forward enough to glimpse the lawn beyond the porch. There was no answer. Mrs. Mingott rapped impatiently with her cane on the shiny floor. A mixed-race maid in a bright turban responded, informing her mistress she had seen Miss Ellen going down the path to the shore. Mrs. Mingott turned to Archer. "Run down and fetch her, like a good grandson. This pretty lady will describe the party to me," she said. Archer stood up as if in a dream. He had heard Countess Olenska's name mentioned often enough in the year and a half since they last met, and was even familiar with the main events of her life during that time. He knew she had spent the previous summer in Newport, apparently socializing quite a bit, but in the autumn, she had suddenly sublet the perfect house Beaufort had painstakingly found for her and decided to move to Washington. There, during the winter, he had heard of her, as one always heard of attractive women in Washington, shining in the, quote, brilliant diplomatic society that supposedly compensated for the administration's social shortcomings. He had listened to these accounts and various contradictory reports about her appearance, conversation, opinions, and choice of friends with the detachment one reserves for memories of someone long dead. Not until Medora suddenly spoke her name at the archery match had Ellen Olenska become a living presence to him again. The Marchioness's foolish lisp had conjured a vision of the small, firelit drawing room and the sound of carriage wheels returning down the empty street. He thought of a story he'd read about peasant children in Tuscany lighting straw in a roadside cave, revealing ancient, silent figures in a painted tomb. The path to the shore descended from the bank where the house stood to a walkway above the water, planted with weeping willows. Through their leafy veil, Archer glimpsed the Lime Rock Lighthouse, with its whitewashed tower, and the tiny house where the heroic keeper, Ida Lewis, lived out her final venerable years. Beyond lay the flat land and ugly government chimneys of Goat Island. The bay spread northward in a golden shimmer toward Prudence Island, with its low oak trees, and the shores of Connecticut Island appeared faint in the sunset haze. From the Willow Walk, a small wooden pier extended, ending in a sort of pagoda-like summer house. In the pagoda stood a lady, leaning against the rail, her back to the shore. Archer stopped at the sight, as if waking from sleep. That vision of the past was a dream. The reality was what awaited him in the house above. Mrs. Welland's pony carriage circling the drive, May sitting under the shameless painted Olympians glowing with secret hopes, the Welland villa at the far end of Bellevue Avenue, and Mr. Welland, already dressed for dinner, pacing the drawing-room floor, watch in hand, with irritable impatience. For theirs was one of those houses where you always knew exactly what was happening at any given hour. What am I? A son-in-law, Archer thought. The figure at the end of the pier hadn't moved. For a long moment the young man stood halfway down the bank, gazing at the bay crisscrossed by sailboats, yacht launches, fishing boats, and trailing black coal barges pulled by noisy tugs. The lady in the summer house seemed captivated by the same view. Beyond the gray walls of Fort Adams, a long sunset was shattering into 1,000 fiery pieces, the light catching the sail of a small boat as it headed out through the channel, between Lime Rock and the shore. Archer, watching, remembered a scene from the play The Shaughraun, where the hero lifts the heroine's ribbon to his lips without her knowing he's there. She doesn't know. She hasn't guessed. Would I know if she came up behind me, I wonder? He mused. Suddenly, he said to himself, if she doesn't turn before that sail crosses the Lime Rock light, I'll go back. The boat glided out on the outgoing tide. It slid past Lime Rock, momentarily blocking Ida Lewis's little house, and past the tower where the light hung. Archer waited until a wide stretch of sparkling water separated the island's last reef from the boat's stern. But still, the figure in the summer house did not move. He turned and walked back up the hill. I'm sorry you didn't find Ellen. I would have liked to see her again, May said as they drove home through the twilight. But perhaps she wouldn't have cared. She seemed so changed. Changed? Echoed her husband in a flat voice, his eyes fixed on the pony's twitching ears. So indifferent to her friends, I mean. Giving up New York and her house, and spending time with such strange people. Imagine how horribly uncomfortable she must be at the Blankers. She says she does it to keep Cousin Medora out of trouble, to prevent her from marrying dreadful people. But I sometimes think we've always bored her. Archer didn't answer. She continued, with a hint of hardness he'd never noticed before in her clear, fresh voice. After all, I wonder if she wouldn't be happier with her husband. He burst into laughter. Oh, the innocence! He exclaimed. When she turned a puzzled frown toward him, he added, I don't think I've ever heard you say anything cruel before. Cruel? Well, watching the suffering of the damned is supposed to be a favorite pastime of angels, but I believe even they don't think people are happier in hell." "It's a pity she ever married abroad then," May said, in the calm tone her mother used to handle Mr. Welland's eccentricities. Archer felt himself gently dismissed into the category of unreasonable husbands. They drove down Bellevue Avenue and turned between the angled wooden gateposts topped with cast-iron lamps that marked the entrance to the Welland villa. Lights already shone through its windows. As the carriage stopped, Archer glimpsed his father-in-law, exactly as pictured, pacing the drawing room, watch in hand, wearing the pained expression he had long found more effective than anger. As the young man followed his wife into the hall, he felt a strange shift in mood. There was something about the luxury of the Welland house and the density of its atmosphere, so filled with tiny rituals and demands, that always seeped into his system like a drug. The heavy carpets, the watchful servants, the constantly reminding tick of disciplined clocks, the perpetually refreshed stack of calling cards and invitations on the hall table, the whole chain of tyrannical details linking one hour to the next, and each family member to all the others. It made any less structured, less wealthy existence seem unreal and insecure. But now, it was the Welland house and the life he was expected to lead there that felt unreal and irrelevant. The brief scene on the shore, when he had stood undecided halfway down the bank, felt as close to him as the blood in his veins. All night he lay awake in the big, floral-patterned bedroom beside May, watching the moonlight slant across the carpet, thinking of Ellen Olenska driving home across the gleaming beaches behind Beaufort's fast horses. Chapter 22. A Party for the Blankers. The Blankers. Mr. Welland put down his knife and fork, looking anxiously and doubtfully across the lunch table at his wife. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, she read aloud dramatically. "Professor and Mrs. Emerson Sillerton request the pleasure of Mr. and Mrs. Welland's company at the meeting of the Wednesday Afternoon Club on August 25th at 3 o'clock punctually. To meet Mrs. and the Mrs. Blanker, Red Gables, Catherine Street, RSVP. Good gracious." Mr. Welland gasped again, as if a second reading was needed to fully grasp the outrageous absurdity. Poor Amy Sillerton. "You never know what her husband will do next," Mrs. Welland sighed. "I suppose he's just discovered the Blankers." Professor Emerson Sillerton was a nuisance to Newport society, one that couldn't be removed because he came from a venerable and respected family. He was, as people said, a man who had had every advantage. His father was Sillerton Jackson's uncle, his mother a Penello from Boston. Both sides offered wealth, status, and mutual suitability. Nothing, as Mrs. Welland often remarked, nothing at all required Emerson Sillerton to be an archaeologist or any kind of professor, or to live in Newport during winter, or do any of the other unconventional things he did. But at the very least, if he insisted on breaking tradition and defying society, he didn't have to marry poor Amy Dagonet, who deserved something different and had enough money for her own carriage. No one in the Mingott circle understood why Amy Sillerton so meekly accepted the eccentricities of a husband who filled their house with long-haired men and short-haired women, and who took her to explore tombs in Yucatan instead of traveling to Paris or Italy. But there they were, stuck in their ways, seemingly unaware they were different. When they threw one of their dreary annual garden parties, every family on the cliffs, due to the Sillerton-Penello-Dagonet connection, had to draw straws and send a reluctant representative. "It's amazing," Mrs. Welland noted, "that they didn't pick the day of the big yacht race. Remember 2 years ago, they had a party for a black man on the same day as Julia Mingott's tea dance? Luckily, this time, nothing else is happening that I know of, because, of course, some of us will have to go." Mr. Welland sighed nervously. "Some of us, my dear. More than one? 3 o'clock is such a very awkward time. I have to be here at 3:30 to take my medicine drops. It's really pointless trying Bencom's new treatment if I don't do it systematically. And if I join you later, I'll obviously miss my drive." At this thought, he put down his knife and fork again, and a worried flush rose on his finely wrinkled cheek. "There's no reason for you to go at all, my dear," his wife replied with automatic cheerfulness. "I have some visiting cards to leave at the other end of Bellevue Avenue, so I'll stop by around 3:30 and stay just long enough to make poor Amy feel she hasn't been ignored." She glanced uncertainly at her daughter. "And if Newland has plans for the afternoon, perhaps May can drive you out with the ponies and try their new reddish-brown harness." It was a rule in the Welland family that people's days and hours should be, as Mrs. Welland put it, provided for. The dreadful possibility of having to kill time, especially for those who didn't play cards, haunted her like the specter of unemployment haunts a philanthropist. Another rule was that parents should never, at least openly, interfere with their married children's plans. Balancing respect for May's independence with Mr. Welland's needs required such ingenuity that it left not a second of Mrs. Welland's own time free. "Of course, I'll drive with Papa. I'm sure Newland will find something to do," May said, gently reminding her husband of his lack of participation. It constantly distressed Mrs. Welland that her son-in-law showed so little foresight in planning his days. Often, during the past 2 weeks under her roof, when asked how he planned to spend his afternoon, he had answered strangely, "Oh, I think for a change I'll just save it instead of spending it." Once, when she and May had to make a long-delayed round of afternoon visits, he confessed to having spent the whole afternoon lying under a rock on the beach below the house. "Newland never seems to look ahead," Mrs. Welland once dared to complain to her daughter. May answered serenely, "No, but you see it doesn't matter, because when there's nothing particular to do, he reads a book." "Ah, yes, like his father," Mrs. Welland agreed, as if accepting an inherited quirk. After that, the subject of Newland's lack of scheduled activities was quietly dropped. Nevertheless, as the day of the Sillerton party approached, May naturally started showing concern for his plans, suggesting a tennis match at the Chiverses or a sail on Julius Beaufort's boat as ways to make up for her temporary absence. "I'll be back by 6, you know, dear. Papa never drives later than that." She wasn't reassured until Archer mentioned he thought of renting a small carriage, a runabout, and driving up the island to a stud farm to look at a second horse for her carriage. They had been searching for this horse for some time, and the suggestion was so fitting that May glanced at her mother as if to say, "See, he knows how to plan his time just fine." The idea of the stud farm and the carriage horse had occurred to Archer the very day the Emerson Sillerton invitation was first mentioned, but he had kept it to himself as if the plan were secret and revealing it might prevent it. He had, however, already arranged to rent a runabout with a pair of old livery stable horses that could still manage 18 miles on flat roads. At 2 o'clock, hastily leaving the lunch table, he jumped into the light carriage and drove off. The day was perfect. A north breeze pushed small white clouds across a deep blue sky, with a bright sea sparkling beneath it. Bellevue Avenue was empty at that hour. After dropping the stable boy at the corner of Mill Street, Archer turned onto Old Beach Road and drove across Eastman's Beach. He felt the same unexplained excitement he used to feel on school half-holidays, heading off into the unknown. Keeping his horses at an easy pace, he expected to reach the stud farm, just beyond Paradise Rocks, before 3. That way, after inspecting the horse and trying him out if he looked promising, he would still have 4 golden hours to himself. As soon as he heard about the Sillerton's party, he knew the Marchioness Manson would certainly come to Newport with the Blenkers, and Madame Olenska might again use the opportunity to spend the day with her grandmother. In any case, the Blenker house would probably be empty, allowing him, without being intrusive, to satisfy a vague curiosity about it. He wasn't sure he wanted to see Countess Olenska again, but ever since seeing her from the path above the bay, he had felt an irrational, indescribable urge to see the place she lived, to follow the movements of her imagined figure just as he had watched the real one in the summer house. The longing stayed with him day and night, a constant, vague craving, like a sick person's sudden desire for a food or drink tasted long ago and forgotten. He couldn't see beyond the craving or imagine where it might lead. He wasn't conscious of wanting to speak to Madame Olenska or hear her voice. He simply felt that if he could capture the image of the ground she walked on and the way the sky and sea surrounded it, the rest of the world might seem less empty. When he reached the stud farm, a quick look showed the horse wasn't right, but he took it for a short drive anyway, just to prove to himself he wasn't rushing. But at 3 o'clock sharp, he flicked the reins over the horses and turned onto the side roads leading to Portsmouth. The wind had died down, and a faint haze on the horizon indicated fog was waiting to creep up the Saguenay River with the changing tide. All around him, fields and woods were bathed in golden light. He drove past gray-shingled farmhouses, nestled in orchards, past hayfields and oak groves, past villages with white church steeples rising sharply against the fading sky. Finally, after stopping to ask directions from some men working in a field, he turned down a lane bordered by high banks of goldenrod and brambles. At the end of the lane, the blue river shimmered. To the left, in front of a cluster of oaks and maples, he saw a long, dilapidated house, white paint peeling from its wooden siding. Facing the gateway on the roadside stood one of those open sheds where New England farmers stored equipment and visitors tied up their horses. Archer jumped down, led his pair into the shed, tied them to a post, and turned toward the house. The patch of lawn in front had turned back into a hayfield. To the left, an overgrown boxwood garden full of dahlias and rusty rose bushes surrounded a ghostly white trellis summer house, topped by a wooden cupid who had lost his bow and arrow, but still aimed pointlessly. Archer leaned against the gate for a while. No one was visible, and not a sound came from the house's open windows. A graying Newfoundland dog, dozing by the door, seemed as ineffective a guardian as the arrowless cupid. It felt strange that this place of silence and decay was home to the boisterous Blenkers, yet Archer was sure he was in the right place. He stood there for a long time, content just absorbing the scene, gradually falling under its sleepy spell. But eventually, he remembered the passing time. Should he just look his fill and drive away? He stood undecided, suddenly wishing he could see inside the house. Picture the room where Madame Olenska sat. Nothing prevented him from walking up to the door and ringing the bell. If, as he assumed, she was away with the others, he could easily give his name and ask permission to go into the living room to write a message. But instead, he crossed the lawn and headed toward the box garden. As he entered, he saw something brightly colored in the summer house, and soon identified it as a pink parasol. The parasol drew him like a magnet. He was sure it was hers. He went into the summer house, sat on the rickety seat, picked up the silk object, and examined its carved handle, made of some rare wood that emitted a fragrant scent. Archer lifted the handle to his lips. He heard the rustle of skirts against the boxwood hedge. He sat motionless, leaning on the parasol handle with clasped hands, letting the rustle approach without looking up. He had always known this must happen. "Oh, Mr. Archer!" exclaimed a loud, young voice. Looking up, he saw the youngest and largest Blenker girl before him, blonde and flushed, in a messy white dress. A red mark on one cheek suggested it had recently been pressed against a pillow. Her half-awake eyes stared at him hospitably, but confusedly. "Gracious, where did you come from?" "I must have been sound asleep in the hammock. Everybody else went to Newport." "Did you ring?" she asked incoherently. Archer's confusion surpassed hers. No. That is, I was just about to. I had to come up the island about a horse, and I drove over hoping to find Mrs. Blenker and your visitors. But the house seemed empty, so I sat down to wait." Miss Blenker, shaking off sleep, looked at him with growing interest. "The house is empty. Mother's not here, or the Marchioness, or anyone but me." Her expression became faintly accusing. "Didn't you know Professor and Mrs. Sillerton are giving a garden party for Mother and all of us this afternoon? It was so unlucky I couldn't go. I've had a sore throat, and Mother worried about the drive home tonight. Did you ever know anything so disappointing?" "Of course," she added cheerfully. "I wouldn't have minded half as much if I'd known you were coming." Signs of clumsy flirtation appeared, and Archer found the strength to interrupt. "But Madame Olenska, did she go to Newport too?" Miss Blenker looked surprised. "Madame Olenska, didn't you know she was called away?" "Called away? Oh, my best parasol. I lent it to that silly Katie because it matched her ribbons, and the careless girl must have dropped it here. We Blenkers are all like that. Real bohemians." Retrieving the sunshade with a strong hand, she opened it and held its rosy dome over her head. "Yes, Ellen was called away yesterday. She lets us call her Ellen, you know. A telegram came from Boston. She said she might be gone for 2 days. I do love the way she does her hair, don't you?" Miss Blenker chattered on. Archer continued to stare through her, as if she were transparent. All he saw was the cheap parasol, arching its pinkness above her giggling head. After a moment he ventured, "You don't happen to know why Madame Olenska went to Boston? I hope it wasn't bad news?" Miss Blenker responded with cheerful disbelief. "Oh, I don't think so. She didn't tell us what was in the telegram. I think she didn't want the Marchioness to know. She's so romantic-looking, isn't she? Doesn't she remind you of Mrs. Scott Siddons when she recites Lady Geraldine's Courtship? Have you never heard her?" Archer was rapidly processing crowding thoughts. His entire future seemed suddenly laid out before him. Looking down its endless emptiness, he saw the diminishing figure of a man to whom nothing was ever going to happen. He glanced around at the overgrown garden, the dilapidated house, and the oak grove where twilight gathered. It had seemed so perfectly the place where he should have found Madame Olenska, and she was far away, and even the pink parasol wasn't hers. He frowned and hesitated. "You don't know, I suppose. I'll be in Boston tomorrow. If I could manage to see her, He felt Miss Blenker losing interest, though her smile remained. "Oh, of course, how lovely of you. She's staying at the Parker house. It must be horrible there in this weather." After that, Archer was only vaguely aware of their conversation. He remembered firmly resisting her pleas to wait for the family's return and have high tea with them before driving home. Finally, with his hostess still beside him, he passed out of sight of the wooden Cupid, untied his horses, and drove off. At the turn of the lane, he saw Miss Blenker standing at the gate, waving the pink parasol. Chapter 23. The next morning, when Archer stepped off the Fall River train, he walked into a steamy midsummer Boston. The streets near the station smelled of beer, coffee, and rotting fruit. A population in shirt sleeves moved through them with the casual intimacy of boarders heading down the hall to the bathroom. Archer found a cab and went to the Somerset Club for breakfast. Even the fashionable neighborhoods had an air of untidy domesticity that extreme heat never brings to European cities. Caretakers in simple cotton dresses lounged on the doorsteps of wealthy homes, and the Boston Common looked like a park the day after a large public picnic. If Archer had tried to imagine Ellen Olenska in unlikely settings, he couldn't have conjured one more difficult to place her in than this heat-stricken, deserted Boston. He ate breakfast with focus and appetite, starting with melon and reading a morning paper while waiting for his toast and scrambled eggs. A new sense of energy had filled him ever since, telling May the night before that he had business in Boston, would take the overnight boat, and go on to New York the following evening. It had always been understood he would return to the city early in the week. When he got back from Portsmouth, a letter from the office, conveniently placed on the hall table, provided justification for his sudden change of plans. He felt almost ashamed at how easily it was all arranged. It briefly, uncomfortably reminded him of Lawrence Lefferts's masterful schemes for securing his own freedom, but this didn't bother him long. He wasn't in an analytical mood. After breakfast, he smoked a cigarette and glanced through the commercial advertiser newspaper. While doing so, 2 or 3 acquaintances came in, and usual greetings were exchanged. It was the same world, after all, though he felt strangely as if he had slipped through time and space. He checked his watch, saw it was 9:30, got up, and went into the writing room. There, he wrote a few lines and instructed a messenger to take a cab to the Parker House Hotel and wait for a reply. Then he sat behind another newspaper, trying to calculate how long the cab ride would take. "The lady was out, sir." He suddenly heard a waiter's voice beside him. He stammered, "Out?" as if it were a word in a foreign language. He stood up and went into the hall. It had to be a mistake. She couldn't be out at this hour. He flushed with anger at his own stupidity. Why hadn't he sent the note as soon as he arrived? He found his hat and cane and went out into the street. The city suddenly felt strange, vast and empty, as if he were a traveler from far away. He hesitated on the doorstep for a moment, then decided to go to the Parker house himself. What if the messenger was wrong, and she was still there? He started walking across the common. On the first bench, under a tree, he saw her sitting. She held a gray silk parasol over her head. How could he ever have imagined her with a pink one? As he got closer, her listless posture struck him. She sat as if she had nothing else to do. He saw her drooping profile, the knot of hair fastened low on her neck beneath her dark hat, and the long, wrinkled glove on the hand holding the parasol. He came a step or two nearer. She turned and looked at him. "Oh," she said. For the first time, he noticed a startled look on her face, but it quickly melted into a slow smile of wonder and contentment. "Oh," she murmured again, differently, as he stood looking down at her. Without getting up, she made space for him on the bench. "I'm here on business. Just arrived," Archer explained. Without knowing why, he suddenly pretended to be astonished at seeing her. "But what on earth are you doing in this wilderness?" He had no real idea what he was saying. It felt like shouting at her across vast distances, fearing she might vanish again before he could reach her. "Me? Oh, I'm here on business too," she answered, turning her head so they faced each other. The words barely reached him. He was aware only of her voice and the startling fact that no echo of it had remained in his memory. He hadn't even remembered its low pitch, with a slight roughness on the consonants. "You wear your hair differently," he said, his heart pounding as if he'd said something irreversible. "Differently? No. It's just that I do it as best I can without Nastasia." "Nastasia? But isn't she with you?" "No, I'm alone. It wasn't worth bringing her for just 2 days." "You're alone at the Parker house?" She looked at him with a flash of her old mischief. Does that strike you as dangerous? No, not dangerous. But unconventional? I see, I suppose it is. She thought for a moment. I hadn't considered it because I've just done something much more unconventional. The faint hint of irony lingered in her eyes. I've just refused to take back a sum of money that belonged to me. Archer jumped up and moved a step or two away. She had closed her parasol and sat absently, drawing patterns in the gravel with its tip. Presently he returned and stood before her. Someone? Came here to meet you? Yes. With this offer? She nodded. And you refused, because of the conditions? I refused, she said after a moment. He sat down beside her again. What were the conditions? Oh, they weren't difficult. Just to sit at the head of his table occasionally. There was another silence. Archer's heart had slammed shut in that strange way again, and he sat searching futilely for words. He wants you back. At any price? Well, a considerable price. At least the amount is considerable for me. He paused again, circling the question he felt he had to ask. You came here to meet him? She stared, then burst into laughter. Meet him? My husband here? At this time of year he's always at Cowes or Baden. He sent someone? Yes. With a letter? She shook her head. No, just a message. He never writes. I don't think I've received more than one letter from him. The reference brought color to her cheek, reflected in Archer's own vivid blush. Why does he never write? Why should he? What are secretaries for? The young man's blush deepened. She had said the word as if it held no more meaning than any other. For a moment he almost asked, did he send his secretary then? But the memory of Count Olenski's only letter to his wife stopped him. He paused again, then took another leap. And the person? The messenger. The messenger, Madame Olenska repeated, still smiling, could, for all I care, have left already. But he insisted on waiting until this evening, just in case, on the chance. And you came out here to think the chance over? I came out to get some fresh air. The hotel is too stuffy. I'm taking the afternoon train back to Portsmouth. They sat silently, not looking at each other, but straight ahead at the people passing on the path. Finally, she turned her eyes back to his face and said, You haven't changed. He felt like replying. I had, until I saw you again. Instead, he stood up abruptly and glanced around the untidy, sweltering park. This is horrible. Why don't we go out on the bay for a bit? There's a breeze, and it will be cooler. We could take the steamboat down to Point Arley. She glanced up at him hesitantly. He continued, On a Monday morning there won't be anybody on the boat. My train doesn't leave until evening. I'm going back to New York. Why shouldn't we? He insisted, looking down at her. Suddenly he burst out, Haven't we done everything we could? Oh, she murmured again. She stood up and reopened her parasol, glancing around as if seeking guidance from the scene, confirming the impossibility of staying there. Then her eyes returned to his face. You mustn't say things like that to me, she said. I'll say anything you like, or nothing. I won't open my mouth unless you tell me to. What harm can it do to anybody? All I want is to listen to you, he stammered. She pulled out a small, gold-faced watch on an enamel chain. Oh, don't calculate, he broke out. Give me the day. I want to get you away from that man. What time was he coming? Her color rose again. At 11. Then you must come at once. You needn't be afraid if I don't come back. Nor you either. If you do come. I swear I only want to hear about you, to know what you've been doing. It's been 100 years since we met. It might be another 100 before we meet again. She still hesitated, her anxious eyes on his face. Why didn't you come down to the beach to get me the day I was at Granny's? She asked. Because you didn't look around. Because you didn't know I was there. I swore I wouldn't unless you looked round. He laughed as the childishness of his confession struck him. But I didn't look around on purpose. On purpose? I knew you were there. When you drove in, I recognized the ponies. So I went down to the beach. To get away from me as far as you could? She repeated in a low voice. To get away from you as far as I could. He laughed again, this time with boyish satisfaction. Well, you see, it's no use. I might as well tell you, he added, that the business I came here for was just to find you. But Look here, we must hurry or we'll miss our boat. Our boat? She frowned, puzzled, then smiled. Oh, but I must go back to the hotel first. I must leave a note. As many notes as you like. You can write here. He pulled out a wallet and one of the new fountain pens. I even have an envelope. You see how everything's faded? There. Steady the paper on your knee, and I'll get the pen working in a second. They need coaxing. Wait. He tapped the hand holding the pen against the back of the bench. It's like shaking down the mercury in a thermometer. Just a trick. Now try. She laughed, bent over the sheet of paper he'd placed on his wallet, and began writing. Archer walked a few steps away, staring with radiant, unseeing eyes at the passers-by, who, in turn, paused to stare at the unusual sight of a fashionably dressed lady writing a note on her knee on a park bench. Madame Olenska slipped the paper into the envelope, wrote a name on it, and put it in her pocket. Then she too stood up. They walked back toward Beacon Street. Near the club, Archer spotted the plush-lined Herdic cab that had carried his note to the Parker house. Its driver was relaxing from his efforts by splashing water on his face at the corner fire hydrant. I told you everything was predestined. Here's a cab for us, you see. They laughed, amazed at the miracle of finding a public carriage at that hour, in that unlikely spot, in a city where cab stands were still a foreign novelty. Archer checked his watch and saw there was time to drive to the Parker house before heading to the steamboat landing. They rattled through the hot streets and pulled up at the hotel entrance. Archer held out his hand for the letter. Shall I take it in? He asked. But Madame Olenska shook her head, jumped out, and disappeared through the glass doors. It was barely 10:30. But what if the messenger, impatient for her reply and finding no other way to pass the time, was already sitting among the travelers sipping cool drinks? The scene Archer had glimpsed as she went inside. He waited, pacing back and forth in front of the Herdic. A Sicilian youth with eyes like Nastasia's offered to shine his boots, and an Irish woman tried to sell him peaches. Every few moments, the doors opened, letting out hot men with straw hats tilted far back who glanced at him as they passed. He marveled that the door opened so often, and that all the people exiting looked so similar to each other, and so like all the other hot men passing continuously through swinging hotel doors across the country at that hour. And then, suddenly, came a face he couldn't connect to the others. He caught only a glimpse, for his pacing had taken him to the end of his route. Turning back toward the hotel, he saw among the typical faces, the tall and weary, the round and surprised, the long-jawed and mild, this other face that was so many more things at once, and so different. It belonged to a young man, also pale and subdued by heat or worry or both, but somehow quicker, more vivid, more conscious, or perhaps seeming so only because he was so different. Archer grasped at a thin thread of memory, but it snapped and floated away with the disappearing face. Apparently some foreign businessman, looking doubly foreign in this setting. He vanished into the stream of passers-by, and Archer resumed his pacing. He didn't want to be seen checking his watch near the hotel. His own estimate of the time passed led him to conclude that if Madame Olenska was taking so long, it could only be because she had encountered the messenger and been delayed. At this thought, Archer's anxiety spiked. If she doesn't come soon, I'll go in and find her, he decided. The doors swung open again, and she was beside him. They got into the Herdic. As it drove off, he took out his watch and saw she had been gone just 3 minutes. Amidst the clatter of loose windows making conversation impossible, they bumped over the uneven cobblestones to the wharf. Seated side by side on a bench of the half-empty boat, they found they had little to say to each other. Or rather, what needed saying communicated itself best in the blessed silence of their escape and isolation. As the paddle wheels began churning, and the docks and ships receded through the heat haze, Archer felt as if everything in his old, familiar world of habit was receding too. He longed to ask Madame Olenska if she felt the same, the feeling they were embarking on a long journey from which they might never return. But he was afraid to say it, or anything else that might upset the delicate balance of her trust in him. In reality, he had no wish to betray that trust. There had been days and nights when the memory of their kiss burned on his lips. Even the day before, driving to Portsmouth, the thought of her had run through him like fire. But now, with her beside him, drifting into this unknown world, they seemed to have reached a deeper closeness that a mere touch could break. As the boat left the harbor and headed toward the sea, a breeze stirred around them. The bay broke into long, oily swells, then into ripples topped with spray. The sultry fog still hung over the city, but ahead lay a fresh world of choppy water and distant headlands, with lighthouses gleaming in the sun. Madame Olenska leaned back against the boat rail, drinking in the coolness between parted lips. She had wrapped a long veil around her hat, but it left her face uncovered. Archer was struck by the calm cheerfulness of her expression. She seemed to take their adventure casually, neither fearing unexpected encounters, nor, worse, being overly excited by their possibility. In the bare dining room of the inn, which he had hoped would be empty, they found a loud group of innocent-looking young men and women, schoolteachers on holiday, the landlord explained. Archer's heart sank at the thought of having to talk over their noise. "This is hopeless. I'll ask for a private room," he said. Madame Olenska waited without objection while he went to arrange it. The room opened onto a long wooden porch, with the sea visible through the windows. It was bare and cool, furnished with a table covered in a coarse checkered cloth, adorned with a bottle of pickles and a blueberry pie under a wire mesh cover. No more innocent-looking private dining room ever sheltered a secret couple. Archer thought he saw a flicker of amused understanding in the faint smile with which Madame Olenska sat down opposite him. A woman who had run away from her husband, supposedly with another man, had likely mastered the art of taking things in stride. But something about the quality of her composure softened his irony. By being so quiet, so unsurprised, and so simple, she had managed to sweep away the conventions and make him feel that seeking privacy was the natural thing for two old friends with so much to discuss. Chapter 24. They ate lunch slowly, thoughtfully, silence stretching between bursts of conversation. Once the ice was broken, they had so much to share. Yet there were moments when words felt like mere background noise to the silent conversation happening between them. Archer steered the talk away from his own life, not consciously, but because he didn't want to miss a single detail of hers. Leaning on the table, her chin on her clasped hands, she told him about the year and a half since they'd last seen each other. She'd grown weary of what passed for society. New York had been kind, almost overwhelmingly welcoming, and she'd never forget that warm reception. But after the initial excitement wore off, she found herself, as she put it, too different to care about the things everyone else seemed invested in. So she decided to try Washington, D.C., hoping to find more diverse people and opinions. She thought she'd probably settle there, making a home for poor Medora, who had finally exhausted the patience of all her other relatives just when she needed someone to look after her and shield her from questionable marriage prospects. "But what about Dr. Carver? Aren't you worried about him? I heard he was staying with you at the Blankers' place," she smiled. "Oh, the Carver situation is handled. Dr. Carver is quite smart. He needs a wealthy wife to fund his projects, and Medora is just useful as a high-profile convert to advertise his ideas." "A convert to what?" "To all kinds of strange, new social theories. But honestly, I find them more interesting than just blindly following traditions, someone else's traditions, like our friends do. It feels pointless to have discovered America, just to turn it into a carbon copy of another country." She smiled at him across the table. "Do you really think Christopher Columbus went through all that trouble, just so people could attend the opera with the Selfridge Marys?" Archer's face flushed. "And Beaufort?" "Do you talk like this with Beaufort?" he asked suddenly. "I haven't seen him in a long time. But I used to, and he gets it." "Ah, it's just like I've always told you. You don't really like us. And you like Beaufort because he's nothing like us." He glanced around the simple room, out at the empty beach, and the stark white houses lined up along the shore. "We're incredibly boring. We lack personality, color, variety," he burst out. "I don't understand why you don't just go back." Her eyes grew darker, and he braced himself for an angry response. But she sat quietly, as if considering his words, and he started to worry she might say she wondered the same thing. Finally, she said, "I think it's because of you." She couldn't have confessed it more calmly, or in a way less likely to boost his ego. Archer felt his face heat up, but he didn't dare move or speak. It felt as if her words were a rare butterfly. The slightest movement might scare it away, but if left undisturbed, it might attract others like it. "At least," she went on, "you were the one who helped me see that, beneath all the dullness, there are things so fine, so sensitive, so delicate, that even the things I valued most in my old life seemed cheap by comparison. I don't know how to explain it." She frowned slightly, looking troubled. "But it feels like I never truly understood before how much harshness, shabbiness, and ugliness can be tangled up with even the most beautiful pleasures. Beautiful pleasures. At least you've had them, he wanted to shoot back, but the plea in her eyes silenced him. I want, she continued, to be completely honest with you, and with myself. For a long time, I've hoped for this chance, a chance to tell you how much you've helped me, what you've made me become. Archer stared at her, his brow furrowed. He interrupted her with a laugh. And what exactly do you think you've made of me? She paled slightly. Of you? Yes, because I'm much more your creation than you ever were mine. I'm the man who married one woman because another woman told him to. Her paleness gave way to a fleeting blush. I thought you promised you wouldn't say things like that today. Ah, so typical. None of you can ever face a difficult situation head-on. She lowered her voice. Is it a difficult situation for May? He stood by the window, tapping his fingers against the raised frame, feeling in every nerve the sad tenderness in her voice as she spoke her cousin's name. Because that's what we always have to consider, isn't it? According to you, she pressed. According to me, he repeated, his gaze still lost on the sea. Or if not, she went on, pursuing her thought with painful focus, if it's not worthwhile to have given things up, to have missed out so that others can be spared from disappointment and pain, then everything I came home for, everything that made my old life seem so empty and poor because no one there valued these things, all of it is just a lie or a dream. He turned around, staying by the window. And in that case, there's absolutely no reason you shouldn't go back? He finished for her. Her eyes clung to him desperately. Oh, is there really no reason? Not if you bet everything on the success of my marriage. My marriage, he said harshly, isn't going to be something that keeps you here. She didn't reply, and he continued. What's the point? You gave me my first glimpse of a real life, and in the same breath, you asked me to continue living a fake one. It's more than anyone can bear, that's all. Oh, don't say that. When I'm bearing it, she burst out, her eyes filling with tears. Her arms lay limp on the table, and she sat with her face turned toward him, exposed, as if reckless in her despair. Her face revealed everything, as if her soul were laid bare. Archer stood speechless, overwhelmed by what he suddenly understood. You too. Oh, all this time, you too? For an answer, she let the tears spill over and trace slow paths down her cheeks. Half the room still separated them, and neither made a move. Archer felt strangely detached from her physical presence. He might not have even noticed it if one of her hands, resting on the table, hadn't drawn his gaze, just like that time in the little 23rd Street house when he'd focused on her hand to avoid looking at her face. Now his mind circled around that hand like it was the edge of a whirlpool, but still, he made no move to get closer. He knew the kind of love that thrived on touch, but this deep passion felt closer than bone and couldn't be satisfied so superficially. His only fear was doing anything that might erase the sound and impact of her words. His only thought was that he would never feel completely alone again. But after a moment, the feeling of waste and ruin washed over him. Here they were, close, safe, and enclosed, yet so bound to their separate paths that they might as well have been worlds apart. What's the use when you'll just go back anyway? He burst out, the desperate cry of, how on earth can I keep you? Hidden beneath his words. She sat still, her eyelids lowered. Oh, I won't go yet. Not yet. But someday? A someday you can already foresee? At that, she lifted her clear eyes to his. I promise you, not as long as you hold out, not as long as we can look directly at each other like this. He sank back into his chair. What her answer truly meant was, if you make one wrong move, you'll push me back. Back to all the awfulness you know about and all the temptations you only half guess. He understood it as clearly as if she'd spoken the words aloud, and the thought kept him fixed to his side of the table in a kind of moved, almost sacred surrender. What kind of life is that for you? He groaned. Oh, as long as it's a part of yours. And mine a part of yours? She nodded. And that's all it can be, for either of us? Well, it is all, isn't it? At that, he jumped up, forgetting everything but the sweetness of her face. She rose too, not to meet him or flee, but quietly, as if the hardest part was over, and she just had to wait. She was so calm that as he approached, her outstretched hands seemed to guide him rather than stop him. They fell into his, her arms extended but relaxed, keeping him just far enough away for her surrendered face to say the rest. They might have stood like that for a long time, or maybe only moments, but it was long enough for her silence to convey everything she needed to say, and for him to feel that only one thing mattered. He couldn't do anything that would make this their last meeting. He had to leave their future in her hands, asking only that she hold on to it tightly. Don't be unhappy," she said, her voice breaking as she pulled her hands away. He answered, "You won't go back. You won't go back," as if that were the one possibility he couldn't stand. "I won't go back," she said. Turning away, she opened the door and led the way into the public dining room. The loud school teachers were gathering their things, preparing to straggle toward the wharf. Across the beach, the white steamboat waited at the pier, and over the sunlit water, Boston appeared as a hazy line on the horizon. Chapter 25. Once back on the boat, surrounded by other people, Archer felt a sense of calm that surprised him as much as it supported him. By any normal standard, the day had been a rather embarrassing failure. He hadn't even kissed Madame Olenska's hand, or gotten a single word from her hinting at future possibilities. Still, for a man heartsick with unfulfilled love and parting indefinitely from the woman he adored, he felt almost unnervingly calm and comforted. It was her perfect balance between loyalty to others and honesty to themselves that had both stirred and calmed him. This balance wasn't cleverly calculated, as her tears and hesitations showed, but came naturally from her genuine sincerity. Now that the danger had passed, it filled him with a gentle awe and made him grateful that no personal vanity, no desire to perform for unseen onlookers, had tempted him to tempt her. Even after they shook hands goodbye at the Fall River station and he walked away alone, he held on to the feeling of having gained much more from their meeting than he had lost. He wandered back to his club and sat alone in the empty library, replaying every second of their time together in his mind. It became clearer to him, especially under closer thought, that if she eventually decided to return to Europe, back to her husband, it wouldn't be because her old life tempted her, even with the new terms offered. No, she would only go if she felt she was becoming a temptation to Archer, a reason for him to stray from the standards they had both agreed upon. Her choice would be to stay near him as long as he didn't ask her to come closer. It was up to him to keep her right there, safe but separate. These thoughts stayed with him on the train. They wrapped him in a kind of golden haze, making the faces around him seem distant and blurry. He felt that if he tried to speak to the other passengers, they wouldn't understand him. Lost in this state, he woke the next morning to the reality of a sweltering September day in New York. The heat-worn faces on the long train streamed past him, and he stared at them through the same golden blur. But suddenly, as he left the station, one face separated itself from the crowd, came nearer, and forced its way into his awareness. He instantly recognized it as the face of the young man he had seen the day before leaving the Parker House Hotel, the one he'd noted as looking distinctly out of place, not like a typical American hotel guest. The same thought struck him now, and again he felt a faint stirring of old connections. The young man stood looking around with the bewildered expression of a foreigner thrown into the harsh realities of American travel. Then he walked toward Archer, tipped his hat, and said in English, "Surely, monsieur, we met in London?" "Ah, yes, of course, in London." Archer shook his hand, feeling curious and sympathetic. "So you did make it here after all," he exclaimed, glancing with wonder at the sharp, tired face of young Carfry's French tutor. "Oh, I got here. Yes." M. Riviere smiled, his lips tight. "But not for long. I leave the day after tomorrow." He held his small suitcase in one neatly gloved hand, looking anxiously, confusedly, almost pleadingly into Archer's face. "I wonder, monsieur, since I've been lucky enough to run into you, if I might. I was just about to suggest it. Come have lunch with me, won't you? Downtown, I mean. If you meet me at my office, I can take you to a quite decent restaurant nearby." M. Riviere seemed genuinely touched and surprised. "That's very kind of you, but I was only going to ask if you could tell me how to find some sort of transportation. There are no porters, and no one here seems to pay attention. I know, our American stations must seem strange. When you ask for a porter, they offer you chewing gum. But come with me, I'll help you get sorted out. And you really must have lunch with me, you know?" The young man hesitated for just a moment, then replied with many thanks, though his tone wasn't entirely convincing, that he already had plans. But once they reached the relative calm of the street, he asked if he could visit Archer that afternoon. Archer, relaxed in the midsummer quiet of his office, set a time and wrote down his address. The Frenchman pocketed it with repeated thanks, and a grand sweep of his hat. A horse-drawn streetcar picked him up, and Archer walked away. Precisely at the agreed time, M. Riviere appeared, shaved, neatened up, but still looking unmistakably tired and serious. Archer was alone in his office. Before taking the offered seat, the young man began abruptly, "I believe I saw you yesterday, sir, in Boston." The statement seemed harmless enough, and Archer was about to agree when something mysterious, yet revealing in his visitor's intense gaze, stopped him. "It is extraordinary, very extraordinary," Monsieur Riviere continued, "that we should have met under the circumstances I find myself in." "What circumstances?" Archer asked, wondering crudely if the man needed money. M. Riviere kept studying him with cautious eyes. "I have come, not looking for work, as I mentioned when we last met, but on a special mission." "Ah!" Archer exclaimed. Instantly, the two meetings clicked together in his mind. He paused, taking in the situation that had suddenly become clear. M. Riviere also stayed silent, as if knowing he'd said enough. "A special mission," Archer finally repeated. The young Frenchman opened his palms and raised them slightly. The two men continued to look at each other across the desk until Archer broke the silence. "Please, sit down." Monsieur Riviere bowed, took a chair farther away, and waited again. "Was it about this mission that you wanted to talk to me?" Archer eventually asked. M. Riviere nodded. "Not for my own sake. Regarding that, I have made my decisions. I would like, if I may, to speak to you about the Countess Olenska." Archer had sensed these words were coming for the last few minutes, but hearing them still sent blood rushing to his face, like being snapped by a branch in a dense thicket. "And on whose behalf," he asked, "do you want to do this?" M. Riviere met the question directly. "Well, I might say hers, if it didn't sound too presumptuous. Shall I say instead, on behalf of abstract justice?" Archer eyed him ironically. "In other words, you are Count Olenski's messenger?" He saw his own flush mirrored darkly on Monsieur Riviere's pale face. "Not to you, monsieur. If I come to you, it is for entirely different reasons." "What right do you have, under the circumstances, to be acting on any other reasons?" Archer shot back. "If you're a messenger, you're a messenger." The young man thought for a moment. "My mission is over. As far as the Countess Olenska is concerned, it has failed." "I can't help that," Archer replied with the same ironic tone. "No, but you can help." M. Riviere paused, turning his hat in his still carefully gloved hands, looking inside it, then back at Archer's face. "You can help, monsieur, I am convinced, to make it equally a failure with her family." Archer pushed his chair back and stood up. "Well, then by God I will," he exclaimed. He stood with his hands in his pockets, staring angrily down at the small Frenchman. Even though Riviere had also risen, his face was still slightly below Archer's eye level. M. Riviere turned even paler, if that was possible. "Why the devil," Archer continued explosively, "would you think, since I assume you're appealing to me because of my connection to Madame Olenska, that I would take a stance different from the rest of her family?" The change in M. Riviere's expression was his only answer for a moment. His look shifted from timid to utterly distressed. For a young man usually so composed, he looked completely disarmed and vulnerable. "Oh, monsieur, I can't understand," Archer went on, "why you came to me when others are much closer to the Countess. Even less why you thought I would be more receptive to the arguments I suppose you were sent here with." M. Riviere received this attack with surprising humility. "The arguments I wish to present to you, monsieur, are my own, not those I was sent with. Then I see even less reason to listen to them." M. Riviere looked into his hat again, as if wondering if Archer's last words were a clear enough hint to leave. Then he spoke with sudden resolve. "Monsieur, will you tell me one thing? Is it my right to be here that you question? Or do you perhaps believe the whole matter is already settled?" His quiet persistence made Archer feel the awkwardness of his own outburst. Monsieur Riviere had managed to command the situation. Archer, flushing slightly, sat back down and gestured for the young man to be seated. "I beg your pardon, but why isn't the matter settled?" M. Riviere looked back at him with anguish. "So you agree with the rest of the family? That, given the new proposals I have brought, it is almost impossible for Madame Olenska not to return to her husband, "Good God!" Archer exclaimed, and his visitor let out a low murmur of agreement. "Before meeting her, I saw, at Count Olenska's request, Mr. Lovell Mingott. I had several conversations with him before going to Boston. I understand he speaks for his mother, and that Mrs. Manson Mingott's influence is significant throughout the family." Archer sat silently, feeling like he was clinging to the edge of a crumbling cliff. The realization that he had been left out of these discussions, even unaware they were happening, surprised him, though less sharply than the shock of what he was learning. He saw instantly that if the family had stopped consulting him, it was because some deep tribal instinct warned them he was no longer on their side. He remembered, with a jolt of understanding, something May had said during their drive home from Mrs. Manson Mingott's after the archery meeting. Perhaps, after all, Ellen would be happier with her husband. Even amidst the flood of new information, Archer remembered his outraged reaction and the fact that since then, his wife had never mentioned Madame Olenska to him. Her casual comment had undoubtedly been a test, a way to see which way the wind blew. The result had been reported to the family, and from then on, Archer had been silently excluded from their discussions. He admired the family discipline that made May accept this decision. He knew she wouldn't have if her conscience objected, but she probably agreed with the family view, that Madame Olenska was better off as an unhappy wife than a separated one. And there was no point discussing it with Newland, who had an unsettling habit of suddenly questioning things everyone else took for granted. Archer looked up and met his visitor's worried gaze. "Don't you know, monsieur? Is it possible you don't know that the family is starting to doubt whether they have the right to advise the Countess to refuse her husband's latest proposals?" "The proposals you brought?" "The proposals I brought." Archer almost retorted that whatever he knew or didn't know was none of M. Riviere's business. But something in the humble yet brave persistence of Monsieur Riviere's gaze stopped him. Instead, he met the young man's question with another. "What is your goal in telling me this?" He didn't have to wait for the answer. "To beg you, monsieur, to beg you with all the strength I possess, not to let her go back." "Oh, please don't let her," Monsieur Riviere exclaimed. Archer looked at him with growing surprise. There was no doubting the sincerity of his distress or the force of his resolve. He had clearly decided to risk everything for the overwhelming need to state his position. Archer considered this. "May I ask," he said finally, "if this is the position you took with the Countess Olenska?" And Riviere blushed, but his eyes didn't waver. "No, monsieur. I accepted my mission, honestly. I truly believed, for reasons I won't bother you with, that it would be better for Madame Olenska to regain her position, her fortune, the social respect that her husband's status provides. I assume so. You could hardly have accepted such a mission otherwise. I should not have accepted it." "Well, then?" Archer paused again, and their eyes met in another long, searching look. "Ah, monsieur, after I had seen her, after I had listened to her, I knew she was better off here." "You knew?" "Monsieur, I carried out my mission faithfully. I presented the Count's arguments, stated his offers, without adding my own opinion. The Countess kindly listened patiently. She was even good enough to see me twice. She considered everything I had come to say impartially, and it was during these two conversations that I changed my mind, that I began to see things differently." "May I ask what caused this change?" "Simply seeing the change in her," Monsieur Riviere replied. "The change in her? Then you knew her before?" The young man's face flushed again. "I used to see her at her husband's house. I have known Count Olenski for many years. You can imagine he would not have sent a stranger on such a mission." Archer's gaze drifted away to the blank office walls, resting on a calendar topped with the rugged face of the President of the United States. It seemed incredibly strange that such a conversation could be happening anywhere within the vast country under his authority. The change? What kind of change? "Ah, monsieur, if only I could tell you." M. Riviere paused. "Perhaps the discovery, I suppose, of something I'd never considered before, that she's an American. And that if you're an American, of her kind, of your kind, things that are accepted in certain other societies, or at least tolerated as part of a convenient arrangement, become unthinkable. Simply unthinkable. If Madame Olenska's relatives understood what these things were, their opposition to her returning would surely be as strong as her own. But they seem to view her husband's wish to have her back as proof of an overwhelming desire for domestic life." M. Riviere paused, then added, "Whereas it's far from being that simple." Archer looked back at the President's picture, then down at his desk and the scattered papers. For a moment he couldn't speak. During this pause, he heard Monsieur Riviere push back his chair and realized the young man had stood up. When he looked up again, he saw his visitor was as moved as he was. "Thank you," Archer said simply. "There's nothing to thank me for, monsieur. It is I, rather." M. Riviere broke off, as if finding words difficult too. "I should like, though," he continued more firmly, "to add one thing. You asked if I was employed by Count Olenska. I am, at this moment. I returned to him a few months ago for personal reasons, necessities that can happen to anyone who has dependents, sick and older people, relying on them. But from the moment I decided to come here and say these things to you, I consider myself dismissed. I will tell him so upon my return and give him the reasons." "That's all, monsieur." M. Riviere bowed and stepped back. "Thank you," Archer said again as their hands met. Chapter 26. Every year on October 15th, Fifth Avenue residences opened their shutters, unrolled their carpets, and hung their thick layers of window curtains. By the 1st of November, this household ritual was complete, and society began to emerge and assess itself. By the 15th, the social season was in full swing. The opera and theaters launched their new offerings, dinner invitations piled up, and dates for dances were set. And right around this time, Mrs. Archer always declared that New York had changed significantly. Watching from the detached viewpoint of someone not participating, she, with help from Mr. Sillerton Jackson and Miss Sophie, could spot every new crack in society's surface and all the unusual new elements cropping up among the established social order. One of Archer's youthful amusements had been waiting for his mother's yearly pronouncement and hearing her list the tiny signs of decay his own careless eyes had missed. In Mrs. Archer's view, New York never changed, except for the worse, a sentiment Miss Sophie Jackson fully endorsed. Mr. Sillerton Jackson, ever the sophisticated observer, reserved judgment and listened with amused detachment to the ladies' complaints. But even he never denied that New York had changed. And Newland Archer, in the winter of his second year of marriage, had to admit that if it hadn't actually changed, it was definitely in the process of changing. These topics had come up, as usual, at Mrs. Archer's Thanksgiving dinner. On the day officially designated for giving thanks, she typically took a somber, though not bitter, inventory of her world and wondered what there really was to be thankful for. Certainly not the state of society. Society, if it even existed anymore, seemed more like something deserving of biblical condemnation. Everyone knew what the Reverend Dr. Ashmore meant when he chose a text from Jeremiah about straying for his Thanksgiving sermon. Dr. Ashmore, the new rector of St. Matthew's, was considered very advanced, his sermons bold in thought and modern in language. When he criticized fashionable society, he always spoke of its trend. For Mrs. Archer, it was both terrifying and fascinating to feel part of a community that was trending. "There's no doubt Dr. Ashmore is right. There is a noticeable trend," she said, as if it were something tangible, like a crack in a wall. "It was strange, though, to preach about it on Thanksgiving," Miss Jackson remarked. Her hostess replied dryly, "Oh, he wants us to give thanks for what little is left." Archer used to smile at his mother's annual predictions of doom, but this year, even he had to concede, listening to the list of changes, that the trend was undeniable. "The extravagance in clothing," Miss Jackson began. "Sillerton took me to the opera's opening night, and I can tell you, Jane Mary's dress was the only one I recognized from last year. Even that had a new front panel. Yet I know she got it from Worth just 2 years ago, because my seamstress always alters her Paris dresses before she wears them." "Ah, Jane Mary is one of us," Mrs. Archer sighed, as if belonging wasn't such a desirable thing anymore now that ladies were starting to show off their Paris dresses right out of customs, instead of letting them age properly under lock and key like Mrs. Archer's generation did. "Yes, she's one of the few. In my youth," Miss Jackson added, "it was considered vulgar to wear the very latest fashions. Amy Sillerton always told me that in Boston, the rule was to put away Paris dresses for 2 years. Old Mrs. Baxter Penello, who did everything lavishly, used to import 12 dresses a year, 2 velvet, 2 satin, 2 silk, and the other 6 of poplin and fine cashmere. It was a standing order. Since she was ill for 2 years before she died, they found 48 Worth dresses still in tissue paper. When the girls finished mourning, they could wear the first batch to the symphony concerts without looking ahead of the fashion. Well, Boston is more traditional than New York. But I always think it's a safe rule for a lady to set aside her French dresses for 1 season," Mrs. Archer conceded. It was Beaufort who started this new trend, making his wife wear her new clothes immediately upon arrival. Sometimes, I must say, it takes all of Regina's elegance not to look like… Miss Jackson glanced around, caught Janie's wide-eyed stare, and finished with an unclear murmur. Like her rivals, Mr. Sillerton Jackson quipped, pleased with his wit. "Oh," the ladies murmured. Mrs. Archer added, partly to distract her daughter from inappropriate topics. "Poor Regina. Her Thanksgiving hasn't been very cheerful, I suspect. Have you heard the rumors about Beaufort's financial dealings, Sillerton?" Mr. Jackson nodded casually. Everyone had heard those rumors, and he felt no need to confirm common knowledge. A heavy silence fell over the group. No one truly liked Beaufort, and thinking the worst of his private life wasn't entirely unpleasant. But the idea that he might have brought financial ruin upon his wife's family was too shocking to be enjoyed, even by his enemies. Archer's New York tolerated hypocrisy in personal matters, but in business, it demanded absolute, flawless honesty. It had been a long time since a well-known banker had failed disgracefully, but everyone remembered the social ostracism faced by the partners of the last firm that did. It would be the same for the Beauforts, despite his influence and her popularity. Not even the combined strength of the Dallas family connection could save poor Regina if there was any truth to the reports about her husband's illegal speculations. The conversation shifted to less troubling subjects, but everything they discussed seemed to reinforce Mrs. Archer's sense of an accelerating trend. "Of course, Newland, I know you allow dear May to attend Mrs. Struthers' Sunday evenings," she began. May cheerfully interjected, "Oh, you know, everyone goes to Mrs. Struthers now, and she was invited to Granny's last party." That, Archer thought, was how New York handled transitions, by collectively ignoring them until they were over, and then genuinely believing they had happened in a previous era. There was always a betrayer within the fortress, and once the keys were handed over, what was the use of pretending it was still secure? Once people had experienced Mrs. Struthers' relaxed Sunday gatherings, they weren't likely to stay home, dwelling on the rumor that her champagne was originally shoe-polish money. "I know, dear, I know," Mrs. Archer sighed. "Such things happen, I suppose, as long as amusement is what people seek when they go out. But I've never quite forgiven your cousin Madame Olenska for being the first person to associate with Mrs. Struthers." A sudden blush spread across young Mrs. Archer's face. It surprised her husband as much as the other guests. "Oh, Ellen," she murmured, in the same accusing yet apologetic tone her parents might have used for, "Oh, the Blenkers." It was the tone the family had adopted when mentioning Countess Olenska's name, since she had inconveniently remained firm against her husband's attempts at reconciliation. But coming from May, it gave Archer pause, and he looked at her with that sense of strangeness that sometimes washed over him when she most perfectly mirrored her surroundings. His mother, less attuned to the atmosphere than usual, persisted. "I've always believed that people like Countess Olenska, who have lived in aristocratic circles, should help us maintain our social distinctions, not disregard them." May's blush lingered vividly. It seemed to hold a meaning beyond just acknowledging Madame Olenska's social misstep. "I imagine we all seem the same to foreigners," said Miss Jackson sharply. "I don't think Ellen cares much for society, but nobody knows exactly what she does care for," May continued, as if searching for a neutral statement. Well," Mrs. Archer sighed again. Everyone knew the Countess Olenska was no longer favored by her family. Even her staunch supporter, old Mrs. Manson Mingott, couldn't defend her refusal to return to her husband. The Mingotts hadn't voiced their disapproval openly. Their sense of family unity was too strong. They had simply, as Mrs. Welland put it, let poor Ellen find her own level. And that level, embarrassingly and inexplicably, was in the obscure world where the Blenkers held sway, and people who wrote performed their messy rituals. It was unbelievable, but true, that Ellen, despite all her advantages, had become simply bohemian. This fact reinforced the argument that she had made a terrible mistake by not returning to Count Olenski. After all, a young woman belonged under her husband's roof, especially when she had left under circumstances that, well, if one dared to investigate. "Madame Olenska is quite popular with the gentlemen," said Miss Sophie, seeming to offer something conciliatory while actually planting a barb. "Ah, that's the danger a young woman like Madame Olenska is always exposed to," Mrs. Archer mournfully agreed. On this note, the ladies gathered their skirts to move to the drawing room, while Archer and Mr. Sillerton Jackson retreated to the Gothic library. Once settled before the fireplace, consoling himself for the mediocre dinner with an excellent cigar, Mr. Jackson became serious and ready to share gossip. "If the Beaufort collapse happens," he announced, "there are going to be revelations." Archer looked up quickly. He could never hear the name without picturing Beaufort's imposing figure, lavishly dressed in furs, walking through the snow at Skuytercliff. "There's bound to be," Mr. Jackson continued, "the nastiest kind of mess. He hasn't spent all his money just on Regina." "Oh, well, that's expected, isn't it? I believe he'll manage to get through this," said the young man, wanting to change the topic. Perhaps. I know he was meeting with some influential people today." "Of course," Mr. Jackson reluctantly admitted. "One hopes they can help him out, this time anyway. I wouldn't like to imagine poor Regina spending the rest of her life in some shabby foreign resort for bankrupts." Archer remained silent. It seemed so natural, however tragic, that ill-gotten money should lead to harsh consequences, that his mind barely lingered on Mrs. Beaufort's fate and returned to more personal questions. What was the meaning behind May's blush when Countess Olenska's name was mentioned? 4 months had passed since that midsummer day he and Madame Olenska had spent together, and he hadn't seen her since. He knew she had returned to Washington, to the small house she shared with Medora Manson. He had written her once, just a few words, asking when they could meet again, and she had replied even more briefly, "Not yet." There had been no further contact between them. He had built a kind of sanctuary within himself, where she resided among his secret thoughts and desires. Gradually, this inner world became the setting of his real life, his only meaningful existence. There he brought the books he read, the ideas and feelings that sustained him, his judgments and his dreams. Outside, in his actual life, he moved with an increasing sense of unreality, bumping against familiar prejudices and traditional viewpoints, like an absent-minded man colliding with furniture in his own room. Absent, that was it. So absent from everything tangible and close to those around him that it sometimes startled him to realize they still thought he was present. He became aware that Mr. Jackson was clearing his throat, preparing for more disclosures. "I don't know, of course, how much your wife's family is aware of what people are saying about Madame Olenska's refusal to accept her husband's latest offer." Archer stayed silent, and Mr. Jackson continued indirectly, "It's a pity. It's certainly a pity that she refused it." "A pity? For God's sake, why?" Mr. Jackson looked down his leg toward the perfectly smooth sock meeting his shiny shoe. "Well, to put it bluntly, what is she going to live on now?" "Now? If Beaufort—" Archer shot up, slamming his fist on the black walnut edge of the writing table. The inkwells in the brass stand jumped. "What the devil do you mean, sir?" Mr. Jackson shifted slightly in his chair, turning a calm gaze on the young man's flushed face. "Well, I have it on fairly reliable authority, in fact from old Catherine herself, that the family significantly reduced Countess Olenska's allowance when she definitively refused to go back to her husband. And since, by this refusal, she also loses the money settled on her at marriage, which Olenska was willing to transfer if she returned, well, what the devil do you mean, my dear boy, by asking me what I mean?" Mr. Jackson retorted good-naturedly. Archer moved to the mantelpiece and bent to tap his cigar ashes into the grate. "I don't know anything about Madame Olenska's private finances, but I don't need to be certain that what you're implying—" "Oh, I'm not implying it. It's Lefferts, for one," Mr. Jackson interjected. "Lefferts, who tried to flirt with her and got rejected for it," Archer burst out contemptuously. "Ah, did he?" the older man snapped, as if this were precisely the piece of information he'd been trying to bait him into revealing. He remained sitting sideways to the fire, his hard old eyes holding Archer's face as if in a steel trap. Well, it's a shame she didn't go back before Beaufort's downfall," he repeated. "If she goes now, and if he fails financially, it will only confirm the general suspicion, which isn't just Lefferts's opinion, by the way. Oh, she won't go back now, less than ever." No sooner had Archer said it than he felt again that this was exactly what Mr. Jackson had been waiting to hear. The old gentleman studied him closely. "That's your view, E.H.? Well, no doubt you know. But everyone will tell you that the little money Medora Manson has left is all tied up with Beaufort. How the two women will manage, unless he pulls through, I can't imagine. Of course, Madame Olenska might still win over old Catherine, who's been the most firmly opposed to her staying, and old Catherine could give her any allowance she wants. But we all know she hates parting with money, and the rest of the family has no particular reason to want Madame Olenska here." Archer burned with helpless anger. He was in precisely the state where a man is bound to do something foolish, knowing full well it's foolish. He realized Mr. Jackson had instantly noticed that Archer was unaware of Madame Olenska's conflicts with her grandmother and other relatives. The old gentleman had drawn his own conclusions about why Archer was excluded from family discussions. This realization warned Archer to tread carefully, but the insinuations about Beaufort made him reckless. He remembered, however, if not his own vulnerability, at least that Mr. Jackson was a guest under his mother's roof. Old New York strictly followed hospitality rules, and disagreements with guests were never allowed to escalate. "Shall we go join my mother?" he suggested curtly, as Mr. Jackson's last bit of ash fell into the brass tray beside him. On the drive home, May remained strangely quiet. Through the darkness, he could still sense her wrapped in that unsettling blush. He couldn't guess what it meant, but the fact that Madame Olenska's name had brought it on was warning enough. They went upstairs, and he turned into the library. She usually followed him, but he heard her walk down the hallway to her bedroom. "May!" he called out impatiently. She came back, looking slightly surprised at his tone. "This lamp is smoking again." "You'd think the servants could keep it properly trimmed," he grumbled nervously. "I'm so sorry." "It won't happen again," she answered, in the firm, bright voice she'd learned from her mother. It annoyed Archer to feel she was already starting to treat him like a younger version of Mr. Welland. She bent to lower the wick, and as the light illuminated her white shoulders and the clear lines of her face, he thought, "How young she is! How many endless years will this life have to continue?" He felt, with a kind of horror, his own vibrant youth and the energy coursing through him. "Look here," he said suddenly, "I might have to go to Washington for a few days. Soon, maybe next week." Her hand stayed on the lamp key as she turned slowly toward him. The lamp's heat had brought a glow back to her face, but it faded as she looked up. "On business?" she asked, her tone implying there could be no other reason, as if she were asking automatically, just to complete his sentence. "On business, of course. There's a patent case coming up before the Supreme Court." He mentioned the inventor's name and continued providing details with the smooth ease of Lawrence Lefferts, while she listened intently, occasionally saying, "Yes, I see." "The change will do you good," she said simply when he finished. "And you must make sure to go and see Ellen," she added, looking him directly in the eyes with her clear smile, speaking in the tone she might use to remind him of some tedious family obligation. It was the only explicit word exchanged between them on the subject. But in the unspoken code they both understood, it meant, "Of course you realize I know everything people have been saying about Ellen, and I fully support my family's efforts to get her to return to her husband. I also know that, for some reason you haven't shared with me, you've advised her against this path, which all the older men in the family and our grandmother approve of. It's because of your encouragement that Ellen defies us all and exposes herself to the kind of criticism Mr. Sillerton Jackson likely hinted at tonight, which has made you so irritable. There have been hints indeed, but since you seem unwilling to take them from others, I'm offering you this one myself, in the only way well-bred people like us can communicate unpleasant things, by letting you know that I know you intend to see Ellen in Washington, perhaps even going there specifically for that purpose. And since you are definitely going to see her, I want you to do so with my full and clear approval, and use the opportunity to let her know what consequences the behavior you've encouraged is likely to bring." Her hand was still on the lamp key when the last word of this silent message reached him. She turned the wick down, lifted the glass globe, and blew gently on the stubborn flame. "They smell less if you blow them out," she explained with her bright, efficient air. At the doorway, she turned and paused for his kiss. Chapter 27. The next day, Wall Street offered more reassuring news about Beaufort's financial situation. The reports weren't specific, but they were hopeful. It was generally understood that he had powerful connections to call upon in emergencies, and that he had successfully done so. That evening, when Mrs. Beaufort appeared at the opera, flashing her usual smile and wearing a new emerald necklace, society collectively sighed with relief. New York was strict in condemning business dishonesty. So far, there had been no exceptions to the unspoken rule that those who violated the code of integrity must face the consequences. Everyone knew that even Beaufort and his wife would be sacrificed without hesitation if necessary, but having to sacrifice them would be not only painful, but also inconvenient. The Beauforts' disappearance would leave a significant gap in their tightly knit circle. Those too uninformed or too unconcerned to be shocked by the moral catastrophe lamented in advance the loss of the best ballroom in New York. Archer had firmly decided to go to Washington. He was just waiting for the lawsuit he had mentioned to May to begin, so the dates would align. But the following Tuesday he learned from Mr. Letterblair that the case might be delayed for several weeks. Despite this, he went home that afternoon determined to leave the next evening regardless. Chances were that May, who knew nothing about his professional life and had never shown interest, wouldn't find out about the postponement if it happened, nor remember the names involved if they were mentioned. In any case, he couldn't delay seeing Madame Olenska any longer. There were too many things he needed to say to her. On Wednesday morning, when he arrived at his office, Mr. Letterblair greeted him with a troubled expression. Beaufort, it turned out, hadn't managed to tide over after all. By spreading the rumor that he had temporarily reassured his depositors, and large amounts of money had flowed into the bank until the previous evening, when alarming reports started circulating again. As a result, a run on the bank had begun, and its doors were expected to close before the end of the day. Terrible things were being said about Beaufort's cowardly maneuver, and his failure was shaping up to be one of the most disgraceful in Wall Street history. The scale of the disaster left Mr. Letterblair pale and shaken. "I've seen bad things in my time, but nothing this bad. Everyone we know will be affected, one way or another. And what will happen to Mrs. Beaufort? What can be done for her? I pity Mrs. Manson Mingott as much as anyone. At her age, there's no telling what impact this might have. She always believed in Beaufort. She treated him like a friend. And then there's the whole Dallas connection. Poor Mrs. Beaufort is related to all of you. Her only option might be to leave her husband. Yet, how can anyone suggest that to her? Her duty is to stand by him, and luckily she seems to have always been oblivious to his private flaws." There was a knock, and Mr. Letterblair turned sharply. "What is it? I can't be disturbed." A clerk brought in a letter for Archer and left. Recognizing his wife's handwriting, the young man opened it and read, "Won't you please come uptown as soon as possible? Granny had a slight stroke last night. Somehow, she found out about this terrible bank news before anyone else. Uncle Lovell is away hunting, and the thought of the disgrace has made poor Papa so nervous he has a fever and can't leave his room. Mama desperately needs you, and I really hope you can get away immediately and go straight to Granny's." Archer handed the note to his senior partner. A few minutes later, he was slowly making his way north in a crowded horse-drawn streetcar, switching at 14th Street to one of the tall, swaying omnibuses on the Fifth Avenue route. It was past noon when this slow vehicle dropped him off at Old Catherine's house. Her usual spot by the ground-floor sitting-room window was occupied by the frail figure of her daughter, Mrs. Welland, who gave Archer a weary welcome gesture as she saw him. At the door, May met him. The hall had the strange, unnatural feel of a well-kept house suddenly disrupted by illness. Coats and furs were piled on chairs, a doctor's bag and overcoat lay on the table, and beside them letters and cards had already accumulated, ignored. May looked pale but managed a smile. Dr. Bencomb, who had just made his second visit, was more optimistic, and Mrs. Mingott's fierce determination to live and recover was already impacting her family. May led Archer into the old lady's sitting room. The sliding doors to the bedroom were shut, covered by heavy yellow damask curtains. Here, Mrs. Welland, in horrified whispers, shared the details of the disaster. Apparently, something dreadful and mysterious had occurred the previous evening. Around 8 o'clock, just after Mrs. Mingott had finished her nightly game of solitaire, the doorbell rang. A lady, so heavily veiled that the servants didn't immediately recognize her, asked to be admitted. The butler, hearing a familiar voice, had opened the sitting-room door, announced, "Mrs. Julius Beaufort," and then closed it, leaving the two ladies alone. He thought they were together for about an hour. When Mrs. Mingott's bell rang later, Mrs. Beaufort had already slipped away unnoticed. The old lady, pale, immense, and looking formidable, sat alone in her large chair and motioned for the butler to help her to her room. At that time, though clearly upset, she seemed fully in control. The maid put her to bed, brought her tea as usual, tidied the room, and left. But at 3 in the morning, the bell rang again. The two servants, rushing in at the unusual summons, old Catherine usually slept soundly, found their mistress sitting up against her pillows, a crooked smile on her face, one small hand hanging limply from her massive arm. The stroke was clearly mild, as she could speak and make her needs known. Soon after the doctor's first visit, she began regaining control of her facial muscles. But the initial alarm had been immense, matched only by the indignation when they pieced together from Mrs. Mingott's fragmented sentences that Regina Beaufort had come to ask her, an unbelievable audacity, to support her husband, to help them through, not to desert them, as she put it. Essentially, she wanted the entire family to cover up and excuse their monstrous dishonor. I told her, honor has always been honor and honesty honesty in Manson Mingott's house, and it will be until I'm carried out feet first. The old woman had stammered into her daughter's ear, her voice thick from the partial paralysis. And when she said, "But my name, Auntie, my name's Regina Dallas," I said, "It was Beaufort when he covered you with jewels, and it has to stay Beaufort now that he's covered you with shame." Mrs. Welland recounted this much with tears and gasps of horror, looking pale and utterly defeated by the unusual burden of having to finally confront unpleasant and disreputable realities. "If only I could keep it from your father-in-law. He always says, 'Augusta, for pity's sake, don't destroy my last illusions,' and how can I possibly prevent him from knowing these awful things?" the poor lady lamented. "After all, Mama, he won't have seen them," her daughter suggested. Mrs. Welland sighed. "Ah, no. Thank heaven he's safe in bed. And Dr. Bencomb promised to keep him there until poor Mama is better, and Regina has been sent away somewhere." Archer had sat down near the window, staring blankly at the quiet street. It was clear he had been called more for moral support for the distressed women than for any specific help he could offer. Mr. Lovell Mingott had been telegraphed, and messages were being sent by hand to family members in New York. Meanwhile, there was nothing to do but discuss, in hushed tones, the fallout from Beaufort's disgrace and his wife's inexcusable actions. Mrs. Lovell Mingott, who had been writing notes in another room, soon reappeared and joined the discussion. In their time, the older ladies agreed, a wife whose husband had committed any business disgrace had only one thought: to withdraw, to disappear with him. There was the case of poor Grandmama Spicer, your great-grandmother May. Of course, Mrs. Welland quickly added, your great-grandfather's money problems were private, gambling losses, or co-signing a loan for someone. I never knew exactly, because Mama would never talk about it. But she was raised in the country because her mother had to leave New York after the disgrace, whatever it was. They lived alone up the Hudson year-round, until Mama was 16. It would never have occurred to Grandmama Spicer to ask the family to support her, as I understand Regina calls it, and a private disgrace is nothing compared to the scandal of ruining hundreds of innocent people. Yes, it would be more appropriate for Regina to hide her own face than to talk about other people supporting her, Mrs. Lovell Mingott agreed. I heard that the emerald necklace she wore at the opera last Friday was sent on approval from Ball and Black's that afternoon. I wonder if they'll ever get it back. Archer listened impassively to the unforgiving chorus. The idea of absolute financial honesty as the primary rule for a gentleman was too deeply ingrained in him for sentimentality to affect it. An opportunist like Lemuel Struthers might build his shoe-polish fortune on numerous shady deals, but flawless honesty was the expected standard for old financial New York. Mrs. Beaufort's fate didn't particularly move Archer either. He undoubtedly felt sorrier for her than her angry relatives did, but it seemed to him that the bond between husband and wife, even if fragile in good times, should be unbreakable in adversity. As Mr. Letterblair had said, a wife's place was beside her husband in trouble. But society's place was not beside him, and Mrs. Beaufort's cool assumption that it was almost made her seem like his accomplice. The very idea of a woman asking her family to cover up her husband's business dishonor was unacceptable, as it was the one thing the family, as an institution, could not do. The maid called Mrs. Lovell Mingott into the hall. She returned a moment later, frowning. "She wants me to telegraph for Ellen Olenska. I had written to Ellen, of course, and to Medora, but now it seems that's not enough. I'm supposed to telegraph her immediately and tell her to come alone." The announcement was met with silence. Mrs. Welland sighed resignedly. May rose from her seat and went to pick up some newspapers scattered on the floor. "I suppose it must be done," Mrs. Lovell Mingott continued, as if hoping someone would disagree. May turned back toward the center of the room. "Of course, it must be done," she said. "Granny knows what she wants, and we must follow all her wishes. Shall I write the telegram for you, Auntie? If it goes out right away, Ellen can probably catch tomorrow morning's train." She pronounced each syllable of the name with distinct clarity, like tapping 2 silver bells. "Well, it can't go right away. Jasper and the pantry boy are both out delivering notes and telegrams." May turned to her husband with a smile. "But here's Newland, ready to help with anything. Will you take the telegram, Newland? There'll be just enough time before lunch." Archer stood up with a murmur of agreement. May sat down at old Catherine's rosewood desk and wrote the message in her large, youthful handwriting. When finished, she blotted it carefully and handed it to Archer. "What a pity," she said, "that you and Ellen will cross paths on the way. Newland," she added, turning to her mother and aunt, "has to go to Washington for a patent lawsuit coming up before the Supreme Court. I assume Uncle Lovell will be back by tomorrow night, and with Granny improving so much, it doesn't seem right to ask Newland to give up an important engagement for his firm, does it?" She paused, as if expecting an answer, and Mrs. Welland quickly declared, "Oh, of course not, darling. Your Granny would be the last person to want that." As Archer left the room with the telegram, he heard his mother-in-law add, presumably to Mrs. Lovell Mingott, "But why on earth she would make you telegraph for Ellen Olenska?" And May's clear voice reply, "Perhaps it's to urge her again that, after all, her duty is with her husband." The outer door closed behind Archer, and he walked quickly toward the telegraph office. Chapter 28. O-L-O-L. "How do you spell that anyway?" asked the sharp young woman at the Western Union counter, as Archer slid his wife's telegram across the brass ledge. "Olenska. O-L-E-N-S-K-A, he repeated, pulling the message back to print the foreign name clearly above May's sprawling handwriting. "That's an unusual name for a New York telegraph office, at least around here," an unexpected voice remarked. Turning, Archer saw Lawrence Lefferts beside him, smoothing his impeccable mustache and pretending not to look at the telegram. "Hello, Newland. Thought I might find you here. I just heard about old Mrs. Mingott's stroke. I was on my way to the house, saw you turn down this street, and hurried after you. I assume you've just come from there?" Archer nodded and pushed his telegram under the grill. "Pretty bad, huh?" Lefferts continued. "Sending wires to the family, I suppose. I gather it must be bad if you're including Countess Olenska." Archer's lips tightened. He felt a fierce urge to punch the long, vain, handsome face next to him. "Why?" he asked curtly. Lefferts, known for avoiding conflict, raised his eyebrows in an ironic expression that silently warned Archer about the listening clerk behind the counter. Nothing could be worse manners, the look reminded him, than losing one's temper in public. Archer had never cared less about proper form, but his urge to physically assault Lawrence Lefferts was brief. The thought of arguing about Ellen Olenska's name with him, at such a time, and under any circumstances, was repulsive. He paid for his telegram, and the two young men walked out onto the street together. There, Archer, having regained his composure, added, "Mrs. Mingott is much better. The doctor isn't worried at all." Lefferts, expressing abundant relief, asked if Archer had heard the nasty rumors circulating again about Beaufort. That afternoon, the news of Beaufort's failure was in all the newspapers. It overshadowed the report of Mrs. Manson Mingott's stroke. Only the few who knew about the mysterious link between the two events considered attributing old Catherine's illness to anything other than her age and weight. All of New York felt darkened by the story of Beaufort's disgrace. As Mr. Letterblair said, there had never been a worse case in his memory, nor even in the memory of the distant ancestor who founded the firm. The bank had continued accepting deposits for a full day after its collapse was certain. Since many of its clients belonged to the ruling families, Beaufort's deceit seemed doubly cruel. If Mrs. Beaufort hadn't adopted the attitude that such misfortunes, her own word, were the test of friendship, pity for her might have lessened the general anger toward her husband. As it was, especially after the purpose of her late-night visit to Mrs. Manson Mingott became known, her cynicism was seen as even worse than his. And she didn't have the excuse, nor her critics the satisfaction, of claiming she was a foreigner. It offered some comfort, to those whose money wasn't at risk, to remember that Beaufort was foreign. But, ultimately, if a Dallas from South Carolina adopted his perspective and casually talked about him soon being, quote, back on his feet, the argument lost its power. There was nothing left but to accept this awful proof of marriage's unbreakable bond. Society would have to carry on without the Beauforts, and that was that. Except, of course, for unfortunate victims like Medora Manson, the poor old Miss Lannings, and certain other misguided ladies from good families who, if only they had listened to Mr. Henry van der Leyden. "The best thing the Beauforts can do," said Mrs. Archer, summarizing as if giving a diagnosis and treatment plan, "is to go live at Regina's little place in North Carolina. Beaufort has always kept racehorses. He should breed trotters now. I'd say he has all the qualities of a successful horse dealer." Everyone agreed, but no one bothered to ask what the Beauforts actually planned to do. The next day, Mrs. Manson Mingott was much improved. She regained enough strength in her voice to order that no one mention the Beauforts to her again. When Dr. Bencomb arrived, she demanded to know why her family was making such a fuss about her health. "If people my age insist on eating chicken salad in the evening, what do they expect?" she inquired. The doctor conveniently adjusted her diet, transforming the stroke into a case of indigestion. But despite her firm tone, old Catherine didn't fully return to her previous outlook on life. The increasing detachment of old age, while not lessening her curiosity about her neighbors, had dulled her already limited sympathy for their problems. She seemed to have no trouble dismissing the Beaufort disaster. However, for the first time, she became preoccupied with her own symptoms and started taking a sentimental interest in certain family members she had previously treated with disdain. Mr. Welland in particular now captured her attention. Among her sons-in-law, he was the one she had most consistently overlooked. All his wife's attempts to portray him as a man of strong character and intellect, if only he had chosen to show it, had been met with a dismissive chuckle. But his status as a chronic invalid now made him fascinating. Mrs. Mingott issued a royal command for him to come and compare diets as soon as his temperature allowed. Old Catherine now recognized that one couldn't be too careful about temperatures. 24 hours after the telegram was sent to Madame Olenska, another arrived announcing she would reach New York from Washington the following evening. At the Wellands, where Newland and May happened to be having lunch, the question of who should meet her at the Jersey City station immediately arose. The practical difficulties the Welland household always seemed to face, as if it were a remote outpost, fueled the debate. It was decided Mrs. Welland couldn't possibly go, as she had to accompany her husband to old Catherine's that afternoon. The carriage couldn't be spared either, because if Mr. Welland got upset seeing his mother-in-law for the first time since her attack, he might need to be taken home abruptly. The Welland sons would, of course, be downtown. Mr. Lovell Mingott would be rushing back from his hunting trip, and the Mingott carriage would be busy meeting him. And one couldn't ask May, late on a winter afternoon, to cross the ferry to Jersey City alone, even in her own carriage. Still, it might seem unwelcoming, and against old Catherine's specific wishes, if Madame Olenska arrived with no family there to greet her. It was just like Ellen, Mrs. Welland's tired voice implied, to put the family in such a bind. "It's always one thing after another," the poor lady lamented, in a rare outburst against fate. "The only thing that makes me suspect Mama might be less well than Dr. Bencomb admits is this morbid insistence on having Ellen come immediately, however inconvenient it is to meet her." The words were thoughtless, as impatient remarks often are, and Mr. Welland pounced on them. "Augusta," he said, turning pale and putting down his fork, "do you have any other reason to think Bencomb is less reliable than he used to be? Have you noticed him being less thorough than usual in managing my case or your mother's?" It was Mrs. Welland's turn to pale as the endless consequences of her mistake unfolded before her. But she managed to laugh and took a second helping of scalloped oysters before saying, struggling back into her usual cheerful facade, "My dear, how could you possibly think such a thing? I only meant that, after Mama took such a firm stand about Ellen's duty being to return to her husband, it seems strange she suddenly fixated on seeing her, when there are plenty of other grandchildren she could have asked for. But we must never forget that Mama, despite her amazing vitality, is a very old woman." Mr. Welland's expression remained troubled. His anxious mind had clearly latched onto her last comment. "Yes, your mother is a very old woman. And for all we know, Bencomb might not be as effective with very old patients. As you say, my dear, it's always one thing after another. In another 10 or 15 years, I suppose I'll have the pleasant task of finding a new doctor. It's always best to make such a change before it's absolutely essential." Having reached this stoic decision, Mr. Welland firmly picked up his fork again. But meanwhile, Mrs. Welland began again as she rose from the lunch table and led the way into the chaotic mix of purple satin and green stone known as the back drawing room. "I still don't see how we're going to get Ellen here tomorrow evening, and I do like having things planned at least 24 hours ahead." Archer turned from his fascinated study of a small painting showing two cardinals enjoying themselves, set in an octagonal ebony frame with onyx details. "Shall I get her?" he proposed. "I can easily leave the office in time to meet the carriage at the ferry, if May will send it there." His heart beat excitedly as he spoke. Mrs. Welland sighed with gratitude, and May, who had moved to the window, turned to give him a look of approval. "So you see, Mama, everything will be settled 24 hours in advance," she said, bending to kiss her mother's worried forehead. May's carriage was waiting at the door to take Archer to Union Square, where he could catch a Broadway streetcar to his office. As she settled into her corner, she said, "I didn't want to worry Mama by creating more problems, but how can you meet Ellen tomorrow and bring her back to New York when you're going to Washington?" "Oh, I'm not going," Archer answered. Not going? Why? What happened? Her voice was clear as a bell, full of wifely concern. The case is off. Postponed. Postponed? How strange. I saw a note this morning from Mr. Letterblair to Mama saying he was going to Washington tomorrow for the big patent case he was arguing before the Supreme Court. You said it was a patent case, didn't you? Well, that's it. The whole office can't go. Letterblair decided this morning he would go. Then it's not postponed, she persisted, with an insistence so unlike her that he felt his face flush, as if blushing for her unusual departure from traditional subtlety. No, but my going is, he answered, cursing the unnecessary details he'd provided when announcing his Washington trip, and wondering where he'd read that clever liars give details, but the cleverest don't. It hurt him less to lie to May than to see her trying to pretend she hadn't caught him. I'm not going until later. Luckily for your family's convenience, he continued, resorting to sarcasm. As he spoke, he felt her looking at him, and he met her eyes directly to avoid appearing evasive. Their gazes locked for a second, perhaps revealing more of their inner thoughts than either wanted. Yes, it is awfully convenient, May agreed brightly, that you can meet Ellen after all. You saw how much Mama appreciated you offering. Oh, I'm delighted to do it. The carriage stopped. As he jumped out, she leaned toward him and placed her hand on his. Goodbye, dearest, she said. Her eyes so blue he later wondered if they had shone through tears. He turned away and hurried across Union Square, repeating inwardly like a chant. It's a full 2 hours from Jersey City to Old Catherine's. A full 2 hours, and maybe more. Chapter 29. His wife's dark blue carriage, still gleaming with its wedding day polish, met Archer at the ferry terminal and transported him in luxury to the Pennsylvania Railroad station in Jersey City. It was a gloomy, snowy afternoon, and the gas lights were already lit in the vast, echoing station. As he walked along the platform waiting for the Washington Express train, he recalled that some people believed there would one day be a tunnel under the Hudson River, allowing Pennsylvania Railroad trains to run directly into New York City. These were the same kinds of visionaries who predicted ships crossing the Atlantic in 5 days, flying machines, electric lighting, wireless telephones, and other seemingly magical wonders. I don't care which of their predictions comes true, Archer thought, as long as the tunnel isn't built yet. In his giddy schoolboy happiness, he pictured Madame Olenska stepping off the train, spotting her from afar amidst the crowd of unfamiliar faces, her hand clinging to his arm as he led her to the carriage. He imagined their slow journey toward the ferry wharf among slipping horses, loaded carts, shouting drivers, and then the sudden quiet of the ferryboat. They would sit side by side in the motionless carriage, snow falling around them, while the world seemed to glide away beneath them, moving to the other side of the sun. It felt incredible, the sheer number of things he needed to say to her, and how perfectly they were arranging themselves in his mind. The clanging and groaning of the approaching train grew louder, and it slowly lumbered into the station like a monster returning to its den with its prey. Archer pushed through the crowd, peering intently into window after window of the high carriages. And then, suddenly, he saw Madame Olenska's pale, surprised face close by, and felt that familiar, frustrating sensation of having forgotten what she looked like. They reached each other, their hands touched, and he guided her arm through his. This way, I have the carriage, he said. After that, everything unfolded just as he had imagined. He helped her into the carriage with her bags, vaguely recalling that he had properly reassured her about her grandmother and briefly updated her on the Beaufort situation. He was struck by her soft comment. Poor Regina. Meanwhile, the carriage navigated its way out of the congestion around the station and began creeping down the slippery slope to the wharf, threatened by swaying coal carts, confused horses, messy express wagons, and an empty hearse. Ah, that hearse. She closed her eyes tightly as it passed, clutching Archer's hand. If only it doesn't mean, poor Granny. Oh no, no, she's much better. She's really all right. There, we've passed it, he exclaimed, as if that solved everything. Her hand stayed in his. As the carriage jolted across the gangplank onto the ferry, he leaned over, unbuttoned her tight brown glove, and kissed her palm as if it were a sacred relic. She gently pulled her hand away with a faint smile, and he said, You weren't expecting me today. Oh, no. I had planned to go to Washington to see you. I'd made all the arrangements. I almost passed you on the train. Oh, she gasped, as if startled by how close they'd come to missing each other. Do you know, I barely remembered you? Barely remembered me? I mean, how can I explain? It's always like this. Every time feels like the first time I'm meeting you all over again. Oh, yes. I know. I know. Does it? Do I feel that way too? To you? He pressed. She nodded, looking out the window. Ellen! 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 She didn't answer, and he sat silently, watching her profile blur against the snow-streaked twilight outside. What had she been doing during those 4 long months, he wondered? How little they really knew about each other after all. The precious moments were slipping by, but he had forgotten everything he'd planned to say. He could only brood helplessly on the mystery of their closeness and their distance, symbolized by the fact that they were sitting so near, yet unable to see each other's faces clearly. What a lovely carriage. Is it May's? She asked, suddenly turning from the window. Yes. So it was May who sent you to pick me up? How kind of her! He didn't answer for a moment, then said abruptly, Your husband's secretary came to see me the day after we met in Boston. In his short letter to her, he hadn't mentioned M. Riviere's visit, intending to keep the incident to himself. But her reminder that they were in his wife's carriage provoked a retaliatory impulse. He wanted to see if she liked his reference to Riviere any more than he liked hers to May. Just like other times when he expected to unsettle her, she showed no sign of surprise. He immediately concluded he must write to her then. Monsieur Riviere went to see you? Yes. Didn't you know? No, she answered simply. And you're not surprised? She hesitated. Why should I be? He told me in Boston that he knew you. That he'd met you in England, I think. Ellen, I need to ask you one thing. Yes. I wanted to ask after I saw him, but I couldn't put it in a letter. Was it Riviere who helped you get away when you left your husband? His heart pounded suffocatingly. Would she answer this question with the same composure? Yes. I owe him a great deal, she replied, her quiet voice perfectly steady. Her tone was so natural, almost indifferent, that Archer's inner turmoil calmed down. Once again, her simple directness made him feel foolishly conventional, just when he thought he was being daring. I think you're the most honest woman I've ever met, he exclaimed. Oh, no, but probably one of the least dramatic, she answered, a smile in her voice. Call it whatever you want. You see things as they really are. Ah, I've had to. I've had to face the harsh truths. Well, it hasn't destroyed you. You've seen that truth is just an old, scary story like all the others. It doesn't destroy you, but it dries up your tears. Her response stopped Archer's pleading words. It seemed to come from a depth of experience he couldn't fathom. The ferryboat's slow progress had stopped, and its front bumped against the pier pilings with a force that shook the carriage, throwing Archer and Madame Olenska against each other. Trembling, the young man felt the pressure of her shoulder and put his arm around her. If you're not destroyed, then you must see that this can't continue. What can't? Us being together and yet not together. No, you shouldn't have come today, she said. Her voice changed. Suddenly, she turned, wrapped her arms around him, and pressed her lips to his. At the same moment, the carriage started moving, and a gas lamp at the pier entrance flashed light into the window. She pulled away, and they sat silent and still as the carriage maneuvered through the crowded traffic near the ferry landing. As they reached the street, Archer began speaking quickly. Don't be afraid of me. You don't need to shrink back into your corner like that. A stolen kiss isn't what I want. Look, I'm not even trying to touch your sleeve. Don't think I don't understand your reasons for not wanting this feeling between us to turn into some cheap, hidden affair. I couldn't have said this yesterday, because when we're apart and I'm looking forward to seeing you, every thought just burns up. But then you arrive, and you're so much more than I remembered. What I want from you is so much more than just an hour or two now and then, with long periods of aching waiting in between. That's why I can sit perfectly still beside you like this, holding on to that other vision in my mind, quietly trusting it will come true. For a moment, she didn't reply. Then she asked, barely above a whisper, What do you mean by trusting it to come true? Why, you know it will, don't you? Your vision of you and me together? She burst into a sudden, harsh laugh. You pick a fine place to ask me that. Do you mean because we're in my wife's carriage? Should we get out and walk then? I assume you don't mind a little snow? She laughed again, more softly this time. No, I won't get out and walk because I need to get to Granny's as quickly as possible. And you'll sit beside me and we'll look, not at visions, but at reality. I don't know what you mean by reality. The only reality for me is this. She met his words with a long silence. The carriage rolled down a dark side street and then turned onto the brightly lit Fifth Avenue. Is your idea, then, that I should live with you as your mistress, since I can't be your wife? She asked. The bluntness of the question startled him. That word was one women of his social class avoided, even when their conversations skirted the topic. He noticed Madame Olenska said it as if it were a normal part of her vocabulary, and wondered if it had been used casually around her in the horrible life she had escaped. Her question stopped him short, and he struggled for words. I want somehow to escape with you into a world where words like that, categories like that, don't exist, where we can just be two human beings who love each other, who are everything to each other, and nothing else on earth matters. She sighed deeply, which ended in another laugh. Oh, my dear, where is this country? Have you ever been there? She asked. When he remained stubbornly silent, she continued, I know so many who tried to find it. Believe me, they all mistakenly got off at intermediate stops, places like Boulogne or Pisa or Monte Carlo, and it wasn't any different from the old world they left behind, just smaller, shabbier, and more mixed up. He had never heard her speak like this, and he remembered the phrase she had used earlier. Yes, the harsh truth has dried your tears, he said. Well, it opened my eyes, too. It's a myth that it blinds people. What it does is the opposite. It forces your eyelids open, so you're never again in the blessed darkness. Isn't there a Chinese torture like that? There should be. Ah, believe me, it's a miserable little country. The carriage had crossed 42nd Street. May's dependable horse was pulling them northward swiftly. Archer felt choked by the sense of wasted minutes and pointless words. Then what exactly is your plan for us? He asked. For us? But there's no us in that way. We're close to each other only if we stay far apart. Then we can be ourselves. Otherwise, we're just Newland Archer, the husband of Ellen Olenska's cousin, and Ellen Olenska, the cousin of Newland Archer's wife, trying to find happiness behind the backs of people who trust them. Ah, I'm past caring about that, he groaned. No, you're not. You've never been past it. But I have, she said, her voice strange, and I know what it looks like over there. He sat silently, stunned by a pain he couldn't express. Then he fumbled in the carriage's darkness for the small bell used to signal the driver. He remembered May rang twice to stop. He pressed the bell, and the carriage pulled over to the curb. Why are we stopping? This isn't Granny's, Madame Olenska exclaimed. No. I'll get out here, he stammered, opening the door and jumping onto the pavement. In the light of a street lamp, he saw her startled face and the instinctive move she made as if to stop him. He closed the door and leaned into the window for a moment. You're right. I shouldn't have come today, he said, lowering his voice so the driver wouldn't hear. She leaned forward, seemingly about to speak, but he had already called out the order to drive on. The carriage rolled away, leaving him standing on the corner. The snow had stopped, and a biting wind had picked up, whipping his face as he stood there gazing after her. Suddenly he felt something stiff and cold on his eyelashes, and realized he had been crying, and the wind had frozen his tears. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked quickly down Fifth Avenue toward his own house. Chapter 30. That evening, when Archer came downstairs before dinner, he found the drawing room empty. He and May were dining alone, as all family events had been postponed due to Mrs. Manson Mingott's illness. Since May was usually the more punctual one, he was surprised she wasn't already there. He knew she was home. While dressing, he had heard her moving around in her room. He wondered what had kept her. He had started dwelling on small mysteries like this as a way to keep his thoughts anchored to reality. Sometimes he felt he understood his father-in-law's obsession with trivial matters. Perhaps even Mr. Welland, long ago, had felt the pull of escape and fantasy, and had summoned the routines of domestic life to defend against them. When May appeared, he thought she looked tired. She wore the low-cut, tightly laced dinner dress required by Mingott family tradition even for informal occasions, her fair hair styled in its usual elaborate coils. In contrast, her face looked pale and almost washed out. But she greeted him with her usual warmth, her eyes retaining the blue sparkle from the day before. "What happened to you, dear?" she asked. "I was waiting at Granny's, and Ellen arrived alone. She said she dropped you off on the way because you had to rush off for business. Is everything all right?" Just some letters I'd forgotten and wanted to send before dinner." "Ah," she said, and a moment later added, "I'm sorry you didn't come to Granny's, unless the letters were really urgent." "They were," he replied, surprised by her persistence. "Besides, I don't see why I should have gone to your grandmother's. I didn't know you were there." She turned and moved toward the mirror above the mantelpiece. As she stood there, lifting her arm to fix a stray piece of hair, Archer noticed something listless and lacking energy in her posture. He wondered if the suffocating monotony of their lives had begun to weigh on her too. Then he remembered, as he left the house that morning, she had called down the stairs that she would meet him at her grandmother's so they could drive home together. He had cheerfully called back, yes, and then, lost in other thoughts, had forgotten his promise. Now he felt guilty, yet annoyed that such a minor oversight would be held against him after nearly 2 years of marriage. He was tired of living in a lukewarm, perpetual honeymoon, lacking passion but demanding all its obligations. If May had just voiced her complaints, he suspected she had many, he might have laughed them off. But she was trained to hide imagined hurts behind a stoic smile. To mask his own irritation, he asked about her grandmother. She replied that Mrs. Mingott was still improving but had been rather upset by the latest news about the Beauforts. "What news?" "It seems they're planning to stay in New York. I believe he's going into the insurance business or something similar. They're looking for a small house." The absurdity of the situation was beyond discussion, so they went in to dinner. During the meal, their conversation stayed within its usual narrow bounds. Archer noticed his wife made no mention of Madame Olenska or how old Catherine had received her. He was grateful for this silence, yet found it vaguely unsettling. They went up to the library for coffee. Archer lit a cigar and picked up a history book by Michelet. He had taken to reading history in the evenings, since May tended to ask him to read aloud whenever she saw him with poetry. It wasn't that he disliked reading aloud, but he could always predict her comments. During their engagement, she had simply echoed his opinions, as he now realized. But since he stopped supplying her with views, she had started offering her own, with results that ruined his enjoyment of the works discussed. Seeing he had chosen history, she brought her sewing basket, pulled an armchair up to the green-shaded lamp, and started working on a cushion she was embroidering for his sofa. She wasn't particularly skilled with a needle. Her large, capable hands were better suited for riding, rowing, and outdoor activities. But since other wives embroidered cushions for their husbands, she felt obligated to perform this act of devotion. She sat where Archer, just by looking up, could see her bent over her embroidery frame. Her ruffled sleeves slipped back from her firm arms, the engagement sapphire gleaming above her wide gold wedding band, her right hand slowly, painstakingly piercing the canvas. As she sat there, the lamplight shining on her clear forehead, he thought with secret dread that he would always know her thoughts. Never, in all the years to come, would she surprise him with an unexpected mood, a new idea, a weakness, a cruelty, or a strong emotion. She had used up all her poetry and romance during their brief courtship. That part of her was finished because the need for it was gone. Now she was simply maturing into a replica of her mother, and somehow, through that very process, trying to turn him into a version of Mr. Welland. He put down his book and stood up impatiently. She immediately raised her head. "What's the matter?" "The room is stuffy. I need some air." He had insisted the library curtains slide on a rod, allowing them to be closed at night, unlike the drawing-room curtains, which were nailed to a gilt frame and permanently looped over lace layers. He pulled back the curtains and pushed open the window, leaning out into the icy night, just not looking at May, sitting beside his table under his lamp, just seeing other houses, roofs, chimneys, sensing other lives beyond his own, other cities beyond New York, a whole world beyond his world. It cleared his head and made it easier to breathe. After leaning into the darkness for a few minutes, he heard her say, "Newland, please shut the window. You'll catch your death." He pulled the window down and turned back. "Catch my death," he echoed, feeling like adding, "but I've already caught it. I am dead. I've been dead for months." Suddenly, the word dead sparked a wild thought. What if it were she who was dead? What if she were going to die soon, and leave him free? The sensation of standing there, in that warm, familiar room, looking at her and wishing her dead, felt so strange, so compelling and overwhelming, that the horror of it didn't immediately hit him. He simply felt that fate had offered him a new possibility his sick soul could grasp. Yes, May might die. People did. Young, healthy people like her. She might die and suddenly set him free. She glanced up, and he saw by the widening of her eyes that his own expression must be strange. "Newland, are you ill?" He shook his head and turned toward his armchair. She bent over her embroidery frame, and as he passed, he laid his hand on her hair. "Poor May," he said. "Poor?" "Why poor?" she echoed with a strained laugh. "Because I'll never be able to open a window without worrying you," he replied, laughing too. She was silent for a moment, then said very quietly, her head bowed over her work, "I shall never worry if you're happy." "Ah, my dear, and I'll never be happy unless I can open the windows." "In this weather?" she protested. With a sigh, he buried himself back in his book. 6 or 7 days went by. Archer heard nothing from Madame Olenska, and realized her name wouldn't be brought up in his presence by any family member. He didn't try to see her. Doing so while she was attending to old Catherine would have been nearly impossible. Amidst the uncertainty, he let himself drift, aware, deep down, of a resolution that had formed when he leaned out his library window into the cold night. The strength of that resolve made it easy to wait and give no sign. Then one day, May told him Mrs. Manson Mingott had asked to see him. The request wasn't surprising. The old lady was recovering steadily, and she had always openly preferred Archer over her other grandsons-in-law. May delivered the message with obvious pleasure, proud of old Catherine's high opinion of her husband. There was a brief pause, and then Archer felt obligated to say, "All right, shall we go together this afternoon?" His wife's face lit up, but she immediately replied, "Oh, you'd much better go alone. It tires Granny to see the same people too often." Archer's heart pounded violently as he rang Mrs. Mingott's doorbell. More than anything, he had wanted to go alone, certain the visit would provide a chance for a private word with Countess Olenska. He had decided to wait for a natural opportunity, and here it was. He was on the doorstep. Behind the door, behind the curtains of the yellow room off the hall, she must be waiting. In another moment he would see her, speak to her before she led him to the sick room. He only wanted to ask one question. After that, his path would be clear. He simply needed to know the date of her return to Washington. Surely she couldn't refuse to answer that. But in the yellow sitting room it was the maid who waited. Her white teeth gleamed as she pushed back the sliding doors and led him into old Catherine's presence. The old woman sat in a huge, throne-like armchair near her bed. Beside her, a mahogany stand held a bronze lamp with an engraved glass globe, shaded by green paper. There wasn't a book or newspaper nearby, nor any sign of needlework. Conversation had always been Mrs. Mingott's main activity, and she would have scorned pretending interest in crafts. Archer saw no lingering trace of the stroke's effects. She just looked paler, with darker shadows in the folds of her considerable flesh. Wearing a ruffled cap tied with a starched bow under her chin and a muslin scarf crossed over her flowing purple dressing gown, she resembled some sharp but kindly ancestor who might have indulged too much at the dinner table. She held out one of her small hands, which rested like pets in the hollow of her large lap, and called to the maid, "Don't let anyone else in. If my daughters call, tell them I'm asleep." The maid left, and the old lady turned to her grandson. "My dear, do I look absolutely dreadful?" she asked cheerfully, reaching a hand toward the muslin folds on her chest. "My daughters say it doesn't matter at my age, as if looking dreadful doesn't matter more the harder it is to hide. My dear, you look more handsome than ever." Archer replied in the same light tone. She threw back her head and laughed. "Ah, but not as handsome as Ellen," she blurted out, twinkling at him mischievously. Before he could respond, she added, "Was she incredibly beautiful, the day you drove her up from the ferry?" He laughed, and she continued, "Was it because you told her so that she had to make you get out on the way? In my day, young men didn't abandon pretty women unless forced to." She chuckled again, then interrupted herself to say almost complainingly, "It's a shame she didn't marry you. I always told her so. It would have saved me all this trouble." But who ever thought about saving their grandmother trouble? Archer wondered if her illness had clouded her mind, but suddenly she burst out, "Well, it's settled anyway. She's going to stay with me, no matter what the rest of the family says. She hadn't been here 5 minutes before I would have begged her on my knees to stay. If only I could have seen where the floor was for the last 20 years. Archer listened silently as she went on. They had convinced me, as you probably know, Lovell, Letterblair, Augusta Welland, all of them, persuaded me I had to hold firm and cut off her allowance until she saw it was her duty to go back to Olenska. They thought they had me convinced when the secretary, or whatever he was, came with the final offers. Handsome offers, I admit. After all, marriage is marriage, and money is money, both useful in their own way, and I didn't know what to say. She stopped, taking a long breath, as if speaking tired her. But the moment I saw her, I said, "You sweet thing, you! Lock you up in that cage again? Never! And now it's decided she'll stay here and take care of her granny, as long as there's a granny to care for. It's not exactly exciting, but she doesn't mind. And of course, I've told Letterblair she's to receive her proper allowance." The young man listened, his blood racing. But in his confusion, he hardly knew if this news brought joy or pain. He had been so set on his intended course that he couldn't immediately adjust his thinking. Gradually, though, the wonderful feeling of postponed difficulties and miraculously provided opportunities washed over him. If Ellen had agreed to live with her grandmother, it must surely be because she realized she couldn't give him up. This was her response to his final plea the other day. If she wouldn't take the extreme step he urged, she had at least agreed to a compromise. He relaxed into the thought with the involuntary relief of someone who had been ready to risk everything and suddenly tasted the dangerous sweetness of safety. She couldn't have gone back. It was impossible, he exclaimed. "Ah, my dear, I always knew you were on her side. That's why I sent for you today, and why I told your pretty wife when she offered to come with you. No, my dear, I'm longing to see Newland, and I don't want anyone else sharing our joy. Because you see, my dear," she pulled her head back as far as her chins allowed and looked him straight in the eyes. "You see, we still have a fight ahead. The family doesn't want her here. They'll say she persuaded me because I've been ill, because I'm a weak old woman. I'm not strong enough yet to fight them all one by one, so you have to do it for me." "Me?" he stammered. "You. Why not?" She shot back, her round eyes suddenly sharp as knives. Her hand darted from the chair arm and landed on his, clutching him with small, pale nails like bird claws. "Why not?" she repeated searchingly. Under her intense gaze, Archer regained his composure. "Oh, I don't matter. I'm too insignificant. Well, you're Letterblair's partner, aren't you? You need to influence them through Letterblair, unless you have a reason not to," she insisted. "Oh, my dear, I'm sure you can handle them all without my help, but you'll have it if you need it," he reassured her. "Then we're safe," she sighed. Smiling at him with all her old cleverness, she added, settling her head among the cushions, "I always knew you'd support us, because they never mention you when they talk about it being her duty to go home." He winced slightly at her terrifying insight and longed to ask, "And May, do they mention her?" But he decided it was safer to change the subject. "And Madame Olenska? When can I see her?" he asked. The old lady chuckled, crinkled her eyelids, and feigned playful coyness. "Not today. One at a time, please. Madame Olenska has gone out." He flushed with disappointment. She continued, "She's gone out, my child. Gone in my carriage to see Regina Beaufort." She paused, letting the announcement sink in. "That's what she's already driven me to. The day after she arrived, she put on her best hat and told me, cool as could be, that she was going to visit Regina Beaufort. I don't know her. Who is she?" I asked. "She's your grandniece, and a very unhappy woman," she said. "She's the wife of a scoundrel," I replied. "Well," she says, "so am I, and yet all my family wants me to go back to him." Well, that shut me up, and I let her go. Finally, one day she said it was raining too hard to walk, and she wanted to borrow my carriage. "What for?" I asked, and she said, "To go see Cousin Regina." "Cousin?" Now, my dear, I looked out the window and saw it wasn't raining at all. But I understood her, and I let her have the carriage. After all, Regina's a brave woman, and so is she, and I've always admired courage above everything. Archer bent down and pressed his lips to the small hand still resting on his. "E.H., E.H., E.H. Whose hand did you think you were kissing, young man? Your wife's, I hope," the old lady snapped with her mocking laugh. As he rose to leave, she called after him, "Give her her granny's love. But you'd better not mention our conversation." Chapter 31. Archer was stunned by old Catherine's news. It made sense that Madame Olenska had rushed from Washington after her grandmother's summons, but deciding to stay under her roof, especially now that Mrs. Mingott was nearly recovered, was harder to understand. Archer felt certain that Madame Olenska's decision wasn't driven by her changed financial circumstances. He knew the exact amount of the small allowance her husband had given her upon their separation. Without her grandmother's supplement, it was barely enough to live on by Mingott's standards. Now that Medora Manson, who lived with her, was financially ruined, such a small sum would hardly cover clothing and food for both women. Yet Archer was convinced Madame Olenska hadn't accepted her grandmother's offer out of self-interest. She possessed the careless generosity and occasional extravagance common to those accustomed to large fortunes and indifferent to money. She could also live without many things her relatives deemed essential. Mrs. Lovell Mingott and Mrs. Welland often lamented that someone who had enjoyed the cosmopolitan luxuries of Count Olenski's life could care so little about how things were done. Furthermore, Archer knew several months had passed since her allowance was cut off, yet she had made no attempt to regain her grandmother's favor during that time. Therefore, if she had changed her plans, it had to be for a different reason. He didn't have to look far for that reason. On the ferry ride, she had told him they must stay apart, but she had said it with her head resting against his chest. He knew her words held no calculated flirtation. She was fighting her fate just as he fought his, desperately holding on to her resolve not to betray the people who trusted them. But in the 10 days since her return to New York, perhaps she has sensed from his silence, from his lack of attempts to see her, that he was planning a decisive action, a step with no turning back. The thought might have triggered a sudden fear of her own weakness, making her feel it was better, after all, to accept the usual compromise in such situations and follow the path of least resistance. An hour earlier, ringing Mrs. Mingott's doorbell, Archer had believed his path was clear. He intended to speak privately with Madame Olenska, or failing that, learn from her grandmother the date and train she was taking back to Washington. He planned to join her on that train, traveling with her to Washington, or even farther if she agreed. His own preference leaned toward Japan. Regardless, she would understand immediately that wherever she went, he was going too. He meant to leave May a note that eliminated any other possibility. He had imagined himself not just ready for this leap, but eager to take it. Yet his initial reaction upon hearing that circumstances had changed was one of relief. Now, however, walking home from Mrs. Mingott's, he felt a growing unease about what lay ahead. The path he was presumably expected to follow was not unknown or unfamiliar, but when he had walked it before, it was as a free man, accountable to no one, able to engage with detached amusement in the game of secrecy, evasion, concealment, and compliance the role demanded. This was called protecting a woman's honor, and the best novels, along with the after-dinner conversations of his elders, had long familiarized him with every nuance of its code. Now he saw things differently, and his role seemed significantly diminished. It was, in fact, the part he had watched Mrs. Thorley Rushworth play with secret self-satisfaction toward her loving but oblivious husband, a smiling, teasing, placating, watchful, and continuous lie. A lie by day, a lie by night, a lie in every touching glance, every caress and quarrel, every word and silence. It was generally easier and less reprehensible for a wife to play such a role toward her husband. A woman's standard of truthfulness was implicitly considered lower. She was the subordinate, skilled in the arts of the oppressed. She could always cite moods and nerves, the right not to be held strictly accountable. Even in the most proper societies, the deceived husband was always the butt of the joke. But in Archer's small world, no one laughed at a deceived wife. And men who continued affairs after marriage were viewed with a degree of contempt. There was an accepted season for youthful indiscretions, but they weren't meant to be repeated. Archer had always agreed with this view. In his heart, he found Lefferts contemptible. But loving Ellen Olenska wasn't the same as becoming like Lefferts. For the first time, Archer confronted the daunting argument of the individual case. Ellen Olenska was unlike any other woman. He was unlike any other man. Their situation, therefore, was unique, and they answered only to their own judgment. Yes, but in 10 minutes he would be at his own doorstep, facing May, habit, honor, and all the old principles he and his circle had always believed in. At his corner, he hesitated, then continued walking down Fifth Avenue. Ahead, in the winter night, stood a large, dark house. As he approached, he remembered how often he had seen it ablaze with lights. its steps covered with awnings and carpets, carriages lined up double file at the curb. It was in the conservatory, extending its dark mass down the side street, that he had first kissed May. It was under the ballroom's countless candles that he had seen her appear, tall and shimmering like a young Diana. Now the house was dark as a tomb, except for a faint gaslight glow in the basement, and a light in one upstairs room where the blind hadn't been drawn. As Archer reached the corner, he saw Mrs. Manson Mingott's carriage parked at the door. What a prime opportunity for Sillerton Jackson, should he happen to pass by. Archer had been deeply moved by old Catherine's description of Madame Olenska's compassion toward Mrs. Beaufort. It made New York's righteous condemnation seem like turning a blind eye. But he knew exactly how the clubs and drawing rooms would interpret Ellen Olenska's visits to her cousin. He paused and looked up at the lit window. No doubt the two women were sitting together in that room. Beaufort had probably sought comfort elsewhere. There were even rumors he had left New York with Fanny Ring, but Mrs. Beaufort's continued presence made the report seem unlikely. Archer had the nighttime view of Fifth Avenue almost entirely to himself. At that hour, most people were indoors, dressing for dinner. He was secretly glad Ellen's departure was likely to go unnoticed. As the thought crossed his mind, the door opened, and she came out. Behind her, a faint light suggested someone had carried a lamp down the stairs to guide her. She turned to say something, then the door closed, and she descended the steps. "Ellen," he said quietly as she reached the pavement. She stopped with a slight start. Just then, he saw two fashionably dressed young men approaching. Their overcoats and the style of their smart silk mufflers over white ties looked familiar. He wondered why young men of their standing were dining out so early. Then he remembered the Reggie Chiverses, who lived a few doors down, were hosting a large party that evening to see Adelaide Neilson in Romeo and Juliet, and guessed the two were part of that group. They passed under a lamp, and he recognized Lawrence Lefferts and a young Chivers. The petty desire not to have Madame Olenska seen at the Beaufort's door vanished as he felt the penetrating warmth of her hand. "I will see you now. We will be together," he burst out, hardly aware of what he was saying. "Ah," she answered. "Granny has told you?" While watching her, he noticed that Lefferts and Chivers, upon reaching the far corner, had discreetly crossed Fifth Avenue. It was the sort of male solidarity he himself often practiced. Now, their collusion disgusted him. Did she truly believe they could live like this? And if not, what did she imagine? "Tomorrow, I must see you. Somewhere we can be alone," he said, his voice sounding almost angry even to himself. She hesitated and moved toward the carriage. "But I will be at Granny's, for now, that is," she added, as if realizing her change of plans needed some explanation. "Somewhere we can be alone," he insisted. She gave a faint laugh that grated on him. "In New York? But there are no churches, no monuments." "There's the art museum in the park," he explained, seeing her puzzled look. "At 2:30. I'll be at the door." She turned away without answering, and quickly got into the carriage. As it drove off, she leaned forward, and he thought he saw her wave in the darkness. He stared after her, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. It felt as though he hadn't been speaking to the woman he loved, but to someone else, someone to whom he owed favors he was already tired of. It was hateful to find himself trapped in this cliched language. "She'll come," he told himself almost scornfully. Chapter 32. Avoiding the popular Wolf collection, whose storytelling canvases filled one of the main galleries in the strange wilderness of cast iron and decorative tiles known as the Metropolitan Museum, they had wandered down a hallway to the room where the Cesnola antiquities lay decaying in unvisited solitude. They had this somber retreat entirely to themselves. Seated on the bench surrounding the central steam heater, they stared silently at the glass cabinets framed in dark wood, which held the unearthed fragments of ancient Troy. "It's strange," Madame Olenska said. "I've never come here before." "Ah, well, someday I suppose it will be a great museum." "Yes," she agreed absently. She stood up and walked across the room. Archer, still seated, watched the fluid movements of her figure, so youthful even under heavy furs, the stylishly placed hair and feather in her fur hat, and the way a dark curl lay like a flat spiral on each cheek above her ear. His mind, as always when they first met, was completely captivated by the delightful details that made her uniquely herself. Soon he rose and approached the display case where she stood. Its glass shelves were crowded with small, broken items, barely recognizable household tools, ornaments, and personal trinkets, made of glass, clay, discolored bronze, and other materials blurred by time. "It seems cruel," she said, "that after a while, nothing matters anymore, any more than these little things. They used to be necessary and important to forgotten people, and now we have to guess at their purpose under a magnifying glass and label them use unknown. Yes, but meanwhile—" meanwhile, as she stood there in her long sealskin coat, hands tucked into a small round muff, veil drawn down like a transparent mask to the tip of her nose, the bunch of violets he'd brought her trembling with her quick breaths, it seemed impossible that this perfect harmony of line and color could ever yield to the stupid law of change. "Meanwhile, everything matters. That involves you," he said. She looked at him thoughtfully, then turned back to the bench. He sat beside her and waited. Suddenly, he heard footsteps echoing far off in the empty rooms, and felt the urgent pressure of time slipping away. "What did you want to tell me?" she asked, as if sensing the same urgency. "What I wanted to tell you," he repeated. "Why?" "That I believe you came to New York because you were afraid." "Afraid?" "Of me coming to Washington." She looked down at her muff, and he saw her hands shift restlessly inside it. Well, yes," she said. "You were afraid. You knew." "Yes, I knew." "Well then," he pressed. "Well then, this is better, isn't it?" she replied with a long, questioning sigh. "Better. We will hurt others less. Isn't this, after all, what you always wanted? To have you here, you mean within reach, yet out of reach? To meet you secretly like this? It's the exact opposite of what I want. I told you the other day what I wanted." She hesitated. "And you still think this is worse?" "1,000 times," he paused. "It would be easy to lie to you, but the truth is, I find it detestable." "Oh, so do I," she cried, taking a deep breath of relief. He jumped up impatiently. "Well then, it's my turn to ask. What, in God's name, do you think is better?" She lowered her head and continued twisting her hands inside her muff. The footsteps grew nearer, and a guard in a braided cap walked listlessly through the room like a ghost haunting a graveyard. They both fixed their eyes on the display case opposite them. When the guard disappeared down a corridor lined with mummies and sarcophagi, Archer spoke again. "What do you think is better?" Instead of answering, she murmured, "I promised Granny I would stay with her because it seemed like I would be safer here." "Safer from me?" She bent her head slightly, without looking at him. "Safer from loving me?" Her profile remained still, but he saw a tear spill onto her lashes and get caught in the mesh of her veil. "Safer from causing irreparable harm." "Don't let us be like all the others," she protested. "What others? I don't claim to be different from anyone else. I'm consumed by the same needs and desires." She glanced at him with a look of terror, and he saw a faint blush creep into her cheeks. "Shall I come to you just once, and then go home?" she suddenly proposed in a low, clear voice. Blood rushed to the young man's forehead. "Dearest," he said without moving. It felt as if he were holding his heart in his hands, like a full cup that the slightest movement might spill. Then her last words hit him, and his face darkened. "Go home? What do you mean by going home?" "Home to my husband. And you expect me to agree to that?" She raised her troubled eyes to his. "What else is there? I can't stay here and lie to the people who've been good to me." "But that's the very reason I'm asking you to come away? And destroy their lives, when they've helped me rebuild mine?" Archer sprang to his feet, looking down at her in speechless despair. It would have been easy to say, "Yes, come just once." He knew the power she would place in his hands if she agreed. It wouldn't be difficult, then, to convince her not to return to her husband. But something stopped the word on his lips. A kind of fierce honesty in her made it unthinkable for him to try and lure her into that familiar trap. If I let her come, he thought, I would have to let her go again, and that was unimaginable. But he saw the shadow of her lashes on her wet cheek and hesitated. "After all," he began again, "we have our own lives. There's no point trying the impossible. You're so open-minded about some things, so used, as you say, to facing harsh truths, that I don't understand why you're afraid to face our situation and see it as it really is, unless you think the sacrifice isn't worth making." She stood up too, her lips tightening quickly into a frown. "Call it that then. I must go," she said, pulling her small watch from her dress. She turned away, but he followed and caught her wrist. "Well then, "Come to me once," he said, his head spinning at the thought of losing her. For a second or two, they looked at each other almost like enemies. "When?" he insisted. "Tomorrow?" She hesitated. "The day after." "Dearest," he said again. She had pulled her wrist free, but for a moment they continued to hold each other's gaze. He saw that her face, though very pale, was lit with a deep inner radiance. His heart pounded with awe. He felt he had never truly seen love made visible before. "Oh, I'll be late. Goodbye." "No, don't come any farther than this," she cried, walking quickly away down the long room, as if the reflected glow in his eyes had frightened her. When she reached the door, she turned for a moment to wave a quick farewell. Archer walked home alone. Darkness was falling when he let himself into his house. He looked around at the familiar objects in the hall, as if seeing them from the other side of death. The parlor maid, hearing his step, ran up the stairs to light the gas lamp on the upper landing. "Is Mrs. Archer in?" "No, sir." "Mrs. Archer went out in the carriage after lunch and hasn't returned." Feeling relieved, he entered the library and sank into his armchair. The parlor maid followed, bringing the reading lamp and adding some coal to the dying fire. After she left, he sat motionless, elbows on his knees, chin on his clasped hands, eyes fixed on the red glow of the grate. He sat there without conscious thought, unaware of time passing, in a deep, serious state of amazement that seemed to suspend life rather than energize it. This was how it had to be, then. This was how it had to be, he kept repeating to himself, as if caught in the grip of fate. What he had dreamed of had been so different that his joy felt mortally cold. The door opened, and May came in. "I'm dreadfully late." "You weren't worried, were you?" she asked, laying her hand on his shoulder in one of her rare gestures of affection. He looked up, surprised. "Is it late?" "After 7. "I think you've been asleep," she laughed, pulling out her hat pins and tossing her velvet hat onto the sofa. She looked paler than usual, but sparkled with an uncharacteristic energy. "I went to see Granny, and just as I was leaving, Ellen came in from a walk, so I stayed and had a long talk with her. It felt like ages since we'd had a real conversation." She had settled into her usual armchair opposite his, running her fingers through her slightly messy hair. He sensed she expected him to say something. "A really good talk," she went on, smiling with what seemed like unnatural brightness. "She was so dear, just like the old Ellen. I'm afraid I haven't been fair to her lately. I've sometimes thought." Archer stood up and leaned against the mantelpiece, outside the circle of lamplight. "Yes, you've thought," he prompted as she paused. "Well, perhaps I haven't judged her fairly. She's so different, at least on the surface. She associates with such odd people. She seems to enjoy being noticeable. I suppose it's the life she led in that fast European society. No doubt we seem terribly dull to her, but I don't want to judge her unfairly." She paused again, slightly breathless from her unusually long speech, and sat with her lips slightly parted, a deep blush on her cheeks. Looking at her, Archer was reminded of the glow that had filled her face in the mission garden at St. Augustine. He sensed the same unclear effort in her, the same reaching toward something beyond her usual understanding. "She hates Ellen," he thought, "and she's trying to fight that feeling, and wants me to help her." The thought moved him. For a moment he was about to break the silence between them, throw himself on her mercy. "You understand, don't you," she continued, "why the family has sometimes been annoyed. We all did what we could for her at first, but she never seemed to get it. And now this idea of going to see Mrs. Beaufort, going there in Granny's carriage. I'm afraid she's completely alienated the van der Luydens." "Ah," said Archer with an impatient laugh. The open door between them had slammed shut again. "It's time to dress. We're dining out, aren't we?" he asked, moving away from the fire. She rose too, but lingered near the fireplace. As he walked past, she moved forward suddenly, as if to stop him. Their eyes met, and he saw hers were the same swimming blue as when he had left her to drive to Jersey City. She threw her arms around his neck and pressed her cheek against his. "You haven't kissed me today," she whispered, and he felt her tremble in his arms. Chapter 33. At the court of the Tuileries, Mr. Sillerton Jackson said with his nostalgic smile, such things were quite openly accepted. The setting was the van der Luydens' dark walnut dining room on Madison Avenue, the evening after Newland Archer's visit to the Art Museum. Mr. and Mrs. van der Luyden had come to town for a few days from Skuytercliff, their country estate, where they had hastily retreated after Beaufort's financial collapse was announced. They had been persuaded that the social chaos caused by this unfortunate affair made their presence in the city more crucial than ever. It was one of those times when, as Mrs. Archer put it, they owed it to society to be seen at the opera and even host events themselves. It will never do, my dear Louisa, to let people like Mrs. Lemuel Struthers think they can just step into Regina's place. It's precisely at times like these that new people push their way in and gain acceptance. It was because of the chickenpox epidemic in New York, the winter Mrs. Struthers first appeared, that married men started slipping away to her house while their wives were busy with sick children. You and dear Henry, Louisa, must step up and hold the line, as you always have. Mr. and Mrs. van der Luyden couldn't ignore such a call to duty. Reluctantly but dutifully, they returned to town, reopened their house, and sent out invitations for 2 dinners and an evening party. On this specific evening, they had invited Sillerton Jackson, Mrs. Archer, and Newland and his wife to join them at the opera, where Faust was being performed for the first time that winter. Everything at the van der Luyden house was done with ceremony. Although there were only 4 guests, the dinner began precisely at 7, ensuring the proper sequence of courses could be served unhurriedly before the gentlemen enjoyed their cigars. Archer hadn't seen his wife since the previous evening. He had left early for the office and immersed himself in a pile of minor tasks. In the afternoon, one of the senior partners unexpectedly required his time. He arrived home so late that May had already gone to the van der Luydens and sent the carriage back for him. Now, across the table, adorned with Skuytercliff carnations and heavy silver, she seemed pale and tired to him, but her eyes shone, and she talked with forced liveliness. The topic that prompted Mr. Sillerton Jackson's favorite historical reference had been raised, Archer suspected deliberately, by their hostess. The Beaufort failure, or rather the Beaufort's behavior since the failure, remained a rich subject for drawing-room moralizing. After thoroughly dissecting and condemning it, Mrs. van der Luyden turned her careful gaze on May Archer. "Is it possible, dear, that what I hear is true? I was told your grandmother Mingott's carriage was seen waiting outside Mrs. Beaufort's door." It was noticeable she no longer used the offending lady's first name. May blushed, and Mrs. Archer quickly interjected, "If it was, I'm certain it was there without Mrs. Mingott's knowledge." "Ah, you think—" Mrs. van der Luyden paused, sighed, and glanced at her husband. "I'm afraid," Mr. van der Luyden said, "that Madame Olenska's kind heart may have led her into the unwise decision of calling on Mrs. Beaufort." "Or her fondness for unusual people," Mrs. Archer added dryly, her eyes resting innocently on her son. "I'm sorry to think that of Madame Olenska," said Mrs. van der Luyden. Mrs. Archer murmured, "Ah, my dear, and after you hosted her twice at Skuytercliff." It was at this moment that Mr. Jackson seized the opportunity to deploy his favorite allusion. "At the Tuileries," he repeated, seeing the company's expectant eyes on him. "Standards were extremely relaxed in some areas. If you'd asked where Morny's money came from, or who paid the debts of some of the beautiful women at court." "I hope, dear Sillerton," Mrs. Archer interrupted, "you are not suggesting we should adopt such standards?" "I never suggest," Mr. Jackson replied calmly. "But Madame Olenska's foreign upbringing might make her less particular." "Ah," sighed the 2 older ladies. "Still, to have kept her grandmother's carriage waiting at a defaulter's door," Mr. van der Luyden protested. Archer guessed he was remembering, and resenting, the baskets of carnations he had sent to the little house on 23rd Street. "Of course, I've always said that she looks at things quite differently," Mrs. Archer concluded. A flush spread across May's forehead. She looked across the table at her husband and said quickly, "I'm sure Ellen meant it kindly." "Imprudent people often are kind," said Mrs. Archer, as if kindness barely excused it. Mrs. van der Luyden murmured, "If only she had consulted someone." "Ah, that she never did," Mrs. Archer retorted. At this, Mr. van der Luyden glanced at his wife, who nodded slightly toward Mrs. Archer. The shimmering dresses of the 3 ladies swept out of the room, while the gentlemen prepared for their cigars. Mr. van der Luyden offered shorter cigars on opera nights, but they were so fine that his guests regretted his strict adherence to punctuality. After the first act, Archer excused himself from the group and made his way to the back of the club box. From there, looking over various Chivers, Mingott, and Rushworth shoulders, he watched the same scene he had observed 2 years earlier, the night he first met Ellen Olenska. He had half expected her to appear again in old Mrs. Mingott's box, but it stayed empty. He sat motionless, eyes fixed on it, until suddenly Madame Nilsson's clear soprano voice soared into the aria. He loves me not. Archer turned his attention to the stage, where, in the familiar setting of giant roses and pansies, the same large blonde heroine was falling for the same small, dark seducer. From the stage, his gaze wandered to the curve of the horseshoe seating where May sat between two older ladies, just as she had on that previous evening, seated between Mrs. Lovell Mingott and her newly arrived foreign cousin. Like that night, she was dressed entirely in white. Archer, who hadn't noticed what she wore earlier, recognized the blue-white satin and old lace of her wedding dress. It was customary in old New York for brides to wear this expensive gown during the first year or two of marriage. His mother, he knew, kept hers preserved in tissue paper, hoping Janie might wear it someday, though poor Janie was nearing the age where pearl gray poplin and no bridesmaids would be considered more suitable. It struck Archer that May had rarely worn her bridal satin since their return from Europe. Seeing her in it now made him compare her appearance to the young girl he had watched with such happy anticipation 2 years before. Although May's figure was slightly fuller, as her statuesque build had suggested it would become, her athletic posture and the youthful transparency of her expression remained unchanged. Except for the slight weariness Archer had recently noticed, she could have been the exact image of the girl playing with the lily-of-the-valley bouquet on her engagement night. This fact seemed to amplify his pity. Such innocence was as moving as a child's trusting handclasp. Then he remembered the passionate generosity hidden beneath that uncurious calm. He recalled her understanding look when he urged, announcing their engagement at the Beaufort ball. He heard her voice in the Mission Gardens saying, "I couldn't build my happiness on a wrong to someone else." An uncontrollable urge seized him to tell her the truth, to rely on her generosity, and ask for the freedom he had once refused. Newland Archer was a quiet and self-disciplined young man. Following the rules of his small society had become almost second nature. He deeply disliked doing anything dramatic or attention-grabbing, anything Mr. van der Luyden would disapprove of or the club box would condemn as bad taste. But suddenly he was unaware of the club box, of Mr. van der Luyden, of everything that had long confined him in the warm security of habit. He walked along the curved passage behind the boxes and opened the door to Mrs. van der Luyden's box as if stepping through a gate into the unknown. "He loves me," trilled the triumphant Marguerite. The occupants of the box looked up, surprised by Archer's entrance. He had already broken one of his world's rules, which forbade entering a box during a solo performance. Slipping between Mr. van der Luyden and Sillerton Jackson, he leaned over his wife. "I have a terrible headache. Don't tell anyone, but please, come home, won't you?" he whispered. May glanced at him with understanding. He saw her whisper to his mother, who nodded sympathetically. Then she murmured an excuse to Mrs. van der Luyden and rose from her seat, just as Marguerite fell into Faust's embrace. As Archer helped her with her opera cloak, he noticed a meaningful smile exchanged between the older ladies. As they drove away, May shyly placed her hand on his. "I'm so sorry you're not feeling well. I'm afraid they've been overworking you again at the office." "No, it's not that. Do you mind if I open the window?" he replied confusedly, lowering the glass on his side. He sat staring out into the street, feeling his wife beside him like a silent, watchful question, keeping his eyes fixed steadily on the passing houses. At their doorstep, her skirt caught on the carriage step and she stumbled against him. "Did you hurt yourself?" he asked, steadying her with his arm. "No, but my poor dress. Look how I've torn it," she exclaimed. She bent to gather the mud-stained fabric and followed him up the steps into the hall. The servants hadn't expected them so early, and only a faint gaslight flickered on the upper landing. Archer climbed the stairs, turned up the light, and lit the gas lamps on either side of the library mantelpiece. The curtains were drawn, and the room's warm, friendly atmosphere struck him like a familiar face, encountered during a secret, shameful errand. He noticed his wife looked very pale and asked if she wanted some brandy. "Oh, no," she exclaimed, flushing momentarily as she removed her cloak. "But shouldn't you go straight to bed?" she added as he opened a silver box on the table and took out a cigarette. Archer dropped the cigarette and walked to his usual spot by the fire. "No, my head isn't that bad." He paused. "And there's something I want to say, something important, that I must tell you right away." She had sunk into an armchair and raised her head as he spoke. "Yes, dear," she replied, so gently that he wondered at her lack of surprise at his introduction. "May," he began, standing a few feet from her chair, looking at her as if the small distance between them were an impassable gulf. The sound of his voice echoed strangely in the quiet, homey room. He repeated, "There is something I have to tell you about myself." She sat silently, without moving, without even a flicker of her eyelashes. She was still extremely pale, but her face held a strange calm, an expression that seemed drawn from some hidden inner source. Archer stopped the conventional words of self-blame crowding his thoughts. He was determined to state the situation plainly, without pointless accusations or excuses. "Madame Olenska," he said, but at the name his wife raised her hand as if to silence him. As she did, the gaslight glinted on her gold wedding ring. "Oh, why should we talk about Ellen tonight?" she asked, with a slight, impatient pout. "Because I should have spoken sooner." Her face remained calm. "Is it really necessary, dear? I know I've been unfair to her sometimes. Perhaps we all have. You've understood her, no doubt, better than we did. You've always been kind to her. But what difference does it make, now that it's all over?" Archer looked at her blankly. Could the sense of unreality trapping him have somehow spread to his wife? "All over? What do you mean?" he asked, stammering slightly. May still looked at him with clear, transparent eyes. "Why, since she's going back to Europe so soon, since Granny approves and understands, and has arranged to make her financially independent of her husband," she stopped speaking. Archer grabbed the corner of the mantelpiece with a shaking hand, steadying himself against it, trying desperately to control his chaotic thoughts. "I assumed," he heard his wife's even voice continue, "that you were kept late at the office this evening, finalizing the business arrangements. It was all settled this morning, I believe." She lowered her eyes under his unseeing stare, and another quick blush passed over her face. He understood his own expression must be unbearable. Turning away, he rested his elbows on the mantelpiece and covered his face. Something pounded furiously in his ears. He couldn't tell if it was his own blood or the clock ticking on the mantel. May sat without moving or speaking, while the clock slowly ticked off 5 minutes. A piece of coal fell forward in the grate. Hearing her rise to push it back, Archer finally turned and faced her. "It's impossible," he exclaimed. "Impossible? How do you know? What you just told me." "I saw Ellen yesterday. I told you I saw her at Granny's." "She didn't tell you then?" "No, I got a note from her this afternoon. Do you want to see it?" He couldn't find his voice. She left the room and returned almost immediately. "I thought you knew," she said simply. She placed a sheet of paper on the table. Archer reached out and picked it up. The letter was only a few lines long. "May dear, I have finally made Granny understand that my visit to her could only be temporary. She has been as kind and generous as always. She sees now that if I return to Europe, I must live alone, or rather with poor Aunt Medora, who is coming with me. I am rushing back to Washington to pack, and we sail next week. You must be very good to Granny when I'm gone, as good as you've always been to me. Ellen. If any of my friends try to persuade me to change my mind, please tell them it would be completely useless." Archer read the letter 2 or 3 times, then threw it down and burst out laughing. The sound of his own laughter startled him. It reminded him of Janie's midnight fright, when she found him shaking with incomprehensible laughter over May's telegram announcing their wedding date had been moved up. "Why did she write this?" he asked, forcing his laughter down with immense effort. May met his question with her unwavering directness. "I suppose because we discussed things yesterday." "What things?" "I told her I was afraid I hadn't been fair to her. Hadn't always understood how difficult it must have been for her here, alone among so many people who were relatives yet strangers, who felt they had the right to criticize but didn't always know the full story." She paused. "I knew you'd been the one friend she could always rely on, and I wanted her to know that you and I felt the same way, about everything." She hesitated as if waiting for him to respond, then added slowly, "She understood why I wanted to tell her this. I think she understands everything." She walked over to Archer, took one of his cold hands, and quickly pressed it against her cheek. "My head aches too. Good night, dear," she said, and turned toward the door, her torn and muddy wedding dress trailing behind her across the room. Chapter 34! It was, as Mrs. Archer remarked with a smile to Mrs. Welland, a major event for a young couple to host their first large dinner party. Since setting up their home, Newland and May Archer had entertained frequently in an informal manner. Archer enjoyed having 3 or 4 friends over for dinner, and May welcomed them with the cheerful readiness her mother had exemplified in marital duties. Her husband sometimes wondered if, left to her own devices, she would ever invite anyone over at all. But he had long ago stopped trying to separate her true self from the mold created by tradition and upbringing. It was expected that affluent young couples in New York would entertain informally quite often, and a Welland married to an Archer was doubly bound by this tradition. But a large dinner party with a hired chef, borrowed footmen, Roman punch, roses from Henderson's nursery, and menus on gilt-edged cards was a different matter entirely, not something to be undertaken lightly. As Mrs. Archer noted, the Roman punch was the key differentiator, not by itself, but because of everything it implied. It signaled either canvas-back ducks or terrapin soup, 2 soup courses, a hot and a cold dessert, formal evening wear with low necklines and short sleeves, and guests of corresponding importance. It was always a noteworthy occasion when a young couple sent out their first invitations in the third person, and their summons was rarely declined, even by the most experienced and sought-after members of society. Still, it was considered a definite triumph that the van der Luydens, at May's request, had extended their stay in town specifically to attend her farewell dinner for Countess Olenska. The 2 mothers-in-law sat in May's drawing room on the afternoon of the big day. Mrs. Archer meticulously wrote out the menus on Tiffany's thickest gilt-edged cardstock, while Mrs. Welland oversaw the placement of potted palms and standing lamps. Archer, arriving late from his office, found them still occupied. Mrs. Archer had shifted her focus to the name cards for the table, and Mrs. Welland was contemplating the effect of moving the large gilt sofa forward to create another conversation corner between the piano and the window. May, they informed him, was in the dining room, checking the arrangement of Jacqueminot roses and maidenhair ferns in the center of the long table, and the placement of Maillard candies in intricate silver baskets between the candelabras. On the piano sat a large basket of orchids sent by Mr. van der Luyden from Skuytercliff. Everything, in short, was perfectly arranged for such a significant event. Mrs. Archer thoughtfully reviewed the guest list, marking each name with her sharp gold pen. Henry van der Luyden, Louisa, the Lovell Mingotts, the Reggie Chiverses, Lawrence Lefferts and Gertrude, yes, I suppose May was right to include them, the Selfridge Marys, Sillerton Jackson, Van Newland and his wife. How time flies! It seems like only yesterday he was your best man Newland, and Countess Olenska. Yes, I think that's everyone. Mrs. Welland looked at her son-in-law affectionately. No one can say, Newland, that you and May aren't giving Ellen a wonderful send-off. Ah, well, said Mrs. Archer. I understand May wanting her cousin to tell people abroad that we're not complete savages. I'm sure Ellen will appreciate it. She was scheduled to arrive this morning, I believe. It will make a most charming final impression. The evening before sailing is usually so dull, Mrs. Welland continued cheerfully. Archer turned toward the door, and his mother-in-law called after him, Do go take a look at the table, and don't let May overtire herself. But he pretended not to hear, and hurried up the stairs to his library. The room felt alien, its familiar features arranged into a polite, strained expression. He saw it had been ruthlessly tidied and prepared for the gentleman's post-dinner smoking, with a careful distribution of ashtrays and cedarwood boxes. Ah, well, he thought, it's not for long, and went on to his dressing room. 10 days had passed since Madame Olenska left New York. During that time, Archer had received no communication from her, except for the return of a key, wrapped in tissue paper and sent to his office in a sealed envelope addressed in her handwriting. This response to his final plea could have been seen as a standard move in a familiar game, but the young man chose to interpret it differently. She was still struggling against her fate, but she was going to Europe, and she wasn't returning to her husband. Therefore, nothing prevented him from following her. Once he took the irreversible step and proved to her it was final, he believed she wouldn't send him away. This confidence in the future had given him the strength to play his part in the present. It kept him from writing to her or revealing his misery and humiliation through any sign or action. It seemed to him that in the deadly silent game between them, he still held the winning cards, and he waited. Nevertheless, there had been difficult moments to endure. For instance, when Mr. Letterblair, the day after Madame Olenska's departure, summoned him to review the details of the trust Mrs. Manson Mingott wanted to establish for her granddaughter. For a couple of hours, Archer examined the deed's terms with his senior partner, all the while vaguely sensing he was consulted for a reason beyond his obvious family connection, and that the end of the meeting would reveal it. Well, the lady can't deny it's a generous arrangement, Mr. Letterblair concluded, after mumbling through a summary of the settlement. In fact, I must say, she's been treated quite generously all around." "All around?" Archer echoed somewhat scornfully. "Are you referring to her husband's offer to return her own money?" Mr. Letterblair's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "My dear sir, the law is the law, and your wife's cousin married under French law. We must assume she understood what that entailed. Even if she did, what happened afterward?" But Archer stopped. Mr. Letterblair had placed his pen handle against his large, wrinkled nose and was looking down it with the expression virtuous older gentlemen adopt when they want their juniors to understand that virtue doesn't equal ignorance. "My dear sir, I have no desire to excuse the Count's wrongdoings. But on the other side, I wouldn't stake my reputation, well, that there hasn't been some retaliation with the young rescuer." Mr. Letterblair unlocked a drawer and pushed a folded paper toward Archer. "This report, the result of discreet inquiries." And then, as Archer made no move to look at the paper or deny the implication, the lawyer continued somewhat flatly, "I don't claim it's conclusive, mind you, far from it. But it suggests things, and overall, it's highly satisfactory for everyone that this dignified solution has been found." "Oh, highly?" Archer agreed, pushing the paper back. A day or two later, responding to a summons from Mrs. Manson Mingott, his resolve was tested more severely. He found the old lady feeling down and irritable. "You know she's abandoned me?" she began immediately, not waiting for his reply. "Oh, don't ask me why. She gave so many reasons I've forgotten them all. My personal belief is she couldn't stand the boredom. At least, that's what Augusta and my daughters-in-law think. And I don't entirely blame her. Olenska is a complete scoundrel, but life with him must have been much more exciting than life on Fifth Avenue. Not that the family would admit that. They think Fifth Avenue is heaven with Paris's best street thrown in. And poor Ellen, of course, has no intention of going back to her husband. She remained as firm as ever against that, so she's going to settle in Paris with that fool Medora. Well, Paris is Paris, and you can live quite well there on very little, but she was always so cheerful, like a bird, and I shall miss her." 2 tears, the dry tears of old age, rolled down her puffy cheeks and disappeared into the folds of her dress. "All I ask," she concluded, "is that they don't bother me anymore. I really must be allowed to digest my oatmeal in peace." She gave Archer a slightly wistful smile. It was that evening, upon returning home, that May announced her plan to host a farewell dinner for her cousin. Madame Olenska's name hadn't been spoken between them since the night she fled to Washington. Archer looked at his wife in surprise. "A dinner? Why?" he asked. Her color rose. "But you like Ellen. I thought you'd be pleased." "That's awfully nice. You're putting it that way. But I really don't see." "I intend to do it, Newland," she said, calmly getting up and going to her desk. "Here are the invitations, all written. Mother helped me. She agrees we should." She paused, embarrassed yet smiling. Archer suddenly saw before him the very embodiment of the family. "Oh, all right," he said, staring blankly at the guest list she placed in his hand. When he entered the drawing room before dinner, May was bending over the fireplace, trying to encourage the logs to burn in their unfamiliar setting of pristine tiles. All the tall lamps were lit, and Mr. van der Luyden's orchids were prominently displayed in various modern porcelain and ornate silver containers. Mrs. Newland Archer's drawing room was generally considered a great success. A gilded bamboo plant stand, regularly updated with primulas and cinerarias, blocked the bay window, where older tastes might have preferred a bronze statue. Pale brocade sofas and armchairs were artfully arranged around small plush tables crowded with silver trinkets, porcelain animals, and elaborate photograph frames. Tall, rosy-shaded lamps rose like tropical flowers among the palms. "I don't think Ellen has ever seen this room lit up," May said, rising flushed from her efforts, glancing around with understandable pride. The brass tongs she had leaned against the chimney fell with a crash that drowned out her husband's reply. Before he could pick them up, Mr. and Mrs. van der Luyden were announced. The other guests arrived quickly, knowing the van der Luydens preferred to dine promptly. The room was nearly full. Archer was showing Mrs. Selfridge Merry a small, highly polished painting titled Study of Sheep by Verbeckhoven, a Christmas gift from Mr. Welland to May, when he found Madame Olenska beside him. She was extremely pale, which made her dark hair seem even thicker and heavier. Perhaps that, or the amber beads wound several times around her neck, suddenly reminded him of the little Ellen Mingott he had danced with at childhood parties, when Medora Manson first brought her to New York. The amber beads clashed with her complexion, or perhaps her dress was unflattering. Her face looked dull, almost plain, and yet he had never loved it more than at that moment. Their hands met, and he thought he heard her say, "Yes, we're sailing tomorrow on the Russia." Then there was a meaningless noise of doors opening, and after a pause, May's voice, "Newland, dinner has been announced. Won't you please take Ellen in?" Madame Olenska placed her hand on his arm. He noticed her hand was bare, and remembered staring at it that evening in the small 23rd Street drawing room. All the beauty that seemed to have left her face had apparently gathered in the long, pale fingers and faintly dimpled knuckles resting on his sleeve. He thought, if only to see her hand again I would have to follow her. Only at an event, explicitly for a foreign visitor, would Mrs. van der Luyden tolerate the slight of being seated to her host's left. The fact of Madame Olenska's foreignness could hardly have been emphasized more cleverly than by this farewell tribute. Mrs. van der Luyden accepted her lower placement with a friendliness that clearly signaled her approval. Certain things had to be done, and, if done, done properly and thoroughly. One of these, in the old New York Code, was the tribal gathering around a relative, about to be removed from the group. There was nothing the Wellands and Mingotts wouldn't have done to demonstrate their unwavering affection for Countess Olenska, now that her passage to Europe was booked. Archer, at the head of his table, marveled at the silent, tireless effort with which her reputation had been restored, criticisms silenced, her past accepted, and her present bathed in family approval. Mrs. van der Luyden beamed at her with the faint kindness that was her version of warmth, and Mr. van der Luyden, from his seat beside May, cast glances down the table, clearly meant to justify all the carnations he had sent from Skuytercliff. Archer felt strangely detached, as if floating somewhere between the chandelier and the ceiling, observing the scene. He wondered most at his own participation. As his gaze moved from one calm, well-fed face to another, he saw all these harmless-looking people enjoying May's fancy dinner as a silent group of conspirators, with himself and the pale woman to his right at the center of their plot. Then it hit him, in a huge flash composed of many fragmented insights, that to all of them he and Madame Olenska were lovers, lovers in the most extreme sense understood in foreign cultures. He guessed he had been, for months, the focus of countless silent observations and patient listening. He understood that, somehow, the separation between him and his supposed partner in crime had been achieved. Now the entire tribe rallied around his wife, based on the unspoken agreement that nobody knew anything, had ever imagined anything, and that the dinner was simply May Archer's natural desire to affectionately bid farewell to her friend and cousin. It was the old New York method of handling life without bloodshed, the way of people who feared scandal more than illness, valued decency over courage, and considered nothing more ill-mannered than scenes, except for the behavior of those who caused them. As these thoughts unfolded, Archer felt like a prisoner in the middle of an armed camp. He looked around the table, guessing the determination of his captors from the tone in which, over the Florida asparagus, they discussed Beaufort and his wife. It's to show me, he thought, what would happen to me. A deathly sense of the power of implication and analogy over direct action, and of silence over rash words, closed in on him like the doors of the family tomb. He laughed, meeting Mrs. van der Luyden's startled eyes. "You find it laughable?" she said with a tight smile. "Of course, poor Regina's idea of staying in New York has its ridiculous aspects, I suppose," Archer muttered. "Of course." At that moment he realized Madame Olenska's other dinner partner had been occupied for some time with the lady to his right. Simultaneously, he saw May, calmly presiding between Mr. van der Luyden and Mr. Selfridge Merry, cast a quick glance down the table. It was clear the host and the lady on his right couldn't remain silent throughout the entire meal. He turned to Madame Olenska, and her pale smile met his. "Oh, let's just get through this," it seemed to say. "Did you find the journey tiring?" he asked, his voice surprisingly natural. She replied that, on the contrary, she had rarely traveled more comfortably. "Except, the dreadful heat on the train," she added. He remarked that she wouldn't face that particular problem in the country she was heading to. "I have never," he declared intensely, "been colder than once in April on the train between Calais and Paris." She said she wasn't surprised, but noted that one could always bring an extra blanket, and every form of travel had its difficulties. He abruptly replied that he considered all hardships insignificant compared to the sheer bliss of getting away. She changed color, and he added, his voice suddenly rising, "I plan to do a lot of traveling myself soon." A tremor crossed her face. Leaning over to Reggie Chivers, he called out, "Hey, Reggie, what do you say to a trip around the world? Now, next month, I mean." "I'm in if you are." At this, Mrs. Reggie chimed in that she couldn't possibly let Reggie go until after the Martha Washington ball she was organizing for the blind asylum during Easter week. Her husband calmly observed that by then he'd need to be practicing for the international polo match, but Mr. Selfridge Merry had caught the phrase, quote, "around the world." Having once circumnavigated the globe in his steam yacht, he seized the chance to share several striking facts about the shallowness of Mediterranean ports. Though, he added, it didn't really matter, because once you'd seen Athens, Smyrna, and Constantinople, what else was there? Mrs. Merry added she could never be grateful enough to Dr. Bencomb for making them promise not to go to Naples because of the fever risk. "But you really need 3 weeks to do India properly," her husband conceded, wanting it understood he was no casual tourist. And at this point, the ladies withdrew to the drawing room. In the library, despite the presence of more prominent figures, Lawrence Lefferts dominated the conversation. The talk, inevitably, had circled back to the Beauforts. Even Mr. van der Luyden and Mr. Selfridge Merry, settled in the honorary armchairs implicitly reserved for them, paused to listen to the younger man's tirade. Never had Lefferts expressed such strong sentiments about Christian manhood and the sanctity of home. His indignation fueled a sharp eloquence. It was clear that if others had followed his example and acted as he spoke, society would never have been weak enough to accept a foreign upstart like Beaufort. No, sir, not even if he had married a van der Luyden or a Lanning instead of a Dallas. And what chance would there have been, Lefferts angrily questioned, of Beaufort marrying into a family like the Dallases if he hadn't already cunningly worked his way into certain homes, just as people like Mrs. Lemuel Struthers had managed to follow in his wake? If society chose to open its doors to vulgar women, the harm wasn't great, though the benefit was questionable. But once it started tolerating men of obscure backgrounds and tainted money, the end result was total collapse, and soon. "If things continue at this rate," Lefferts thundered, looking like a young prophet dressed by a top tailor, who hadn't yet faced persecution, "we'll see our children fighting for invitations to swindlers' houses and marrying Beaufort's illegitimate children." "Oh, come on. Tone it down." Reggie Chivers and young Newland protested, while Mr. Selfridge Merry looked genuinely alarmed, and an expression of pain and disgust settled on Mr. van der Luyden's sensitive face. "Does he have any?" cried Mr. Sowerton Jackson, his ears perking up. While Lefferts tried to deflect the question with a laugh, the old gentleman whispered into Archer's ear, "Strange, those fellows always wanting to fix things. The people with the worst cooks are always claiming their poison when they eat out. But I hear there are urgent reasons for our friend Lawrence's outburst. A typewriter girl this time, I understand." The conversation flowed past Archer like a senseless river, running on simply because it didn't know how to stop. He saw expressions of interest, amusement, and even laughter on the faces around him. He listened to the younger men's jokes and the praise for the Archer Madeira wine, which Mr. van der Luyden and Mr. Merry were thoughtfully appreciating. Through it all, he vaguely sensed a general attitude of friendliness toward himself, as if the guards of the prisoner he felt himself to be were trying to ease his confinement. This perception only strengthened his passionate resolve to be free. In the drawing room, where they soon joined the ladies, he met May's triumphant eyes and saw in them the certainty that everything had gone off perfectly. She rose from Madame Olenska's side, and immediately Mrs. van der Luyden gestured for Ellen to sit beside her on the gilt sofa where she reigned. Mrs. Selfridge Merry crossed the room to join them. It became clear to Archer that here, too, a conspiracy of rehabilitation and erasure was underway. The silent system holding his small world together was determined to record itself as never having questioned the propriety of Madame Olenska's actions or the perfection of Archer's marriage for even a moment. All these pleasant yet unyielding people were resolutely pretending to each other that they had never heard, suspected, or even conceived of the slightest hint otherwise. And from this web of elaborate mutual deception, Archer once again grasped the fact that New York believed him to be Madame Olenska's lover. He caught the glint of victory in his wife's eyes and, for the first time, understood that she shared this belief. The realization provoked an internal laughter of demons that echoed through his attempts to discuss the Martha Washington ball with Mrs. Reggie Chivers and little Mrs. Newland. And so the evening swept on, running and running like a senseless river that didn't know how to stop. Finally, he saw Madame Olenska had stood up and was saying her goodbyes. He understood that in a moment she would be gone, and tried to recall what he had said to her at dinner, but couldn't remember a single word they had exchanged. She walked toward May, the rest of the guests forming a circle around her as she approached. The two young women clasped hands, then May leaned forward and kissed her cousin. "Certainly, our hostess is much the prettier of the two," Archer heard Reggie Chivers whisper to young Mrs. Newland. He remembered Beaufort's crude insult about May's ineffective beauty. A moment later, he was in the hall, helping Madame Olenska with her cloak. Through all his mental confusion, he had clung to the resolve to say nothing that might startle or upset her. Convinced that no force could now divert him from his goal, he had found the strength to let events unfold naturally. But as he followed Madame Olenska into the hall, he felt a sudden, intense longing to be alone with her for just a moment at her carriage door. "Is your carriage here?" he asked. At that moment, Mrs. van der Luyden, being majestically helped into her fur wrap, said gently, "We are driving dear Ellen home." Archer's heart leaped. Madame Olenska, clutching her cloak and fan in one hand, held out the other to him. "Goodbye," she said. "Goodbye. But I shall see you soon in Paris," he answered aloud. It felt as though he had shouted it. "Oh," she murmured, "if you and May could come." Mr. van der Luyden stepped forward to offer her his arm. Archer turned to Mrs. van der Luyden. For a moment, in the deep darkness inside the large carriage, he caught the dim outline of a face, eyes shining steadily, and she was gone. As he walked back up the steps, he passed Lawrence Lefferts coming down with his wife. Lefferts grabbed his host's sleeve, stepping back to let Gertrude pass. "Hey, old friend, do you mind just letting it be known that I'm dining with you at the club tomorrow night? Thanks so much, you're a real pal. Good night." "It did go off beautifully, didn't it?" May asked from the library doorway. Archer jolted back to awareness. As soon as the last carriage had departed, he had gone up to the library and shut himself in, hoping his wife, still lingering downstairs, would go straight to her room. But there she stood, pale and tired, yet radiating the artificial energy of someone past exhaustion. "May I come and talk it over?" she asked. "Of course, if you like, but you must be terribly sleepy." "No, I'm not sleepy. I'd like to sit with you for a little while." "Very well," he said, pushing her chair closer to the fire. She sat down, and he took his seat again, but neither spoke for a long time. Finally, Archer began abruptly. "Since you're not tired and want to talk, there's something I must tell you. I tried the other night." She looked at him quickly. "Yes, dear." "Something about yourself?" "About myself." "You say you're not tired." "Well, I am. Horribly tired." Instantly, she was all tender concern. "Oh, I've seen it coming on, Newland. You've been so terribly overworked." "Perhaps it's that. Anyway, I want to make a break." "A break? To give up practicing law?" "To go away, at least, immediately. On a long trip. Very far away. Away from everything." He paused, aware he had failed to sound like a man merely longing for change, yet too weary to embrace it. Despite his efforts, the note of eagerness vibrated. "Away from everything," he repeated. "Very far? Where, for example?" she asked. "Oh, I don't know. India or Japan." She stood up. As he sat with his head bowed, chin propped on his hands, he felt her warm, fragrant presence hovering over him. "As far as that? But I'm afraid you can't, dear," she said, her voice unsteady. "Not unless you'll take me with you." And then, as he remained silent, she continued, her voice so clear and even that each syllable struck his brain like a tiny hammer. "That is, if the doctors will let me go, but I'm afraid they won't. Because you see, Newland, I've been sure since this morning of something I've been hoping and longing for." He looked up at her with a sick, stunned expression. She sank down, all softness and bloom, and hid her face against his knee. "Oh, my dear," he said, holding her close while his cold hand stroked her hair. There was a long pause, filled by the loud laughter of his inner demons. Then May pulled away from his arms and stood up. "You didn't guess?" "Yes. No. That is, of course I hoped." They looked at each other for an instant and fell silent again. Then, turning his eyes from hers, he asked abruptly, "Have you told anyone else?" "Only Mama and your mother." She paused, then added quickly, blood rushing to her forehead. "That is, and Ellen. You know I told you we had a long talk one afternoon, and how dear she was to me." "Ah," said Archer, his heart stopping. He felt his wife watching him intently. "Did you mind my telling her first, Newland?" "Mind? Why should I?" He made a final effort to compose himself. "But that was 2 weeks ago, wasn't it?" "I thought you said you weren't sure until today." Her color deepened, but she met his gaze. "No, I wasn't sure then, but I told her I was. And you see I was right," she exclaimed, her blue eyes shining wetly with victory. Chapter 35. Newland Archer sat at the writing desk in his library on East 39th Street. He had just returned from a large official reception celebrating the opening of new galleries at the Metropolitan Museum. The sight of those vast spaces, filled with historical treasures, where the fashionable crowd moved through scientifically catalogued collections, had suddenly triggered a long-dormant memory. "Why, this used to be one of the old Cessnola rooms," he heard someone remark. Instantly, his surroundings vanished. He was sitting alone again on a hard leather bench near a radiator, while a slender figure in a long sealskin coat walked away down the sparsely furnished corridor of the old museum. The vision brought back a flood of other associations. He sat looking with new eyes at the library, which for over 30 years had been the backdrop for his solitary thoughts and all-family discussions. It was the room where most of the truly significant events of his life had occurred. There, nearly 26 years ago, his wife had told him, with a blushing hesitation that would make the young women of the current generation smile, the news that she was expecting a child. There, their eldest son, Dallas, too frail to be taken to church in midwinter, had been christened by their old friend, the Bishop of New York, the grand, magnificent, irreplaceable bishop, long the pride of his diocese. There, Dallas had taken his first wobbly steps across the floor, shouting, "Dad!" while May and the nurse laughed behind the door. There, their second child, Mary, so much like her mother, had announced her engagement to the dullest yet most dependable of Reggie Chivers's many sons. And there, Archer had kissed her through her wedding veil before they went down to the car, waiting to take them to Grace Church, because in a world where everything else seemed shaken, the Grace Church wedding remained an unchanged tradition. It was in the library that he and May had always discussed the children's futures, Dallas's studies and those of his younger brother Bill, Mary's stubborn lack of interest in accomplishments alongside her passion for sports and charity work, and the vague inclination toward art that had eventually led the restless, curious Dallas to join the office of a promising New York architect. Young men nowadays were breaking free from law and business, exploring all sorts of new paths. If not involved in state politics or city reform, they were likely pursuing Central American archaeology, architecture, or landscape design. They took a keen, informed interest in America's pre-revolutionary buildings, studying and adapting Georgian styles, and protesting the meaningless use of the term colonial. Only suburban millionaire grocers had colonial houses anymore. But most importantly, sometimes Archer ranked it highest. It was in that library that the governor of New York, visiting one evening for dinner, had turned to his host, banged his fist on the table, and declared through gritted teeth, "Damn the professional politicians. You're the kind of man the country needs, Archer. If the system's ever going to be cleaned up, men like you have got to help. Men like you." How Archer had thrilled at the phrase, how eagerly he had responded to the call. It echoed Ned Winsett's old challenge to roll up his sleeves and get into the mess, but this time spoken by a man who led by example, whose summons was impossible to resist. Looking back, Archer wasn't sure if men like himself were truly what the country needed, at least not in the active political roles Theodore Roosevelt envisioned. In fact, there was reason to believe otherwise. After 1 year in the state assembly, he wasn't reelected. He had gratefully returned to less prominent but useful city work, and later shifted again to writing occasional articles for reformist weekly magazines trying to stir the country from its indifference. It seemed like a small contribution in retrospect. But when he remembered what the young men of his generation and social circle had aimed for, the narrow path of money-making, sports, and society that limited their horizons, Even his modest involvement in the changing times felt significant, like each brick in a well-built wall. He hadn't achieved much in public life. He would always be, by nature, a thinker and an enthusiast rather than a doer. But he had contemplated lofty ideas, delighted in great works, and cherished the friendship of one great man as his strength and pride. He had been, in short, what people were starting to call a good citizen. For many years in New York, every new initiative, whether charitable, civic, or artistic, had sought his opinion and his support. People said, "Ask Archer," when considering starting the first school for disabled children, reorganizing the art museum, founding the Grolier Club, launching the new library, or establishing a new chamber music society. His days were full, and they were filled respectably. He supposed that was all a man should ask for. Something, he knew, he had missed, the very essence, the bloom of life. But he thought of it now as something so unreachable, so unlikely, that regretting it would be like despairing over not winning the lottery. There were millions of tickets in his lottery, and only one grand prize. The odds had been overwhelmingly against him. When he thought of Ellen Olenska, it was in an abstract, serene way, like thinking of a fictional beloved in a book or painting. She had become the combined image of everything he had missed. That vision, however faint and delicate, had kept him from considering other women. He had been what was termed a faithful husband when May died suddenly, taken by the infectious pneumonia she caught while nursing their youngest child. He had genuinely mourned her. Their long years together had shown him that it didn't matter so much if marriage was a dull obligation, as long as it maintained the dignity of duty. Falling short of that, it became just a nasty clash of desires. Looking back, he respected his own past and felt a sense of loss for it. After all, there was value in the old ways. His eyes surveyed the room, redecorated by Dallas with English prints, Chippendale furniture, select pieces of blue and white porcelain, and pleasantly shaded electric lamps, and returned to the old Eastlake writing table he had never been willing to part with, and to his first photograph of May, still placed beside his inkstand. There she was, tall, full-breasted, and slender-waisted, in her starched muslin dress and wide-brimmed hat, just as he had seen her under the orange trees in the Mission Garden. And as he saw her that day, so she had remained, never quite reaching the same peak, yet never falling far below it. She was generous, loyal, tireless, but so lacking in imagination, so incapable of evolving, that the world of her youth had crumbled and rebuilt itself without her ever noticing the change. This hard, bright obliviousness had kept her immediate world seemingly constant. Her inability to recognize change made her children hide their true thoughts from her, just as Archer hid his. From the beginning there had been a shared pretense of sameness, a kind of innocent family hypocrisy in which father and children had unconsciously cooperated. She died believing the world was a good place, full of loving, harmonious families like her own. She was resigned to leaving it because she was convinced that, whatever happened, Newland would continue to instill in Dallas the same principles and prejudices that had shaped their own lives, and that Dallas, in turn, when Newland eventually followed her, would pass the sacred legacy to little Bill. And she was as certain of Mary as she was of herself. So having saved little Bill from death, and given her life in the process, she went contentedly to her place in the Archer family vault at St. Mark's, where Mrs. Archer already lay, safe from the terrifying trend her daughter-in-law had never even perceived. Opposite May's portrait stood one of her daughter. Mary Chivers was as tall and fair as her mother, but with a thicker waist, flatter chest, and a slight slouch, as the new fashion dictated. Mary Chivers' impressive athletic achievements couldn't have been managed with the 20-inch waist May Archer's blue sash easily encircled. The difference felt symbolic. The mother's life had been as tightly constrained as her figure. Mary, though no less conventional and no more intelligent, lived a broader life and held more tolerant views. There was good in the new ways, too. The telephone clicked. Archer turned from the photographs and unhooked the receiver beside him. How far things had come from the days when the only quick communication in New York relied on the legs of a brass-buttoned messenger boy. Chicago is calling. Ah, it must be a long-distance call from Dallas. His firm had sent him to Chicago to discuss plans for the lakeside mansion they were designing for a young millionaire with strong opinions. The firm always sent Dallas on such missions. Hello, Dad. Yes, it's Dallas. Hey, how would you feel about sailing on Wednesday? Mauritania. Yes, this coming Wednesday. Our client wants me to look at some Italian gardens before we finalize anything and asked me to hop over on the next boat. I have to be back by the 1st of June. The voice broke into a joyful, self-aware laugh. So we need to hurry. Hey, Dad, I need your help. Please come. Dallas sounded like he was right there in the room. His voice was so close and natural, as if he were lounging in his favorite armchair by the fire. Normally, this wouldn't have surprised Archer. Long-distance calls had become as commonplace as electric lights and 5-day Atlantic crossings, but the laugh did startle him. It still seemed amazing that across all those miles of country, forests, rivers, mountains, prairies, bustling cities, and indifferent millions, Dallas's laugh could convey, "Of course, no matter what, I must get back by the 1st, because Fanny Beaufort and I are getting married on the 5th. The voice started again. Think it over? No, sir, not for a minute. You have to say yes now. Why not, I'd like to know? If you can give a single reason? No, I knew it. Then it's settled, right? Because I'm counting on you to call the Cunard office first thing tomorrow. And you'd better book a return trip from Marseille. Hey, Dad, it'll be our last time together like this. Oh, great, I knew you would. Chicago hung up. Archer rose and began pacing the room. It would be their last time together like this. The boy was right. They would have plenty of other times after Dallas's marriage, his father was sure. The two were natural companions, and Fanny Beaufort, whatever one thought of her, didn't seem likely to disrupt their closeness. On the contrary, from what he'd seen, he thought she would naturally become part of it. Still, change was change, and differences were differences. As much as he felt drawn to his future daughter-in-law, it was tempting to seize this final chance to be alone with his son. There was no reason not to seize it, except the profound one that he had lost the habit of travel. May had disliked moving unless there were valid reasons, like taking the children to the seaside or the mountains. She couldn't imagine any other motive for leaving their house on 39th Street or their comfortable Newport residence. After Dallas graduated, she felt it her duty to travel for 6 months. The whole family embarked on the traditional tour through England, Switzerland, and Italy. Their time being limited, for reasons unknown, they skipped France. Archer remembered Dallas's frustration at being expected to admire Mont Blanc instead of the cathedrals at Reims and Chartres. But Mary and Bill wanted mountain climbing and had already yawned their way through English cathedrals following Dallas. May, always fair to her children, insisted on balancing their athletic and artistic interests. She had actually suggested her husband go to Paris for 2 weeks and join them later in the Italian lakes after they finished Switzerland, but Archer declined. "We'll stick together," he said, and May's face brightened at his setting such a good example for Dallas. Since her death nearly 2 years earlier, there had been no reason for him to continue the same routine. His children urged him to travel. Mary Chivers was certain going abroad to see the galleries would do him good. The very vagueness of such a cure made her more confident in its effectiveness. But Archer found himself stuck, bound by habit, by memories, by a sudden startled reluctance toward new experiences. Now, reviewing his past, he saw how deep a rut he had fallen into. The worst part about doing one's duty, apparently, was that it made one unfit for anything else. At least, that was the perspective of men from his generation. The clear-cut divisions between right and wrong, honest and dishonest, respectable and not, had left so little room for the unexpected. There are moments when a man's imagination, usually confined by its surroundings, suddenly rises above its daily routine and surveys the long, winding path of destiny. Archer paused there and wondered what remained of the small world he grew up in, whose standards had shaped and constrained him. He remembered poor Lawrence Lefferts's sneering prediction, made years ago in this very room. "If things keep going like this, our children will be marrying Beaufort's bastards." That was exactly what Archer's eldest son, the pride of his life, was doing. And nobody wondered or disapproved. Even the boy's Aunt Janie, who still looked exactly like her younger self despite her age, had taken her mother's emeralds and seed pearls out of their pink cotton wrapping and delivered them with her own trembling hands to the future bride. Fanny Beaufort, instead of seeming disappointed not to receive a matching set from a Paris jeweler, had exclaimed over their old-fashioned beauty, declaring that wearing them would make her feel like a miniature portrait by Isabey. Fanny Beaufort, who arrived in New York at 18 after her parents' death, had charmed the city, much like Madame Olenska had 30 years earlier. Only this time, instead of being suspicious and afraid of her, Society joyfully accepted her. She was pretty, fun, and talented. What more could anyone want? Nobody was narrow-minded enough to bring up the half-forgotten details of her father's past and her own origins. Only the older generation remembered such an obscure event in New York business history as Beaufort's failure, or the fact that after his wife's death, he had quietly married the notorious Fanny Ring and left the country with his new wife and a little girl who inherited her beauty. He was later heard of in Constantinople, then Russia. A dozen years later, American travelers were lavishly entertained by him in Buenos Aires, where he represented a major insurance agency. He and his wife died there, seemingly prosperous. One day, their orphan daughter appeared in New York under the care of May Archer's sister-in-law, Mrs. Jack Welland, whose husband had been appointed the girl's guardian. This connection made her almost like a cousin to Newland Archer's children, and nobody was surprised when Dallas's engagement was announced. Nothing could better illustrate the distance the world had traveled. People nowadays were too busy with reforms and movements, with fads, obsessions, and distractions, to worry much about their neighbors. And what did anyone's past matter in the huge, shifting pattern where all social elements spun around on the same level? Newland Archer, looking out his hotel window at the grand cheerfulness of the Paris streets, felt his heart beat with the confusion and excitement of youth. It had been a long time since it had pounded like that under his increasingly loose waistcoat, leaving him, the next minute, feeling empty-chested and hot-faced. He wondered if his son's heart behaved this way in the presence of Miss Fanny Beaufort, and decided it did not. It beats just as actively, no doubt, but the rhythm is different, he mused, recalling the cool composure with which the young man had announced his engagement and assumed his family's approval. The difference is that these young people assume they'll get whatever they want, while we almost always assumed we wouldn't. Only, I wonder, can something you're so sure of beforehand ever make your heart beat so wildly? It was the day after they arrived in Paris. The spring sunshine held Archer at his open window, overlooking the wide, silvery view of the Place Vendôme. One of the few conditions he had made when agreeing to come abroad with Dallas was that, in Paris, he wouldn't be forced to stay in one of the new, trendy palaces. "Oh, all right, of course," Dallas had good-naturedly agreed. "I'll take you to some nice old-fashioned place, like the Bristol," leaving his father speechless to hear that the century-old home of royalty was now considered an old-fashioned inn, visited for its charming inconveniences and lingering historical atmosphere. Archer had often pictured the scene of his return to Paris, especially in the first impatient years after leaving. Then the personal vision had faded, and he simply tried to imagine the city as the setting for Madame Olenska's life. Sitting alone at night in his library, after everyone else was asleep, he had conjured images of spring bursting forth along the horse-chestnut avenues, the flowers and statues in public gardens, the scent of lilacs from flower carts, the majestic flow of the river under great bridges, and the vibrant life of art, study, and pleasure filling every major street. Now the spectacle unfolded before him in all its glory. As he looked out, he felt shy, old-fashioned, inadequate, a mere gray speck compared to the bold, magnificent man he had once dreamed of becoming. Dallas's hand landed cheerfully on his shoulder. "Hello, Father. This is really something, isn't it?" They stood looking out silently for a while. Then the young man continued, "By the way, I have a message for you. Countess Olenska expects us both at 5:30. He said it lightly, casually, as if relaying any ordinary piece of information, like their train departure time for Florence the next evening. Archer looked at him, thinking he saw a glint of his great-grandmother Mingott's playful mischief in his bright young eyes. "Oh, didn't I tell you," Dallas went on. "Fanny made me promise to do 3 things in Paris. Get her the sheet music for the latest Debussy songs, go to the Grand Guignol Theater, and see Madame Olenska. You know, she was awfully good to Fanny when Mr. Beaufort sent her over from Buenos Aires to attend the Assumption School. Fanny didn't have any friends in Paris, and Madame Olenska used to be kind to her, taking her out on holidays. I believe she was a great friend of the first Mrs. Beaufort. And she's our cousin, of course. So I called her this morning, before I went out, and told her you and I were here for 2 days and wanted to see her." Archer continued to stare at him. "You told her I was here?" "Of course. Why not?" Dallas raised his eyebrows playfully. Getting no response, he slipped his arm through his father's with a confidential squeeze. "Hey, Father, what was she like?" Archer felt his face flush under his son's direct gaze. "Come on, admit it. You two were great friends, weren't you? Wasn't she incredibly lovely?" "Lovely? I don't know. She was different." Ah, there it is. That's what it always comes down to, isn't it? When she arrives, she's different, and you don't know why. It's exactly how I feel about Fanny. His father stepped back slightly, freeing his arm. About Fanny? But my dear fellow, I should hope so, only I don't see. Damn it, Dad, don't be so old-fashioned. Wasn't she... once. Your Fanny. Dallas belonged entirely to the new generation. He was the firstborn of Newland and May Archer, yet it had always been impossible to teach him even basic discretion. What's the point of keeping secrets? It just makes people want to uncover them, he always argued when told to be cautious. But Archer, meeting his eyes, saw the affection beneath the teasing. My Fanny? Well, the woman you would have given up everything for. Only he didn't, his surprising son continued. I didn't, Archer echoed with a kind of solemnity. No. You're from a different time, you see, dear old boy. But Mother said... Your mother? Yes, the day before she died. When she asked to see me alone. You remember? She said she knew we were safe with you, and always would be, because once, when she asked you to, you'd given up the thing you wanted most. Archer received this startling information in silence. His eyes remained fixed, unseeing, on the crowded, sunlit square below. Finally, he said in a low voice, She never asked me. No, I forgot. You never did ask each other anything, did you? And you never told each other anything. You just sat and watched each other, guessing what was happening underneath, like a home for the deaf and mute, really. Well, I bet your generation knew more about each other's private thoughts than we ever have time to figure out about our own. Hey, Dad, Dallas broke off, you're not angry with me? If you are, let's make up and go have lunch at Henri's. I have to rush off to Versailles afterward. Archer didn't go with his son to Versailles. He chose to spend the afternoon wandering alone through Paris. He had to confront, all at once, the accumulated regrets and suppressed memories of a lifetime lived without full expression. After a short while, he didn't regret Dallas's indiscretion. Knowing that, after all, someone had guessed and pitied him seemed to lift an iron band from his heart. And the fact that it was his wife moved him profoundly. Dallas, despite his affectionate understanding, wouldn't have grasped that. To the boy, the episode was likely just a sad example of pointless frustration, of wasted potential. But was it truly nothing more? For a long time, Archer sat on a bench in the Champs-Élysées and wondered, while the river of life flowed past. A few streets away, a few hours away, Ellen Olenska waited. She had never returned to her husband. When he died some years earlier, she hadn't changed her way of life. There was nothing now keeping her and Archer apart, and that afternoon, he was supposed to see her. He got up and walked across the Place de la Concorde and through the Tuileries Gardens to the Louvre Museum. She had once told him she often went there, and he felt like spending the remaining time in a place where he could imagine her having recently been. For over an hour he wandered from gallery to gallery, bathed in the dazzling afternoon light. One by one, the paintings burst upon him in their half-forgotten splendor, filling his soul with the enduring echoes of beauty. After all, his life had been too deprived. Suddenly, standing before a brilliant Titian painting, he found himself saying aloud, "But I'm only 57." And then he turned away. It was too late for such passionate summer dreams, but surely not too late for a quiet harvest of friendship, of companionship, in the blessed calm of her presence. He returned to the hotel, where he and Dallas were scheduled to meet. Together they walked again across the Place de la Concorde and over the bridge leading to the Chamber of Deputies. Dallas, oblivious to his father's thoughts, talked excitedly and endlessly about Versailles. He had only seen it once before, during a rushed holiday trip where he tried to cram in all the sights missed during the family trip to Switzerland. Tumultuous enthusiasm and confident critiques tumbled over each other as he spoke. As Archer listened, his own sense of inadequacy and inability to express himself grew. He knew the boy wasn't insensitive, but he possessed the ease and self-assurance that came from viewing fate not as a master, but as an equal. That's it, they feel equal to things. They know their way around, he mused, seeing his son as a representative of the new generation that had swept away all the old landmarks, and with them, the signposts and warning signals. Suddenly Dallas stopped short, grabbing his father's arm. "Oh, wow," he exclaimed. They had emerged into the large, tree-lined space in front of the Invalides complex. The dome, designed by Mansart, floated ethereally above the budding trees and the long gray facade of the building. Drawing in all the afternoon light, it hung there like a visible symbol of the nation's glory. Archer knew Madame Olenska lived in a square near one of the avenues, radiating from the Invalides. He had pictured the area as quiet, almost obscure, forgetting the central splendor that illuminated it. Now, through some strange association, that golden light became the pervasive illumination of her life. For nearly 30 years, her life, about which he knew so strangely little, had been lived in this rich atmosphere that he already felt was too dense, yet too stimulating for him. He thought of the theaters she must have attended, the paintings she must have seen, the elegant old houses she must have visited, the people she must have talked with, the constant flow of ideas, curiosities, images, and associations generated by an intensely social people in a setting of ancient traditions. Suddenly, he remembered the young Frenchman who had once said to him, "Ah, good conversation. There is nothing like it, is there?" Archer hadn't seen M. Riviere, or heard of him, for nearly 30 years. That fact measured his ignorance of Madame Olenska's existence. More than half a lifetime separated them. She had spent the long interval among people he didn't know, in a society he only vaguely guessed at, under conditions he would never fully understand. During that time, he had lived with his youthful memory of her, but she had doubtless found other, more tangible companionship. Perhaps she too had kept her memory of him separate, but if so, it must have been like a relic in a small, dim chapel where there wasn't time to pray every day. They had crossed the Place des Invalides and were walking down one of the streets alongside the building. It was a quiet neighborhood after all, despite its grandeur and history. This suggested the wealth of riches Paris possessed, since scenes like this were left to the few and the uninterested. The day was fading into a soft, sun-streaked haze, occasionally pierced by a yellow electric light. Passers-by were few in the small square they had turned into. Dallas stopped again and looked up. "It must be here," he said, slipping his arm through his father's with a gesture that Archer's shyness didn't resist. They stood together, looking up at the building. It was a modern building, lacking distinct character, but with many windows and pleasant balconies adorning its wide, cream-colored front. On one of the upper balconies, high above the rounded tops of the horse-chestnut trees in the square, the awnings were still down, as if the sun had just left it. "I wonder which floor," Dallas guessed. Moving toward the main entrance, he peered into the porter's office and came back saying, "The 5th. It must be the one with the awnings." Archer remained motionless, gazing at the upper windows as if their journey's end had been reached. "Hey, you know it's nearly 6, his son finally reminded him. The father glanced away at an empty bench under the trees. "I think I'll sit there for a moment," he said. "Why? Are you feeling unwell?" his son exclaimed. "Oh, perfectly fine. But I'd like you please to go up without me." Dallas paused before him, clearly bewildered. "But, hey, Dad, do you mean you won't come up at all?" "I don't know," Archer said slowly. "If you don't, she won't understand." "Go, my boy. Perhaps I'll follow you." Dallas gave him a long look through the gathering twilight. "But what on earth should I say?" "My dear fellow, don't you always know what to say?" His father replied with a smile. "Very well. I'll say you're old-fashioned and prefer walking up 5 flights because you don't like elevators." His father smiled again. "Say I'm old-fashioned. That's enough." Dallas looked at him once more, then, with a gesture of disbelief, disappeared under the arched doorway. Archer sat down on the bench and continued watching the awninged balcony. He mentally calculated the time it would take his son to ride the elevator to the 5th floor, ring the bell, be admitted to the hall, and then be shown into the drawing room. He pictured Dallas entering that room with his quick, confident step and delightful smile, and wondered if people were right when they said his boy took after him. Then he tried to visualize the people already in the room, for likely at that sociable hour there would be more than one guest. Among them, a dark-haired lady, pale and dark, who would look up quickly, half rise, and hold out a long, thin hand wearing 3 rings. He imagined her sitting in a corner sofa near the fire, with azaleas arranged behind her on a table. "It's more real to me here than if I went up," he suddenly heard himself say. The fear that this last shadow of reality might lose its sharpness kept him rooted to his seat as the minutes passed. He sat for a long time on the bench in the deepening dusk, his eyes never leaving the balcony. Finally, a light appeared in the windows. A moment later, a manservant came out onto the balcony, raised the awnings, and closed the shutters. At that, as if it were the signal he had awaited, Newland Archer slowly stood up and walked back alone to his hotel.